Chapter 1. Now I really know what I want. Jianyun City. Urban Police Station Detention Room. Xiaoyang sat in the corner with his head down and empty eyes. Today was supposed to be his girlfriend Li Jing's birthday. In order to give her a surprise, he took half a day off, bought gifts in advance, and went home to decorate the house. But when he returned to the house he rented with his girlfriend, he heard very unbearable noises coming from the bedroom. Yeah. Hubby. I really love you. Hearing this voice, Xiaoyang suddenly felt a surge of anger in his heart. He was familiar with this voice, it was the voice of his girlfriend Li Jing. At the same time, he realized something. Xiaoyang walked quickly to the bedroom door, and with a bang, he kicked it open. Li Jing was seen sitting with a flushed face on a man who looked to be about 30 years old, looking at Xiaoyang at the door with horror. Xiaoyang, why did you come back suddenly? Li Jing stood up hurriedly, quickly grabbed a blanket and wrapped herself in it, looking at Xiaoyang at a loss. Tell me what's going on? Xiaoyang asked angrily. He really didn't expect that Li Jing would do such a thing. You little bastard, you yelled at me. I was just feeling good. You scared me. The man on the bed stood up and looked at Xiaoyang with dissatisfaction. He didn't feel any guilt for being caught having an affair. Instead, he felt that the other party had disturbed his good thing. Fuck you. Xiaoyang pounced on the man on the bed and quickly pinned him down and beat him violently. Ah! 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 The man screamed while protecting his face. You stinky boy, just wait for me. If I don't kill you, I, Zhaoji, will take your last name. However, such threats had no effect on Xiaoyang, who was already out of control, and he continued to swing his fists at the man. Xiaoyang, stop hitting me. If you don't stop, I'll call the police. Li Jing pulled Xiaoyang and persuaded him anxiously. Hearing this, Xiaoyang became even angrier. He slapped Li Jing in the face with his backhand and knocked her off the bed. Seeing Xiaoyang so out of control, Li Jing's eyes were filled with fear. She hurriedly picked up the phone on the bedside table and called the police. Hello? Is this 110? I want to call the police. A man is beating my boyfriend at home. Send someone here quickly, or my boyfriend will be beaten to death. Li Jing spoke into the phone with a trembling voice. She knew very well that from now on, there was no possibility for her and Xiaoyang to reconcile, so she simply chose to stand on Zhaoji's side. This way, at least she can preserve her relationship with Zhaoji and avoid ending up with nothing. After a few minutes, Zhaoji's face was covered in blood and his screams gradually became weaker and weaker. The last bit of Xiaoyang's rationality made him stop his fist from falling. After all, beating a person and killing a person have two different consequences in law. Then he came to Li Jing and asked angrily. Tell me why. Am I not good to you? He has always been obedient to Li Jing and has never refused anything she wants as long as it is within his ability. In order to meet Li Jing's material needs to a greater extent, in addition to working during the day, he also has to deliver takeout at night, just to earn more money. I admit that you are nice to me, but what's the use? Can you buy me LV? Can you buy me Chanel? Can you let me ride in a limousine? I don't want to live in this shabby house with you anymore and continue to lead a hardscrabble life. I also want to be like my colleagues, carrying brand name bags and wearing brand name clothes every day, and being picked up by luxury cars when going to and from get off work. Things have come to this point, Li Jing simply stops pretending and comes clean with Xiaoyang. I told you I would try my best to give you a better life. Didn't you also say you believed me? Scenes from the past appeared in Xiaoyang's mind. He didn't expect that the oath he made at the time would now become a joke. That was because I was ignorant. I fell in love with you because you were handsome. Now I really know what I want. Xiaoyang looked at Li Jing in front of him and felt so strange for the first time. He didn't expect that their relationship of more than 3 years would be defeated by reality. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from outside. We are the police. Then there was the sound of footsteps. Hearing the noise, Li Jing put the blanket on herself again and shouted at the bedroom door. Comrade police, we are in the bedroom and this guy is trying to rape me. Xiaoyang's heart seemed to be completely torn apart, and a sharp pain surged into his heart. My former lover actually framed me for another man. At this time, 5 police officers also rushed into the bedroom. Comrade police officer, I was resting at home with my boyfriend, but I didn't expect this guy to suddenly rush in and beat my boyfriend for no reason. He just wanted to rape me. If you hadn't arrived in time, he would have succeeded. Li Jing was crying with tears in her eyes and pointed at Xiao Yang with a look of horror, as if what she said was the truth. Hearing this, the two policemen immediately controlled Xiao Yang and gave him a pair of silver bracelets. Xiao Yang did not put up any resistance, but just looked at Li Jing with eyes full of disappointment and resentment. The leading police officer took a look at Zhao Ji, whose face was covered in blood, and said to one of the policemen, "Call 120 immediately and send the victim to the hospital first." Then, he glanced at Xiao Yang, who had been controlled, and continued, "Take this guy back to the police station first. I will interrogate him personally later. How dare he do such a thing in broad daylight? How audacious! Xiao Yang, someone is here to bail you out. You can go back now for the time being." Xiao Yang slowly raised his head with a hint of doubt in his eyes. He seemed to have no friends in Jiangyun City. Who would bail him out? Although you have been released on bail, this matter is not over yet. Your phone must be kept open at all times. If you receive a call from us, you must come to the police station immediately to cooperate with the investigation. After the police uncuffed Xiao Yang, they took Xiao Yang to the lobby of the police station. The chief of the police station was in the hall, speaking to an old man with wrinkles on his face. Although the matter has been investigated, he still has to give an explanation to the other party for beating him up like that. You should talk to him properly when you go back. It would be best if you apologize to the other party and try to get his forgiveness. That way, at most you will have to pay some money, but you won't end up in jail. Chapter 2 Chairman of Tianyue Group. After investigation by the police station, it was already known that Xiao Yang and Li Jing were a couple. As for why Zhao Ji appeared there, anyone could guess it. Although Zhao Ji and Li Jing's behavior was indeed excessive, it only violated ethical standards and at most they would be criticized and educated. But Xiao Yang was different. Not only did he break Zhao Ji's nose and eyebrow, he also knocked out 4 of his teeth, which was against the law. The police station also chose to handle the case at its discretion, giving Xiao Yang some time to negotiate with the other party and try to gain their forgiveness, otherwise he would not be able to be released on bail. I'm really sorry for causing you trouble today. I will definitely tell him when I get back. We will also actively cooperate with you on follow-up matters. Please rest assured. The old man said to the police station chief with a grateful look on his face. Grandma! Why are you here? Xiao Yang felt very upset. He didn't expect that his grandmother, who was over 60 years old, would still worry about him so late at night. The police station called me. I was worried about you, so I rushed over. The police station originally wanted to contact Xiao Yang's family, but found out that Xiao Yang was an orphan, so they contacted Grandma Lu Hongmei, the head of the orphanage. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Xiao Yang suddenly felt a pang of sadness. His grandmother had treated him like her own grandson since he was a child and was thinking about him every moment. Okay, the police just said that they won't embarrass you for now. They'll deal with this matter after that person is discharged from the hospital. Let's go back first. Grandma Lu looked at Xiao Yang with love, and with her wrinkled right hand, she took Xiao Yang's hand and left the police station. Under the night sky, the old and the young walked like this. After Grandma Lu's persuasion, Xiao Yang finally understood the situation. It's really not worth it for a woman like this. After hailing a taxi for Grandma Lu and watching her leave, Xiao Yang found a hotel nearby. The place that was once full of memories now made him feel very disgusted, and it was naturally impossible for him to go back. Lying on the bed in the hotel, Xiao Yang looked at the ceiling with a sad face. Although he was released on bail, the matter is not over yet. Either apologize to Zhaoji and pay a large sum of money. If you don't apologize, you will not only have to pay compensation but also spend some time in jail. In Xiao Yang's opinion, it is impossible to apologize. How can he apologize for such a thing? The worst that can happen is that he will be imprisoned for a period of time. But paying the compensation is a difficult matter. I only have more than 3,000 yuan on me, which is definitely not enough to pay. I don't have many friends in Jiangyun City, so I can't borrow money even if I want to. Host has been matched, retrieving host information. A pleasant voice sounded in Xiao Yang's mind. Who is speaking? Xiao Yang sat up quickly and looked around vigilantly. Fuck, could it be that I was upset today and am hallucinating? After finding that there was no one else in the room, Xiao Yang lay back on the bed again, thinking that he must have been stimulated today, which led to the auditory hallucinations. Host information retrieval completed, system is binding. Another pleasant voice sounded in Xiao Yang's mind. What the hell? System? Is this true or false? This auditory hallucination is too real. Xiao Yang still felt that he was hallucinating. After all, the system only existed in the world of novels, so how could he possibly encounter it? System binding successful, please select reward mode. Mode 1, Task Mode, the system issues tasks, and the host is rewarded after completing the tasks. Mode 2, Autonomous Mode, the system does not issue tasks, and rewards will be issued according to what the host decides to do. Oh shit. It really is a system. I'm going to be awesome. At this moment, Xiao Yang believed that he was not hallucinating, but that he really encountered such a heaven-defying thing as the system. System? Xiao Yang called out softly, wanting to confirm again that this was true. Host, please select reward mode. Mode 1, Task Mode, the system issues tasks, and the host is rewarded after completing the tasks. Mode 2, Autonomous Mode, the system does not issue tasks, and rewards will be issued according to what the host decides to do. After confirming once again that it was not an auditory hallucination, Xiao Yang began to think about it in his mind, thinking about which mode to choose. I choose Autonomous Mode. Now that you have the opportunity to counterattack, you should follow your own ideas and take the next step. I always make decisions based on the system's tasks, and I always feel like my life has been arranged in advance. This kind of life is not what Xiao Yang wants. The mode cannot be changed after it is determined. Please confirm whether to select the autonomous mode. Confirm. Xiao Yang answered without hesitation. He must be the master of his own life. The mode has been determined to be autonomous mode. The system will operate in autonomous mode from now on. It has been detected that the host is an unemployed vagrant. The system has acquired 100% of the shares of Tianyu Group for the host. The host will be the chairman from now on. Good job. This is a great start. Tianyu Group is the #1 group company in Longwa, with a market value of 1.5 trillion Longwa currency. I didn't expect that I would become the chairman of Tianyu Group so easily. Wouldn't that make him the richest man in Dragon Country? This is really a bit dreamy, like a dream. It turns out that owning a system is awesome. Xiao Yang stood up from the bed excitedly, thinking that the road to counterattack would start from now on. Ding ling ling. The phone suddenly rang, interrupting Xiao Yang's excitement. Seeing that it was an unfamiliar number, I hesitated for a moment but still picked up the phone. Hello, Mr. Xiao. I am Yin Shuiwei, secretary to the chairman of Tianyu Group. Is it convenient for you now? Yin Shuiwei was just about to go to bed when she suddenly received a call from the chairman, saying that the company had a new chairman and asked her to make the connection first. Convenient, you say? It's like this. You just acquired all the shares of Tianyu Group. There are many documents that need your signature. I would like to ask you about the signing time. Yin Shuiwei spoke carefully, fearing that she might accidentally upset the new chairman. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Yang said to the phone. I'll go there when I have time. Okay, when the time comes, just call me directly and I will organize the top management to welcome you. No, I don't like that kind of scene. Okay, I understand. Do you have any further instructions? By the way, we will use the name of Tianyu Group to provide financial assistance to Hongmei Orphanage. This will not only ensure the normal operation of the orphanage, but also ensure the living, medical care, and education of the children in the orphanage. Please ask someone to contact Director Lu of Hongmei Orphanage about this matter. Xiao Yang thought about the last time he went back to the orphanage, when Grandma Lu said she wanted to renovate the orphanage, but the funding application she submitted to the Red Cross had not been approved for more than a month. Chapter 3. I'm here to look at the car. He knew the character of those people in the Red Cross. Every time, Grandma Lu would have to beg for a long time before they would allocate some money to get rid of them. Now that I have the ability, I must share Grandma Lu's worries and stop her from having to continue to please those people for the sake of the children. It's not just to repay Grandma Lu for raising him, but also because that is his home and where he grew up. Okay, I will do this myself, please rest assured. Well, you go ahead and do your work. Xiao Yang hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Thinking that Grandma Lu would no longer have to worry about the orphanage, the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose slightly. The host never forgets the kindness of raising the child, and gives back to the orphanage, rewarding 100 billion yuan. Friendly reminder, the source of this fund is safe and legal. From now on, the host's account will not be restricted from transferring funds externally. DD. The phone prompted that a text message had arrived. Dear Longwa bank user, your personal account with the last number 9393 transferred 100 billion.00 Longwa currency at 2205, balance 100 billion 3580.03. 1, 10, 100, a billion, tens of billions, 100 billion. Xiao Yang counted it carefully and confirmed that the balance on his bank card was correct. Ha ha ha. I have so much money now. I can't spend it all. I can't spend it all. Xiao Yang had never seen so much money before, and he was so excited that he didn't know how to spend it. After calming down, Xiao Yang lay on the bed and started chatting with the system. System, what else do I need to do to get the reward? Host, please explore on your own. Xiao Yang was speechless for a while. He felt like a gaming novice who didn't know how to play the game and needed some guidance from a gaming strategy. How about you give me some hints? Host, please explore on your own. Well, this system really is not partial to anyone. Xiao Yang immediately lost his temper. System, what functions do you have? Host, please explore on your own. Xiao Yang was speechless again. What's the use of you? Not only did they not give me any hints, they didn't even tell me what the functions were. Is your system legitimate? Xiao Yang immediately became unhappy, thinking that this system was somewhat unorthodox. He had never seen anything like it before. Host, please understand that this system is running in autonomous mode according to your choice. Xiao Yang knew that there was no point in continuing to argue with the system. After all, it was his own choice, so he could only sigh helplessly. Forget it. I'll figure it out sooner or later anyway. It'll just take me a little longer. Thinking that now that he had the system, he naturally didn't have to worry about Zhaoji's affairs anymore, Xiao Yang's mood suddenly improved. The worst that can happen is bullying. Anyway, it's not like we don't have the ability now. After taking a relaxing bath, Xiao Yang stood in front of the mirror with a confident look on his face. Now I have completed the 3 words. When he was in college, Xiao Yang was the school idol. With a height of 1.83 meters and a sunny and handsome appearance, he was always popular with girls. But some classmates would joke that Xiao Yang only makes up 2 of the 3 words tall, rich and handsome, and is missing the most important word. Now it's complete. Xiao Yang sent a message to his current company manager, telling him that he was going to resign. He then threw his phone aside and quickly fell asleep. The next morning. Tianyue Group Chairman's Secretary Office. Secretary Yin, did Director Xiao say when he will come to inspect the work? He Wajin, general manager of Tianyue Group, had a look of nervousness on his face. Now that the company has suddenly changed its chairman, it's hard to say whether he can continue to sit in the position of general manager. Mr. Xiao only said that he would come over when he has time, but he didn't say when. Yin Shuiwe shook her head helplessly. He Wajin looked slightly disappointed. He had originally thought that he could make some preparations in advance so that the new chairman would have a good impression of him and thus keep his position as general manager. In the current situation, there is no chance to show off at all. We also have to be on guard against surprise inspections. Mr. He, I don't think you need to worry. As long as we do our job well, Mr. Xiao will definitely not make things difficult for us. Yin Shuiwe was actually very nervous inside, but she acted normal in front of He Wajin. She is the secretary of the chairman, the person closest to the chairman in the company, and also the person in the most dangerous situation now. After all, no one knows whether the chairman will bring a new secretary. If that is the case, then she will probably have to pack up and leave. You're right. As long as we do our job well, Mr. Xiao will definitely not make things difficult for us. He Wajin naturally understood that if the new chairman really wanted to replace him, then he would have no choice but to accept his fate. Instead of worrying about this matter, it is better to do your own job well and try your best to satisfy Director Xiao, so that you can keep your position. After the two chatted about work for a while, He Wajin left Yin Shuyue's office and planned to call an emergency meeting of all senior executives. At such a critical moment, there must not be any mistakes, and those guys must not be allowed to affect the image of the new chairman. Yin Shuyue was not idle, but left the company and went to Hongmei Orphanage, hoping to complete the tasks assigned by the new chairman as quickly as possible. This will at least leave a good impression on the new chairman and prove to him your ability and attitude as a secretary. Hongqiang Auto City. After a morning of careful consideration, Xiao Yang figured out where he should spend his first sum of money. Now that my status is different now, I must have a car that matches my status. Following the signs, Xiao Yang arrived at the luxury car sales center of Hongqiang Auto City. As soon as I walked through the door, a familiar and somewhat surprising voice sounded. Xiao Yang? Why are you here instead of going to work? Following the sound, Xiao Yang's eyes revealed a little surprise. It turned out to be Li Jing's cousin Zhao Hong. Only then did he remember that Zhao Hong was the sales consultant of the luxury car sales center of Hongxiang Auto City. I came here to look at the car. Since they had encountered each other, Xiao Yang directly stated his purpose, thinking it was no big deal anyway. Zhao Hong looked at Xiao Yang for a few times, and a look of sarcasm suddenly appeared in her eyes. She said sarcastically, "Don't you want to come here and take a look to make yourself more motivated? Stop being funny, okay? Instead of wasting your time, you might as well think about how to make money and let Jingjing live a better life. I really don't know what Jingjing likes about you. I've already told her that she should choose a rich man. If she follows someone like you, she will only suffer forever." Chapter 4. Why don't you just go find your boss? Xiao Yang knew that the other party had always disliked him, and he was too lazy to argue with him, so he walked into the sales hall on his own. Hey, you got angry after just a few words. How can a man not have this much tolerance? I am Jingjing's cousin. Believe it or not, I will report you to Jingjing right now. Zhao Hong was very unhappy with Xiao Yang's attitude. Every time they met before, Xiao Yang was always polite to her. This situation made her feel very embarrassed, so she took out her cell phone and called Li Jing, determined to make Xiao Yang apologize to her. However, after calling 3 times, she was told that the other party's phone was turned off, which made her immediately dissatisfied. What is this girl doing? Why is her phone turned off? After Zhao Hong finished speaking, she looked at several colleagues beside her and reminded them. Don't bother with this guy, he can't even afford it, it's just a waste of time. After wandering around for a few minutes, Xiao Yang came to a Porsche 911. After taking a look at the price, he shook his head and walked to a Lamborghini Aventador. At this time, a girl with delicate looks and wearing work clothes came to Xiao Yang's side. Hello, sir. I'm the sales consultant here. My name is Duan Qian. If you don't mind, I can introduce you to the cars we have here. Duan Qian had just started working here for over a month and normally couldn't get any clients. Seeing that no one was there to greet Xiao Yang, she took the initiative to walk over. Although she had seen the situation just now, it was rare for her to encounter a customer who had no one to receive her, so she thought about practicing how to introduce the vehicle to the customer. It's much better than having nothing to do every day and just selling things. Then I'll trouble you. Xiao Yang nodded to Duan Qian with a smile and continued. But you just need to tell me the models and prices of these cars. You don't need to introduce anything else. In his opinion, there was no need for him to know the specific information of these cars. As long as the price was right, he would just buy them. He had plenty of time to study them anyway. Duan Qian was stunned for a few seconds, nodded and said, Yes, sir. Anyway, I'm just here to practice bringing in clients, there's no need to be so serious, Duan Qian thought silently. Then he took Xiao Yang to look at cars one by one, and according to the other party's request, he only mentioned the model and price. Half an hour later, Xiao Yang finished looking at all the cars in the lobby on the first floor and felt that it was not what he expected. The most expensive car here is only over 15 million, which is not in line with my current status at all. Do you have any more expensive cars? The ones here are too cheap. I don't like them. Xiao Yang asked Duan Qian, who was standing beside him, thinking that such a large sales center should not only have cars of this grade. Is this guy trying to show off to me? Combining what Zhao Hong had just said, Duan Qian felt that this guy might have just been hit hard and now wanted to save face by pretending to be awesome. He will most likely say that he will go back and think about it, and contact her when he has made up his mind. She has seen many people like this in the more than 1 month since she came here. However, in order to demonstrate her professionalism, Duan Qian still explained with a smile. Sir, we have higher-end cars on the second floor, but only members of our sales center can go up there. There was a flash of surprise in Xiao Yang's eyes. He didn't expect that this place was a membership system. He originally thought that as long as he had money, he could join. However, we also understand that this is to help sales find accurate customers better and avoid wasting time. How can I become your member? Now that I'm here, I definitely can't just leave like this. At worst, I can just become a member. Anyway, I have to solve the car problem today. Our members need to verify their capital first. After the verification, we will report it to the boss. Only if the boss agrees can they become our members. This process may take 2 to 3 days. Duan Qian explained patiently. Why don't you just go find your boss? I can't wait that long. I think he will definitely receive me personally. Xiao Yang felt that his current identity was the chairman of Tianyue Group, and there was 100 billion yuan in funds in his card, so there would be no problem in becoming a member. He really didn't want to wait for just 2 or 3 days, so he might as well go straight to his boss and talk about it. He would definitely be happy to serve him personally. Is this guy trying to be too pretentious? He actually wanted to find our boss directly to serve him. If I really call the boss and it turns out to be nothing, then I will be miserable. Duan Qian didn't know what to do for a moment. It was the first time she had met such a pretentious customer and she really had no experience. How's it going? Which car did he like? Did he say he wanted to go back and think about it? Zhao Hong walked over. She had been paying attention to the situation just now and wanted to see what tricks Xiao Yang was going to play. Sister Hong, this gentleman said he wants the boss to serve him personally. Duan Qian told Zhao Hong what had just happened. Ha ha ha. Zhao Hong laughed sarcastically. Xiao Yang, do you really take yourself seriously? You even want our boss to serve you personally. Don't you even know how capable you are? Xiao Yang smiled indifferently and said to Zhao Hong. Forget it, I'll just contact your boss myself. I'm very busy today and don't have time to waste with you guys. After saying that, he called in Shuyue and the call was connected in just 2 seconds. Hello, Mr. Xiao, what can I do for you? Do you know the owner of Hongqiang Auto City? I don't know him, but our Tianyue Group has cooperation with Hongqiang Auto City. Every time we purchase vehicles, we directly contact their boss. I can find their boss's contact information. Okay, then, please help me contact him and ask him to come to the luxury car sales center. I'll wait for him here. Please wait a moment, I will contact you now. After Xiao Yang hung up the phone, he couldn't help but sigh that it's good to have strength. It can save you a lot of trouble and you can solve problems with just one phone call. Oh my, it really seems like that. If I didn't know your situation, I would have almost believed it. Xiao Yang didn't turn on the speakerphone, so Zhao Hong naturally couldn't hear the content of the conversation. She just felt that Xiao Yang was directing and acting in it himself. I guess if our boss doesn't come later, you will definitely say that you are in a hurry and will make an appointment with our boss next time. This way, no one can expose you. Zhao Hong felt that she had already guessed how Xiao Yang would save face later, so she said it to his face without showing any mercy. Xiao Yang ignored Zhao Hong and said to Duan Qian with a smile. Go ahead and get busy. I'll let your boss count the sales of this order on you later. After all, Duan Qian had been taking him around for quite a while, so he naturally couldn't let her work in vain, and he had to give her the performance she deserved. Chapter 5, Xiao Yang is the new chairman of Tianyue Group? Duan Qian didn't know whether she should leave or not, so she could only look at Zhao Hong beside her. The current situation is no longer under her control, so she still has to wait and see how the old employees will handle it. Just stay here. I'll teach you how to deal with this kind of situation. If you encounter this kind of situation in the future, you'll know how to solve it. Zhao Hong looked like she was educating a new employee, and she had already thought of how to embarrass Xiao Yang. Duan Qian nodded with embarrassment, not daring to look at Xiao Yang again. She could only stay aside and watch how Zhao Hong would solve the matter. Zhao Hong suddenly turned around and looked towards the door, then shouted to the security guard standing there. Security, there's someone causing trouble here, hurry up and get him out. In her opinion, there is no better way to embarrass Xiao Yang than to have him kicked out directly. This scared Duan Qian. She didn't expect such a simple and crude solution. She couldn't help but worry about Xiao Yang. In her opinion, although Xiao Yang was indeed a bit too pretentious today, she felt that this method was a bit too much, and she suddenly felt a sense of pity in her heart. 4 security guards quickly came to the 3 people. Who dares to cause trouble in our sales center? The security captain asked seriously. Zhao Hong pointed at Xiao Yang and said angrily. It's this guy. He obviously can't afford a car, but he comes here to waste our sales time. Now he's even pretending to want to see our boss. Hearing this, the security captain immediately became unhappy and said to the other 3 security guards. Throw this kid out. He's so bold to come here and cause trouble. The security captain heard what Zhao Hong said to Xiao Yang when he came in just now, and naturally believed what Zhao Hong said. This guy must have come here to hang out, and now he's being too pretentious. If the boss knew about this, he would definitely lose his position as security captain. Seeing this, Duan Qian quickly said to Zhao Hong, Sister Hong, why don't we just forget it? This gentleman didn't cause us any losses, I'll let him go now. After saying that, he immediately turned to look at Xiao Yang. Sir, you'd better go. Then they won't do anything to you. This move touched Xiao Yang's heart, and a comforting smile appeared on his face. It's okay, your boss should be here soon. Hey, you're still pretending here? Are you getting too deep into the role? Zhao Hong looked at Xiao Yang with a mocking expression, and the next second he said to the security captain again. Hurry up and throw him out. If it affects our image, it will be your responsibility. The security captain glanced around and saw that the commotion here had attracted the attention of many customers. If it continued like this, the impact would definitely be bad. Throw this guy out. With an order, the other 3 security guards immediately surrounded Xiao Yang and tried to control him and throw him out. Stop! A sudden shout came from the direction of the door. I saw a middle-aged man in his 50s, wearing a suit, walking towards me with a serious face. The person who came was Du Hongxiang, the owner of Hongxiang Auto City. When he received Yin Shuyue's call, he was inspecting the Auto City. Upon learning that the new chairman of Tianyue Group had arrived here, he rushed over without stopping. Du Hongxiang quickly came up to the group and asked with a very gloomy expression. What's going on? Zhao Hong immediately pointed at Xiao Yang and said angrily. Boss Du, not only can this guy not afford to buy a car, he just called and pretended to ask someone to contact you. In order to prevent him from staying here and affecting the image of our sales center, I asked the security guard to kick him out. Then he recounted what had just happened. He thought that now that the boss was here, Xiao Yang's lies would surely be exposed, and he could also take the opportunity to perform well in front of the boss. Du Hongxiang's heart suddenly skipped a beat. After looking at Xiao Yang for a few seconds, he asked cautiously. Excuse me, is your last name Xiao? The person who just called him was none other than Mr. Xiao, the new chairman of Tianyue Group. Hello, Mr. Du, my name is Xiao Yang. Secretary Yin should have contacted you just now. Hello, Mr. Xiao. I am the owner of Hongxiang Auto City, my name is Du Hongxiang. Your visit really makes our Hongxiang Auto City shine. Du Hongxiang's attitude instantly became enthusiastic and he took the initiative to extend his right hand. At the same time, I was very surprised that the new chairman of Tianyue Group was so young. He looked only about 24 or 25 years old. If Secretary Yin hadn't called in advance, I wouldn't have believed it. Fortunately, I confirmed my identity first, otherwise I would have offended this big Buddha today. Du Hongxiang secretly rejoiced in his heart and suddenly felt that he was so smart. Xiao Yang slowly stretched out his right hand and shook it with Du Hongxiang, and responded with a smile. Boss Du, I didn't want to bother you today, but I was in a hurry to buy a car, so I found you. No trouble. No trouble. It's my honor to serve Mr. Xiao personally. Du Hongxiang quickly shook his head, his words full of flattery. Then he looked at the security captain standing beside him and said with a sullen face. Mr. Xiao is my honored guest. You treat my honored guest like this. You really don't take me seriously at all. The security captain panicked and quickly explained. Boss Du, you can't blame me for this. It was Zhao Hong who asked us to kick this gentleman out. At this moment, he knew very well that he had no choice but to pass the buck, otherwise he would lose his position as security captain and might even be directly fired. Zhao Hong pointed at Xiao Yang in disbelief and said. Boss Du, are you mistaken? This guy is my cousin's boyfriend. I know him very well. How could he be Mr. Xiao? How could I be wrong? Mr. Xiao is the new chairman of Tianyue Group. How could I mistake him for someone like that? Du Hongxiang said with a serious face. What? Is Xiao Yang the new chairman of Tianyue Group? Zhao Hong stood there in a daze for a moment, unable to digest such information. Looking at Zhao Hong's shocked face, Du Hongxiang felt a little embarrassed for a moment. If it were someone else, he would have just fired him without any worries. But Zhao Hong's cousin is Mr. Zhao's girlfriend, and given this relationship, it's really difficult to handle this matter. Mr. Xiao, what do you think we should do about this matter? Du Hongxiang was a smart man and he directly threw the question to Xiao Yang. Chapter 6 Lamborghini Poison. Mr. Du, I have to clarify that her cousin and I have broken up, and I am not very familiar with her. Xiao Yang knew what the other party was worried about, and immediately cut off ties with Zhao Hong. What's more, Zhao Hong had often mocked him before, and just now she had been trying to embarrass him, so there was no need to show any mercy. Du Hongxiang understood instantly. Since Xiao Yang said so, he naturally knew what to do. He pointed at Zhao Hong and scolded. I declare you fired. Also, your behavior almost caused our sales center to lose a distinguished customer like Mr. Xiao, so you don't want this month's salary. Get out of Auto City now. Then he said to Xiao Yang with a flattering look. Mr. Xiao, I will serve you personally from now on. Please come this way. After saying that, he took Xiao Yang towards the elevator. Xiao Yang glanced at Duan Shen beside him and said to Du Hongxiang. Boss Du, I have an unwelcome request. Can the sales volume later be counted on Duan Shen? What you said must be fulfilled. Since you said that the sales of this order will be given to Duan Shen, you naturally cannot break your promise. Of course, no problem. I will arrange this matter later and credit the achievement to Xiao Duan. Du Hongxiang didn't dare to have any objections and agreed immediately. The next second, he felt like he knew something, so he said to Duan Shen. Xiao Duan. Since Director Xiao thinks so highly of you, you should come with me and accompany Director Xiao to take a look. In his opinion, Xiao Yang must have fallen in love with Duan Shen, which was why he told him about this matter in person. Naturally, he wanted to help her and do her a favor. After all, Duan Shen's own conditions are really good, and she has a pure temperament, so it is normal for her to be favored by someone like Xiao Yang. The three of them got on the elevator quickly, but Du Hongxiang did not press the button for the second floor. Instead, he pressed the button for the fifth floor, which was the top floor. Watching the slowly rising elevator, Zhao Hong quickly took out her cell phone, wanting to tell Li Jing the news so that Li Jing could quickly reconcile with Xiao Yang. As long as Li Jing and Xiao Yang reconcile, then her cousin will have a relationship with the chairman of Tianyue Group, so she won't have to look at other people's faces anymore. But after calling several times, she was told that the other party's phone was turned off. Zhao Hong was so angry that she stomped her feet and wanted to slap her ignorant cousin. In the elevator, Du Hongxiang said to Xiao Yang in a flattering manner. Mr. Xiao, I recently used my connections to get a limited edition supercar. I originally wanted to keep it for my own collection, but I think that car is more suitable for you. In order to please Xiao Yang, he was ready to give up something. After working in the business world for so many years, he knew very well that he couldn't hide anything at a time like this, and he had to make Xiao Yang satisfied. Oh? A limited edition supercar? Xiao Yang instantly became interested. This really fits his current identity. He smiled and said gratefully. Thank you very much, Mr. Du. I will remember this matter. No. As long as you like it. Bite. The elevator went to the fifth floor. As the elevator door opened, an exhibition hall of nearly 400 square meters appeared in front of the three people. There is only one display stand in the middle of the entire exhibition hall. A completely white supercar with a very arrogant appearance was parked there quietly. The moment he saw the car, Xiao Yang's entire attention was drawn to it, and a desire to possess it arose in his heart. Mr. Xiao, the name of this car is Lamborghini Veneno. It is a top-notch supercar. The Lamborghini Veneno is a limited edition supercar built to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Lamborghini brand. There are only two cars of the same model as mine on the market, one green and one red. They are the first batch of Lamborghini Veneno limited edition supercars. This car is equipped with a 6.5 LV12 engine with a maximum power of 750 horsepower, an acceleration time of 0-100 km/h of only 2.8 seconds, and a top speed of 355 km/h. The performance can be said to be top-notch in the world, very suitable for young people like you. Du Hongxiang paused and added. Of course, only you deserve this car. Boss Du, just name your price. No need to be polite with me. Xiao Yan couldn't wait to own this supercar, but the other party had already given it up, which showed his sincerity, so he naturally couldn't let the other party suffer any loss. Mr. Xiao, this car not only has top performance, but also has great collection value. It can be said to be priceless. I spent 120 million to buy this car. I won't take advantage of you. Just give me the cost price. Xiao Yang nodded, thought for a moment and said. Boss Du, since you are willing to give it up, I can't be stingy. I will give you 150 million yuan directly, and the extra money will be your compensation. He knew very well that the other party's purchase of the car was definitely not just a matter of spending money. It must have taken a lot of effort and involved a lot of connections. If it weren't for his status, Du Hongxiang would never have sold the car to him so easily, and at only the cost price. Now I feel like I have snatched someone's favorite toy. I can't just not give any compensation at all. I have to show my appreciation in some way. No, no, no. Mr. Xiao, how can I take advantage of you? You really just need to give me the cost price. Du Hongqiang quickly waved his hands. He was just doing a favor, so how could he dare to take more money from Xiaoyang? Besides, the favor from the chairman of Tianyue Group is much more valuable than the extra 30 million. Du Hongqiang naturally knew how to settle this account. No, if you don't agree, I won't buy this car. Then you won't consider me a friend. Xiaoyang really likes this car, but if it means the other party will suffer a loss, he would rather not buy it. After hearing this, Du Hongqiang struggled for a few seconds, then nodded helplessly and said, Okay then. Let's do as Mr. Xiao says. 150 million is 150 million. After the price was agreed upon, Du Hongqiang immediately asked Duan Xian to handle the relevant formalities, and then took Xiaoyang to his private reception room. Mr. Xiao, please wait a moment. I have asked someone to bring the Lamborghini Veneno down from the 5th floor. Xiao Duan will be able to handle the formalities for you soon. After Du Hongqiang poured a cup of tea for Xiaoyang, he said meaningfully, Mr. Xiao, starting today, I will arrange for Xiao Duan to be your personal sales consultant. If you have any requests in the future, you can tell Xiao Duan and I will ask her to satisfy you. Xiaoyang saw other meanings in the other person's eyes and quickly shook his head. Boss Du, let's forget about this matter. Don't get me wrong, I have no other intentions towards Duan Shen, I just felt that she was very tired to take me to see the car today, so I wanted to give the performance to her. Chapter 7 Hanlong Hotel. Mr. Xiao, I understand everything. I will definitely not misunderstand you. If you need anything in the future, just contact Xiao Duan. Du Hongqiang said this, but his eyes showed an expression that said, I understand, you don't need to explain. Hey! What's with that look in your eyes? What I said is true, why don't you believe it? How could I possibly do something like that? I am a serious person. Xiaoyang smiled helplessly. It was useless to explain himself in this situation. He could only silently protest in his heart. Then the two of them chatted while drinking tea. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the living room door. Come in. Du Hongqiang said towards the door. Duan Xian opened the door and came to the two of them with the process documents. Boss Du, I have already handled all the formalities for CEO Xiao as you requested. The Lamborghini Veneno has also been transported to the lobby on the 1st floor. After inspection, no damage was caused during the transportation process. Her eyes were filled with excitement. She had never expected that her first transaction would be worth 150 million yuan. She had never dared to think about it before. Xiao Duan. From now on, I will arrange for you to be Mr. Zhao's personal sales consultant. You must meet any of Mr. Zhao's requirements. Do you understand? Du Hongqiang looked at Duan Xian seriously, his attitude refusing to be refused. Any requests? If it is a request in that regard, should you agree to it? Duan Xian was stunned for a moment, and a blush unconsciously appeared on her face. She remembered what a colleague had told her before, that once you meet a big client, you must find a way to maintain the relationship, even if it means making some sacrifices. Did you understand? Du Hongqiang asked again and sighed helplessly in his heart. The newcomers will definitely not be used to it for a while, but they will adapt slowly. Duan Xian came back to her senses, having already made up her mind, and nodded quickly. Please rest assured, Mr. Du, I will do as you say, meet any requirements of Mr. Xiao, and be Mr. Zhao's personal sales consultant. She knew very well that not everyone could come across such an opportunity, so she had to seize it. Besides, Director Xiao is so handsome and rich, even if something happens, it seems that I won't suffer much. Xiaoyang smiled helplessly, but did not explain anything. It was hard to explain anyway, so he was too lazy to explain. Boss Du, since the formalities have been completed, I should leave now. Du Hongqiang naturally didn't want to keep Xiaoyang, so he quickly took Xiaoyang to the 1st floor lobby. Xiaoyang generously spent 150 million yuan directly, and Du Hongqiang handed over the car keys. Boss Xiao, this car will belong to you from now on. It's really a perfect match for a handsome man. I can only buy this car thanks to Mr. Du's sacrifice. Xiaoyang took the key and walked towards the Lamborghini Veneno, already impatient to drive the supercar on the road. At this time, there were already many people watching around the Lamborghini Veneno. A limited edition supercar of this level is bound to attract attention once it appears. The security captain was leading his men, standing between the Lamborghini Veneno and the crowd with a vigilant look on their faces, not allowing anyone the chance to touch it. Of course, he also wanted to take this opportunity to make amends and keep his position as security captain. Seeing Xiao Yang and Du Hongxiang coming, the security captain immediately ordered the crowd to disperse and ran up to the two of them. Report to Director Xiao. Report to President Du. Under our protection, no one has touched this car. Du Hongxiang naturally knew what this guy was thinking, but he didn't say it out loud. He nodded with satisfaction. Well done, keep it up. When Xiao Yang walked to the Lamborghini Veneno, Zhao Hong suddenly ran in front of him. Xiao Yang. I know I was wrong. For Jingjing's sake, please don't bother with me. I will tell Jingjing to take the initiative to get back together with you, and I will also let her listen to you in the future. You two have been together for more than 3 years, and you really don't have to break up because of a conflict. Zhao Hong couldn't get through to Li Jing on the phone and had no idea what had happened between the two of them. She just thought it was just a conflict between the young couple. Is it just a conflict? He. Xiao Yang didn't want to pay any attention to Zhao Hong and got into the Lamborghini Veneno. With a deafening roar, the Lamborghini Veneno slowly drove out of the sales hall. Leaving behind him were people with faces full of shock and envy, and Zhao Hong, who was sitting on the ground with a look of regret on his face. The host buys a supercar, slaps cousin Li Jing in the face, and is rewarded with 100% equity of Hanlong Hotel. Hanlong Hotel? Isn't that the largest 5-star hotel in Jianyun City? Xiao Yang was somewhat surprised, but he quickly returned to normal. The system can even acquire Tianyue Group, so what is a 5-star hotel? Well, it seems that we don't need to buy a house. Xiao Yang gave up the idea of buying a house. He would live alone anyway, and staying in a 5-star hotel would be much more convenient than buying a house. It's not too late to buy a house when you really need it in the future. Jiangyun People's Hospital. It's all your fault, Vixen, that my son was beaten like this. Zhao Ji's mother, Sun Shui, slapped Li Jing in the face. She was originally traveling with her husband Zhao Guozhu, but suddenly received a call from the police station and rushed back immediately. She has already gone to the police station to find out about the situation and feels that this was caused by the vixen who seduced her son. Auntie, I'm sorry, I really didn't know this would happen. Li Jing covered her left cheek, which was red from being beaten, looking aggrieved. She has been taking good care of Zhao Ji here, and thought that she would get the approval of his parents, but she didn't expect this result. Don't call me auntie. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. I advise you not to have such wishful thinking. A vixen like you will never be able to step into our house. Sun Shui's eyes were full of sarcasm. Although their family was not a big family in Jianyun City, after years of accumulation, they also had assets worth hundreds of millions. Besides, as a mother, she knew very well what kind of person Zhao Ji was. She thought he was just playing around with this woman and couldn't take her seriously. How could such a woman be qualified to be the daughter-in-law of the Zhao family? At this time, Zhao Guozhu, who was standing aside, said with a sullen face. Okay, now is not the time to talk about this. Xiajie was beaten like this, we can't just let it go. Old Zhao. You must stand up for Xiajie. He is the only child in your Zhao family for 3 generations. What will you do if he gets hurt? Sun Shui was crying with a look of heartache on her face. At this moment, she just wanted to take revenge on the person who beat her son like this. Don't worry, I'll find someone to handle this matter. After Zhao Guozhu finished speaking, he looked at Li Jing, who was standing beside him, and continued. This is all because of you. You must stay here to take care of Xiajie. After Xiajie recovers, let him decide how to deal with you. Chapter 8. Xiao Yang is now the chairman of Tianyue Group. How could Li Jing dare to refuse? She covered her left cheek and nodded repeatedly, holding a glimmer of hope in her heart. She felt that if she took good care of Zhaoji, maybe after he recovered, he would acknowledge her as his girlfriend. Sun Shui walked to the bedside, looked at her son, whose face was covered with bandages, with only a pair of eyes showing, and said with a distressed look on her face. Don't worry, Xiaojie. Mom will make the person who hit you suffer a fate worse than death. Woo! 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 Zhaoji was unable to speak and could only respond to his mother in this way. You should rest well. We will let this woman stay here to serve you. After you are discharged from the hospital, she will be at your disposal. Sun Shui looked at Li Jing, who was standing aside, and warned. If you can't take good care of my son, I will sell you, a vixen, to Africa and let you experience what it's like to be black. Li Jing's eyes were suddenly filled with fear, and she nodded repeatedly to show that she understood. Okay, go back today. I'll take care of Xiejie here. You'll only be an eyesore if you stay here. If I don't see you tomorrow morning, you know the consequences. Sun Shui waved at Li Jing, then ignored her and continued to look at her son lying on the bed with a distressed look on her face. Li Jingru felt as if she had been pardoned and hurried towards the ward door. The next second, Sun Shui's voice sounded again behind her. If you dare to run away secretly, I will go straight to your family and let them know what a shameless daughter you gave birth to. Li Jing froze in place for a moment. After a few seconds, a miserable smile appeared on her face, and she left the ward with heavy steps. She had indeed thought about it just now. After returning, she would immediately pack her luggage and leave Jiangyun City to completely get rid of this matter. But Sun Shui's threat now made her give up the idea. It doesn't matter to her alone, but if her parents knew about this, they would definitely feel embarrassed and very disappointed. After leaving the hospital, Li Jing walked on the street in a daze, wondering what she should do. She suddenly thought of her cousin, and felt that her cousin had rich social experience and would definitely be able to help her find a solution. When she took out her cell phone, she found that it had been turned off because it was out of battery. Fortunately, her residence was not far from here, and she soon returned to the room she rented with Xiaoyang. Looking at the empty room at this moment, Li Jing's mind flashed back to every detail of her time with Xiaoyang, and her heart was filled with regret. If it weren't for what I did, I would definitely still be together with Xiaoyang now. Although life was a little tight, at least she had a man who loved her very much. At this moment, she truly felt that a simple life was the happiest. Li Jing couldn't help but feel a sore nose, tears instantly rolled down from the corners of her eyes, and she gradually began to sob. It was not until more than 10 minutes later that Li Jing remembered that the most important thing now was not to regret here, but to let her cousin find a solution for her. She quickly charged her phone, and after turning it back on, she received more than 40 call alerts, all from her cousin. Li Jing quickly called her cousin and the call was quickly connected. Jing, what did you do today? Why is your phone always turned off? Zhao Hang's voice was full of reproach. She had called her cousin more than 40 times today, but none of them went through. Cousin. Woo. Li Jing started crying as she spoke, wanting to vent her inner grievances. Jing, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying? Zhao Hong asked with concern, and then began to comfort her. Oh, isn't it just that you broke up with Xiaoyang? It's normal for couples to have conflicts. You've been together for so long, Xiaoyang must still be thinking about you. All you have to do is take the initiative to find him and make peace. Li Jing looked at the phone screen in disbelief. After confirming that it was indeed her cousin, she asked with doubt in her heart. How did you know? Xiaoyang told me today, and I tried to persuade him. By the way, do you know what Xiaoyang did today? Did you meet him today? Li Jing was full of surprise. The police had clearly said yesterday that Xiaoyang would be temporarily detained. How come her cousin would encounter him today? Yes. I called you so many times just to tell you to find Xiaoyang and make peace with him. You can't miss such a good man. What happened today? Haven't you always looked down on Xiaoyang? Although she didn't know how Xiaoyang got out, Li Jing was very surprised by her cousin's attitude. You don't know, Xiaoyang is so arrogant today that he spent 150 million to buy the supercar in our boss's collection. And what's more, Xiaoyang is now the chairman of Tianyue Group. Zhao Hong's tone became more and more excited as he spoke, and then he said, the more I look at Xiaoyang, the more I like him. I have decided on this cousin's husband. You can't let him get away. Li Jing said in disbelief. Cousin, are you mistaken? You know Xiaoyang's situation. How could he have so much money? It's even more impossible that he is the chairman of Tianyue Group. I didn't believe it at first. But I saw it with my own eyes, and our boss said he was the chairman of Tianyue Group. He couldn't be wrong. Li Jing knew that her cousin would not play such a joke on her, and she froze there for a moment. She didn't know what to say about Xiaoyang's change. Jing, go find Xiaoyang and make peace with him now. Who knows, you might become the wife of the chairman of Tianyue Group in the future, and all our relatives will benefit from it. Zhao Hong began to urge him, and her mind had already begun to imagine her wonderful life in the future. Li Jing came back to her senses and said to the phone with lifeless eyes. Cousin, Xiao Yang, and I can't go back. How could this happen? I've already told you that it's normal for couples to have conflicts. How could you not be able to go back? You need to be more proactive. Li Jing could only tell what happened yesterday and what happened in the hospital today. The other end of the line fell silent for an instant, and it took nearly a minute before Zhao Hong's voice came. How could you be so confused? How could Xiao Yang forgive you for doing something like this? There was anger and unwillingness in Zhao Hong's tone. After this happened, Xiao Yang and his cousin would definitely have no chance of reconciliation, and her dream would be shattered. Cousin, didn't you tell me to find a rich man? I was with Zhaoji because I listened to you. The other end of the phone fell silent again. Cousin, can you help me think of a solution and tell me what to do now? Li Jing has regarded her cousin as her last hope, thinking that she will definitely be able to help her find a solution. Jing. I'm a little busy right now, I'll hang up first. Beep, beep. Li Jing stared at the screen of her mobile phone in a daze, and the last hope in her heart was shattered. Chapter 9, Handsome Boy, Can We Be Friends? Hanlong Hotel. Located in the commercial center of Jiangyun City. It is the 5-star hotel with the largest area and the most complete facilities in Jiangyun City. Xiao Yang drove the Lamborghini Veneno slowly into the Hanlong Hotel and stopped directly at the entrance of the lobby. In the hall, General Manager Zhou Xiong was organizing employees to welcome the new chairman. When Zhou Xiong saw someone parked his car at the entrance of the hall, he became displeased and immediately asked the security guard to drive them away. Today is the new chairman's first inspection, and someone actually dared to block the door. This is simply a lack of respect for Hanlong Hotel. The next second, the door of the Lamborghini Veneno slowly opened and Xiao Yang got out of the car. Zhou Xiong immediately stopped the security guard who was about to drive him away, and ran to Xiao Yang with excitement on his face. Hello, Mr. Xiao. I am Zhou Xiong, the general manager of Hanlong Hotel, and I am waiting for your arrival here. Zhou Xiong bowed 90 degrees, showing his utmost respect, just to leave a good impression on the new chairman, and at the same time he was full of amazement in his heart. The new chairman is so young, he looks only about 24 or 25 years old. If I hadn't seen the photos in advance, I wouldn't have believed it. Actually, you don't have to be like this. I'm an easygoing person and don't pay attention to these things. Xiao Yang felt somewhat helpless. He had clearly told them that there was no need for a welcome ceremony, but why didn't they listen? Zhou Xiong quickly straightened up and said respectfully, "This is what we should do, and it also reflects the sincerest welcome from all our staff to your arrival." Then he turned around and waved to the employees standing in 2 rows. All the employees bowed 90 degrees and said in unison, "Welcome Mr. Xiao to inspect the Hanlong Hotel. Welcome Mr. Xiao to inspect the Hanlong Hotel. Welcome Mr. Xiao to inspect the Hanlong Hotel." The guests walking in and out of the hotel lobby were instantly attracted by this scene, with expressions of surprise on their faces. The chairman of Hanlong Hotel is too young. Xiao Yang was not used to this situation for a while. He smiled helplessly and said to Zhou Xiong, "They are welcome now, just let them do what they are supposed to do." "Okay, Mr. Xiao." After Zhou Xiong asked the employees to leave, he took Xiao Yang to the chairman's office on the second top floor. After listening to Zhou Xiong's report on the situation of Hanlong Hotel, Xiao Yang nodded with satisfaction. "Mr. Zhou, I am very satisfied with your management of Hanlong Hotel. I will need your continued care in the future. This is what I should do. I am willing to devote myself to Mr. Xiao and the Hanlong Hotel until my death." Zhou Xiong originally thought that the new chairman would make things difficult for him, but unexpectedly he recognized him directly. He was very excited. "By the way, I will be staying here for a while, so I'd like to trouble you to arrange a room for me. Mr. Xiao, as the chairman, you have your own room, which is on the top floor." After Zhou Xiong finished speaking, he pointed upwards. Soon, the two took the elevator to the top floor. "Mr. Xiao, this room is equipped with a facial recognition system. After entering your facial information, only you can enter." After Zhou Xiong finished speaking, he immediately entered Xiao Yang's facial information. After Xiao Yang completed the facial verification, he heard a beep sound, and the security door in front of him opened automatically, revealing a room of nearly 500 square meters. "Director Xiao, this room was specially built for the chairman. It has all the necessary living facilities. It is not only equipped with a full set of living furniture, but also has a small living room, hot spring bath, steam room, sauna room and other facilities for you to use." In addition, we have arranged 3 professional life secretaries to work in shifts within 24 hours to ensure that you can be deployed at any time. Zhou Xiong followed Xiao Yang and introduced him seriously. I am very satisfied with this room. Xiao Yang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. When he could live in a place like this, there was absolutely no need for him to buy a house. Then I won't disturb your rest. If you have any instructions, just call me directly. Well, go and get busy first. After Zhou Xiong left, Xiao Yang walked around the room alone, and finally came to a floor-to-ceiling window in the southeast direction. Looking down at the entire commercial center, I can't help but feel proud. I will conquer the world. Plop! With a splash of water, Xiao Yang jumped into the swimming pool with a standard dive. After dinner, he thought he had nothing to do anyway, so he went to the hotel's indoor swimming pool. After swimming 2 rounds in a row, Xiao Yang lay down by the swimming pool to take a rest. At this time, a pair of white jade feet appeared in front of him. Xiao Yang looked up and first saw a pair of white and slender long legs, and then a pair of plump breasts wrapped in a swimsuit. This pair of plump breasts were like 2 towering mountains, completely blocking Xiao Yang's sight and preventing him from seeing the true face of their owner. Handsome boy, can we be friends? The woman bent down, and Xiao Yang could see her true face. It was a delicate oval face, with a pair of charming phoenix eyes under a pair of willow leaf eyebrows, and brown-red slightly curly hair hanging from the left side of the shoulder, looking very sexy and charming. Xiao Yang looked at the woman's charming almond-shaped eyes and was distracted for a moment. It's very rude of you to stare at others like that. The woman's charming voice made Xiao Yang's heart flutter, but he came back to his senses and couldn't help blushing. Oh my, you're still shy. That's so cute. The woman saw Xiao Yang blushing, and a hint of pride flashed in her eyes. Xiao Yang's expression quickly returned to normal. He glanced at the woman indifferently, then turned around and continued swimming. In his opinion, such a beautiful woman who actively strikes up a conversation must be a rose with thorns, so it's better to stay away from her. Humph. You were staring at me just now, but now you're pretending to be so cool. You're really hypocritical. The woman looked at Xiao Yang's back, her eyes revealing dissatisfaction, and then her eyes became charming again. But that's how I like you. You can't escape from my grasp. After saying that, he sat by the swimming pool, staring at Xiao Yang who was swimming, as if he was a fox locking on its target. Hey! Why did you leave? I don't even know your name. Seeing Xiao Yang leaving the swimming pool from the opposite side, the woman stood up and stomped her feet in anger. After Xiao Yang took a quick shower in the locker room, he changed into a bathrobe and headed towards the hall. As soon as he arrived at the lobby, he saw a receptionist covering the left side of her face and looking at the young man in front of her with a look of grievance. The young man pointed at the front desk with a look of dissatisfaction and scolded in the awkward Dragon Country dialect. Baka! I am the most distinguished customer of your hotel, and you can't even satisfy my request. Go find your boss and I will complain to you. Chapter 10. This is Dragon Country, not your Japanese country. Xiao Yang frowned. The front desk staff of Hanlong Hotel were all professionally trained, and such a thing would never happen under normal circumstances. He quickly came to the front desk and asked with a gloomy face. What's going on? Looking at the red slap marks on the receptionist's face and her aggrieved expression, Xiao Yang felt very dissatisfied. He didn't trust his employees to make customers angry for no reason. There must be a reason behind this. Seeing the boss coming, the front desk lady quickly said with a wronged look. Mr. Xiao, this Japanese guest just came to the front desk and said that he wanted our hotel to provide him with special services. I told him that we are a regular hotel and we don't have that kind of service. But he just wouldn't listen, saying that if we didn't have that kind of service, he would ask me to provide that service personally, and he also said he would give me a tip. Although I am a receptionist, I also have dignity. How could I do such a thing? So I asked him to be more respectful, and then he slapped me. After listening to this, Xiao Yang asked the receptionist with a gloomy face. Have you forgotten? The purpose of our Hanlong Hotel is customer first. We must meet the requirements of every customer. Hearing this, the front desk lady's eyes gradually became disappointed. She thought the boss would stand up for her, but she didn't expect him to say such words. Those who were watching from the sidelines secretly despised Xiao Yang in their hearts. They didn't expect that the boss of Hanlong Hotel would be such a person. In this situation, not only did the company not stand up for its employees, but it also asked them to meet the customer's demands. This is really too much. What's more, the customer was a little jerk, which made them plan to leave Hanlong Hotel immediately and think that they would never stay here again. Yo! You're a great boss, really great. Bang! Before Xiao Baga could finish his words, Xiao Yang slapped him hard on the right cheek with his backhand. This customer clearly came here to get beaten up. Why didn't you ask security to satisfy his demands? This is a mistake on your part. Xiao Yang shook his right hand and said to the front desk with dissatisfaction. Damn it! Just a little bastard. How dare he act so presumptuous in my own territory? I really don't understand the situation. Xiao Yang felt that it was necessary for him to let the other party know why the flowers were so red. The lady at the front desk looked at this scene in surprise, her eyes gradually becoming excited. She was deeply moved and grateful by the boss's action. The onlookers who had just despised Xiao Yang in their hearts were now filled with surprise, and only then did they realize that they had misunderstood the owner of Hanlong Hotel. At the same time, he gave up the idea of leaving and wanted to stay here to see how Xiao Yang would deal with the little bastard. Bagayalu. Xiao Baga covered his burning right cheek and looked at Xiao Yang angrily. Bang! Xiao Yang slapped him again, hitting Xiao Baga's left cheek hard. Fuck your mother. This is Dragon Country, speak human language. Xiao Baga covered his beaten face with his hands and had an urge to go up and fight with Xiao Yang. But with his height of 1.7 meters, he can only look up to Xiao Yang, who was 1.83 meters tall, so how could he dare to take any action? This is simply impossible to beat. Do you know where this is? Xiao Yang looked down at Xiao Baga with a gloomy face. However, Xiao Baga just looked at Xiao Yang angrily without answering or nodding or shaking his head. Seeing the other party's attitude, Xiao Yang felt very unhappy and raised his hand to slap him again, but he suddenly stopped at the moment of swinging. Take your hands off me. The main thing was that the little bastard had his face covered with his hands, making it impossible for him to start. Little Baka immediately shook his head, knowing very well that if he took his hand away, he would be slapped again by the other party. Oh! Xiao Yang sneered at Xiao Baga. Don't think I can do nothing to you like this. Then he looked at the security guards who were watching nearby and said with dissatisfaction. You guys, stop just watching the fun and take this guy's hands away. When the security guards heard the order, their faces suddenly became serious. They quickly came to Xiao Baga, pulled his hands apart, and forcibly controlled him. Xiao Yang nodded with satisfaction and asked Xiao Baga. Do you know where this is? Bakayalu, do you know that I? Bang! Before he could finish his words, Xiao Yang slapped Xiao Baga on the right cheek again. I don't care who you are, just answer my question quickly, do you know where this is? Little Baka's face was full of anger, but he also knew that he would only be beaten if he continued like this, so he quickly nodded to show that he understood. Bang! Just after nodding, he was slapped on the left cheek again. Speak to me, you just nod. How can I know whether you know it or not? Xiao Yang was secretly happy. He didn't believe that he couldn't deal with this guy. He was determined to make him obedient today. This is a hotel. Bang! Another slap. It seems you don't know. The little bastard felt very bitter. This was obviously a hotel and his answer was correct, so why did he get slapped again? I'll ask you one last time, do you know where this is? Xiao Baga looked at Xiao Yan with a confused look on his face. He nodded first, then immediately shook his head, not knowing how to answer for a moment. Bang! After Xiao Yang slapped the other person on the left cheek, he said with a gloomy face. I'm telling you, this is Dragon Country, not your Japanese country. Do you understand? Little Baga nodded quickly to show that he understood, thinking to himself that now that he knew, the other party should not continue to beat him, right? Next question, do you know why I hit you? Little Baga nodded immediately, secretly delighted in his heart. He knew how to answer this question. It seemed that he would not get beaten this time. Bang! But he still got slapped hard. I asked you to speak, not to nod. Xiao Yang suddenly felt that this guy might have been beaten stupid by him. He knew the truth but didn't say it out loud. It was obvious that he just wanted to be beaten. I know. I know. It's because I beat that woman. Xiao Baga said this in an anxious tone. Bang! Xiao Yang slapped Xiao Baga on the left cheek again and said with great dissatisfaction. You know, but you still don't apologize? I apologize. I apologize. I apologize now. Xiao Baga quickly turned to the receptionist and said anxiously. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Please forgive my disrespect just now. I am willing to compensate you. He knew very well that he could only compromise now. After all, this was Long Country, not Japan. If he didn't obey, he would only continue to be beaten. Chapter 11 Compensation of 100,000 Dragon Country Currency. Seeing his attitude, Xiao Yang nodded with satisfaction. Since you are willing to compensate, then tell me how much you are willing to pay. If I think it is appropriate, let's forget about this matter tonight. This made Xiao Baga feel awkward. After thinking for a moment, he asked cautiously. How about I pay you 10,000 Dragon Country dollars? Bang! Just as he finished speaking, he was slapped hard on the right cheek again. Who do you think my employees are? You want to get rid of them with just 10,000 Dragon Country coins. It seems that you haven't clearly realized your mistake yet. After Xiao Yang finished speaking, he raised his right hand and prepared to slap again. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. I'll pay you whatever you say. The little bastard didn't want to be slapped again, so he could only wait and see what the other party meant. He thought that if he slapped the receptionist, the other party would definitely not ask for a high price. Well, let me think about it. Xiao Yang put down his raised right hand, and after a few seconds of silence, he said to Xiao Baga. I think you should just pay 100,000 Dragon Country currency as a token of your appreciation. Bakayalu. You are robbing me. I am going to sue you. Little Baka's eyes instantly became angry. He didn't expect that the other party would ask for such a huge amount from him. What does 100,000 Dragon Country currency mean? That's more than 2 million yen. Why don't you just go and rob it? Bang! The little bastard got slapped on the left cheek again. I'm not afraid of you suing me if I dare to do it. Even if you want to sue me, you have to pay the money tonight. Would Xiao Yang be afraid of Xiao Baga's threat? Obviously not. Don't you see where we are? How big a storm can a little bastard create? Then he raised his left hand, thinking that the hit was definitely not enough and needed a few more slaps. I'll pay. I'll pay. Seeing that he was about to be beaten again, Xiao Baga immediately chose to compromise. At this point he could only do as the other party wished. It would have been great if I had done this earlier. My hands are hurting from fighting. Xiao Yang shook his hands and continued. But don't worry, I won't ask you for medical expenses. You just need to pay the 100,000 yuan. Hearing this, Xiao Baga breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that the other party would ask him for medical expenses, and then he would be blackmailed again. Next, Xiao Baga cooperated very well and took the initiative to hand over his bank card and tell the password. Xiao Yang asked the receptionist to transfer the 100,000 yuan directly to the company's account, and then said to the receptionist, Tomorrow I will ask the finance department to transfer the 100,000 yuan to you from the company account. As for why they didn't directly use Xiao Baga's account to transfer the money to the front desk clerk, the reason was actually very simple. Xiao Yang wanted to protect the personal privacy of the receptionist and not let the little bastard know the receptionist's identity information to avoid being harassed by the little bastard in the future. The receptionist nodded gratefully. Mr. Xiao. Thank you so much for tonight. If it weren't for you, I don't know what I would do tonight. This is what I should do. As your boss, how can I stand by and watch you being bullied? I must stand up and seek justice for you. In Xiao Yang's opinion, his actions tonight undoubtedly gave all employees a reassurance, letting them know what kind of person their boss is. Excuse me, can I go back and rest now? Xiao Baga asked cautiously, thinking about getting through the night first. Tomorrow he would not only call the police but also go to the Japanese embassy to complain about the matter. The main reason was that he didn't dare to go now, for fear that people would know that he was going to call the police and complain, and then beat him up again. Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Baga thoughtfully for a few seconds, then shook his head. No. You have caused psychological trauma to all our employees tonight. If you continue to live here, they will definitely not be able to work with peace of mind. Good job. Not only did the other party extort 100,000 from me, but now he wants to kick me out. This is really too much. Although Xiao Baga was very angry, he immediately smiled and said after seeing Xiao Yang shaking his right hand. I understand. I'll move my stuff now. At this point, he could only leave here obediently. He could take the opportunity to call the police, believing that the police would definitely give him justice. You are our customer, how can we let you move your things by yourself? People will say that our Hanlong Hotel does not provide good service. Xiao Yan looked at the security guards standing nearby. You guys, go and move this gentleman's things down and escort him out of the hotel yourself. Remember, you must escort him out of the hotel gate. We must let him know the service attitude of our Hanlong Hotel. After receiving the instructions, several security guards immediately took the elevator to take Xiao Baga's things down, and very considerately escorted him out of the hotel. Bang bang bang. There was immediate warm applause at the scene, and everyone admired Xiao Yang's actions tonight. I just regret that I don't have the courage that others have, otherwise I would go up and slap the little bastard twice to satisfy my own satisfaction. The host teaches a lesson to a rogue customer, seeks justice for the employee, and is rewarded with physical enhancement. Enhance body functions? What is this? What's the use? Before Xiao Yang could ask the system, he suddenly felt a warm current flowing from his heart, and then gradually spread throughout his body, making him feel very comfortable. You were so handsome just now. I like you more and more, sister. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yang suddenly felt something as soft and cool as jelly on his face. Turning around, he saw the woman he had just met in the swimming pool, looking at him with eyes full of charm and admiration. Xiao Yang frowned. This woman was so bold. Not only did she say such words in front of so many people, she also dared to kiss him. Then he realized that the people around him were looking at him with strange eyes, which made him suddenly realize that something was wrong. The image that I had just established with great difficulty was completely ruined by this woman. Xiao Yang sighed helplessly in his heart. What is this? However, he just glared at the woman angrily and walked towards the elevator. In this situation, it was impossible for him to argue with a woman about this matter. It's got personality. I really like it. After the woman finished speaking, she turned and left, not caring at all about the looks from the people around her. Urban Police Station. After being kicked out of the Hanlong Hotel, Xiao Baga immediately took a taxi here with his luggage. Comrade police, I want to call the police. Not only was I beaten, but I was also blackmailed for 100,000 yuan. Little Baga walked into the police station hall with a look of grievance on his face. Seeing this scene, the police quickly stepped forward and asked, Sir, what's wrong with you? Not only was I beaten up, but I was also blackmailed for 100,000 yuan. As the little Baga spoke, he started to cry, as if he had really suffered a great injustice. Chapter 12 The Japanese Embassy Can't Scare Me. You are not from Dragon Country? The police could tell from Xiao Baga's awkward Chinese that the other party was a foreigner. Yes. Xiao Baga nodded quickly and continued. I am an international friend from Japan, and I came to Jiangyun City for tourism. I didn't expect to be beaten up by the owner of Hanlong Hotel and blackmailed for 100,000 yuan. Upon hearing this identity, the police frowned and his attitude instantly became cold. Tell me. Why did they hit you? Although I felt really disgusted with that little bastard, since he had come to my house to report the incident to the police, I still had to go through the necessary procedures. I just had a few words with their front desk, and the owner of Hanlong Hotel beat me up like this and extorted 100,000 yuan from me. As the little Baga spoke, he shook his face, wanting the police to see clearly how he was being beaten. Oh? Is that really all? The police expressed doubt about this statement. After all, Hanlong Hotel is a star enterprise in the hotel industry in Jiangyun City, and its service attitude is well known. It is very strange that such a situation occurred. Add to that this guy's identity as a bastard, and the credibility of what he said would be greatly reduced. It is hard to believe that such a thing would happen just for this reason. Really? I swear to the emperor. Xiao Baka nodded seriously and even brought up the Emperor of Japan to show that what he said was true. This is Dragon Country. Don't mention your so-called emperor to me. He has no credibility here. The policeman said in a very dissatisfied tone. Yes. I won't mention the emperor. I swear everything I said is true. Little Baga then remembered that even though he was in the police station, it was still Longwa's territory, so he quickly changed his words. I don't know if what you said is true. I need to call and ask about the situation first. The police did not believe Xiao Baga's one-sided statement and immediately called the Hanlong Hotel. A trace of panic flashed across Xiao Baga's eyes, but he soon calmed down. After all, he was indeed beaten tonight and was really extorted for 100,000 yuan. Even if the police knew the truth of the matter, he would always be in the right. 3 minutes later, the call was over and the police knew what happened tonight. This is Dragon Country's territory. How dare you do such a thing? And you dare to come here to file a complaint. Do you really think that our Dragon Country police are fools? The policeman pointed at the little baka with an angry look on his face. I was really beaten and extorted 100,000 yuan. I didn't lie. Xiao Baga once again emphasized his experience and stated that he was the victim. Humph. Don't you know why you were beaten? After the police finished speaking, they turned to the people around them and said, Hold this guy up. He dared to do such a thing in Longwa. He really doesn't take us police officers seriously. Hearing this, the people nearby immediately controlled the little Baga and gave him a pair of silver bracelets. What are you doing? I'm here to call the police. I'm the victim. You can't do this to me. Little Baga said angrily. He couldn't understand why he was treated like this. Bang! The police slapped him in the face and said gloomily, How dare you solicit prostitution at the Hanlong Hotel? The front desk said there was no such service, but you wanted them to provide you with that service. When they refused, you beat them up. Hanlong Hotel did not fabricate facts. It told the police the whole story and stated that it would ask the legal department to cooperate in resolving the matter. But in the police's view, as long as they can be sure that it was the little bastard who caused the trouble first, that is enough, and the rest can be completely ignored. I did beat someone up, but I was also beaten up and extorted for 100,000 yuan. I am also a victim. Little Baka explained anxiously. You deserve it. Let me tell you, this is Dragon Country's territory. We won't tolerate a Japanese like you running wild here. You will be punished by our Dragon Country's laws. The policeman said righteously. I'm going to complain to the Japanese embassy. You Dragon Country police are shielding criminals. I must expose your behavior. Little Baga has seen the situation clearly. He knows that the police are going to protect the owner of Hanlong Hotel, and he is very angry. Bang! The policeman slapped him again and said with a gloomy face. This is Long Country. The Japanese embassy can't scare me. And now you are committing an even greater crime by daring to slander our Long Country police. I will let you know the consequences of doing so. Then he said to the people beside him. I'll leave this guy to you. You must get all the documents signed by him, and his fingerprints must be on the table. Do you understand? Don't worry. We have plenty of ways to make this guy obedient. After another policeman finished speaking, several people with smirks on their faces took Xiao Baga to the interrogation room. Early morning. Xiao Yang was lying on the bed thinking about something, but the pair of charming phoenix eyes lingered in his mind. What a goblin! Thinking of what the woman did tonight, he sighed helplessly. Such a woman is really not to be messed with. Ding dong! The doorbell suddenly rang. Xiao Yan was a little confused. Who would come to see him so late at night? When he arrived at the door, he glanced at the surveillance screen on the door, his eyes full of surprise. The person outside turned out to be that woman, standing at the door in her pajamas. Due to the problem of surveillance angle, the woman's steep ravines are extremely obvious in the surveillance video. Xiao Yang thought it over again and decided not to pay attention to this woman, so he turned and walked towards the bedroom. Ding dong! Ding dong! Ding dong! But the woman kept ringing the doorbell, as if she would not give up until she saw Xiao Yang tonight. Xiao Yan was so annoyed that he went back to the door, opened it directly, and asked with a gloomy face. What on earth are you going to do? The woman ignored Xiao Yang's attitude, slipped into the room sideways, then turned around with a charming smile. It's all your fault. You've kept me awake all this time, so I had no choice but to come find you. We don't know each other. Xiao Yang couldn't understand why this woman had to pester him even though he had already acted very indifferent. Sister, my name is Su Miaoxue. Now you know me, so it's not like we don't know each other. The woman smiled indifferently, but there was a kind of charming beauty in her that made Xiao Yang's heart beat fast. It's late at night, and we are alone in the same room. Aren't you afraid that I will do something to you? Xiao Yang's tone was full of threats, and he looked at the woman with malicious intent, hoping that she would be scared and leave the room on her own accord. Chapter 13 You are playing with fire. Su Miaoxue smiled charmingly, walked slowly to Xiao Yang, and said in a teasing tone. Then I'll see if you dare. Then there was a seductive laugh. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Why do you have to keep pestering me? Xiao Yang felt like he was defeated. This woman didn't seem to be afraid of what would happen. Instead, she looked very expectant. If I say it was love at first sight, would you think I'm lying? Su Miaoxue stared into Xiao Yang's eyes and said seriously. How could Xiao Yang possibly believe such a reason? He immediately shook his head. What if that's the case? Would you believe it? Su Miaoxue's face gradually turned red. She slowly untied the belt of her nightgown and slowly took it off. Her curvaceous body was revealed in front of Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang didn't expect the other party to be so bold and take off all his clothes in front of him. But looking at the fair and smooth skin, the slender long legs, and the eye-catching breasts, Xiao Yang suddenly felt a heat in his body. My enemy, I'm in this state, are you still indifferent? Su Miaoxue kissed Xiao Yang's lips lightly, with a hint of resentment in her charming eyes. You are playing with fire. Xiao Yang was torn between his conscience and his desires. On one hand, he thought about killing the woman right there and then, but on the other hand, he thought that he should not mess with a woman like her. That depends on whether you dare to put out the fire. Ha ha. Grass. This is simply unbearable. Xiao Yang picked up Su Miaoxue and walked towards the bed, just wanting to make this woman pay for what she had done at the moment, and did not notice the hint of panic that flashed in Su Miaoxue's eyes. My enemy, please don't be so cowardly all of a sudden. Su Miaoxue's eyes were charming, revealing a hint of nervousness and anticipation. Xiao Yang did not answer, but directly expressed his attitude with practical actions. He put Su Miaoxue on the bed and pressed on her. After more than an hour of exciting fighting, Xiao Yang made his opponent fully aware of his strength and made him pay the price. But the dazzling red on the bed made him fall into deep thought. This guy is actually a virgin. Xiao Yang then remembered that he did seem to have encountered obstacles at the beginning, but he was so overwhelmed by desire at that time that he didn't care at all. He never expected that Su Miaoxue, who behaved so boldly, would experience the taste of a man for the first time tonight. This suddenly made him feel embarrassed. He had thought that such a woman would be an expert in the love field and he could just play with her casually and there was no need to take it seriously. But in this situation, the other party is very likely to rely on me, and I suddenly feel regretful. I should have resisted the temptation and should not have been impulsive. My enemy, I just gave you my virginity which I have kept for 30 years. You can't be irresponsible. Su Miaoxue looked at Xiao Yang with resentment. Good job. You really rely on me. Xiao Yang didn't know how to answer for a moment. Although the two of them had that kind of relationship, there was no emotional foundation between them, and it felt a bit like a forced sale. Etc. 30 years? Doesn't that mean this woman is already 30 years old? This is not visible at all. Xiao Yang couldn't help but feel surprised. This woman was in such good shape that she looked only 1 or 2 years older than him. My enemy, do you know that I struggled in the room for a long time and encouraged myself for a long time before I made up my mind to give myself to you? Do you really want to let me down? Or do you think I'm old, despise me in your heart, and don't want to be responsible for me? Su Miaoxue's eyes suddenly turned red and she looked at Xiao Yang with a wronged expression. What is this? I am obviously a victim too. Why do I feel like it's all my fault? Xiao Yang felt aggrieved, but looking at Su Miaoxue's aggrieved expression, he could only sigh helplessly. Okay, I didn't say I wasn't responsible. In his opinion, taking responsibility was not a big deal, and the woman was so beautiful that it seemed nice to keep her by his side. My enemy, you are so kind. I really didn't make a mistake in choosing you. Su Miaoxue suddenly became as happy as a child. She quickly stood up and kissed Xiao Yang on the cheek. Hiss. It hurts. A tearing pain made Su Miaoxue's face look a little painful. She then remembered that it was her first time experiencing that kind of thing and she was not used to it for a while. Seeing her like this, Xiao Yang's mouth corners unconsciously rose slightly. He didn't expect that this woman had such a lovely side. Okay, just lie down first. You shouldn't feel so bad when you wake up tomorrow. After Xiao Yang helped Su Miaoxue lie down slowly, he said with a little curiosity. You haven't told me about your situation yet. He has taken someone's virginity and still said he would be responsible for her. At least he should know the girl's situation, otherwise it would be hard to justify him. You didn't even tell me your name, why should I tell you this? Su Miaoxue pursed her lips, looking unhappy. In fact, she went to ask the front desk, but the front desk didn't know the boss's real name, only that the boss's surname was Xiao. Now she has given herself up, But she doesn't even know the other person's name, which makes her feel very insecure. My name is Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang smiled helplessly. He didn't expect that this woman was so stingy. She was no longer as unrestrained as before. Let me introduce myself to you again. My name is Su Miaoxue, and I'll be your girlfriend from now on. Su Miaoxue showed a playful smile on her face and continued. I'm not from here. My family is from Beijing. My family runs a marine transportation company. This time I came to Jianyun City for a tour. Wow! I didn't expect you to be a rich second generation. Xiao Yang really didn't expect such a background. Being able to open a maritime transportation company in Beijing is not something that ordinary people can do. It seems that the other party is really offering himself because of his handsome appearance, and it is not for money at all. It really was love at first sight. How about it? Do you want me to support you? Su Miaoxue blinked her beautiful almond-shaped eyes and looked at Xiao Yang with a playful face. Forget it. I don't like to be a freeloader. Xiao Yang shook his head. Not to mention his current status and assets, even if he was penniless, it was impossible for him to find a rich woman to lie down with. Wow! My dear, you sounded so manly when you said that. I really like you. Su Miaoxue's eyes were full of admiration, as if she was a little girl seeing her favorite idol. Xiao Yang smiled helplessly. This is really domineering and sweet. By the way, how long do you plan to stay in Jianyun City? Well, I was planning to leave in 2 days, but after meeting your enemy, I don't want to leave anymore. Chapter 14. I'm going to support my enemy today. The next day at noon. My friend, what do you think of me wearing this outfit? Su Miaoxue was wearing a black dress, the hem of which just covered her knees, revealing a pair of white and slender calves, perfectly highlighting her 1.7-meter height advantage and graceful figure. This dress looks great too. You look good in anything. Let's just go out and stop worrying about it. Xiao Yang felt very helpless. She had already changed 8 sets of clothes. Why was it so troublesome for a woman to go out? Also, why do I need to buy clothes when I have so many of them? How does this look like not enough clothes? Since Su Miaoxue said she wanted to stay in Jianyun City to accompany Xiao Yang, the clothes she brought with her were not enough, so she wanted to buy some new ones. Therefore, Xiao Yang gave up the idea of going to Tianyue Group today and chose to accompany Su Miaoxue to buy some clothes first. But it has been more than 2 hours, and Su Miaoxue is still in the room choosing clothes to wear when going out. Moreover, with Su Miaoxue's conditions, no matter what she wears out, it will be a perfect outfit and she will definitely attract a lot of attention on the street. This is the first time you go shopping with me. I must dress up beautifully and make all the men on the street envy you for having such a beautiful girlfriend. Su Miaoxue didn't care and went back to the cloakroom to choose clothes. This time, Su Miaoxue chose a white t-shirt, paired with light blue 9-point overalls and a pair of white casual shoes. She didn't look like she was 30 years old at all, and looked very youthful and beautiful. This set is great, she looks like she's only 18 years old. Xiao Yang nodded and commented with appreciation, just wanting the other party to confirm it quickly, otherwise he would probably have to choose for another 2 hours. Really? Then I'll wear this one. At Su Miaoxue's age, she may not feel anything when people compliment her on her good looks, but once she says the word 18 years old, it is more effective than complimenting her on her beauty. What's more, these words came from the mouth of my lover. Xiao Yang nodded sincerely, thinking that he could go out. But Su Miaoxue was still struggling with what kind of jewelry to wear and what kind of makeup to put on. In this regard, Xiao Yang did not choose to continue waiting. He directly picked up Su Miaoxue and walked towards the door. We choose to go out without makeup today. In his opinion, Su Miaoxue was naturally beautiful, and worrying about this and that was a complete waste of time and totally unnecessary. After struggling for a few times, Su Miaoxue lay quietly in Xiao Yang's arms with a happy smile on her face. When the two arrived at the entrance of the hall, they noticed that there was a sign at the door that read, "Japanese and dogs are not allowed to enter." Xiao Yang nodded with satisfaction. The rectification was done quite quickly. Then he took Su Miaoxue towards the parking lot. After the two got into the Lamborghini Veneno, with a roar of the engine, the Lamborghini Veneno slowly drove out of the hotel. Su Miaoxue looked at the interior curiously for a while, then asked Xiao Yang, "My goodness, how did you buy this car? I heard that this car is in short supply." "A friend got it, and I bought it because I liked it," Xiao Yang said while driving. "Are you really just the boss of Hanlong Hotel?" Su Miaoxue is a rich second generation after all, and lives in a place like Beijing. She is very clear about the value of this car. It is not only a symbol of financial strength, but also a symbol of status. It is somewhat unreasonable that he can buy such a collectible supercar and drive it on the road just by being the owner of Hanlong Hotel. Xiao Yang did not answer, but a barely perceptible amusement appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he continued to drive seriously. Su Miaoxue did not continue to ask, knowing that the other party would naturally tell her when he wanted to, and continuing to ask would make her seem immature. Junhong Commercial City. After Xiao Yang parked the car, Su Miaoxue took him to the men's clothing area on the third floor. "Aren't you here to buy you some clothes? Why are you here?" Xiao Yang was a little confused. Su Miaoxue was buying women's clothing, so why was she going to the men's clothing area? "Of course I'm buying you clothes. What else can I do?" Su Miaoxue gave Xiao Yang a dissatisfied look. She had noticed that the clothes Xiao Yang was wearing only cost a little over 100 yuan in total, and she thought that Xiao Yang was very frugal in terms of clothing. "Therefore, I plan to buy some handsome clothes for Xiao Yang today, as the first gift I give to Xiao Yang." Xiao Yang then remembered that he had wanted to buy clothes yesterday, but he forgot about it after going to the Hanlong Hotel, and he was still wearing the clothes worth more than 100 yuan. Su Miaoxue took Xiao Yang into the Zegna men's clothing store and started shopping accompanied by the store clerk. "My dear, I think this dress suits you very well. You will look very handsome in it. And this one seems to be suitable too." After Su Miaoxue finished speaking, she picked up a few more pieces and asked Xiao Yang to try them first. Xiao Yang smiled helplessly and could only take the clothes into the fitting room and try them on one by one. Every time she came out of the fitting room, she would receive a big praise from Su Miaoxue. Xiao Yang already has a handsome appearance and a tall and slender figure, and with the help of these clothes, his temperament instantly elevated to a higher level. "Ma'am, those clothes are all new styles that have just been added to our store, and they were designed by our Menegildo Zegna design director himself. Your husband looks so handsome in them, it's as if they were tailor-made for him." When the clerk saw that Su Miaoxue was wearing the latest model of Chanel this year, he knew that she was not short of money and quickly agreed. "Kindness." Su Miaoxue looked at Xiao Yang for a few seconds and said with satisfaction, "Wrap up the ones you just tried on." After saying that, he looked at the other clothes and pointed at a few of them. "Pack that one, and those two together." The clerk quickly followed Su Miaoxue's instructions, fearing that the customer would change his mind the next second. Although Xiao Yang felt that he bought a bit too much, when he saw Su Miaoxue's excited look, he simply didn't say anything. After all, it was not like he couldn't afford it. The clerk quickly packed all the clothes and took the two to the front desk. Before Xiao Yang took out his bank card, Su Miaoxue immediately took the lead and handed her bank card to the clerk. "Swipe my card, I'm going to support my enemy today." Xiao Yang sighed helplessly in his heart. It seemed that he would have to experience the feeling of being kept today. What am I seeing? Xiao Yang is actually a gigolo. Could it be that I recognized the wrong person? An inopportune voice sounded. Xiao Yang turned his head and frowned immediately. How could he meet this guy? Chapter 15. You should check the almanac before going out. I saw a man about 1.68 meters tall and weighing about 200 kilograms walking towards me, hugging a woman who was half a head taller than him. The man's name is Luo Chunjun. His original name was Zhu Dali. He is 1 year older than Xiao Yang and is now 25 years old. Strictly speaking, the two are childhood friends, having both grown up in an orphanage. However, when Luo Chunjun was 18 years old, his biological father found him and he left the orphanage. His name was also changed from Zhu Dali to Luo Chunjun. In Xiao Yang's opinion, this guy is a typical lucky guy. His biological father runs a hotel supplies trading company and has a net worth of more than 50 million. As a result, Luo Chunjun transformed from an orphan into a rich second generation with a net worth of more than 50 million. From that time on, this guy seemed like a different person. Whenever he met Xiao Yang and other children from the orphanage, he would pretend to be superior. He always pretends to be cool, talking about how he is doing at home, what car he drives today, what big meal he has eaten, and how many girlfriends he has changed. Luo Chunjun walked up to Xiao Yang with an apologetic look on his face. "I'm sorry. I really didn't mean it. It's just that I was really surprised to encounter such a situation." He said sorry, but there was a mocking look in his eyes. "I didn't expect to meet someone like you. I should have checked the almanac today." Xiao Yang refused to give in to his words, and anger gradually appeared in his eyes. If it were someone else, Xiao Yang might have just laughed it off and not cared at all, but this guy was different. He had completely hurt Grandma Lu's heart. Last winter, Grandma Lu borrowed 5,000 yuan from this guy in order to buy new bedding for her children, and she said she would definitely pay it back. I thought that this guy would help me out of gratitude for raising me, but I didn't expect him to say that the children in the orphanage were born to be insignificant and there was no need to buy them new beddings. As long as they were not frozen to death, it would be fine. $5,000. For Luo Chenjun, even one meal of wine might not be enough. You don't have to lend it, but you shouldn't say such hurtful words. Besides, the person you hurt is not someone else, but Grandma Lu who raised him. After Xiao Yang learned about this, he immediately sent 5,000 yuan back to the orphanage and handed it to Grandma Lu personally. He remembered that Grandma Lu started crying while smiling, and he could never forget the disappointment and sadness in her eyes. You are an orphan, born with a lowly life, and you still do such a lowly thing as being a gigolo. Have you forgotten what Grandma Lu taught us to be down to earth? Luo Chuanjuan's face gradually became ugly. He didn't expect that Xiao Yang would dare to talk back. You have no right to mention Grandma. Xiao Yang was really angry. This guy hurt Grandma Lu's heart, and now he was shamelessly mentioning Grandma Lu to him. Just when he was about to go up and beat this guy up, he was stopped by Su Miaoxue who was standing beside him. My dear, I seem to have seen this sister somewhere before, but I can't remember where. Su Miaoxue looked at the woman next to Luo Chenjun and began to reminisce. Xiao Yang looked at Su Miaoxue with a confused expression. He didn't know why the other party held him and said such words. Su Miaoxue did not reply, but just blinked at Xiao Yang with a cunning look in her eyes. Luo Chenjun proudly introduced the woman next to him. Let me introduce her to you. She is my fiancée Feng Xiaomei. We are in a legitimate relationship and are going to get married soon. The implication is obvious, which is to mock Xiao Yang for maintaining an improper relationship with Su Miaoxue in order to be a gigolo, and that he has no future at all. I remember now. Su Miaoxue looked excited and continued. I saw this woman at the Hanlong Hotel in the early morning the day before yesterday. I had just arrived and was checking in. It should have been around 2 a.m., and the man next to her was not this one. You're talking nonsense. Feng Xiaomei pointed at Su Miaoxue with an unpleasant expression. I was clearly sleeping with my dear at Shouyun Hotel in the early morning of the day before yesterday. How could I have gone to Hanlong Hotel? Then, he looked at Luo Chenjun with a wronged look. Honey, she just slandered me. She was clearly with you in the early hours of the day before yesterday. How could she go to the hotel with another man? Seeing Feng Xiaomei like this, Luo Chenjun felt so distressed that he quickly comforted her. It's okay. I believe you 100%. She just wants to sow discord between us. How could I possibly believe such words? After saying that, he immediately pointed at Su Miaoxue and said angrily. You stinky bitch who keeps a gigolo. Xiaomei and I are in love. She would never do anything to let me down. If you keep talking nonsense, I will tear your mouth to pieces. Luo Chenjun looked like he believed Feng Xiaomei, but he didn't notice the panic that flashed in her eyes. Su Miaoxue seemed to be startled. She quickly took Xiao Yang's hand, pressed against his arm, and said with a wronged look. My enemy, everything I said is true. I can't possibly remember it wrong. Xiao Yang pulled out the hand that Su Miaoxue was holding, put his arm around Su Miaoxue's shoulders, and said lovingly. I believe you. I'll have someone check the surveillance footage from the front desk the day before yesterday morning. It will definitely prove that what you said is true. At this moment, he already understood what Su Miaoxue meant and what the other party wanted to do, so he began to cooperate. Compared to beating Luo Chenjun up in public, it would be more humiliating for him to just let him know that he's been cheated on. What's more, this woman is Luo Chuanjuan's fiancée, which is simply murderous. My enemy, I knew you were the best. After Su Miaoxue finished speaking, she immediately gave Xiao Yang a light kiss on the cheek. Seeing this scene, Luo Chenjun felt envious. He couldn't understand why Xiao Yang was so lucky to find such a beautiful girl even though he was a gigolo. After thinking about what Xiao Yang had just said, he immediately said with a mocking look on his face. I just heard you say you want to adjust the surveillance at the front desk of Hanlong Hotel. Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Who do you think you are? The general manager or chairman of Hanlong Hotel? You really got it right. I am now the chairman of the board of directors of Hanlong Hotel. Xiao Yang didn't intend to pretend anymore and directly revealed his identity. Ha ha ha. That really made me laugh to death. Can you please think before you brag? Luo Chunjun laughed so hard that he fell backwards, as if he had heard the funniest joke of the century. Let me tell you, my family is the only supplier of hotel supplies for Hanlong Hotel. I have seen Mr. Yang, the chairman of Hanlong Hotel, with my own eyes. Chapter 16 Man-Made Things. After hearing this, Xiao Yang's eyes flashed with surprise. He didn't expect there would be such a thing. Then, an imperceptible amusement appeared at the corner of his mouth. Originally, he wanted to humiliate this guy first, and then use Tianyue Group to ban Luo Chuanjuan's company in Jianyun City. Now it seems that it is completely unnecessary. Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? The identity of chairman of Hanlong Hotel is completely sufficient. Hanlong Hotel is the chairman company of Jianyun City Hotel Association and has a lot of say in the hotel industry. It is very easy for it to ban a hotel supplies supplier. Luo Chunjun seemed to have thought of something and continued to taunt. You didn't suddenly find a rich father like me, and this father happens to be Mr. Yang of Hanlong Hotel, right? Xiao Yang ignored this guy and took out his cell phone to call Zhou Xiong and turned on the speakerphone. Mr. Xiao, what can I do for you? What's the name of the company that has been supplying us with hotel supplies? It's called Mingchuan Hotel Supplies Trading Company. From now on, stop all cooperation with this company. Tell all hotels in Jianyun City that I want to ban this company. Anyone who dares to continue to cooperate will bear the consequences. Xiao Yang is not afraid that other hotels will be disobedient. He has plenty of ways to deal with those disobedient hotels anyway. This is the strength. Okay, I'll do it right away. Do you have any other instructions? By the way, please get me the surveillance video from the front desk between 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. the day before yesterday. It might be useful to me. Okay, I'll send it to you as soon as I get it. After Xiao Yang hung up the phone, he looked at Luo Chunjun in front of him coldly. Today, he would not only humiliate this guy, but also make him lose everything he was proud of. After seeing this scene and hearing the conversation just now, Luo Chunjun began to feel suspicious. The aura that Xiao Yang displayed when he said those words just now didn't seem to be fake, and the person on the other end of the phone did mention the name of his company. This made him start to believe what Xiao Yang said, but when he thought about it carefully, he felt that it was not right because it was simply impossible. After all, 4 nights ago, he met Xiao Yang delivering a takeaway on his way home and laughed at him. Only a few days had passed. How could Xiao Yang suddenly become the chairman of Hanlong Hotel? Ding ling ling. Luo Chunjun was startled by the sound of a bell. I took a look and saw that it was my father Luo Xinfu calling. I suddenly had a bad feeling, but I still picked up the phone. Dad, what's the matter? Luo Chuanjuan's voice suddenly became a little guilty. There was silence for a few seconds on the other end of the phone, and then Luo Xinfu's gloomy voice came. What did you do today? The main thing was that Luo Chunjun, who usually spoke to his father in a carefree manner, suddenly sounded a little guilty, which made Luo Xinfu feel something was wrong. Nothing. I just brought Xiaomei to the mall. Luo Chunjun tried his best to sound confident, but he could not hide the truth from his father who had a lot of experience in the business world. You loser. Tell me the truth, what the hell did you do today? Even Xiao Yang who was standing by could hear Luo Xinfu's angry roar. Dad. What happened to you today? Luo Chunjun had already guessed the reason, but he still pretended not to know. Who the hell did you offend? Do you know that the new chairman of Hanlong Hotel, Mr. Xiao, has just issued an order to ban our family? We can't survive in Jianyun City anymore. New chairman. Mr. Xiao. Xiao Yang. Luo Chunjun only felt a boom in his head, and he froze in place for a moment. He simply could not accept Xiao Yang's current change of identity. You loser, tell me where you are and I'll come over and beat you to death right now. Luo Xinfu's angry roar was heard again on the phone. I'm at the Zegna store on the 3rd floor of Junhong Commercial City. Luo Chunjun said it almost subconsciously. Beep, beep. Then Luo Xinfu hung up the phone, apparently rushing here in a hurry. Luo Chunjun looked at Xiao Yang in disbelief. Thinking of what he had just said to the other party, panic gradually appeared in his eyes. DD. Xiao Yang's phone prompted that there was a new message. Seeing that it was sent by Zhou Xiong, I clicked it immediately and then saw a video file. Su Miaoxue came over, clicked on the video file with her jade white index finger, and began to watch it carefully. Luo Chunjun looked at Xiao Yang with complicated eyes, not knowing what to do for a moment. He wanted to apologize but couldn't say it. He could only wait for his father to come and see how his father would solve the problem. I saw it. I saw it. I said I was not mistaken. After watching the surveillance video for only 10 minutes, Su Miaoxue suddenly pointed at the screen of her mobile phone and said excitedly. Feng Xiaomei's appearance is clear in the video. She is holding the arm of a young man who looks to be about 27 or 28 years old. The two of them behave very intimately. Xiao Yang really admired Su Miaoxue's memory. She could even remember the people she met by chance in the early morning of the day before yesterday. However, it was precisely this kind of memory that allowed Xiao Yang to expose Feng Xiaomei in public today and let Luo Chenjun know the fact that his fiancée had cheated on him. Only then can you kill people and destroy their hearts. With a playful look on his face, Xiao Yang came to Luo Chenjun with his mobile phone and deliberately enlarged the appearance of Feng Xiaomei and the young man in the video. It seems like you've really been cheated on. If you still don't believe me, I can get you the check-in information. We know each other for a while, so I'll definitely help you with this. Luo Chenjun watched the video of Feng Xiaomei being intimate with the young man, and anger gradually appeared in his eyes. There is no need for any check-in information, the scenes in the video say it all. What else can these two people do in a hotel like this except getting a room? Dear, listen to my explanation, it's not what you think. Feng Xiaomei was still trying to defend herself, but it was all in vain. Bang! Luo Chenjun slapped Feng Xiaomei on the face. What else could it be? Fuck you! How dare you do this while I was asleep? He never expected that Feng Xiaomei would secretly run to the Hanlong Hotel to have an affair with another man while he was sleeping. She returned to his side before he woke up, and there was no trace of any flaws at all. If Xiao Yang hadn't exposed her, he would still be kept in the dark. Wow! Look, my dear, this woman's chin is crooked. Su Miaoxue looked at Feng Xiaomei's dislocated chin with surprise. Xiao Yang then noticed that Luo Chenjun not only found a green tea, but also a man-made one. Chapter 17, A Message from the Future. Didn't you fucking tell me you were a natural? Luo Chenjun looked at Feng Xiaomei with anger. Obviously he had just found out that she had had plastic surgery. Yes. I did have plastic surgery, but so what? I don't even dislike you, a fat pig, but you actually dislike me for having had plastic surgery. Feng Xiaomei covered her left cheek and looked at Luo Chenjun angrily. She had just witnessed what had happened and knew that Luo Chenjun's family was doomed, so she simply stopped pretending. How dare you say that? Luo Chenjun pointed at Feng Xiaomei, his eyes full of anger. He thought he had met true love, but she turned out to be an artificial green tea. What am I afraid to say? It's okay that you're ugly, but you're not good enough in that aspect. Otherwise, how could I possibly find another man? I told you not to talk nonsense. Luo Chenjun punched Feng Xiaomei on the nose, causing her nose to dislocate instantly and she fell to the ground. I'm going to fight you. Feng Xiaomei instantly turned into a shrew, stood up and pounced on Luo Chenjun, and the two immediately started fighting. Xiao Yang felt that it was about time, and then said to Su Miaoxue, "Let's go. Now that the goal has been achieved, there is no need to continue wasting time here. My enemy, how about we watch it again?" Su Miaoxue looked as if she was still not satisfied, and it was obvious that she didn't want to miss such a wonderful moment. Xiao Yang smiled helplessly. He didn't expect that the other party would like to watch this kind of scene. He was really a spectator. What's so good about this? We're here to buy things, so let's not waste our time here. Right. We can't waste our time because of these two. Su Miaoxue nodded sensibly and handed the bank card to the stunt clerk. Please help us with the check. Ah. Okay. Wait a minute. The clerk came to his senses, quickly took the bank card, and quickly settled the bill, handing the receipt and bank card to Su Miaoxue. Your total purchase amount is 148,560 renminbi. Please keep the receipt. If you encounter any quality problems, you can bring the receipt to our store for after-sales service. Xiao Yang was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect to spend more than 140,000 yuan on just 10 pieces of clothing. In the past, he would always feel troubled when buying clothes worth only a few dozen yuan. It seems that you haven't adapted to the life of rich people yet. At this time, Su Miaoxue said to the clerk, "Please help us deliver the stuff to Hanlong Hotel." The main reason is that the two of them have a lot of things to buy today, and Xiao Yang's supercar definitely can't fit them all. It would be too troublesome to call the driver over, and they can't let him follow behind and carry the bags. Besides, she spent more than 140,000 yuan, so it's not too much to ask someone to deliver the goods to her door. She should do whatever is most convenient. Okay. I'll arrange this later. The clerk didn't say anything and agreed readily. It was normal to give such customers some special treatment. The two men walked straight out of the Zegna store without paying any more attention to the two people who were fighting. The host kills people and breaks their hearts, teaches ungrateful people a lesson, and rewards them with a message about the future. Future information? Doesn't this mean that the system has the ability to predict the future? This is so awesome. Xiao Yang's eyes were full of surprise, and he was very curious about what kind of message it would be. The Jianyun municipal government will discuss the transformation of the eastern suburbs into a new urban area in a month, and the Longhua government will approve this matter. Eastern suburbs? New town area? Damn it! My house is going to be demolished. Xiao Yang then realized that the Hongmei orphanage was located in a village on the eastern outskirts of Jianyun City. If we want to develop the east suburbs into a new urban area, it means that the entire east suburbs will face demolition, including the Hongmei orphanage. Xiao Yang knew very well what Hongmei orphanage meant to Grandma Lu. It was the only thought left by Grandma Lu's husband. If it were demolished, Grandma Lu would completely lose this thought. Not only that, it is also the only harbor and home for every child who grew up in Hongmei orphanage. Xiao Yang secretly made up his mind to keep Grandma Lu's only thought in the warm harbor that provided so many children. My friend, what are you daydreaming about? Su Miaoxua blinked her almond-shaped eyes and looked at Xiao Yang curiously, unable to understand why this guy suddenly stood there in a daze. Nothing, I just suddenly thought of something, let's go. Xiao Yang came back to his senses, found an excuse to get away with it, and continued to accompany Su Miaoxua on the walk. In his opinion, there is still time, and it will not be too late to arrange this matter when he goes to Tianyue Group tomorrow. The two continued shopping, and Su Miaoxua spent more than 1 million yuan to help Xiao Yang change everything from head to toe. Only when she felt there was nothing left to buy did she take Xiao Yang to the entrance of the Chanel store on the 4th floor. You just bought me so many things, let me buy you something next. Standing at the door of the Chanel store, Xiao Yang said with a smile. Are you feeling embarrassed about spending my money? Ha ha ha. Su Miaoxua looked at Xiao Yang with a smug look on her face, as if she had already guessed what the other person was thinking. Xiao Yang smiled awkwardly, but did not deny it. Instead, he said righteously. I can't let you pay all the time. I have to pay something too, that's fair to you. Su Miaoxua's behavior of taking the initiative to come to his door and buy so many things for him touched Xiao Yang so much that he had completely accepted this woman. My dear, I really love you. Su Miaoxua's eyes were full of joy. She knew very well what the other party meant, and immediately kissed Xiao Yang lightly on the lips. Xiao Yang smiled helplessly. There were people watching nearby. This woman was really bold, but he didn't say anything. After all, if it weren't for Su Miaoxua's bold move at the beginning, the two of them would not have been able to get together so quickly in such a short time. In the following period of time, Xiao Yang spent a lot of money, spending more than 10 million to buy a lot of things for Su Miaoxua. As long as it is clothes, cosmetics, bags, shoes, jewelry or other things that Su Miaoxua likes, even if they are limited editions, Xiao Yang will directly ask the clerk to pack them up, not caring about the price at all. Sunset. The Lamborghini Veneno roared on the road, causing bursts of exclamations. Fuck, this car is so cool, which rich kid is out for a stroll again? This looks like a Lamborghini, right? It must be worth tens of millions, right? I think this look must be worth more than tens of millions, it should be more than 20 million. You two fools, I just checked, this is Lamborghini Venom, it's said to be worth a small target. Fuck. Fuck. Chapter 18 Host, you are invincible, just do it. Because the car windows were so soundproofed, Xiao Yang and Su Miaoxua did not hear the exclamations from outside. They were listening to beautiful music and enjoying the moment. My enemy, let's go eat at a food stall later. Su Miaoxua's sudden suggestion made Xiao Yang look surprised. This is really rare, the second generation of rich people who spend more than 1 million yuan casually would actually eat at a food stall. Logically speaking, only people like me would go to such a place. I travel a lot and have eaten a lot of food. I feel that the food in big hotels is not much better than that in food stalls. Besides, food stalls are very lively and the atmosphere can increase appetite. Su Miaoxua seemed to see what Xiao Yang was thinking and said with a smile. Xiao Yang nodded. He had eaten at the hotel last night and this morning. The food was indeed not much better than that at the food stalls, and it didn't have that kind of atmosphere. I know a food stall that's delicious. Really? Then I'd really like to taste it. Su Miaoshue's eyes revealed anticipation, and she felt that the place Xiao Yang recommended must be good. Soon, the two arrived at the snack street in front of Jiangyun University. Although it was not dark yet, there were already many people eating here. Xiao Yang brought Su Miaoshue to a place called Wuhu Sihai Food Stall. I eat here often, the taste is the best here. At the beginning, as soon as Xiao Yang got his salary, he would bring Li Jing here to eat, not only because it was affordable and delicious, but also because this was where the two met. Here, the two can find a lot of memories, but it's a pity that things and people have changed now. Brother Qian. Xiao Yang greeted the boss who was busy in the store. Hey! Xiao Yang is here. The boss wiped his hands with his apron and walked over with a smile. Didn't you say you would come the night before yesterday? Why haven't I seen you yet? I'm sorry. Something suddenly happened the night before yesterday and I didn't have time to tell you. Xiao Yang smiled awkwardly. He had planned to bring Li Jing here the night before and had even informed the boss in advance. He didn't expect something like that to happen. You young people can understand if you keep busy. The boss did not show any dissatisfaction, just thinking that Xiao Yang was busy with work. Just order whatever you want to eat, I'll prepare it for you first. After the boss finished speaking, he glanced at Su Miaoshue, hiding his inner surprise very well. Okay. Thank you very much. Xiao Yang took Su Miaoshue to the refrigerator and started ordering food. I want to eat that, and that. Su Miaoshue ordered food excitedly and instantly turned into a foodie. Can you finish all this? Xiao Yang glanced at Su Miaoshue's slim figure and was a little bit unconvinced that she could eat so much. Hey! If you can't finish it, you can pack it up. We can have it as a midnight snack when we get home. Su Miaoshue said nonchalantly. Xiao Yang didn't know what to say. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with this, but he didn't expect that the other party would actually pack up the leftovers. It really gave him a new understanding of Su Miaoshue. She was not the kind of picky young lady at all. Is it really possible for a young lady to do such a thing? After ordering their food, the two found a seat and sat down, eating melon seeds while waiting for their food to be served. They looked like an ordinary couple, not at all like a billionaire and a second-generation rich man from Beijing. The boss was very helpful and served the two of them the food in less than half an hour. I'm going to start. Su Miaoshue picked up the chopsticks and started eating, not caring about her image at all, with only the food on the table in her eyes. Seeing her like this, Xiao Yang smiled. He felt that this was very real, without any deliberate disguise, which was really good. My dear, eat this, it's delicious. And that's delicious too. While Su Miaoshue was eating, she also reminded Xiao Yang to eat quickly. Xiao Yang smiled helplessly, picked up the juice on the table, opened it and handed it to Su Miaoshue. Eat slowly, no one is going to snatch it from you. It's really delicious. You are so discerning to bring me to such a delicious food stall. Su Miaoshue took the drink, took a sip, and said coquettishly. From now on, if we want to eat at a food stall, we can just come here, okay? Okay. As long as you like, we can come here to eat every day. Xiao Yang nodded lovingly. Forget it. I'll get tired of it if I eat it every day. 2 or 3 times a month is enough. Su Miaoshue shook her head. No matter how delicious something is, you will get tired of it if you eat too much of it. She didn't want to get tired of eating such delicious food. By the way, my friend, will you get tired of seeing me every day? How could I possibly get tired of seeing such a beautiful lady like you every day? I wish I could see you every day. Xiao Yang's sudden love words made Su Miaoshue's face filled with a happy smile. It was gradually getting dark. After eating and drinking their fill, the two paid the bill and left the snack street. Under the dim streetlights, the shadows of 2 people holding hands were dragged very long. Just as the 2 men arrived at the parking lot and were about to get in the car, more than 20 thugs holding steel pipes suddenly rushed out. Boy, someone paid us 100,000 to break your legs and asked us to take you back. I advise you to cooperate honestly, so that you will suffer less later. The yellow-haired leader pointed at Xiao Yang with a steel pipe in his hand and said arrogantly. Evil, let's call the police. Su Miaoshue held Xiao Yang's arm tightly, her beautiful eyes full of worry. Oh my, I didn't expect to have an unexpected gain tonight. Brothers will be blessed later. The yellow-haired man looked at Su Miaoshua with a smirk on his face, his eyes full of greed. System, can I defeat these people with my current strength? Xiao Yang asked in his mind. Although his body functions had been improved by the system and he always felt full of strength, he still wanted to confirm his strength. If he can't beat these guys, Su Miaoshua might be implicated. After all, Xiao Yang doesn't believe that these gangsters will remain indifferent to such a beautiful woman. Host, you are invincible, just do it. That's enough. With the guarantee of the system, there is nothing to be afraid of. Xiao Yang gently pulled out the hand that Su Miaoshua was holding, and comforted her with a smile. Wait for me for a moment, I will deal with these guys quickly. He knew very well that these guys were not afraid of the police at all, otherwise they would not dare to do such a thing. Instead of calling the police, it would be better to solve the problem in one go, otherwise there would be endless troubles. Su Miaoshua nodded, and the worry in her eyes dissipated a lot. She felt that since Xiao Yang said so, it could definitely be solved. You little brat, why are you pretending to be nice to me? Let's take care of you first, and then we can talk about life with this beautiful lady. Bang! Ah! As soon as the yellow-haired man finished speaking, he suddenly felt a figure flash before his eyes, and he was kicked out and fell heavily to the ground. Chapter 19 Scar. Xiao Yang's eyes were full of surprise. He didn't expect that he was so powerful. The system really didn't deceive him. The next second, he looked at the other 20 or so thugs with a sneer on his face. The yellow-haired guy lying on the ground looked at the other hooligans standing there in a daze and shouted angrily. What are you guys still standing there for? Come on. Kill this guy for me. Ah. 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 As soon as he finished speaking, screams rang out, and one after another the little brothers flew out like kites with broken strings. In just about half a minute, more than 20 gangsters were knocked to the ground, looking at Xiao Yang with horror on their faces. Just now, they didn't even see the opponent's movements clearly, and were kicked away. It felt like they had seen a ghost tonight. Xiao Yang walked up to the yellow-haired man, stepped on his chest, and asked in a cold voice. Who asked you to deal with me? My eldest brother is Scar Master. If you dare to touch me, forget about staying in Jianyun City. Huang Mao thought of his boss and felt confident again. Scar? Xiao Yang couldn't remember when he had offended this scarred man, so he said coldly. Tell me where Scar is. With this strength as a support, we can just go find that Scarface directly, and then we can get to know him clearly and eliminate the trouble forever. Let me tell you, Scar is the boss of the South District of Jianyun City. If you, As Xiao Yang stepped on Huang Mao's chest, gradually increasing his strength, Huang Mao's face gradually became painful. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll let you die here tonight. As the saying goes, every evildoer will be punished by his own evil. Xiao Yang knows very well that he cannot be lenient when dealing with these guys, otherwise they will not obey him. I'm telling you. Scarface goes to the Dream City Entertainment Club every morning to look for women. Seeing the murderous intent gradually emerging in Xiao Yang's eyes, Huang Mao suddenly felt that the other party was not joking and might really kill him, so he confessed immediately. Go back and tell him that I will find him on time. Get lost. Xiao Yang walked towards Su Miaoshua without paying any more attention to these gangsters. He knew that there was no point in dealing with these little thugs. Only by dealing with Scarface could he completely resolve this trouble. Wow! My dear, I didn't expect you to be so amazing. I really admire you so much. Su Miaoshua trotted over, looked at Xiao Yang with admiration, and then gently kissed him on the face. So infuriating. Not only will I be beaten tonight, but I will also have to eat dog food. Seeing this scene, the gangsters were very dissatisfied, but they didn't dare to say anything, for fear that Xiao Yang would suddenly appear in front of them again. Boom! 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 After Xiao Yang took Su Miaoshua into the car, he drove away from the scene in a Lamborghini Venom. Early morning. The Lamborghini Veneno appeared at the entrance of Mingdu Entertainment Club on time. Xiao Yang slowly got out of the car and saw more than 200 people standing at the entrance of the club. I didn't expect you to dare to come. I don't have to go looking for you now. Anyone who dares to hit me will never come back today. A man with a long scar on the right side of his face, about 1.75 meters tall, about 37 or 38 years old, wearing a black vest, with tattoos on his hands and chest, was looking at Xiao Yang with disdain. This man is Chi Tao, the gang boss of the South District. Because he has a scar on his face, he is nicknamed Scar Master. Are you Scar? Xiao Yan looked at Scar Master coldly, with a cold light gradually appearing in his eyes. You don't deserve to know. After Scar finished speaking, he waved his hand, signaling his younger brothers to take action. Although he listened to what Huang Mao said, he felt that Xiao Yang was just a little bit good at fighting and it was not as mysterious as it sounded. Besides, no matter how good a fighter a person is, he can't gain any advantage against these 200 men and can only surrender. Well. Xiao Yang sighed silently in his heart. He originally wanted to ask clearly before taking action. Since the other party didn't give him a chance, he could only take action and then ask. Looking at the more than 200 younger brothers rushing towards him, Xiao Yang sneered and came to the front of the crowd in one step. He first jumped high, used a shadowless kick, and kicked away the little brothers in front of him one after another. When these younger brothers were kicked away, they directly crashed into the younger brothers following behind them and soon fell to the ground. After landing, he followed up with a powerful sidekick, knocking down more than a dozen people again. Then he began to move through the crowd, moving so fast that only a trail of shadow was left behind, and screams were heard wherever he went. Seeing that there were fewer and fewer brothers standing, Scar was really shocked. Damn it! Is this still a human being? Now he believed what Huang Mao said. If he had known this would happen, how could he have brought people to wait here? They wouldn't even have had time to hide. Scar suddenly felt like retreating, so he turned around and ran towards the entertainment club, intending to escape from the back door. However, after he had run only 2 steps, he suddenly felt a heavy blow on his body, and he instantly fell forward and landed flat on his face. Scar quickly turned over and looked, only to see a younger brother lying on the ground next to him groaning in pain, and a figure slowly walking towards him. Did I tell you to leave? Xiao Yang's voice was full of chillness, which made Scar's heart tremble suddenly. Brother! Let's talk it over. Let's talk it over. It was that guy Zhao Guozhu who asked me to deal with you. I just took the money to do the job. You should go find Zhao Guozhu. Scar moved backwards and spoke in panic, saying that integrity is useless at this time, the most important thing is to save your life first. Zhao Guozhu? Xiao Yang was sure that he did not know this Zhao Guozhu, so he asked. Why did he ask you to deal with me? He said you beat his son into the hospital, and asked me to break both of your legs first, and then bring you here. He will come here personally to make you suffer a fate worse than death. In order to let Xiao Yang forgive him, Scar didn't dare to hide anything. Xiao Yang finally understood what was going on. It turned out to be Zhao Yi's father. He didn't expect that the other party would come to his door before he could find him. I originally wanted to have a couple of days of peace and quiet before dealing with this matter, but now that the other party has already taken action, let's solve it together tonight. You call him and tell him you've caught me. Xiao Yang looked down at Scarface who was sitting on the ground and added. If he doesn't come, I'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death tonight. In Xiao Yang's opinion, since this guy had attacked him tonight, he would have to pay the corresponding price, but he could still make use of him. This way I can save myself the trouble of looking for Zhao Guozhu. I'm calling now. I'm calling now. Scar had already seen Xiao Yang's strength and knew that the other party was not trying to scare him, so he stood up, took out his mobile phone with a panicked look, and called Zhao Guozhu. Chapter 20. From now on you will be my big brother. Scar. How's the thing I asked you to do going? Boss Xiao. Is there anything I, Scar Master, can accomplish? Scar pretended to be calm and spoke in a boastful manner, fearing that the other party might hear something fishy. Where are the people now? At the Mengdu Entertainment Club, I followed your request and broke his legs before bringing him back. I knew you were the right person to ask for. I'll transfer 100,000 yuan to your card soon, and I'm going to take care of that guy now. It can be seen that Zhao Guozhu can't wait and is eager to give Xiao Yang a lesson right now. Well. Hurry up and don't delay me from finding a woman tonight, or you'll be in trouble. Scar hung up the phone after he finished speaking, feeling relieved. He thought that as long as Zhao Guozhu came, the person in front of him would not make things difficult for him. I've called Zhao Guozhu over. Do you think you can let me go? Scar looked at Xiao Yang cautiously. He didn't care what would happen to Zhao Guozhu tonight. He only cared about what would happen to himself tonight. I can't run away anyway, so I can only beg for mercy from the person in front of me. Wait till he comes. Xiao Yang found a chair and sat down, ignoring Scarface. He was not afraid that this guy would run away. Scar has been in the underworld for so long, he is certainly not a fool. He guessed that he would be in trouble tonight, so he quickly started to think of a countermeasure. But when he thought of Xiao Yang's terrifying strength, he felt as if he could not escape no matter what. He had no chance at all. Got it! Suddenly, an idea flashed in Scar's mind. He quickly ran to Xiao Yang and knelt heavily on the ground. Brother! From today on, you are my big brother. I, Chi Tao, have decided to follow you from now on. This was the solution he thought of. Since he couldn't escape anyway, he might as well choose to join the other side. As long as he became one of them, everything would be fine. Besides, the underworld is all about strength. The opponent's strength is so terrifying, so there is no loss at all by doing this. It is equivalent to finding a very powerful backer. It is said that he who knows the times is a hero. This move really confused Xiao Yang. Why did he suddenly worship him as his big brother? Isn't he the boss of the South District? He really has no spine at all. Forget it, I don't want to have anything to do with people like you. Xiao Yang shook his head and refused, thinking that he had both money and status, and it would be a loss of status for him to be associated with such a gangster. Brother, you don't know that although we are in the underworld and our identities are indeed not glorious, we can handle many things that you can't do in person, which is more convenient for us to do and can save you a lot of trouble. Scar knew that the other party was disdainful of his identity, but he still explained his value, at least to let the other party know his role. Oh? Then tell me, what troubles can you save me from? Xiao Yang didn't change his mind, he just had nothing to do anyway, so he decided to let this guy entertain him. It's the simplest. If someone offends you, you don't need to show up. I will bring my brothers to help you deal with it. Scar suddenly remembered what he had done tonight and quickly explained. In fact, we are in the underworld, and our main job is to get people paid to help them get rid of disasters. If Zhao Guozhu hadn't found me, I would never have dealt with you. At this moment, he knew very well that if he wanted the other party to agree, he had to eliminate the barriers between the two parties first, so he could only push everything to Zhao Guozhu. Do you think I need your help with my strength? Xiao Yang shook his head. The system said that his current strength was invincible, so he didn't need these people to help him deal with the enemies. Boss, that's not what I meant. I know that your identity must be very special. Sometimes showing up in person will definitely cause a very bad impact. We can just help you avoid such a thing. Scar has been in the underworld for so long that he is very good at things like observing people's words and expressions. He has already seen that Xiao Yang's identity is not ordinary. It's not just because of the other party's terrifying strength, but also because the supercar parked at the door is obviously very valuable, which is not something that ordinary people can afford. Keep talking. Xiao Yang felt that what the other party said seemed to make some sense, but just these words were not enough to make him change his mind. We are in the underworld. We are not only good at fighting, but also good at gathering information. Scar looked at Xiao Yang and continued. For example, if you want all the information about Zhao Guozhu, I promise to give you all of it within one day, including all the shameful things he has done. Xiao Yang just nodded, no emotion visible on his face. Of course, we are also good at finding people. No matter who you want to find, as long as that person is in Jianyun City, I can find him for you even if I have to dig 3 feet underground. Scar couldn't see through Xiao Yang's thoughts at the moment, so he could only continue to talk about his role. From what you said, it seems that you are indeed somewhat useful. Xiao Yang nodded thoughtfully. Brother, I basically protect all the entertainment venues in the southern area. I can collect more than 3 million in protection fees every year. Scar paused for a moment and continued. In addition to this, I have 2 places of my own. One is this Mengdu Entertainment Club, and the other is a KTV called Fingyu KTV, which is located at the entrance of Jianyun University. The 2 places can earn more than 5 million a year. I am willing to give you half of the money I earn every year. He knew very well that in this world, the effects he had just mentioned were not enough, and he had to use other benefits as a stepping stone. Using this money to exchange for a powerful backer is a good deal no matter how you look at it. Who knows, there might even be a chance to unify the Jianyun City underworld. Scarface naturally knows how to make a choice. I didn't expect you to make so much money in a year. Xiao Yang couldn't understand why this guy, who could earn millions a year, would bother him just for 100,000. Isn't that asking for trouble? Don't think that I only have a few people here tonight. In fact, there are more than 200 brothers watching over the place outside. Nearly 500 people have to rely on me for their livelihood. There won't be much left after a year. After Scar finished speaking, he sighed helplessly, as if it was very difficult for him to be the boss. Okay, stop pretending with me here. Xiao Yang really couldn't stand it anymore. If being the boss was really that difficult, how could there be someone who always wanted to be the boss? This guy was just pretending. Brother! I'm not pretending, I really. Scarface was interrupted by Xiao Yang before he could finish his words. Do you believe it or not? If you say one more word, I'll let you experience the trapeze artistry. After saying that, he raised his right foot, as if he was going to kick the other person out if he didn't shut up. Scar shut up instantly, not daring to say another word. He still hadn't forgotten the scene of his younger brother being kicked away. Chapter 21 Women should not interrupt men when they are talking. Seeing him like this, Xiao Yang was silent for a while and said to him, I can accept you, and I won't ask you for a penny. However, under normal circumstances, I won't provide you with any help. I will only come forward under special circumstances. Xiao Yang felt that these guys were indeed useful and could help him deal with things sometimes, so he simply accepted Scar as his younger brother. As for the little money that Scarface mentioned, Xiao Yang really didn't care about it and had no interest in it at all. What Xiao Yang was attracted by was this guy's ability to get information and find people, which was indeed much more convenient than using formal channels at times. Although he accepted Scarlet, he did not want to get too involved in underworld affairs and would only choose to help when help was really needed. Xiao Yang then added, I think you can tell what is a special case. I understand. Normally I wouldn't bother you. Scar nodded quickly in response. In his opinion, he shouldn't be too greedy. As long as he could hold on to this thigh, it would be equivalent to giving himself an extra guarantee. Big brother. Please accept my humble respect. Scar immediately knelt down to worship the new boss, and kowtowed 3 times to express his sincerity. Then he summoned all the younger brothers present, announced in public that he was paying homage to the big brother, and took his younger brothers to pay homage to the new big brother. The younger brothers had just witnessed Xiao Yang's strength, so naturally no one objected. Instead, they felt that with such a boss as their backer, they wouldn't have to be afraid of anyone in the future. Seeing that it would take some time for Zhao Guozhu to arrive here, Scar uncle told Xiao Yang about the situation of Zhao Guozhu's family. Zhao Guozhu runs a construction company with assets worth hundreds of millions. He has only one son who has been in the family for 3 generations, and that son is Zhaoji, who was beaten by Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang finally understood. No wonder this guy would spend 100,000 yuan to hire someone to deal with him. It turned out that he had hit his sore spot. Then, Scar uncle introduced the distribution of forces in the underworld of Jianyun City. There are 4 forces in Jianyun City, spread across the 4 areas of East, West, South, and North. The boss of the South District is Scar Uncle Qitao, the boss of the North District is Lu Hailong, the boss of the East District is Wu Tian, and the boss of the West District is Ma Ji. Since the 4 of them had already reached an agreement in advance, they have always kept to themselves and each takes care of their own area. Scar. Zhao Guozhu and his wife are here. A younger brother came to Scar Master. Did you forget what I just said? Scar slapped the younger brother on the head and said angrily. This is our eldest brother. You must report to him first. This move fully demonstrated the ways of the world, and directly clarified Xiao Yang's future status, as well as his own future status. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yang waved his hand indifferently. Forget it, there's no need to worry about this kind of thing. He knew very well that Scar was trying to show off his social skills in front of him, but he didn't care much about such things. After all, he was just a hands-off guy. I'm telling you, if Big Brother wasn't so magnanimous, I would definitely punish you tonight. After Scarmaster finished scolding his younger brother, he quickly asked Xiao Yang. Brother, what do you think? Let them in. Soon, Zhao Guozhu and his wife were brought to the 2 men by their younger brother. Seeing the situation in front of him, Zhao Guozhu immediately felt something was wrong. Scarface had just said that he had broken Xiao Yang's leg, so why did he look like nothing happened? Just when he was about to ask Scarmaster, Sun Shui beside him suddenly pointed at Xiao Yang and yelled. You little bastard, how dare you beat my son like that? Today I will make you live a life worse than death. She was only thinking about revenge for her son and didn't notice that something was wrong. You stinky bitch, how dare you scold my eldest brother? Scarface immediately became unhappy and walked up to him and slapped him. Bang! A crisp slap sounded in the hall, and Sun Shui was stunned on the spot. Seeing this scene, Zhao Guoju's face instantly turned gloomy. Scar, what do you mean? How dare you ask me what I mean? Why did you have to mess with my eldest brother when you could mess with anyone else? You almost killed me tonight. Scar had already been resentful towards Zhao Guoju, and now he didn't even give him any face. When Zhao Guoju heard Scar Yi address Xiao Yang, he immediately realized that he had fallen into a trap tonight and the other party was obviously trying to trick him. Li Jing clearly said that this kid is an orphan with nothing. Why does it feel like Scar is afraid of this kid? Could it be that Li Jing lied and concealed the boy's true identity? Zhao Guoju began to have doubts in his heart, thinking that he must find Li Jing to ask her clearly after returning. If the other party did not tell the truth, he would definitely not let her off easily. Scar, how about this? I won't pursue this matter, just consider it as giving you face. Zhao Guoju knew that now was not the time to be fussy. He knew very well what kind of person Scarface was. If he got serious, he and his wife would not be able to leave safely tonight. It's not up to me to decide now. You need to ask my eldest brother what he thinks. As long as he agrees, I will let you go. Otherwise, I will skin you alive. How dare Scar make such a decision? After all, Xiao Yang is the eldest brother now. If he dares to make a decision for the eldest brother, wouldn't that be a rebellion? Zhao Guoju looked at Xiao Yang and said with a smile. Young man, from now on, we are done with your son and I. We will not bother each other anymore. What do you think? Although he was very unwilling, this was their home ground and if he didn't compromise he would just be dealt with. He could still see the situation clearly. Moreover, Scar's attitude tonight has made him realize that he cannot avenge his son. If he still dares to deal with Xiao Yang, his whole family will surely be implicated. He can only swallow his anger and choose to keep quiet. Old Zhao, we can't just let this go, or our son will get beaten for nothing. When Sun Shui heard her husband say this, she immediately became unhappy. Women should not interrupt when men are talking. Zhao Guoju hurriedly stopped his wife, thinking that she was just a woman who could not understand the current situation at all and would only cause trouble for him. The one who got beaten up is your son. You may be afraid of them, but I am not. At worst, I will call the police right now. Let's see what they dare to do to us. As Sun Shui was about to take out her cell phone to call the police, Zhao Guoju immediately snatched it away. Don't make trouble for me. He knew that this group of people were not afraid of the police at all, and doing this would only make them anxious. He and his wife might have to stay here before the police arrived. Chapter 22. This woman talks too much. I'm causing trouble? The one who got beaten was my son, and now this little bastard is right here. It's fine if you don't avenge your son, but you want to just let it go. I don't agree. Bang. Just as Sun Shui finished speaking, Scarface slapped her hard again. You stinky bitch, dare you say anything about my elder brother again? Scar's eyes revealed murderous intent, and Sun Shui was so scared that she dared not say another word. Scar. Scar. My wife is ignorant, don't bother with her. I have the final say in this matter. We are even now. We will never trouble your brother again. Zhao Guoju was really afraid that Scarface would do something to his wife, so he had to quickly smooth things over. Boss Zhao. I see that your family status is not that good, why don't you let me help you discipline the woman? I guarantee that she will be obedient to you when she returns. After Scar said this, he looked at Sun Shui unscrupulously. Although she's a bit old, her figure is still pretty good. I have a few brothers who like this kind of thing and can help you train her well. Zhao Guoju was frightened by these words and said quickly. Scar, I won't bother you with this matter. I will definitely teach her a lesson when I get back. Xiao Yang looked at the situation at this time and said with a smile. Your son asked for it when he was beaten. Not only do you not think he did anything wrong, you are also planning to find someone to deal with me. This hurts me deeply. After saying that, he immediately pretended to be very sad, as if he had suffered a great injustice. He would not just let this matter go. After all, this family was not a good person. If he just let it go, it would definitely cause some subsequent troubles. Brother, which leg do you want to remove? I'll remove it for you right now. Scar looked eager to try, and he would definitely not hesitate as long as his elder brother gave the order. Zhao Guoju knew that the safety of himself and his wife was now in Xiao Yang's hands, so he could only ask cautiously. What do you think should be done? Well, let me think about it. After thinking for a few seconds, Xiao Yang said to Zhao Guozhu, I won't make it difficult for you. Pay me 100 million as compensation. Otherwise, not only you, but also your son will never see the sun tomorrow. Don't go too far. Zhao Guozhu didn't expect the other party to ask for such a huge sum. 100 million is equivalent to all his assets. If he gave it, he would have nothing. How could he agree to such a thing? You don't agree? That's going to be difficult. Xiao Yang said with an embarrassed look, and his eyes gradually became cold. Sun Shui appeared again, pointed at Xiao Yang and scolded. You want to ask us for 100 million? Are you crazy because of poverty? Even if you kill me, I won't agree. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. She knew very well that the other party just wanted to make her family penniless, and she had been accustomed to the life of a rich wife, so how could she want to live a poor life? Xiao Yang frowned, his eyes full of dissatisfaction, and said in a cold voice, This woman talks too much. After hearing this, Scar Master immediately ordered his subordinates to control Sun Shui. Smash this woman's mouth. After hearing the order, the younger brothers did not hesitate at all and took turns slapping Sun Shui in the face. The crisp sounds of slaps rang out in the hall one after another. When Zhao Guozhu saw his wife being humiliated in this way, he immediately wanted to rush forward to rescue her, but was kicked to the ground by Scarface. It's your wife who's so mean. I'm helping you teach her a lesson. If you don't know what's good for you, then I'm going to let you see my methods. Zhao Guozhu lay on the ground, looking at Xiao Yang with a gloomy face, and said in a threatening tone, Young man, leave some space for others so that we can meet again in the future. I, Zhao Guozhu, have been in Jiangyun City for more than 30 years, so I still have some connections. At worst, we can fight to the death. Fuck you. Why are you pretending in front of my big brother? Scar kicked Zhao Guozhu in the stomach, followed by a round of punches and kicks. Xiao Yang looked at the situation at the scene coldly, without any mercy in his eyes. He knew very well that if he had not obtained the system, his fate tonight would definitely not be much worse than that of the couple. At this time, Xiao Yang suddenly thought of something, so he said to Scarmaster, You ask someone to bring his son over. I think the whole family should be together at a time like this. Okay, big brother. Scar stopped beating Zhao Guozhu and instructed his younger brother. You guys go to the hospital and get his son here right now. I'll give you 100 million. I beg you not to touch my son. When Zhao Guozhu heard that the other party was still going to touch his son, he immediately agreed to the request, fearing that the other party would kill his son. Oh? Xiao Yang waved his hand towards Scar, signaling him not to rush. As far as I know, your family can't give me 100 million in cash. Are you kidding me? I can give you all the company shares and real estate deposits under my name. For the sake of his son, Zhao Guozhu has given everything he has and is prepared to use all his assets to exchange for his son's safety. If you had agreed earlier, everything would have been fine. Xiao Yang said, pointing at Sun Shui, who was beaten with blood all over her mouth. Just look at how badly your wife got beaten because of your hesitation. My brother's hands are all hurt. Zhao Guozhu was filled with rage when he saw his wife's appearance at this moment, but due to the situation, he had no choice but to suppress his anger. She was ignorant and offended you with her words just now. Now she has been punished. Do you think she can stop? He was really afraid that his wife would be beaten to death, so he quickly began to plead for mercy. No. Don't you see that my brothers are fighting so hard? I can't spoil their fun. Xiao Yang shook his head, did not agree to this matter, and then said, Once you transfer all your assets, I will naturally make them stop. In the following time, Scar uncle took Zhao Guozhu to carefully work on the transfer agreement. Zhao Guozhu cooperated very well throughout the whole process, fearing that if he delayed for one more second, his wife would be beaten to death and the other party would want to attack his son again. Brother, the transfer document has been prepared, you can sign it. Scar uncle trotted over to Xiao Yang with the transfer letter and handed it to him with both hands. Just sign your name. I don't care about this little asset. Xiao Yang shook his head. Zhao Guozhu's assets really had no appeal to him. It was just to make the other party penniless. You said sign my name. Scarface looked incredulous. This was an asset worth 100 million. He didn't expect that the elder brother would give it to him like this. It was a huge bargain. It was really worth it to worship this elder brother. Chapter 23: A chance to hypnotize others 100%. Well, consider it as my meeting gift to you. Xiao Yang nodded, stood up and said to Scarmaster. I'll leave the rest to you. I don't want any more trouble. Don't worry, bro. I promise there won't be any more trouble. Scar nodded repeatedly, then bowed 90 degrees to Xiao Yang and said respectfully, Brother, take care. The younger brothers immediately followed suit. Brother, take care. Soon there was a roar coming from the door, and the Lamborghini Veneno slowly drove away from the Mengdu Entertainment Club. Scar, can my wife and I go now? Zhao Guozhu was very anxious when he saw his wife who had fainted. He wanted to take her to the hospital for treatment as soon as possible. You can go now, but remember, I'll be keeping an eye on you and your family at all times. Scar pointed at his eyes with 2 fingers, his eyes full of ferocity. The meaning is very clear. If you dare to do anything follow-up, your whole family will be killed immediately. Don't worry, I will take my wife and son back to my hometown tomorrow and promise not to appear in Jiangyun City again. Zhao Guozhu knew what the other party meant and no longer dared to have any thoughts of revenge. He just wanted to take his family away from Jiangyun City as soon as possible to ensure his family's safety first. The next morning. Ding ling ling. The ringing of a cell phone woke up Xiao Yang, who was sleeping. Seeing that the number on display was from the police station, he picked up the phone. Xiao Yang? I'm from the city police station. I am. May I ask what may I do for you? I'm calling you just to let you know that Zhao Ji withdrew his pursuit of you this morning, and we won't pursue this matter any further. Okay, thank you. Xiao Yang hung up the phone after he finished speaking. He knew that this was all the follow-up that Scarface had taken care of. It seemed that this younger brother was not recruited in vain. Yeah. Su Miaoxue was awakened by the voices and asked sleepily. My dear, who called you so early in the morning? It's about the company. I have to go to the company this afternoon. Xiao Yang felt that it was better not to let Su Miaoxue know about this matter. After all, it was really embarrassing to talk about being cheated on. Su Miaoxue did not continue to ask, just said I'm so sleepy, and then fell asleep again with her head on Xiao Yang's arm. The host resolves the Zhaoji incident and is no longer affected by it. He is rewarded with a 100% chance of successfully hypnotizing others. 100% hypnotic? Does the system still have this function? Xiao Yang has a new understanding of the functions of the system. System, how do I use the opportunity of hypnosis? When the host wants to use it, he only needs to look at the hypnotized object and then silently recite the hypnosis in his mind. Under hypnosis, the hypnotized object will only tell the truth to the host and act according to the host's instructions. So how many people can I hypnotize at a time? You can only hypnotize one object, and the hypnosis is valid for 24 hours. Can I only hypnotize one person? What's so boring about that? Xiao Yang was a little disappointed. He had originally thought of hypnotizing 10,000 people and letting them perform a disco on the street. The scene would definitely be quite shocking. However, it is better to have it than not to have it. Although it is not needed now, there will definitely be a time when it will be useful. After having lunch with Su Miaoxue, Xiao Yang planned to go to Tianyue Group to take a look. After all, he is a chairman. If he doesn't show up in person, the people below will definitely have some thoughts. As soon as he arrived in the hall, 2 men suddenly walked up to him. One looked to be about 50 years old, and the other had scratches all over his face, and his original appearance and age could not be seen. These 2 people are the father and son of the Luo family, Luo Xinfu and Luo Chenjun. Hello, Mr. Xiao. I am Luo Xinfu from Mingchuan Hotel Supplies Trading. I am waiting here specially to bring this wasteful thing to apologize to you. Yesterday, when Luo Xinfu went to the Zegna store, Xiao Yang had already left. He could only beat his son up on the spot and then asked him what had happened. He felt that his company was implicated only because his son had offended Xiao Yang. As long as he apologized sincerely, he would definitely be forgiven. Xiao Yang glanced at the person next to Luo Xinfu and asked in surprise. Are you Luo Chunjun? Xiao Yang, I really know I was wrong. I apologize to you. Please let my family go this time. I am willing to work like a cow and a horse for you in the future. As Luo Chenjun spoke, he knelt on the ground, his eyes full of regret and his tone very sincere. There's no rush for this matter. Tell me what's wrong with your face first. Xiao Yang was very curious about how this guy got so many scratches on his face. It was impossible to tell what he looked like originally. Well. Luo Chenjun sighed and said helplessly. This was caught by Feng Xiaomei, that green tea girl. TSK TSK. This woman is too cruel. She actually captured people like this. Xiao Yang couldn't help but sigh in his heart, but then he thought, this guy is ugly to begin with, so it doesn't seem to be a big deal if he becomes uglier. Xiao Yang, can you please stop being so mean to me since we grew up together? I really know I was wrong. Luo Chunjun pleaded sincerely. He. Now I think we grew up together. What have you been doing so far? Xiao Yan looked at Luo Chunjun with cold eyes, thinking that this guy brought it upon himself. If he had always remembered the kindness of Grandma Lu in raising him and the friendship they had growing up together, how could he have become like this? Boss Xiao, it's all my fault that I neglected to discipline this kid, which is why he bumped into you. Now he really knows he was wrong. I promise you that he will never dare to bump into you again. Luo Xinfu immediately agreed and continued. To show our sincerity, I am willing to give you relative compensation, and in the future, when we supply goods to Hanlong Hotel, we will only charge the cost price and will not make a penny from you. What do you think? He knew very well that as long as his company was not banned, it would be fine even if he didn't make a penny from the Hanlong Hotel. After all, there are other hotels in Jiangyun City, and he can still make money from other hotels. He does this just to show his sincerity. He. Xiao Yang sneered and said to Luo Chunjun, who was kneeling on the ground. The fact that you came to me directly proves that you haven't realized your mistake yet. You haven't figured out who you should apologize to or who you should ask for forgiveness from. If this guy really realized where he was wrong, he would definitely go to Grandma Lu to beg for mercy instead of coming directly here to find Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, who should I apologize to? I'll go and apologize right now. Luo Chunjun said anxiously, thinking that as long as he could keep his own property, he didn't care who he should apologize to, as long as Xiao Yang said so, he would just do it. That's for you to figure out. After saying that, Xiao Yang walked straight towards the entrance of the hall without paying any more attention to the father and son. Chapter 24. I want to see how tough you are. You loser, who did you offend? Luo Xinfu kicked his son who was kneeling on the ground and asked in a roaring tone. In his opinion, his son must have offended not only Xiao Yang, but also other people, and he must obtain forgiveness from others. Dad, I really only offended Xiao Yang yesterday, not anyone else. Luo Chunjun lay on the ground and said with a look of grievance. You are still pretending to be nice to me, aren't you? If you didn't offend anyone, why would Mr. Xiao say such a thing? The more Luo Xinfu thought about it, the angrier he became. Even at this point, his son still didn't tell him the truth, so he started beating him. A series of screams like a pig being slaughtered were immediately heard at the scene. Tianyue Group headquarters. Located at the junction of the southern suburbs and urban area of Jiangyun City. It covers an area of about 300,000 square meters, with a total construction area of 350,000 square meters, and consists of 18 buildings in total. Except for the main building in the middle, which is 39 stories high, the other 17 buildings are all 28 stories high. There are interconnecting corridors between each building, which allows employees to reach other buildings as quickly as possible when work requires. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Xiao Yang arrived at the gate of the headquarters. As soon as I arrived at the headquarters gate, I immediately saw two young men arguing with the security guard. He parked the car slowly, got out and came to the side of the few people. Brother, what are you doing? Xiao Yang asked one of the young men. The young man glanced at the supercar parked nearby, then looked at Xiao Yang for a few seconds, and asked in a bad tone. Are you from Tianyue Group? No, I'm not. I'm here for an interview. I saw you guys arguing here, and I was very curious, so I came over to see what's going on. Xiao Yang quickly shook his head to deny it. He had already sensed that this person had a lot of grievances against the people of Tianyue Group, so he simply pretended to be very gossipy in order to find out the real situation. Brother, I advise you not to take part in the interview. The HR department of Tianyue Group is so shady. There is no fairness at all. The young man thought that the other party was not lying, so he tried to persuade him angrily. Then tell me, what kind of dark method is it? If it's really as you said, I won't participate in the interview, and I will expose them with you. Xiao Yang looked curious, but anger was gradually rising in his heart. As the saying goes, there is no smoke without fire. These two young men would definitely not come here to cause trouble for no reason. Perhaps Xiao Yang's words won the young man's favor, and the young man also began to talk about what he and his companions had encountered. The two had just graduated from Jiangyun University and saw that Tianyue Group was recruiting, so they agreed to submit their resumes together and then attend the interview together. After the interview yesterday, they went back to wait for news. In the evening, they received a call from someone who claimed to be Chin Ko, the human resources manager of Tianyu Group. It was said that the interview results of the two people were not ideal and they might not meet the recruitment needs of Tianyu Group. After hearing this, the two felt regretful but did not say anything. They thought that at most they could just find another company. But the other party stated a condition: as long as they were willing to pay a bribe of 300,000 yuan, they could be specially arranged and allowed to work at Tianyu Group. Of course, they rejected this kind of thing immediately. After all, they had graduate degrees, so how could they accept such conditions? After all, with their academic qualifications, even if they cannot work at Tianyu Group, they can still find a good job in other companies. After learning of their decision, the man asked them to pretend that the incident had never happened, otherwise he would find someone to deal with them and their families. They were just looking for a job, but they had to face such threats. They were immediately unhappy, so they made an appointment to go to Tianyu Group together today to ask for an explanation. After hearing this, Xiao Yang was furious. He never expected that someone would use the name of recruitment to make money. If this gets out, the impact on Tianyu Group can be imagined. No one will dare to come to Tianyu Group to find a job. In the long run, it will also affect Tianyu Group's talent replenishment and even the future development of Tianyu Group. This is really too much. Tianyu Group must give you an explanation for this matter. Xiao Yang said to the two young men angrily that he would not ignore this matter. Boy, I advise you not to join in this fun. This is our Tianyu Group's business. You should just stay where you want and don't affect your family's business. The security captain looked at Xiao Yang with a gloomy face. In his opinion, Xiao Yang was just a rich second generation who came to Tianyu Group for an interview in order to get support from Tianyu Group for his family's business. Ha ha. I remember that Tianyu Group has regulations. As long as the people who come to complain have legitimate reasons, they will be received by the supervisory department. You don't let them in to complain, which is a violation of the regulations. Although this was Xiao Yang's first time here, he still knew a lot about Tianyu Group. In our opinion, these two guys are just making things up. How could the people from Tianyu Group do such a thing? The security captain looked at the three people indifferently and continued. Leave immediately, or I will use strong means to drive you away and report this to the leader. You should know the consequences. He. Hearing this, Xiao Yang sneered and said to the security captain. Then I want to see how tough you are. He really didn't expect that a security guard would dare to say such words without any reason. He is really just taking advantage of the power of others. The security captain's face instantly darkened. This was the first time he had seen someone so ungrateful. Drive them away and let them know the attitude of our Tianyu Group. As soon as he finished speaking, the other security guards immediately approached the three people with malicious looks on their faces, and it seemed that they were going to forcibly drive them away. Well. Xiao Yang sighed slightly in his heart, took out his cell phone and called in Shuiwa. Mr. Xiao, are you here? I'm waiting for you in the lobby of the main building. In Shuiwa knew that the new chairman was coming, and had been waiting in the lobby of the main building for more than an hour, and in accordance with Xiao Yang's request, did not disturb other people. Tell all the supervisory department leaders to be at the front door of the headquarters within 10 minutes. Xiao Yang's face was gloomy and his voice was angry. He was determined to eliminate the cancer of Tianyu Group today. The security captain was instantly startled by this posture. After carefully looking at Xiao Yang for a few seconds, he asked cautiously, May I ask who you are? He thought of one thing: every department of Tianyu Group had issued a message that the new chairman was likely to conduct a surprise inspection. Chapter 25. I really don't know about this. Could this guy be someone sent by the new chairman? The security captain began to have doubts in his heart. The aura that the other party had just displayed, and the fact that he dared to say such words here, made him feel that this person was most likely sent by the new chairman to conduct a surprise inspection. Xiao Yang ignored the security captain, smiled at the two young men with a reassuring smile, and said, Don't worry, I will help you get justice today. The two young men nodded in confusion, and were suddenly a little confused about the situation. Isn't this guy here for an interview? But how does this look like an interview? The two young men began to doubt Xiao Yang's identity, but they couldn't imagine what the other party's identity was in Tianyu Group. Just as the security captain was muttering to himself, the phone in the guardroom suddenly rang. A security guard immediately ran back to the guard room and answered the phone. Hello, this is the Tianyue Group headquarters bathroom. Hello, Secretary Ian. What instructions do you have? You mean the chairman? Mr. Xiao? The security guard was shocked and glanced at Xiao Yang unconsciously, with panic gradually revealed in his eyes. The security captain also heard what the security guard said, and he immediately had a bad feeling in his heart. He was afraid that he might have made a big mistake today. Soon, he adjusted his attitude, came to Xiao Yang and bowed deeply. Mr. Xiao, I didn't know you were here. I just bumped into you. Please forgive me. After that, the security captain added. I was just doing my duty. I didn't mean to offend you. Please forgive me. He has confirmed that this young man was not sent by the new chairman at all, but the new chairman himself came for a surprise inspection. All he could do now was to apologize quickly and find an excuse for himself to avoid being punished by the new chairman. Before the inspection department comes, you don't have to tell me anything. Wait until they get here. Xiao Yang will not listen to this guy's excuses now. He is just thinking about the matters of the supervisory department. Could it be that those guys are derelict in their duties? The security captain's face immediately turned constipated. He knew that the new chairman didn't want to let him go, otherwise he wouldn't have said such words. Seeing this scene, the two young men's eyes were full of shock. They had also heard what the security guard had just said, but they never expected that this young man was actually the chairman of Tianyue Group. After coming to their senses, the two of them felt delighted. It seemed that they could really ask for an explanation today. 3 minutes later, a red BMW 3 Series sedan drove out from the road inside the headquarters. The BMW sedan stopped immediately when it arrived at the gate. A woman who looked about 1.68 meters tall, wearing a professional suit with a hip skirt and black stockings and high heels, and whose long legs were very eye-catching, walked down. The woman trotted over to Xiao Yang, bowed, and said respectfully, Hello, Mr. Xiao, I'm Yin Shuiwei. After Yin Shuiwei straightened up, Xiao Yang couldn't help feeling surprised. The secretary of the chairman of Tianyue Group is different. Not only does she have a mouth-watering figure, but her looks are also impeccable. She can definitely compete with Su Miaoshui. Yin Shuiwei has a delicate oval face, a pair of bright and clear eyes, short hair that just reaches her neck, and a professional suit, giving people a very capable feeling. Where are the people from the supervision department? Xiao Yang felt that it was not good to stare at others all the time, so he asked about the business with a serious face. I have already notified them, they should be here soon. Yin Shuiwei replied respectfully, her serious expression showing a kind of cold beauty. Xiao Yang glanced at the time and nodded, planning to wait until the people from the supervisory department arrived. Yin Shuiwei looked at the security captain with a confused expression, wanting him to tell her what had happened and why Director Xiao looked so angry. Just as the security captain was about to speak, Xiao Yang waved his hand and interrupted him. I told you, let's wait until the people from the supervisory department arrive before we discuss this matter. The security captain could only lower his head helplessly. Yin Shuiwei didn't dare to ask any more questions and just stood quietly beside Xiao Yang. About 5 minutes later, a middle-aged man who looked to be about 50 years old came jogging to the door with 3 people. The middle-aged man in the lead glanced at Xiao Yang, then bowed and said, Hello, Mr. Xiao, I am He Jin, the general manager of Tianyue Group. After receiving Xiao Yang's call, Yin Shuiwei felt it necessary to notify the general manager. Only then did He Jin know that the new chairman had arrived. Xiao Yang nodded to He Jin, then asked Yin Shuiwei. Have the people from the supervisory department arrived? Director Xiao, Supervisory Department Director Pan Zilan, Manager Kong Su, and Supervisor Fan Wen are all here. Yin Shuiwei glanced at the 3 people behind He Jin and responded after confirming that they were correct. Xiao Yang looked at the 2 young men and said to them, Tell me what happened. Don't worry. I will make the decision for you today. After being stunned for a few seconds, the 2 young men recounted everything that had happened to them in detail, including the incident when the security guard stopped them just now. After listening to what the 2 said, He Jin's face suddenly turned pale, and he asked in a gloomy tone. Pan Zilan, tell me what's going on? Did you ask the security guards to stop the people who made the complaint? This was the new chairman's first day of inspection, but he didn't expect to encounter such a thing. He Jin was very angry and afraid that he would be implicated. Pan Zilan suddenly felt frightened and said quickly, Mr. Xiao, I really don't know about this matter, and it's impossible for me to do such a thing. Oh, it wasn't you who did it. Was it your subordinates who did it? Did they arrange for security guards to stop the complainant from entering the door? Xiao Yang looked at the other two people from the supervisory department and was immediately startled. Mr. Xiao, I have never done anything like this. Mr. Xiao, I don't have this authority. It's impossible for me. The remaining two people both made excuses, and it seemed that they were unaware of this matter. That's strange. If this wasn't done by your supervision department, then who did it? Xiao Yan looked thoughtful, and he already understood in his heart that this matter had nothing to do with the supervision department. He had already seen from the expressions of the three men when they spoke that these guys were not lying. Mr. Xiao, I, Pan Zealand, can use my position as vice president to assure you that our supervision department will never do such a thing. If anyone really does this, I am willing to resign on the spot. Pan Zealand expressed his position in a serious manner and even used his own position as a guarantee. Chapter 26 There is indeed a ghost. Xiao Yang nodded and looked at the security captain. If it wasn't the supervision department that asked you to do this, then who asked you to do this? Mr. Xiao, really no one asked me to do this. I just think that our Tianyue Group's Human Resources Department has always been fair and just. It is impossible for us to do such a thing, so I stopped them. The security captain said this with a solemn look on his face, but Xiao Yang noticed that this guy's eyes were erratic for a moment, and he was obviously lying. Call all the heads of the HR department to me. Xiao Yang said to Yin Shuiwei. He felt that since it had been confirmed that the obstruction had nothing to do with the supervisory department, it was time to call the Human Resources Department out for a confrontation. Okay, Mr. Xiao. After Yin Shuiwei finished speaking, she started making a phone call. At this time, He Yuejin said cautiously. Mr. Xiao, how about we go inside and deal with this matter? I'm afraid you'll get tired standing for so long. No, I'm not going in until this matter is resolved. Xiao Yang expressed his attitude, and He Yuejin could only stand aside in silence. After a while, a woman who looked to be in her 40s, wearing work clothes and still had some charm, came trotting to the gate with two men who looked to be in their 30s. Secretary Yin, you said that Director Xiao wanted to see us. Is there something going on? I'm having a meeting with the staff of the Human Resources Department. The leading woman wiped the sweat from her face and asked Yin Shuiwei. In order to demonstrate her work attitude in front of her new boss, she also specifically talked about what happened in the meeting. Director Liu, let Director Xiao talk to you about this matter. Yin Shuiwei said and looked at Xiao Yang. Director Xiao, this is Lu Fingjiao, the director of the Human Resources Department. Behind her are Chen Ko, the manager of the Human Resources Department, and Zhang Ming, the supervisor. Hello, Mr. Xiao, I'm Lu Fingjiao, the director of the Human Resources Department. I'm so sorry, I was in a meeting just now, so I'm a little late. Lu Fingjiao quickly greeted Xiao Yang and once again emphasized that she was in a meeting. I don't want to affect your work, but this matter is related to your Human Resources Department, so I have to ask you to come over to verify it. Xiao Yang nodded and explained the reason why he came here to find the other party. Mr. Xiao, what's the matter? Lu Fingjiao's eyes were full of confusion. She couldn't understand why the new chairman went to find someone from the Human Resources Department as soon as he arrived, and had to talk about it right at the gate. Xiao Yang did not answer, but looked at Chen Ku. You are Chen Ku, right? Replying to Director Xiao, I am Chen Ku, the Human Resources Manager. Chen Ku replied respectfully. Do you remember these two people? They came for the interview yesterday. Xiao Yang pointed at the two young men standing beside him. After Chen Ku looked at the two of them for a few seconds, he replied respectfully. Mr. Xiao, these two people did attend the interview yesterday, and I interviewed them personally, but they were eliminated because their work experience did not meet the job requirements. Chen Ku looked normal, but Xiao Yang still caught the fleeting panic in his eyes. There really is a ghost. It seems that this guy really did something shameful. After Xiao Yang was certain about this matter, he asked the two young men. Is he the Chen Ku you are talking about? The two nodded to indicate that this was the person. Xiao Yan looked at Chen Ku again and said seriously. These two people said that you called them after their interview and asked for a bribe, saying that you could make special arrangements for them. Is that true? Mr. Xiao, this is pure nonsense. I have always adhered to the principles of fairness and justice in recruitment. How could I do such a thing? Chen Ku responded seriously and also specifically explained his work attitude. Oh? After Xiao Yang thought for a few seconds, he continued to ask. No such thing? Then why would they come here to complain about you? Are they here to slander you on purpose? They must be upset with me because I eliminated them after the interview, so they came here to slander me. Chenka's tone was a little angry, as if he had indeed been slandered. You're talking nonsense. We didn't slander you. It was clearly you who called us. I have the recording here, and the voice is exactly the same as yours. Another young man took out his cell phone and played a recorded call. The voice was indeed very similar to Chenku's. Then he questioned Chenku. What else do you have to say? This is clearly your voice. Chenku ignored the young man and said to Xiao Yang. Mr. Xiao, there are so many people with similar voices in this world, and AI can be used to synthesize voices. Just based on this fact, it is totally untenable to say that I did it. Well, what you said makes sense. This alone doesn't prove that you did it. Xiao Yang continued to look at the two young men. What other evidence do you have? Although he had determined that Chen Ke was up to something, he really couldn't do anything to Chen Ke without solid evidence. As long as we can find the real name information of the phone number that called us, we can prove that he did it. The young man looked through the call records and found the number that contacted him, and another young man also looked through the call records. Xiao Yang sighed helplessly in his heart. This method was totally useless. Chen Ke dared to do this, and he is definitely not afraid of being checked. The phone number was definitely not registered using his ID card, so there is no point in checking. He. Chen Ke took a look at the phone numbers the two had found and sneered, saying with a slightly mocking tone. Are you guys here to make fun of me? These are not the same number. You might be the victim of a telecom scam. After saying that, he looked at Xiao Yang and continued. Mr. Xiao, I think these two people may have been scammed. You know that scammers can impersonate anyone. It's just that the person pretended to be me when he called them, so they thought it was me who called them. Then why did the scammer know your identity? And why did he know that the two of them had attended interviews at Tianyue Group? Xiao Yang asked doubtfully, feeling that this statement was totally untenable. This is really too much of a coincidence. The scammer just happened to know that these two people had participated in the interview and happened to pretend to be the human resources manager of Tianyue Group. How could such a coincidence happen? Anyone with a brain would not believe it. I don't know about that. Information leakage is already serious now. It is very likely that the scammers have special means to know these things. Chen Ke shook his head and said, with confusion in his eyes, as if he didn't understand either. Our Tianyue Group has always done a good job of keeping the interviewer's information confidential. According to what you said, it was an employee in the Human Resources Department who leaked the information. Xiao Yang began to interrogate Chen Ke, hoping to make him reveal his true colors. Chapter 27 Hypnosis. Director Xiao, Lu Fengjiao, can guarantee that the people in the HR department would not do such a thing. If you don't believe me, I am willing to take all the employees in the HR department to accept the company's investigation. I hope the company can clear our name. Lu Fengjiao suddenly stood up and expressed her position. Boss Xiao, I am willing to provide my ID card, phone card, and bank card. Please check the company and clear my name. Chen Ke agreed, then took out his ID card and bank card and began to remove his phone card. Xiao Yang felt that it was a bit difficult to deal with for a moment. There was no solid evidence now. If he really investigated the Human Resources Department, it would show his lack of trust in the entire Human Resources Department. It would be fine if something is found out, but if nothing is found out, my prestige as a boss will definitely be affected, and it will also affect the mentality of my employees. Moreover, if Chen Ke dares to keep denying it, it means he is sure that nothing can be found. This approach will only waste time and will not have any effect at all. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Yang asked the two young men. Do you have any other evidence? If not, I can't make the decision for you. He still planned to ask these two guys if they had any other evidence. If not, he could only solve the matter in his own way. The two young men shook their heads in embarrassment, indicating that they had no other evidence. Seeing this scene, Chen Ke pointed at the two of them and said angrily. The slander you two have committed against me today has not only affected my reputation, but also my image in Mr. Zhao's heart. I will seek justice for myself through legal means. Just wait for the court summons. Chen Ke. Xiao Yang suddenly called out Chen Ke's name, and the moment the other person turned his head and looked at him, he silently recited the word hypnosis in his mind. The next second, a barely perceptible light flashed in Xiaoyang's eyes, and Chen Ke, who was about to respond, gradually became dull in his gaze. System, is this hypnosis successful? When Xiaoyang saw Chen Ke like this, he already had a guess in his mind, but he still had to confirm it. Hypnosis has been successful. Now Chen Ke will only tell the truth to the host. Xiaoyang smiled with satisfaction. Even if there was no evidence, he could still deal with Chen Ke. After all, there was a system. Tell me the truth of the matter. Hearing this, Chen Ke seemed to have been given an order. His eyes were dull and he spoke without any emotion. It was indeed me who called them yesterday and told them that as long as they gave me $300,000, I could make special arrangements for them. Everyone present looked at Chen Ke in confusion, wondering why this guy would suddenly admit to the incident when he had clearly been cleared of suspicion. Aren't you afraid that the company will find out about this? Xiaoyang continued to ask. As for why Chen Ke did this, he didn't need to ask at all. It must be to take advantage of his position to make money. I have made sufficient preparations. Even if the company knows, they can't find out about me. And every time I call those interviewees, if they don't agree, I will intimidate them to avoid being exposed. I will tell them that I have their identity information. If they dare to cause trouble in the company, I will find gangsters to deal with them and also implicate their families. Xiaoyang's face gradually turned pale. He didn't expect that this guy had done this more than once and dared to threaten those people like this. At this time, Lu Fingjiao noticed that something was wrong with Chen Ke, so she hurriedly asked. Chen Ke, do you know what you are talking about? However, now Chen Ke would only answer Xiaoyang's questions and would not pay any attention to Lu Fingjiao, let alone give a reply. Xiaoyang glanced at Lu Fingjiao coldly, signaling her to shut up, and then continued to ask Chen Ke. Aren't you afraid that someone will come to the company and report you? The company's security captain is my relative. I have already informed them in advance. If anyone dares to complain about this kind of thing, I will just drive them away and not give them a chance to complain. Xiaoyang finally understood. No wonder the security captain was so tough. So this was the reason. Boss Xiao, he threatened me. He said that if I didn't listen to him, he would make me unable to stay in Tianyue Group. I was forced to do this. The security captain made his excuses in a panic, and it was obvious that in order to keep his job, he had disregarded any family relationship and was planning to put the blame on Chen Ke. Xiaoyang ignored this guy and continued to ask. Whose phone did you use to contact the interviewer? This question is very crucial. Only by clarifying this matter can we know Chen Ke's methods and have sufficient evidence. Xiaoyang would not simply fire Chen Ke, he would also pursue legal responsibility against him, so there must be sufficient evidence. I bought the phone card online. It was not issued using my ID card, and the number displayed was different every time I called someone. Xiaoyang really didn't expect that this guy would go to so much trouble to do such a thing. How many people have given you bribes so far? So far, a total of 18 people have given me bribes, and I have arranged for them to join the Tianyue Group. Then Chen Ke said the names of these people and their current positions. There was a flash of surprise in Xiaoyang's eyes. He didn't expect the amount to be so large. This guy had already earned more than 5 million by taking advantage of his position. But it is also clear that for those people, spending 300,000 in exchange for the opportunity to enter Tianyue Group is definitely a good deal. After all, the annual salary of Tianyue Group starts at 100,000. Considering the long term, this is indeed a very cost-effective deal. How did you collect the bribes each time? Xiaoyang continued to ask. I always do business with them in cash, and never use methods like wire transfers. Xiaoyang was a little impressed by this guy's caution. If he didn't have the help of the system, he really would not have been able to find out the truth of this matter. Aren't you afraid that these people will report you? After they enter the company, I will use my position to help them pass the company's assessments every time, so they won't report me. This after-sales service is really thoughtful. No wonder no one reported it. Chen Ke completely solved these people's worries. Xiaoyang was secretly surprised. This guy is really a talented person, otherwise he wouldn't be able to do things so perfectly. It's a pity that IQ is used for such things. Besides you, who else in the HR department is involved in this matter? Xiaoyang glanced at Lu Fingjiao and continued to ask. Chen Ke was able to do things so smoothly and without being discovered. It must not be just one person operating it. There must be someone supporting him behind the scenes. Then Lu Fingjiao, the Human Resources Director, is a big suspect. Chapter 28 Hypnotic Eyes. Lu Fengjiao knew what the chairman meant by looking at her and hurriedly said, "Mr. Xiao, I didn't. Now is not the time for you to talk." Xiao Yang glared at Lu Fengjiao with cold eyes. Now he just wanted to listen to Chen Ku. "Director Lu and I are lovers. She would call me whenever she needed something, and we would go to a hotel without telling her husband, so she has been supporting me secretly, and I would give her half of the kickbacks I got." "You're talking nonsense. I have nothing to do with this matter, and you and I are not in that kind of relationship." Lu Fengjiao pointed at Chen Ko angrily, and the panic in her eyes became more obvious. "Mr. Xiao, this is not the case." It is not what he said at all. I told you not to talk now." After Xiao Yang scolded him coldly, he continued to ask Chen Ko, "How do you prove that you and Lu Fengjiao are lovers?" Chen Ko's one-sided statement alone is not enough to incriminate Lu Fengjiao. There must be evidence. "We have stayed in all the high-end hotels in Jianyun City. You can check our hotel records. I even have a video of us in bed on my phone." Oh shit. This is getting more and more exciting. Xiao Yang never expected that just by investigating Chen Ko's affairs, he would hear such a big piece of news. It was an unexpected gain. Everyone present looked at Lu Fengjiao in disbelief. They didn't expect that she, who is usually meticulous in her work, would do such a thing. Lu Fengjiao slumped to the ground with a pale face. Not only would she lose her job, but her reputation would also be ruined. "Secretary Yin, are you done recording?" Xiao Yang was really satisfied with this secretary. His emotional intelligence was really high. He had been recording the entire process since the people from the supervision department arrived here. Replying to Director Xiao, "It has been recorded." Yin Shuiwei handed over the phone with both hands and motioned for the other party to check it. "No, just take it yourself." Xiao Yang waved his hand and continued. "You should know how to do the rest, right? I will call the police and contact the legal department to handle this matter now." After Yin Shuiwei finished speaking, she took out her cell phone and made a call. The rest of the people present were still in shock at this reversal, and couldn't understand why Chen Ke suddenly confessed everything. "He Yue-jin." Xiao Yang's sudden voice startled He Yue-jin. After coming to his senses, he quickly admitted his mistake. "Mr. Xiao, it was my management mistakes that led to this. I am willing to accept any punishment from you." He thought the chairman had resolved the HR department's issue and was going to hold him, the general manager, accountable, so he directly admitted his mistake. Xiao Yang didn't expect this guy to be so sensible, but on second thought it seemed normal, otherwise he wouldn't be able to get the position of general manager. "I will not pursue your question for now. There is something I need you and Yin Shuiwei to do now." Yin Shuiwei and He Yue-jin both looked at Xiao Yang, waiting for the chairman's instructions with respectful expressions. "I'll give you 5 days to thoroughly investigate the nepotism within the company and whether there are still employees who entered the company through bribery. If you can't figure it out, then it's a problem of your ability." Xiao Yang looked at the two of them seriously. "Yes. Mr. Xiao." The two responded in unison. Yin Shuiwei will be in charge of supervising this matter throughout, and He Yue-jin will be in charge of the thorough investigation. I have to investigate it thoroughly. Xiao Yang divided the work between the two people. "Okay, Mr. Xiao, I will supervise the whole process." "Don't worry, Mr. Xiao, I promise to investigate it thoroughly." After the two responded, Xiao Yang looked at the two young men on the side. "I am now allowing you to enter Tianyue Group as compensation for you, but if you fail to pass the assessment during your work, you will still be eliminated." He was warning the two people not to think that they could become complacent after entering the group just because they had obtained the special approval of the chairman, because if they did not work hard they would still be eliminated. The two of them were stunned for almost a minute before they came to their senses and said excitedly, "Thank you, Mr. Xiao. I will work hard." "Thank you, Mr. Xiao. I will work hard." Xiao Yang nodded, glanced at the people from the supervision department, and said to He Yue-jin, "You are to handle these three on your own." "Okay, Mr. Xiao, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer." When the three people from the supervisory department heard this, they immediately felt relieved, knowing that Director Xiao was planning to show leniency, otherwise he would not have let the general manager handle it. "By the way, there is something you can ask someone to discuss with the Jianyun municipal government. I plan to purchase the land in Dongjiao Huqing village. Let them name a price." Of course Xiao Yang did not forget such an important matter, and immediately arranged for He Yu to go in and take charge. Please rest assured, I will take care of this matter. He Yuejin quickly nodded in agreement. Well, the rest of the matter is up to you. I'll come back in 5 days. After Xiaoyang finished speaking, he walked towards Lamborghini Venom, planning to come back in 5 days to inspect the results of the inventory. Mr. Xiao, take care. Several people bowed at the same time and said goodbye in unison. The host thoroughly investigates the unhealthy practices, restores order to Tianyue Group, and rewards the hypnotic eye. As Xiaoyang got into the car, the pleasant voice of the system suddenly rang out. Hypnotic eyes? System, does this mean that I can hypnotize people at will in the future? Yes, host. From now on, the number of people you can hypnotize at a time will be reduced to 5, and the hypnosis will be effective for 24 hours. 5? This seems a bit less. Xiaoyang thought he could hypnotize a large group of people at once, which would be really awesome. But think about it, it's a good idea. At worst, I can hypnotize myself a few more times and still be able to hypnotize a large group of people. Friendly reminder, the host has passed the novice period, and the system has increased the reward standards. The host will have to complete more difficult tasks to receive rewards. What the hell? Raising standards? Xiaoyang really didn't expect that the system could be played like this. It was obviously a scam. System, how difficult a task do I have to complete to get the reward? Host, please explore on your own. Xiaoyang sighed helplessly in his heart and did not continue to ask. It was useless to ask anyway. This system was not serious. Hongmei Orphanage. Located at the entrance of Huqing Village in the eastern suburbs of Jianyun City. After Xiaoyang bought 2 large bags of snacks, he took a taxi to the entrance of the village instead of driving the Lamborghini Veneno here. The main problem is that the road at the entrance of the village is full of potholes, and cars like supercars can't get in at all. There is a big cypress tree at the entrance of the village, and 4 old men who look to be in their 60s are playing chess. Uncle Li, Uncle Wan, Uncle Zhou, Uncle Zhu, are you playing chess again? Xiaoyang greeted them politely. Chapter 29, The Broken Winged Angel. Xiaoyang is back, aren't you going to work today? Uncle Li looked at Xiaoyang kindly while fanning himself with a palm leaf fan. I'm taking a break today and will come back to see Grandma Lu and the children. Xiaoyang replied with a smile. Would you like to play a game with us and see if your skills have improved? Uncle Wang extended the invitation with a smile. No. No. Maybe next time. Xiaoyang quickly shook his head to refuse, fearing that he would be embarrassed. Every time he played chess with these old men, he would be defeated without a single piece of armor left. He never won, and every time he had to admit defeat in disgrace. Old Wang, you have been losing to me all the time, so you want to save face from Xiaoyang, right? Uncle Li sneered with a smug look on his face. I just lost to you because I was careless. If you don't believe me, play a few more games. I will make you convinced. Uncle Wang was not willing to be outdone and looked very unconvinced. Come if you want. Am I afraid of you? Uncle Li said with a nonchalant look on his face, feeling that he had won the game. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyang smiled helplessly and said to the few people. You guys go ahead and download it first. I'll consult with you guys next time when I have time. After saying that, he walked towards the Hongmei Orphanage. Hongmei Orphanage was built by Grandma Lu using her own residential land. There is a big red iron gate at the entrance, the yard is about 50 square meters, and there is a 3-story red brick house. The orphanage was named after Grandma Lu's real name, Lu Hongmei. At this time, in the yard, a pretty woman who looked to be about 24 or 25 was playing games with more than 20 children. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyang nodded with satisfaction and was very impressed with Yin Shuyue's efficiency. Yin Shuyue had already told him that Tianyue Group had recruited 2 people to help here, and this woman was one of them. Look! Brother Xiaoyang is back. A child noticed Xiaoyang standing at the door. Brother Xiaoyang! Brother Xiaoyang! Brother Xiaoyang! The children all ran to Xiaoyang. Have you been good during this time? Xiaoyang asked with a smile. We are so good. We help Grandma with work every day. After one child said this, the other children followed suit. I helped Grandma take out the trash yesterday. I helped Grandma hang out the clothes the day before yesterday. I helped Grandma and Sister Xiaoyu sweep the floor this morning. The children rushed to talk about what they had done, trying to prove that they were good children. Since you guys are so good, I have to reward you well. These snacks are my rewards for you. After Xiaoyang finished speaking, he began to distribute snacks. Every child got one, without leaving anyone out. The children thanked politely and started eating happily. Looking at the smiles on the children's faces, Xiaoyang felt very happy. This was exactly the smile he wanted to see. Oh, Yang. It's almost time for dinner, why are you giving them snacks now? They won't be able to eat later. Grandma Lu came out from the kitchen after hearing the noise. Seeing the children eating snacks, a look of reproach appeared on her face. I'm sorry. I forgot that I'll have dinner soon. Xiaoyang scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Listen to me, if anyone can't finish 2 bowls of rice later, I won't let brother Xiaoyang buy snacks for you. There was a hint of seriousness on Grandma Lu's kind face. The children didn't want to not have the snacks bought by brother Xiaoyang in the future, so they quickly said that they would definitely eat 2 bowls of rice later. Grandma Lu nodded in satisfaction, and without saying anything more about the matter, she introduced Xiaoyang. By the way, Yang, let me introduce you to this person, who was arranged by Tianyue Group to help me take care of the child. Her name is Wu Xianyu. After saying this, Grandma Lu looked at Wu Xianyu. Xiaoyu, let me introduce him to you. His name is Xiaoyang, and he is also a child from our Hongmei orphanage. While speaking, he was thinking that Xiaoyu was a good kid. It would be great if he could bring her and Xiaoyang together. Hello, my name is Xiaoyang, thank you very much for helping Grandma. Xiaoyang stretched out his right hand with a charming smile on his face, which made Wu Xianyu's heart beat fast. Wow! This guy is so handsome. Not only is he handsome, but his smile is also so charming. What should I do? I think I'm in love. A blush gradually appeared on Wu Xianyu's face, which made Xiaoyang feel helpless. It's so annoying to be handsome. I accidentally let another girl fall for me. Ahem, your name is Wu Xianyu, right? Nice to meet you. Xiaoyang's words again brought Wu Xianyu back to his senses, and he quickly stretched out his right hand and shook hands with the other party. Hello, my name is Wu Xianyu, please take care of me. Why did I suddenly become obsessed with this? This is so wrong. It's all because this guy is so handsome and has such a charming smile. Yes, it's all his fault. Wu Xianyu felt embarrassed and quickly found a far-fetched excuse for herself, putting all the blame on Xiaoyang. Grandma Lu nodded with satisfaction, thinking that this matter should have a chance. The look on Wu Xianyu's face just now showed that she had a crush on Xiaoyang. Yang, you talk to Xiaoyu first. I'll go to the kitchen to cook with Xiaozhu. Grandma Lu knew that this kind of thing couldn't be rushed, so she let the 2 children talk more first. If she tried to force a match, it would probably backfire. After Grandma Lu left, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward and the 2 didn't know what to say for a moment. The children didn't give you any trouble, did they? Xiaoyang was the first to break the atmosphere. No, the children are all very obedient. It's obvious that Grandma Lu has educated them very well. Wu Xianyu glanced at the children, her eyes full of love. That's good. I'll have to trouble you more in the future. From the look in the other person's eyes, Xiaoyang was sure that Yin Shuyue's choice was correct. No. It's not a problem. In my eyes, they are angels with broken wings. I am with a group of angels. Wu Xianyu smiled and shook her head, the sincerity in her eyes didn't seem fake at all. At first, she was recruited for Tianyue Group. She thought the children in the orphanage would be difficult to get along with, but she didn't expect them to be so obedient. After only 1 day together, she already loved being with the children and her current job. The 2 of them chatted intermittently afterwards. It's time to eat. Grandma Lu and a woman in her 30s came out of the kitchen carrying dishes and chopsticks. Xiaoyang and Wu Xianyu also joined in, and the food was soon served. Tonight's menu includes 2 meat dishes and 3 vegetable dishes. Although there are only 5 dishes, the portions are large enough so there is no need to worry about the children not eating enough. Looking at the food on the table, Xiaoyang frowned. He had asked Yin Shuyue to prepare the ingredients according to the standard of 5 meat dishes and 5 vegetable dishes. The quantity looked wrong. Could it be that the person in charge of purchasing is doing something fishy? This was Xiaoyang's first reaction, otherwise how could the food not be enough? Chapter 30 I am actually the chairman of Tianyue Group. Although Tianyue Group sent a lot of food, I don't want the children to develop a habit of being picky and wasteful, so I only made 2 meat dishes and 3 vegetable dishes, which are enough to supplement their nutrition. Just when Xiaoyang was thinking about asking Yin Shuyue to investigate the matter, Grandma Lu explained the reason. Xiao Yang sighed helplessly in his heart. Since Grandma Lu said so, he naturally couldn't say anything. It would be useless to say anything anyway. He knew that Grandma Lu wanted every child to develop good habits and become a person with correct values when they grow up. There were 4 tables in total, with 6 children sitting at each table. However, none of them started eating. They were all waiting for Grandma Lu to say that they could start eating. You can eat it, but don't waste it, okay? Grandma Lu said to the children with a smile. I know. The children responded and started eating. The older ones would help their younger siblings add more rice and pick up more dishes. Yang, let me introduce her to you. Her name is Li Zhu, and she is also arranged by Tianyue Group to help. Grandma Lu introduced the women around her to Xiao Yang. Hello, my name is Xiao Yang. Hello, my name is Li Zhu. After introducing each other, they started eating. After dinner, Xiao Yang took a small stool and sat alone at the door of the orphanage. Since he had told Su Miaoxue in advance that he would not be going home for dinner, he didn't need to rush back and wanted to stay here for a while. Xiao Yang is back. A middle-aged woman holding a hoe saw Xiao Yang sitting here and greeted him with a smile. Aunt Zhao, are you going to work in the fields? Next, everyone passing by would greet Xiao Yang, and Xiao Yang would respond one by one. Xiao Yang still has a good impression of the people in the village. Normally, villagers would provide help to the orphanage by sending vegetables and clothes that their children no longer wore. It can be said that the Hongmei orphanage's ability to survive to this day is inseparable from the help of these villagers. Yang, how did you handle that matter? Grandma Lu came to Xiao Yang and asked about the incident with Zhaoji. It's all right now. The police station called me and said that the man would not hold me responsible. Xiao Yang knew that his grandmother was worried about him, so he quickly told her the result. That's great. I feel relieved now. I was thinking of asking Secretary Yin for help. After all, he is the secretary of the chairman of Tianyue Group. If he comes forward, he should be able to help you solve this matter. Grandma Lu said with a happy look on her face. She was really afraid that Xiao Yang would be arrested and put in jail, and she was powerless to do anything, so she could only think of asking Yin Shuiwei for help. I want to tell you something, but I'm afraid you won't believe it. Xiao Yang plans to tell his grandmother about his current identity so that she won't have to worry about him in the future. What's the matter? I believe my Yang will not lie to me. Grandma Lu looked at Xiao Yang with loving eyes, and her words were full of trust. Actually, I am the chairman of Tianyue Group. Although I don't know how to explain it to you, what I said is true. Xiao Yang has already made up his mind. If his grandmother doesn't believe him, he will just confess the matter to the system. He believes that his grandmother will definitely not tell anyone else. Grandma Lu was obviously very surprised by this incident. She was stunned for nearly 30 seconds, and at the same time, her doubts were resolved. She couldn't understand why Tianyue Group suddenly sponsored Hongmei Orphanage and was so generous. If they really want to gain a good reputation through this, with the strength of Tianyue Group, they can do other more influential things. After all, Hongmei Orphanage is not well known in Jianyun City, and even if it generously helps, it will not gain any reputation. Grandma Lu must have a very thorough understanding of things at her age, and she simply doesn't believe that those capitalists would help her for no reason. But now I understand that all this is because of Xiao Yang. You don't have to explain to me. Grandma believes you won't lie to me. As long as my Yang gets better and better, Grandma has nothing to worry about. Grandma Lu said with a look of relief. Xiao Yang suddenly felt a pang of sadness. Such trust and care touched his heart deeply. So he immediately stood up and knelt in front of Grandma Lu and said seriously, I, Xiao Yang, swear to heaven that I will make sure you enjoy your old age and take good care of your brothers and sisters in the orphanage. This is my promise to you. He just wanted to let his grandmother know that now that he had the ability, he would never forget his original intention, would repay his grandmother for raising him, and would protect the Hongmei orphanage. Hey, what are you doing, kid? Get up. Get up. Grandma Lu didn't expect Xiao Yang to do such a thing, so she quickly helped him up. Grandma, what I said is true. I will definitely take good care of you. Xiao Yang's eyes were firm and he had made such a decision long ago. Grandma believes you. Our Yang has never lied to me. Grandma Lu nodded with a look of satisfaction and gently stroked Xiao Yang's face with her wrinkled right hand. Then the old man and the young continued chatting at the door, talking about many things in the past and many things in the future. Xiao Yang told Grandma Lu that the eastern suburbs were going to be developed into a new urban area, and also told her that he was going to buy the land in Heching village. He also said that after purchasing the land, he would not only rebuild the orphanage on the original site, but also build schools and hospitals around it. I will definitely give my younger brothers and sisters a better living environment in the future. Child, as long as you think it's right, then do it according to your own ideas. No matter what decision you make, Grandma will always support you. Grandma Lu knew that Xiao Yang did this for her and the children, but she didn't want this to influence his decision. Grandma, I am protecting my home and my family. I am doing the right thing. Xiao Yang had a firm attitude and a resolute gaze, and he knew what he should do. By the way, Grandma, there is 5 million in this card. It's my gift to you. Tell me when you've used it up and I'll transfer another 5 million to you. Xiao Yang took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Grandma Lu. Although the Hongmei orphanage no longer has any financial pressure in its operation, we still plan to let Grandma save some money for emergencies. You can't do that. Even though you have money, you can't waste it like this. Grandma Lu quickly waved her hand to refuse and continued. Now Tianyue Group has allocated funds to us. Not only does it deliver fresh food to us every day, it also buys daily necessities and clothes for us, and completely solves the children's education and medical care problems. I don't have anything to spend money on now, just keep it for yourself. She knew that this was Xiao Yang's intention, but she didn't intend to accept it, because Xiao Yang had already given enough back to Hongmei Orphanage and there was no need for this anymore. Chapter 31 Inventory Results. This is a gift from me, your grandson, to you. If you don't accept it, you are denying my status as your grandson. Xiao Yang said this seriously and did not give up because of his grandmother's refusal. Well. Okay. Just consider this money as my saving for you. When you get married, I will give it to your wife. Grandma Lu knew that if she didn't accept it, Xiao Yang would definitely not agree, but she didn't think of spending the money herself and planned to give it to Xiao Yang's wife later. For Xiao Yang, all he had to do was send the money out. At least when his grandmother suddenly needed money, he could get it out immediately without having to go through the trouble of allocating funds through Tianyue Group. Yang, what do you think of Xiaoyu? I think you two can get along well. Grandma Lu remembered how she tried to bring Xiao Yang and Wu Xianyu together. Xiao Yang immediately understood what it meant and quickly shook his head. Grandma, I don't have that kind of intention towards her, and I already have a girlfriend. I'll bring her back for you to see after a while. He immediately told her that he had a girlfriend, fearing that her grandmother would continue to match them up, which would make things awkward for both of them. Then you better keep your eyes open and don't run into someone like that again. Grandma Lu reminded immediately. She now has a lot of dissatisfaction with Li Jing in her heart, thinking that it was because of this woman that Xiao Yang got into that kind of thing, and she doesn't want Xiao Yang to meet that kind of woman again. Don't worry. She's not that kind of person, and you'll definitely like her. Xiao Yang knew that Su Miaoxue was different from Li Jing and he could trust her completely. On the way back, Xiao Yang suddenly thought of something. System, does the hypnosis effect need to wait 24 hours to be lifted? He thought of Chen Ku. That guy was still under hypnosis, and no one could ask him any questions now. When the host wants to remove the hypnotic effect, just say remove in your mind. Xiao Yang was just about to lift the hypnotic effect, but suddenly gave up the idea. He decided to make Chen Ku suffer a little more, so he ignored him. In the interrogation room of the urban police station, the police station chief looked at Chen Ku with a gloomy face. Now that the evidence is irrefutable, it's useless for you to remain silent. Everyone else has already confessed. You'd better tell the truth, or I will be rude to you. After an afternoon of interrogation at the police station, those who gave bribes to Chen Ku and Lu Fingjiu honestly confessed everything that happened. And based on what Chen Ku said in the recording, a large amount of cash and records of purchasing phone cards were found in Chen Ku's home, and the call records of the phone cards were also retrieved. But faced with such a situation, no matter how the police asked, Chen Ku remained silent and had no intention of explaining anything. You're playing dumb in front of me, aren't you? I have to use some tricks on you today. The chief of the police station no longer had the patience to waste time with this guy and planned to use some tough measures to get him to confess. Hearing this, the police officer nearby tactfully turned off the surveillance and recording equipment. In the next 5 days, Xiao Yang accompanied Su Miaoxue to travel around Jiangyun City and thoroughly experienced the carefree life of the rich. At 9 o'clock in the morning on the 6th day, he arrived at Tianyue Group on time to inspect the results of the inspection. In the office of the chairman of Tianyue Group, In Shuiwei was reporting the results of the 5-day inventory. Director Xiao, we have conducted a thorough investigation of the headquarters and all branches in the past 5 days. There are a total of 356 employees with connections, including 95 management members. There are a total of 196 employees who entered the company through bribery. Xiao Yang couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't expect there were so many. Fortunately, he discovered Shinka's matter, otherwise he would not have thought of investigating these matters thoroughly. In Shuiwei began to report the handling situation. We have handed over the employees who entered the company through bribery and related staff to the Police and Legal Affairs Department for handling, and will continue to pursue their legal responsibilities. For the employees with connections in the company, I organized the Supervision Department and the Human Resources Department to re-evaluate the employees and management involved. Employees who pass the assessment will be kept on duty for observation, those who pass the assessment will be demoted, and those who failed the assessment have all been fired. The number of people who passed the assessment was 138, including 67 management personnel, and the number of people who failed the assessment and were fired was 218, including 32 management personnel. For vacant positions, we have asked the Human Resources Departments of the headquarters and each branch to fill them as quickly as possible. The above is the situation and results of this investigation. If you have any suggestions, I will make corrections as soon as possible. You did a great job. I am very satisfied with the result. Xiao Yang is becoming more and more satisfied with this secretary. She is not only beautiful but also smart and knows how to handle things flexibly. Who says that people with connections are necessarily incompetent? There are many capable employees and managers among them. It would be a pity to fire them just like that. Xiao Yang knew that In Shuiwei would definitely not show favoritism in the assessment, which meant that the company would retain 138 capable employees. Secretary In, I will arrange for you to be in charge of the Supervision Department and the Human Resources Department. You must strictly check the assessment results of each employee. Xiao Yang felt that these two departments still needed to be supervised and managed by trustworthy people, so as to ensure the talent competitiveness of Tianyue Group. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Xiao. I will definitely not let you down and will strictly check the employees' assessment results according to your requirements. In Shuiwei was very excited. She didn't expect that the chairman would let her be in charge of these two departments, which are very important to the company. During her 3 years at Tianyue Group, she had been serving as the chairman's secretary. Although she performed her duties diligently, she had long been tired of the boring job. This arrangement will give her more opportunities to demonstrate her abilities and value, and enhance her value in the chairman's heart. Mr. He, tell me about the situation over there. Xiao Yang looked at He Yuejin. Director Xiao, under the supervision of Secretary In, I have reorganized the assessment of every management and employee except those involved in the incident. After the assessment, it was found that none of the management and employees who participated in the assessment failed the assessment. He Yuejin felt that this time the chairman not only wanted to investigate nepotism and bribery, but also wanted to know the situation of every manager and employee, so he took the opportunity to conduct an assessment. Chapter 32 I'm not a secretary, why should I think about those things? Very good. This proves that the management and employees of our Tianyue Group are all talented and knowledgeable, not just idlers. Xiao Yang is very satisfied with the current situation of Tianyue Group. It is these people who are capable of getting things done that ensure the market competitiveness of Tianyue Group. At the same time, I was very satisfied with the general manager, who was able to guess my other thoughts, which proved his ability and emotional intelligence. Mr. Xiao, I have demoted the management of the Supervision Department. Do you think I am satisfied with the result? He Yuejin asked cautiously, and then added. If you are not satisfied with the result, I will immediately make changes according to your wishes. He knew that the chairman had already made a concession, but he was still unsure about the extent of the situation. He can only handle it this way for now and then ask the chairman's opinion. Just do what you want with this matter. Punishment is not the purpose, but to make them learn a lesson and not make the same mistake again. Xiao Yang did not intend to delve into the matter further, as long as appropriate punishment was imposed. Mr. Xiao, regarding the situation of the land in Huqing village, I have already contacted the relevant departments. They said that the Jiangyun municipal government is planning to build the eastern suburbs into a new urban area. So it is not for sale now. After the approval from above, the land in the eastern suburbs will be auctioned, and we will need to participate in the auction according to the procedures at that time. He Yuejin secretly admired him. At first, he couldn't understand why the chairman not only funded the Hongmei orphanage, but also bought Huqing village, the largest village in the eastern suburbs. Now we know the purpose of doing this. The chairman must have learned about the government's plan for the eastern suburbs in advance through certain channels, and did this to prepare for a rainy day. After all, there will definitely be issues of demolition involved at that time, and the Hongmei orphanage will definitely be the most difficult to demolish, and it is very likely to become an alehouse. Tianyue Group's funding for Hongmei orphanage can help it gain the favor of the head of Hongmei orphanage in advance, and then the demolition can be carried out smoothly as long as reasonable arrangements are made. In this way, Tianyue Group can successfully develop Huqing village, make a fortune by taking advantage of the government's policy, and create more profits. He Jin had no idea that Xiaoyang funded the Hongmei orphanage not in preparation for demolition, and bought the land in Huqing village not to make money by relying on the policy. This is done just to save the Hongmei orphanage and Grandma Louis' only wish. Just follow up as usual. I have only one request. We must take over the land in Huqing village. No accidents can happen. Although this matter was very simple for Tianyue Group, Xiaoyang still gave some instructions to let Jin know how much he valued this matter. Please rest assured, I will keep a close eye on this matter throughout the process and there will be no accidents. Jin assured seriously. Do you have anything else to report to me? Xiaoyang asked the two of them. Mr. Xiao, there is one more thing you need to decide. After Yin Shuyue finished speaking, she took out a document and handed it to Xiaoyang. Before leaving office, the last chairman had agreed to the Dragon government's invitation to Tianyue Group to work together to support the African economy. Now we need you to confirm whether to continue with this project. After reading the document, Xiaoyang felt that there was no problem and said, this project will be carried out as usual. Tianyue Group cannot go against its promise to the country just because the chairman has changed. He understood clearly that this matter was related to the cooperation between Tianyue Group and the Longwa government, and it must be carried out and there was no room for regret. If we go back on our word, it will most likely affect the status of Tianyue Group in the minds of national leaders and affect the development of Tianyue Group. Besides, Longwa has promised to guarantee the development of Tianyue Group in Africa and the safety of all employees of Tianyue Group. There will definitely be no problems. In the following period of time, Xiaoyang signed more than 100 documents in succession, which made him realize that being a chairman is not an easy job. Although Yin Shuyue was assisting him, he would also consider whether what was said in the document was reasonable, and would not simply sign it. Secretary Yin, how long have you been in the company? Xiaoyang suddenly asked about this matter. Mr. Xiao, after I graduated from graduate school at the age of 25, I came to Tianyue Group to serve as the chairman's secretary. It has been 3 years now. Yin Shuyue responded respectfully. Since you have been the chairman's secretary for 3 years, you should be very familiar with the company's situation, right? Xiaoyang asked thoughtfully. Yes, Mr. Xiao, I am very familiar with the business of every sector of the company. Yin Shuyue answered very affirmatively. I now authorize you to exercise the authority of the chairman. From now on, all company documents, as long as they do not involve special matters, will be approved by you on my behalf. Xiaoyang recognized Yin Shuyue's ability and attitude and felt that he could completely trust her, which was why he chose to delegate power to her. Another very important reason is that he wants to be a hands-off boss and doesn't want to do everything himself. After all, you are a rich man, you must enjoy life. After Yin Shuyue was stunned for a moment, she quickly responded excitedly. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Xiao. I will definitely not let you down and will handle the company's affairs for you. She really didn't expect that the chairman would actually delegate power to her, a secretary. Such an act was truly a great trust. Well, go ahead and do your work. Tell me if there is anything special. Xiaoyang felt that there was nothing more to say, so he asked Yin Shuyue to leave first and would contact her when there was something. Okay, Mr. Xiao, I won't bother you anymore. Yin Shuyue said this and left the office. Well, it's such a pity to have such a beautiful and capable secretary. Xiaoyang thought of a saying, that is, a secretary does the work when there is work to do, and a secretary does the work when there is nothing to do. He didn't believe that the previous chairman would remain indifferent to such a beautiful and capable secretary, and he must have succeeded long ago. After all, Yin Shuyue had been working as someone's secretary for 3 years. If nothing had happened during that time, he would never believe it. Grass. I'm not a secretary, why should I think about these things? Xiaoyang felt that he was just thinking too much. Anyway, he would not do such a thing. As long as Yin Shuiwa did not let him down at work, it would be enough. After finishing his first day as chairman, Xiao Yang drove back to the hotel after get off work. As soon as I opened the door of the room, I saw a very erotic scene. Su Miaoxue was lying on the sofa with a charming look on her face. She was wearing a translucent pajamas, her body was looming, full of extreme temptation. My dear, I'm so bored staying alone in the hotel. Do you want to come and do something fun with me? Su Miaoxue hooked her finger at Xiao Yang, her tone full of temptation. Chapter 33. You are so bad. After many in-depth exchanges between the two over the past few days, Su Miaoxue has become more and more relaxed about the matter, and will come up with some new ideas for Xiao Yang from time to time. Woman, you are playing with fire. Xiao Yang showed a wicked smile, and desire gradually rose in his heart. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Then you come and put out the fire. Su Miaoxue's words undoubtedly lit the fuse and completely ignited Xiao Yang's inner desire. He immediately walked over and started the firefighting operation. Sedative moans gradually began to be heard in the room, and the firefighting operation became more and more intense. During the process, Su Miaoxue suddenly took the initiative and sat on it in a translucent pajamas with her cheeks flushed. The scene was so tempting. More than an hour later, the two finished the firefighting operation, and Su Miaoxue collapsed on Xiao Yang's chest. My dear, I have to go back home in a week. Su Miaoxue said breathlessly, and it was obvious that the firefighting operation made her feel very tired. You've been out for so long, it's time to go back and take a look. Xiao Yang nodded, thinking that Su Miaoxue couldn't always stay here with him. If he stayed in Jianyun City all the time, his family would definitely be worried. It's because my grandpa is going to celebrate his 80th birthday, and I have to go back to celebrate his birthday. Su Miaoxue explained the reason why she went back. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Yang asked with a smile. Do you need me to go back with you? He felt that no matter whether Su Miaoxue wanted him to accompany her back or not, he should ask her opinion. If he was required to show up, he would definitely do his best to do so. After all, he knew very well how Su Miaoxue felt about him, and as her boyfriend, he had to do what a boyfriend should do at least at this time. Are you really willing to go back with me? Su Miaoxue asked with a look of surprise. She originally hoped that Xiao Yang could go back with her, but she was afraid that he would not agree, so she did not mention it. As long as you need me, I will be with you. Xiao Yang nodded in response and made the promise with a doting look on his face. My enemy, you are so kind. Su Miaoxue was very happy and immediately gave Xiao Yang a light kiss on the corner of his mouth. Should you reward me again? Xiao Yang asked with a smirk on his face. Su Miaoxue instantly understood what this meant, her face gradually flushed, and she said shyly. You are so bad. After saying that, he pretended to be angry and patted Xiao Yang's chest with his right hand. Then I'll let you try something worse. Xiao Yang turned around, pressed Su Miaoxue on him, and kissed her alluring lips. The next day, Xiao Yang got up early and planned to go to Tianyue Group to attend today's high-level meeting. As soon as I arrived at the parking lot, I saw two good-looking women with nice figures taking pictures next to their car. Xiao Yang has become accustomed to this situation. As the most luxurious 5-star hotel in Jianyun City, Hanlong Hotel is often visited by groups of women who book rooms and check in, and then take the opportunity to look for luxury cars and take photos to create an image of a wealthy woman. Especially after the news that there was a Lamborghini Veneno here spread, more and more women came here to take pictures. Xiao Yang didn't say anything about this, he just regarded it as increasing the hotel's customer flow. Just remind the security guards to pay special attention and not let these people damage their cars. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Xiao Yang walked up to them reluctantly when he saw that the two women were not about to leave. Have you finished filming? But he still had to go to Tianyue Group for a meeting, and he couldn't be too late. After all, it was his first time to attend a high-level meeting. Whether we take good pictures or not is none of your business, so don't disturb us taking pictures here. One of the women said with an impatient look on her face, thinking that this guy was just meddling in other people's business. That's right, we're taking our own photos, and the car owner hasn't said anything, so what's it to you? Another woman echoed. Xiao Yang had no choice but to take out the car keys and press the unlock button to identify himself as the car owner. Sorry, handsome. We didn't know this was your car. One of the women said with an embarrassed look on her face. Now that the car owner had arrived, they felt embarrassed to continue delaying him and could only apologize and leave quickly. Just when Xiao Yang got into the car, the two women came back. Handsome guy, do you have a girlfriend? One of the women asked seductively. If you don't have a girlfriend, we two sisters can be your girlfriends. The other woman said this while throwing a coquettish glance at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang quickly shook his head and said to the two of them, "Sorry, I have a girlfriend, you should find someone else." Just kidding, although these two women are pretty, they are several levels lower than Su Miaoxue. How could Xiao Yang be attracted to them? Besides, is he such a casual person? Obviously not. It's okay. A handsome and rich man like you must have more than one girlfriend. We don't mind it that much. Yes. We two sisters do everything together, and we are easy to support. 100,000 a month is enough. It was obvious that the two women did not want to give up, and their words were full of hints. In their opinion, a young and wealthy man like the other party would definitely not have only one girlfriend, and would definitely not mind having two lovers like them. Besides, considering their looks and their tacit understanding in bed, a monthly maintenance fee of 100,000 yuan per person is quite a bargain, and the other party will definitely accept it. After Xiao Yang looked at the two of them for a few seconds, he shook his head and said, "I admit that you are pretty, but my girlfriend is prettier than you, so you'd better forget it." After saying that, he started the engine and left, leaving the two women there doubting their lives. "Lily, don't you think we are not pretty enough? Otherwise, how could he not be moved at all?" one of the women asked in self-doubt. "I think so." The other woman nodded uncertainly. This was the first time they failed, and Xiao Yang's words really made them doubt themselves, thinking that it was very likely that they were not pretty enough. "How about we get some plastic surgery? Let's make ourselves look like those big stars, and then we can come back to him. I don't believe he won't be moved," one of the women said with an unconvinced look on her face. "That's right, we're going to the plastic surgery hospital soon, and we have to get back today's loss," another woman echoed. The two were obviously hit by Xiao Yang's words just now. They planned to make themselves look prettier and then come back to get back today's revenge. "But we don't have that much money anymore," one of the women said with an embarrassed look on her face. "It's okay, we'll go borrow some money from a loan shark and pay it back after we catch this guy," another woman had an idea. Chapter 34. We need to think about the long term. Yes, go borrow it now. Let's go, I know a loan shark, let's go find him now. After saying this, the two women left the hotel, planning to turn themselves into big stars and then come back to hook up with the rich man Xiao Yang. When Xiao Yang arrived at the Tianyue Group's conference room, 68 senior executives of Tianyue Group were already waiting there. "Hello, Chairman." Everyone stood up and bowed. "Don't be so serious, it's just a meeting, relax." Xiao Yang waved to everyone and quickly walked to the chairman's seat and sat down. Seeing that everyone was still standing there, he smiled helplessly and said to them, "Everyone, sit down. Do you want to have a meeting with me standing up?" After hearing this, everyone dared to sit in their seats and looked at Xiao Yang respectfully. "You don't need to report to me today. I know the situation of each department very well." Xiao Yang didn't want to waste time listening to any work reports, so he directly stated the topic of today. "Today, I want to discuss with you the future development of Tianyue Group. Now our Tianyue Group is already number 1 in Dragon Country. This achievement is indeed something to be proud of." Then he changed the subject and continued. "But I think this is far from enough. We can't just care about the current results. We need to consider longer-term issues and the future development of Tianyue Group." Xiao Yang has already thought it through. He is a man who owns a system and has such good resources. He definitely cannot just be content with the status quo. "Mr. He, as the general manager, I want to hear your opinion on this matter." Hearing this, He Huajin immediately stood up, thought for a few seconds and responded. "Mr. Xiao, everyone knows the status and strength of Tianyue Group in Longhua. If we want to continue to develop, we can only expand overseas markets. As the general manager, he is very clear about the current situation of Tianyue Group, and naturally he is also clear about the direction in which Tianyue Group should develop." "You are right. If we want to continue to develop, we have to look abroad." Xiao Yang agreed with this view and continued. "As far as I know, our Tianyue Group does have markets overseas, but we have not focused on developing them. Next, we will seize these markets and make Tianyue Group completely international." This is his goal, to make Tianyue Group spread all over the world, become a global company, and have Tianyue Group's footprints in every country. I believe that everyone is definitely unwilling to be content with the status quo. If there really is such a person, then I ask you to resign now, because Tianyue Group does not need such a person. Xiao Yang looked at everyone with a serious face. Everyone's eyes were filled with surprise. They didn't expect that although the new chairman was young, he had such a big vision, which was totally inconsistent with his age. This made everyone's face gradually show excitement. If things continued to develop in this way, there would be a brighter future. I'll give you a deadline. Within 3 years, I want to see Tianyue Group appear in every country. If you can't do it, then it's your ability problem. Then I will come to settle accounts with you. Xiao Yang's tone did not allow for refusal, and he gave everyone a death order. Mr. Xiao, if we want to expand overseas, we must determine the specific direction. I think this matter still needs to be pointed out by you. He Wajin responded respectfully, knowing that the chairman must have some ideas in his mind, and he took the opportunity to play a connecting role. As for how to develop the market, I don't think I need to say more. All of you who are able to sit in this position must know it very well. Xiao Yang felt that as the chairman, if he still had to formulate a detailed development plan, then the existence of this group of people would be meaningless. I've already thought of a location for our Tianyue Group's first overseas branch, which is Washington, the capital of the United States. We can go there directly to prove our strength and attitude. Xiao Yang expressed his thoughts. The economic strength of the United States is obvious to all. He wants to start from this place and let Tianyue Group fire the first shot in the international arena. Next, our branches will be spread across the capitals of all countries, and we will begin to seize the markets of these countries, so that Tianyue Group can influence the world's economic landscape in the future. Xiao Yang's idea is to benchmark against those super conglomerates and make Tianyue Group an entity that can control the world economy. Anyway, the system is in place, so we must dare to think and act, no matter how bold we are. I admire Mr. Zhao's vision and courage. I am willing to devote my life to the future of Tianyue Group and Mr. Zhao's great cause. He Wajin stood up excitedly and expressed his attitude. He knew that this was his chance, a chance to witness a miracle. We are willing to dedicate our lives to the future of Tianyue Group and Mr. Zhao's great ambitions. The rest of the people all stood up and expressed their attitudes. In order to follow such a visionary and courageous boss, they were willing to give their all and witness the future together. The future of Tianyue Group depends on you all. I, Xiao Yang, promise here that I will never let down any of the heroes and will definitely give you a bright future. Xiao Yang stood up and said seriously. He knew very well that at this time he needed to win people's hearts and minds. Saying such words would make everyone feel that the boss was kind and righteous, and they would be willing to try their best. Mr. Xiao, I have an unwelcome request. This can be said to be my personal wish, but it is a wish I have always wanted to achieve. He Wajin suddenly looked at Xiao Yang with burning eyes, hoping to achieve his wish. Tell me. As long as I can do it, I will definitely help you achieve it. Xiao Yang nodded and made a promise directly. I implore you to agree to Tianyue Group's complete control of a place's economy. He Wajin looked at Xiao Yang pleadingly and continued. That place is an island. My father's last wish before his death was to see the flag of Dragon Country flying on every flagpole on an island. I know this matter involves many aspects and it will definitely not be completed in a short time, but I hope that Tianyue Group can become the flag of Dragon Country on an island. His father was once a soldier. His greatest regret before his death was that he could not see the flag of the Dragon Kingdom flying on every flagpole on an island. He could only pass away with regret. Before his death, his father specifically instructed him to go to his grave to inform him of the news when the flag of the Dragon Kingdom was flying on all the flagpoles on an island. If his father knew about this, he would have no regrets in the afterlife. The vision and courage shown by the chairman gave He Wajin hope, which led him to think of making Tianyue Group the flag of Longhua on Andao Island, thus fulfilling his father's last wish in disguise. Chapter 35 Tianyang Investment. I promise you this. You can arrange for someone to go to an island to investigate the market tomorrow. Xiao Yang agreed to this matter and promised. Within 3 months, Tianyue Group will definitely move into Andao Island. Let's make Tianyue Group the flag of Dragon Country on Andao Island. Thank you, Mr. Xiao, for giving me the opportunity to fulfill my father's last wish. He Wajin bowed deeply, his face full of gratitude. I originally thought that this was my personal wish, and even if the chairman agreed, he would have to wait until later to help me fulfill my wish. I didn't expect that he not only agreed, but also wanted to execute it so quickly. Alright, don't be so hypocritical with me. This is not only your business, but also our Tianyue Group's unshirkable responsibility. Xiao Yang waved his hand and said that in his opinion, this kind of thing was not only the wish of his subordinates, but also the wish of countless fellow countrymen in Longwa, so he naturally had no choice but to do it. There is one more thing I want to tell you. Xiao Yang looked at everyone and continued. I plan to set up an investment company and invest 90 billion yuan in the initial stage to fill the market of Tianyue Group in Longwa. If Tianyue Group monopolizes the market, the government will definitely intervene, and it is very likely that Tianyue Group will be suppressed at that time. Although Tianyue Group will work with Longwei to support the African economy, the government will not show any mercy. As long as Tianyue Group threatens Longwa's economy, they will definitely show no mercy. After all, those people only care about profits, and they only care about how much profit Tianyue Group can create for Longwa. Xiao Yang is patriotic but not blindly. He knows very well that this kind of relationship maintained by interests cannot guarantee the future of Tianyue Group. By using investment companies to seize the Longwa market and then cooperating with Tianyue Group's market share, we can gradually control Longwa's economy and no longer be controlled by others. Anyway, as long as it has nothing to do with Tianyue Group on the surface, it will be difficult for the government to target Tianyue Group. Only in this way can we ensure the safety of Tianyue Group and ensure that we will not be threatened in any way. Everyone present had a look of shock on their faces. They had obviously guessed the chairman's intention, but they never expected that the chairman's courage had reached such a level. Everyone's admiration for the boss has risen to a new level, and they believe even more that if they follow such a boss, they don't have to worry about their future at all. Okay, stop acting like an inexperienced person. There will be bigger situations in the future that we will have to face together. Be mentally prepared in advance. Xiao Yan looked at everyone present and took precautions in advance to prevent these guys from being unable to adapt. Mr. Xiao, I would like to recommend myself. Please agree to let me serve as the head of the investment company. A vice president stepped forward and volunteered. Xiao Shan, right? Xiao Yang thought for a few seconds and remembered the other person's name. Yes, Mr. Xiao, my name is Xiao Shan, and I am currently in charge of the investment sector of Tianyue Group. I am very familiar with the market in Longwa and know where to spend the money correctly. Xiao Shan stated his own value and knew that this was his chance and he was unwilling to miss it. Tell me, if I give you 90 billion in funds, how long will it take to turn it into 900 billion? Xiao Yang asked seriously. 5 years. Xiao Shan made the promise without any hesitation. He knew that it was redundant to say anything at this time. What the chairman wanted to hear was not his own market analysis, but a commitment. Another point is that he believes that by following such a chairman, he will be able to turn the impossible into possible and create a miracle. Okay. I'll name the investment company Tianyang Investment, and you will be the first general manager of Tianyang Investment. Xiao Yang nodded with satisfaction. The other party's ability was beyond doubt, otherwise he would not have been able to become the vice president of Tianyue Group. This kind of courage and confidence was what was needed. Thank you, Mr. Xiao, for your trust. I, Xiao Shan, will definitely live up to your trust. Xiao Shan said as he bowed excitedly. His blood was boiling in his heart, and he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to make a big splash and demonstrate his greater value through Tianyang Investment. The host plans for the future, demonstrates extraordinary courage, and rewards 300 billion yuan in funds. 300 billion? It just so happens that I'm a little short of money right now. This is such a timely relief. Xiao Yang knew that his layout would definitely require a lot of funds to support it. Now that he had an additional 300 billion, he could move faster. As expected of a man with a system, he doesn't have to worry about not being able to afford the fund. In the following time, Xiao Yang discussed some details with everyone. Since he was no longer short of money, he simply rounded up the amount for Tianyang Investment and changed it to an investment of 100 billion. My enemy, are you kidding me? Su Miaoxue looked at Xiao Yang in disbelief, thinking that what the other party said was just a joke to her. How could I be kidding you? I am really the chairman of Tianyue Group. Now I want you to be the legal representative of Tianyang Investment and hold all the shares. Xiao Yang said sincerely. In order to completely sever Tianyang Investment's relationship with Tianyue Group, Xiao Yang knew that he could not serve as the legal representative and could not hold any shares. Only then did they think of letting Su Miaoxue be the legal representative and hold full shares. Because in his heart, Su Miaoxue was a person he could trust completely and no accidents would happen to her, so he told Su Miaoxue about this matter after returning to the hotel. Xiao Yang knew that he had to reveal his identity when talking about this matter, so he simply stated his identity as the chairman of Tianyue Group. And the purpose of why we do this. However, Su Miaoxue was very shocked by this incident and couldn't believe it was true for a while. After all, Xiao Yang is only 24 years old now, and it is simply outrageous for him to have such an identity. No matter how much Su Miaoxue trusted Xiao Yang, she still found it hard to believe such a thing. You will believe it after you read this. Xiao Yang had no choice but to look up his deposit balance to prove that what he said was true. When Su Miaoxue saw the deposit of more than 390 billion yuan, she was stunned. She had never seen so much money in her life. After about 10 minutes, Su Miaoxue gradually calmed down her surprise. My enemy, how did you do it? She knew that Xiao Yang was an orphan, but she had never asked him about his experience. She felt that Xiao Yang would tell her when he wanted to, and as long as he kept her in his heart, that would be enough. But now it's different. She is really curious about this kind of thing and has an urge to figure it out. How do you say it? After thinking for a moment, Xiao Yang said with an embarrassed look. I don't really know how to explain it. It's just that I suddenly got a chance, which led to my current success. He really didn't know how to explain it. He didn't tell Su Miaoxue about this at the beginning because he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to explain it clearly. Chapter 36 Warning. What kind of opportunity? Su Miaoxue became more and more curious and wanted to know what adventures her lover had. You should have heard of the system, right? Xiao Yang planned to confess directly, otherwise he really didn't know how to explain it. Anyway, the system didn't say that this matter could not be disclosed. You mean the system in the novel? Su Miaoxue asked with a confused look on her face, not knowing why the other party would say such an unrealistic thing. Yes, that's the kind of system. Xiao Yang nodded and said seriously. In fact, it is because I obtained the system that I have achieved what I have now. Although this is unrealistic, it really happened to me. Then he talked about everything that happened after he obtained the system. My enemy, you don't want to tell me, so you make up these stories to fool me, right? Su Miaoxue looked at Xiao Yang with suspicion, thinking that the other party was just saying that to please her. No, everything I said is true. Xiao Yang nodded sincerely, and his serious attitude made Su Miaoxue begin to believe it. Then can you let me see the system? Although Su Miaoxue had begun to believe this matter, she still wanted to confirm it personally. System, is this possible? Xiao Yang could only discuss with the system silently in his heart. No. What should we do then? Cold salad. Can't you give me some face? Cannot. Xiao Yang's face suddenly became embarrassed, and he said to Su Miaoxue. The system says no, there's nothing I can do. Forget it then. I believe you. Su Miaoxue knew that her lover would definitely not lie to her. Although it was really hard to believe, she still chose to believe it. Xiao Yang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If Su Miaoxue continued to worry about this matter, he really didn't know what to do. System, it's because you don't give me face that I'm so embarrassed. Xiao Yang complained in his heart. It is the host's own confession, and has nothing to do with this system. Xiao Yang really didn't know how to refute, and it was indeed he who chose to confess. Warning, since Su Miaoxue knows the existence of the system, as soon as the system finds that Su Miaoxue is suspected of revealing the existence of the system, it will immediately choose to eliminate Su Miaoxue. Fuck! So cruel? Xiao Yang exclaimed directly, which scared Su Miaoxue. My enemy, what happened to you just now? She was a little confused as to why Xiao Yang suddenly became dazed and why he suddenly said such words. Nothing, the system just said that I have confessed its existence to you, and if you reveal it, it will take back everything I have now. Of course, Xiao Yang couldn't say the original words of the system, as that would scare Su Miaoxue, so he changed his words, which would have the same serious consequences. My dear, I'm sorry. I shouldn't ask you these things. Su Miaoxue looked at Xiao Yang apologetically, and then promised seriously. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. If I tell anyone, you will fall in love with someone else and completely forget my existence. This is the most vicious oath for her now, because she just wants to stay with Xiao Yang forever and does not want to be abandoned and forgotten by him. In order to show her sincerity, Su Miaoxue also said loudly to Xiao Yang. System, don't worry, I will never reveal it to anyone. I will definitely keep this secret. This made Xiao Yang feel very cute, so he smiled and comforted. The system said it has heard it, and I believe you will never reveal it. Really? Su Miaoxue asked with a suspicious look on her face. After all, she couldn't hear the sound of the system, so she wanted to confirm it from Xiao Yang again. Really, how could I lie to you? Xiao Yang felt that the matter was almost over, so he changed the subject. By the way, have you thought about the Tianyang investment? It's fine for me to be the legal representative, but are you really willing to let me own all the shares of a company with a market value of 100 billion yuan? Su Miaoxue felt that there was no problem in being the legal representative. After all, her lover would definitely not let her down. It's just that she is somewhat concerned about the idea of owning the full shares. It's not that she would do anything to disappoint her lover, but it's because it's really too much. You know, once she holds all the shares, she will instantly be worth 100 billion, which is almost catching up with the market value of her company. What's there to worry about? What's mine is yours. Xiao Yang said with a doting look on his face. Will you marry me then? Su Miaoxue's beautiful eyes revealed anticipation as she waited for her lover's answer. I'll take you to meet my family tomorrow. Xiao Yang did not give a direct answer, but responded to the other party's question in this way. It's a bit embarrassing for a woman to ask this kind of question first. This kind of thing at least requires a formal and romantic process. It has to be he, as a man, who takes the initiative to propose it, so as not to let Su Miaoxue down. The next morning. My dear, what do you think of me wearing this dress? Su Miaoxue was wearing a white t-shirt and a pair of black sweatpants and did not choose sexy clothes. She got up early in the morning and started choosing clothes, wanting to leave a good impression on Xiao Yang's family. This is a great piece. It makes you look 10 years younger. Xiao Yang already knew how to deal with this kind of thing, which was to use the age-reducing method, which had always worked. Don't lie to me. If grandma doesn't like it, I will beat you. Su Miaoxue raised her fist in protest, as if giving a warning. Grandma will definitely like such a beautiful granddaughter-in-law. Xiao Yang nodded and responded with affirmation. After choosing her clothes, Su Miaoxue put on some light makeup, put on a pair of diamond earrings that Xiao Yang bought for her, and then the two of them went out. Considering the road conditions at the entrance of the village, Xiao Yang simply requisitioned the hotel's Rolls-Royce Cullinan. They first found a supermarket and bought 4 large bags of snacks, then went to Junhong Commercial City to buy 2 sets of clothes for Grandma Lu, and then went to Hongmei Orphanage. My dear, do you think Grandma will really like me? Sitting in the car, Su Miaoxue suddenly felt a little nervous. After all, she had no experience in meeting parents. I'm sure you'll like it. Xiao Yang smiled and comforted. Will the kids like me? Su Miaoxue continued to ask. She knew that those children were Xiao Yang's relatives, so she naturally cared about this matter. They will definitely like such a beautiful sister-in-law like you. Xiao Yang felt a little helpless. He was fine when he went out, so why did the other party suddenly become nervous? If grandma and the kids don't like me, you have to say good things about them for me. Su Miaoxue was still a little worried. Chapter 37, Eyes Full of Murder. Don't worry. This won't happen. Xiao Yang smiled helplessly, but he knew very well that the other party really cared about him, which was why he was nervous. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of Huqing village. After parking the car under a big cypress tree, they carried their things and walked towards the orphanage. Grandma Lu knew that the two were coming and was already waiting at the door. Oh my! You guys just came back, why did you buy so many things? Seeing the two of them carrying 4 large bags of snacks and 2 shopping bags of clothing, her tone was a little reproachful, but there was still a kind smile on her face. Grandma, we're back. Xiao Yang took Su Miaoxue and walked quickly to Grandma Lu. Grandma, let me introduce you, this is my girlfriend Su Miaoxue. Then Su Miaoxue quickly smiled and greeted. Hello, Grandma. I'm Xiao Yang's girlfriend. My name is Su Miaoxue. You can just call me Xiaoxue. Seeing the kind smile on Grandma Lu's face, Su Miaoxue's nervousness immediately dissipated a lot. My Yan Yang is so lucky to have a girlfriend as beautiful as you. Grandma Lu praised with a kind face. As the saying goes, love the house and love the dog in it, she was very kind to Su Miaoxue. This was because she believed in Xiao Yang's vision and felt that she must be a good woman. Grandma, I feel embarrassed when you praise me like that. A blush gradually appeared on Su Miaoxue's face. She was very happy, knowing that this was her grandmother's approval. Hey, what's there to be embarrassed about? Are you embarrassed in front of Grandma? Grandma Lu shook her head nonchalantly, took Su Miaoxue's hand and said. Let's go inside and talk. Don't stand at the door. After saying that, he took Su Miaoxue towards the orphanage, and Xiaoyang followed with his things. Brother Xiaoyang! Brother Xiaoyang! Brother Xiaoyang! When the children saw Xiaoyang coming back, they immediately surrounded him. Brother brought sister-in-law back to see you today. Xiaoyang glanced at Su Miaoxue, raised the snacks in his hand, and said with a smile. These are all bought by sister-in-law. Do you want to thank sister-in-law? Su Miaoxue knew that Xiaoyang was helping her improve his favorability, and immediately showed a look of gratitude. Thank you, sister-in-law. Wow! Sister-in-law, you are so beautiful. As beautiful as a fairy. The children not only expressed their gratitude, but also began to praise Su Miaoxue. Hello, my name is Su Miaoxue, and I'm your brother Xiaoyang's girlfriend. Nice to meet you. Su Miaoxue bent down slightly and waved to the children, with a smile without any hypocrisy on her face. After distributing snacks to the children, Su Miaoxue handed the clothes she had bought to Grandma Lu with both hands. Grandma, this is the clothes I bought for you. Please try them to see if they fit you. If not, I will change them for you. Oh my! You are such a jerk, why do you spend so much money? After Grandma Lu finished speaking, she said to Xiaoyang with a dissatisfied look on her face. You are such a fool. Why did you let Xiaoxue buy all these? It's not like I don't have clothes to wear. Grandma, this is her gift. In order to buy clothes for you, she went to several stores and finally found the ones she thought were suitable for you. Xiaoyang smiled and spoke well of Su Miaoxue. Don't do that next time, or Grandma will be angry. Grandma Lu knew that this was Su Miaoxue's intention and she certainly couldn't refuse, but she still said it with a bit of blame. I know. I won't do that next time. Su Miaoxue nodded quickly, feeling very happy, thinking that accepting the clothes meant accepting her as his granddaughter-in-law. Come, Xiaoxue, let me introduce her to you. She is the one sent by Tianyue Group to help me take care of the children. Her name is Wu Xianyu. Grandma Lu brought Su Miaoxue to Wu Xianyu. Hello, my name is Su Miaoxue. Su Miaoxue took the initiative to greet with a smile. Hello, my name is Wu Xianyu. Wu Xianyu had a polite smile on her face, but she felt lost in her heart, and her original fantasy about Xiaoyang was completely shattered. She was very self-aware and knew that she could not compare with Su Miaoxue at all. If she continued to fantasize, she would be overestimating her own abilities. After getting to know the people in the orphanage, Grandma Lu took Su Miaoxue aside to start chatting, and the old and the young got along very well. Xiaoyang noticed a girl sitting alone in the corner of the yard. She just sat there with her head down and did not play with the children. The girl looked about 12 or 13 years old, a little thin, wearing a black dress, with bangs and black hair hanging down to her shoulders. Grandma, did you just take her in? Xiaoyang knew very well how many children there were in the orphanage, and it was obvious that this girl had only come here in the last few days. I met her the day before yesterday when I went to the city to buy medicine. When I met her, she was looking for food in the trash can. I felt sorry for her, so I bought her a piece of cake and a bottle of milk. After she finished eating, she kept following me. When I asked her name and about her family, she just shook her head and said nothing. I was worried about leaving her sleeping on the street alone, so I brought her back. I have already reported the case to the police station. Once the police help her find her family, they will take her home. Grandma Lu talked about the situation when she met this girl. At this moment, the girl suddenly looked up at Xiaoyang, and then continued to sit there alone with her head down. But just this one glance made Xiaoyang's heart full of surprise. At that moment just now, there was a flash of murderous intent in the girl's eyes. Xiaoyang immediately became alert. How could an ordinary girl have such a look? So he slowly walked up to the girl and said with a smile. Hello. My name is Xiaoyang, welcome to join the Hongmei orphanage. He wanted to confirm the girl's situation in this way, at least to make sure that the girl would not endanger the safety here. The girl slowly raised her head, and murderous intent appeared in her eyes again, but it immediately turned into fear. Then he lowered his head, and his whole body began to tremble, as if he had seen something horrible. This made Xiaoyang a little confused. He was sure that the murderous look in the eyes was correct, but why did the girl suddenly act like she was afraid of him? Look up and let me see you. I won't hurt you. I want to be your good friend. Xiaoyang had a kind smile on his face and seemed very friendly. But the girl still kept her head down and trembled, as if she was avoiding something scary. Xiao Yang smiled helplessly, turned and left the girl. Only after he left did the girl dare to slowly raise her head, and the fear in her eyes dissipated a lot. When it was time to eat, Xiao Yang found that the little girl did not show up, and asked in confusion. Grandma, isn't that girl coming to dinner? Well. Grandma Lu sighed helplessly and continued. I don't know what's wrong with this child. It seems like he doesn't want to eat with us and only wants to eat outside by himself. Chapter 38. A mother will never abandon her child. Brother Xiaoyan, that sister is so weird, she doesn't use chopsticks to eat, she eats with her hands. A little boy about 7 or 8 years old said. This made Xiaoyan even more curious about the girl, so he came to the yard and immediately saw the girl eating voraciously with her hands. The girl seemed to have noticed Xiaoyang's presence and slowly looked up. Hypnosis. Xiaoyang decisively carried out hypnosis and did not miss this opportunity. Now if we want to find out the girl's situation, this is the only way. The girl's eyes gradually became dull, she slowly put down her bowl and sat there motionless. Xiaoyang walked quickly to the girl and asked. May I have your name? But the girl just shook her head in confusion, as if she didn't understand what he said. Where is your home? The girl still shook her head in confusion. System, what's going on? Is the hypnosis ineffective? Xiaoyan was a little confused. Logically speaking, after being hypnotized, the girl should answer whatever she was asked. Host, please do not doubt the function of the system. Hypnosis has now been successful. Then why doesn't this girl answer anything? Maybe there is something wrong with the host's communication method. Xiaoyang suspected that the system was trying to pass the buck and would rather put the problem on him than admit that it was its own problem. Then tell me how to communicate? Please try it yourself. Xiaoyang almost cursed out loud, as this seemed a bit like cheating. However, he had no choice but to accept the situation since the system had already said so. What's your father's name? How old are you? You don't remember anything? However, no matter what question Xiaoyang asked, the girl just shook her head in confusion, as if she didn't understand what he was asking at all. This really confused Xiaoyang. He started to feel troubled. He knew that he would not be able to get anything out of the situation. Remove hypnosis. He could only lift the hypnosis first and not let others notice anything unusual, otherwise they would think he had done something to the girl. The next second, the girl's eyes gradually became clear, then filled with fear, and she curled up on the ground and trembled. This scene made Xiaoyang even more confused. What was wrong with this girl? Do I look like a weird uncle? However, it didn't look like there was any threat, so I just ignored it and went back to the cafeteria to continue eating. It was not until he walked into the cafeteria that the fear in the girl's eyes gradually dissipated. After dinner, Xiaoyang found a stool and sat down to watch Su Miaoxue and the children play games. Su Miaoxue has now become friends with the children and even has a bit of a kid's kingly manner. Yang, I forgot to give you this last time. You can take it back later. Grandma Lu handed Xiaoyang a photo that looked like it was pieced together. Grandma, how come this photo is here with you? Xiaoyang looked at the photo in disbelief, because this photo was clearly torn into pieces and thrown away by him when he was very young. This is what Grandma found and glued back together. I was afraid you would throw it away again, so I helped you put it away. I should return it to you now. Grandma Lu said with a loving look on her face. Looking at this photo, Xiaoyang gradually fell into memories. This photo was taken at the entrance of the orphanage with Xiaoyang, who was still in his infancy at the time. The front of the photo shows a woman in a hospital gown holding a swaddled baby. The woman looked to be around 25 or 26 years old. Although her face was a little pale, it did not affect her beautiful appearance. There are 2 words on the back of the photo, which are Xiaoyang's current name. Therefore, Grandma Lu gave Xiaoyang his current name. When Xiaoyang was 5 years old, he couldn't stand the children in the village calling him a wild child every day, so he went to find Grandma Lu crying. Grandma, why don't I have a mother? Silly child, how come you don't have a mother? After saying this, Grandma Lu found the photo and said with a smile. This is your mother. Then why didn't she come to see me? Does she really not want me anymore? Xiaoyang asked with red eyes. Silly child, your mother will not abandon you. She will just temporarily hand you over to Grandma to take care of you. When you grow up, she will come to take you home. Grandma Lu wiped Xiaoyang's tears and comforted him with a smile. I don't believe it, you must be lying to me, she definitely doesn't want me anymore, whoa. Xiao Yang lay in Grandma Lu's arms and started crying. My child, Grandma didn't lie to you. When you grow up, Mom will come to pick you up. Grandma Lu patted Xiao Yang on the back and comforted him. The next second, Xiao Yang suddenly snatched the photo and tore it into more than 10 pieces. He ran to the door of the orphanage and threw all the pieces out. If she doesn't want me, then I don't want her either. I don't want to see her in this life. There was hatred in Xiao Yang's childish voice. He knew that his grandmother was just comforting him. If his mother really cared about him, she would never have abandoned him at the door of the orphanage. Xiao Yang came back to his senses, shook his head at Grandma Lu and said, Grandma, I'm living a good life now, there's no need to keep this photo. It can be seen that he still cares about being abandoned by his mother. He is still unwilling to forgive his mother's behavior, and he no longer looks forward to reuniting with his mother. Child, you are grown up now. You should know that a mother would not have the heart to abandon her child. She must have done so out of necessity. Grandma Lu knew what Xiao Yang was thinking and used these words to persuade him. Grandma, I really don't need it. You raised me. You are both my grandma and my mother. I, Xiao Yang, will only be filial to you. Now Xiao Yang has only one relative in his heart, and that is Grandma Lu who raised him. Why can't you figure it out, kid? There was a hint of blame in Grandma Lu's helpless words. My enemy. Is this a photo of you when you were a child? It's so cute. Su Miaoxue came behind the two of them without knowing when, and praised the photo. Then, he asked Grandma Lu expectantly. Grandma, can I take the photo back with me? Then I can see such a cute Xiao Yang every day. Okay. Okay. This photo was originally meant for you to take back. Grandma Lu knew what Su Miaoxue was thinking, so she gave the photo to her. Thank you, Grandma. I will watch it several times a day from now on. Su Miaoxue expressed her gratitude excitedly, as if she had obtained something very precious. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yang smiled helplessly. He knew what Su Miaoxue was thinking, but he didn't know what to say. Chapter 39. My name is Lu Yao. In the next 3 days, under Qiao Shan's efficient operation, the office location of Tianyang Investment was quickly selected, all procedures were completed, and it was ready to officially operate. Tianyang Investment's address was chosen in Changfeng Building in the commercial center, and it temporarily only rented 5 floors of office space as a temporary office location. After Xiao Yang buys the land in Haching Village, he will build it into the headquarters of Tianyang Investment. On the morning of the 4th day, Xiao Yang and Su Miaoxue boarded the Tianyue Group's private plane and arrived at the Beijing airport after more than an hour. After the two walked out of the airport, they quickly took a taxi and left. However, the two did not go to Su Miaoxue's house, but came to Su Miaoxue's private residence. This is a large flat of more than 200 square meters. It is simply decorated and the house is very tidy. Although it is not as expensive as a villa, it is still quite expensive in a place like Beijing. My dear, let's stay here for the next 2 days, and then go to celebrate my grandfather's birthday the day after tomorrow. Su Miaoxue obviously doesn't like living at home and wants to bring Xiao Yang to live here first. Well, you can make the arrangements. I'm here with you anyway, so I'll follow your instructions and everything. Xiao Yang smiled nonchalantly. Then I'll take you to meet my best friend this afternoon. She has always been curious about what kind of person you are. Su Miaoxue quickly thought of the next itinerary. Well, you have the final say. Xiao Yang nodded lovingly. After dinner, Su Miaoxue drove her pink Maserati President and took Xiao Yang to the door of a 4-story boxing club. Your best friend works here? Xiao Yang asked with a puzzled look on his face. Isn't this a tomboy? Xiao Yang felt that given Su Miaoxue's identity, her best friend would definitely not be a waitress here, but most likely a female boxing coach. Yao Yao is a part-time boxing coach here. She always comes here during her breaks. As Su Miaoxue spoke, she took Xiao Yang's hand and led him inside. When I entered the boxing club, I saw many men wearing vests, revealing their muscular bodies, punching sandbags crazily. Led by Su Miaoxue, the two came to the 3rd floor. The area here is about 300 square meters, with only 5 boxing rings, and it looks very spacious. In front of the innermost arena on the right, many people were watching a competition between a man and a woman. The woman was wearing a red sports bra and black sports shorts and looked to be about 1.7 meters tall. The man was wearing a black vest and black sweatpants. He had a sturdy build and looked to be about 1.80 meters tall. Yao Yao is right there. Su Miaoxue pointed to the arena where people were watching and walked over with Xiao Yang. The man punched the woman in the face with a very fierce attack, as if he had no mercy on her at all. The woman looked at the attack calmly, with contempt in her eyes, and easily dodged the punch by turning sideways. At this moment, he quickly punched the man in the chest, knocking the man back 4 or 5 steps. "Is this all your strength?" The woman looked at the man in front of her and asked with a slightly sarcastic tone. Hearing this, the man's face turned ugly, and he rushed towards the woman and punched her again. Snort! The woman snorted coldly, and while dodging the punch, she kicked the man to the left side of his head. Her long legs were very conspicuous at this moment. The man obviously didn't dare to take the kick head on, and quickly blocked the kick with his hand, but he was still kicked and staggered 2 or 3 steps to the right. The next second, the woman took the opportunity to perform a flying scissors kick, using the inertia of the movement to throw the man 2 meters away, and he fell heavily on the ring. Yao Yao is so amazing. She's really beautiful and good at fighting. This guy is really overestimating himself by daring to challenge Yao Yao. The people below the ring cheered, some praising the woman and some mocking the man. Xiao Yang witnessed the whole process and couldn't help feeling a little surprised. He didn't expect that this woman was so powerful. The man looked to be around 190 pounds, and he was knocked down in just 3 moves, which proved the woman's strength. The woman looked at the man who had fallen to the ground, sneered disdainfully, and said sarcastically, "Go and practice for a few more years. How dare you challenge me? It's really embarrassing." The man slapped the floor unwillingly and left the ring with a look of resentment on his face. Yao Yao. Here. Su Miaoxue waved at the woman. Xiaoxue, when did you come back? When the woman saw this, she quickly walked to the edge of the ring, revealing her joy at meeting her best friend. "I came back this morning because I missed you so much, so I came to see you," Su Miaoxue said with a smile. "Yeah?" The woman's eyes revealed doubt. After glancing at Xiao Yang, she joked to Su Miaoxue. "I thought you were going to settle down in Jiangyun City in the future. How is that possible? How can I settle down there when you are here?" Su Miaoxue quickly explained, her face slightly flushed, obviously a little embarrassed. The woman ignored Su Miaoxue and turned to Xiao Yang and said, "Hello, handsome. I'm Xiaoxue's best friend, my name is Lu Yao." His words revealed his straightforward personality. "Hello. My name is Xiao Yang." Xiao Yang introduced himself with a smile, secretly amazed in his heart. I didn't expect that Su Miaoxue's best friend is of such good quality. Not only does she have such amazing skills, but her appearance is also not inferior to Su Miaoxue. Lu Yao had a delicate heart-shaped face and short hair that just reached her neck. Her figure was only slightly inferior to Su Miaoxue's in terms of bust size. "I already know. This woman talks about you to me every day." I was so annoyed that I almost blocked her. Lu Yao showed a helpless look and said a little dissatisfiedly, "How could I have that?" Su Miaoxue quickly denied this matter, and the blush on her face became more obvious. "I'm already quite old, there's nothing to be ashamed of admitting." Lu Yao obviously had no intention of giving face to her best friend and spoke very directly. "I admit it, okay?" Su Miaoxue did not intend to deny it, and continued to say, "You're right. There's nothing to be embarrassed about at your age. But I remember you seem to be 2 months older than me. How come you don't even have a boyfriend?" "I don't mind having it," Lu Yao said indifferently. "Oh my, is it that you have to be willing to give it up or that no one wants it?" "I remember someone told me that he hopes to be single this year." Su Miaoxue didn't intend to show any mercy and started to expose his shortcomings directly. Lu Yao was obviously embarrassed, with a hint of embarrassment in her eyes, and she quickly said, "I was just joking with you, I didn't expect you to take it seriously." Xiao Yang really didn't expect that this pair of best friends were actually quite interesting. As soon as they met, they started to bicker with each other without any scruples in front of so many people. Chapter 40. What bad intentions could I have? Xiaoxue, why didn't you tell me you were back? At this time, a sturdy man who looked to be in his 30s walked over with an excited look on his face. When Su Miaoxue saw the man, she immediately frowned and her expression became a little ugly. "Oh. This is going to be interesting." Lu Yao suddenly became interested and said to the man, "Fei Chen, let me introduce you to this. This is Xiaoxue's boyfriend that she brought back from Jiangyun City." After saying that, he looked at Xiao Yang with a gloating look, as if he was looking forward to what would happen next. Hearing this, Fei Chen's expression gradually turned ugly. He looked at Xiao Yang gloomily, as if he were a love rival meeting each other with jealous eyes. Xiao Yang, let me introduce him to you. He is one of Xiao Shui's suitors and the owner of this boxing club. He has won 15 boxing championships. Lu Yao introduced Chen Fei to Xiao Yang, looking like she was enjoying the fun. Xiao Yang smiled helplessly. He had already guessed the purpose of Lu Yao's doing this, which was to see what sparks would fly between the rivals. My enemy, let's go, I don't want to stay here. As Su Miaoxue spoke, she took Xiao Yang's arm and planned to take him away from here. She was not afraid that Chen Fei would do something to Xiao Yang, but she was afraid that Xiao Yang would do something to Chen Fei. If that happened, the situation would be difficult to handle. After all, she knew Xiao Yang's strength, and dealing with Chen Fei was like a piece of cake for him. But in order not to make things worse, she chose to let Xiao Yang stay away. Well, I'll do as you say. Xiao Yang nodded lovingly, obviously knowing what the other party meant. However, Fei Chen did not intend to let it go. He said with a gloomy face, "Boy, if you're a man, don't run away. Come to the ring and fight with me now. If you don't bring a stick, you will continue to be a deserter, which also proves that you are not qualified to be with Xiaoxue." Hearing this, Xiao Yang immediately became unhappy. He met Chen Fei's gaze and said without showing any weakness, "I accept your challenge." Since the other person said such harsh words, it was obvious that he deserved a beating. Xiao Yang was very happy to fulfill such a request. "Yao Yao. How could you do this?" Su Miaoxue looked at her best friend who was causing trouble with dissatisfaction. "What bad intentions could I have? I just want to see if Xiao Yang can protect you. It's a good opportunity for Chen Fei to compete with him. You're not afraid that Xiao Yang will lose, are you?" Lu Yao said nonchalantly. Su Miaoxue's face instantly became embarrassed, and she said to Lu Yao, "Why would I be afraid that he would lose? I'm just afraid that..." Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Fei Chen. "Xiaoxue, don't worry. I just want to let this kid know that I am the only one who can protect you. I won't be ruthless later." He thought that Su Miaoxue was afraid that he would hurt Xiao Yang, so she quickly made a promise and said that she would not use her full strength. Another thing is that in his opinion, Xiao Yang's physique does not have any strength. He just looks a little handsome and it is not worth his full strength. Su Miaoxue knew that she couldn't stop this, so she could only say to Xiao Yang with a worried look on her face, "My enemy, you better be careful later." Her meaning was very clear, that is, be careful not to beat Chen Fei too badly, otherwise it might end badly. "Don't worry. I'll pay attention." Xiao Yang smiled and nodded, indicating to the other party that he understood. But this scene once again stimulated Chen Fei. He had originally planned to just stop there and prove his strength. Now he was thinking about humiliating Xiao Yang and making him lose face in front of Su Miaoxue. "Boy, I'm going up first, don't be a coward." After Chen Fei finished speaking, he pulled the side rope and jumped directly onto the ring, then looked at Xiao Yang provocatively. "Fei Chen! Fei Chen! Fei Chen!" Shouts immediately rang out at the scene, and it was obvious that Chen Fei had a high image in everyone's mind. "I'll be down soon, just wait for me." After Xiao Yang comforted Su Miaoxue, he also jumped onto the ring pulling the side rope, and his momentum was not at all inferior. "You're right, you'll be down soon." Chen Fei looked at Xiao Yang with contempt, not taking him seriously at all. "If you want to fight, do it quickly. Don't dilly-dally. My girlfriend wants to take me shopping later." Xiao Yang looked at Chen Fei with an impatient look on his face, and he emphasized the word girlfriend on purpose. "You're looking for death." Chen Fei shouted angrily and rushed towards Xiao Yang, obviously provoked again. Xiao Yang looked at the other party's fist swung at him calmly, dodged it easily, and kicked Chen Fei in the stomach. Bang! Chen Fei instantly flew backwards about 2 meters and fell heavily on the stage. Xiao Yang would not be polite at this time, but he still controlled his strength so as not to cause great harm to Chen Fei. Of course, if the other party still doesn't understand, he doesn't mind using a little more strength to let Chen Fei truly see the gap between them. This scene stunned everyone present. It was obvious that they did not expect Chen Fei to be knocked to the ground so easily. "Interesting." Lu Yao nodded and said, her eyes revealing a strong interest. She was very clear about Chen Fei's strength, which proved that Xiao Yang's strength was still strong. It seemed that today would be an exciting game. Chen Fei stood up, holding his stomach. After seeing the expressions of the people off the field, he looked at Xiao Yang with resentment. He is the god of war here. Apart from losing to Lu Yao, he has never lost to anyone else. This situation has greatly hurt his self-esteem. Boy, you forced me to do this. Chen Fei rushed towards Xiao Yang again. This time he was not going to hold back. He would do his best to deal with Xiao Yang and regain the face he had just lost. A cold light flashed in Xiao Yang's eyes. He didn't expect that this guy was so ignorant. It was no wonder he didn't know what was going on. Just when everyone was about to see Chen Fei use his full strength, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Chen Fei. It was Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang sneered and punched Chen Fei in the face. Ah! Following a scream, Fei Chen spit out blood and flew backwards quickly. Bang! Bang! Chen Fei first hit the side rope and then fell on the ring. If it weren't for the side ropes blocking him, he would have definitely flown out of the ring. How is this possible? Lu Yao looked at the situation on the field with surprise, and disbelief gradually appeared in her eyes. She saw it clearly just now. Not only did Xiao Yang teleport about 2 meters with one step, but he also easily knocked Chen Fei, who weighed about 200 pounds, away with one punch. Such explosive power, speed, and strength displayed are simply not something an ordinary person can possess. Chapter 41 Childhood Sweethearts. Chen Fei lay motionless on the ring, blood still flowing from his mouth. It seemed that he was knocked unconscious by the punch. This scene completely shocked everyone present. They didn't see Xiao Yang's movements clearly just now, and didn't know how Chen Fei was defeated. Xiao Yang slowly walked up to Fei Chen and said indifferently, "I didn't want to argue with you, but you just wanted to kill me, so you can't blame me." After saying that, he stepped on Fei Chen's arm, intending to cripple this guy. "Stop!" Lu Yao obviously saw Xiao Yang's intention, and quickly spoke out to stop him, then quickly rushed onto the stage. "With so many people watching, you'll definitely get into trouble if you do this." Lu Yao persuaded anxiously, and then continued. "I can guarantee that Fei Chen will not cause you any more trouble, and will not bother Xiaoxua again." In order to make Xiao Yan listen to her advice, Lu Yao immediately made a promise. Enemy. Hearing Su Miaoshua's worried voice, Xiao Yang immediately turned around and left the ring. He was not afraid of the trouble that Lu Yao mentioned, but he was afraid that Su Miaoshua would worry about him. "Let's go." Xiao Yang gave Su Miaoshua a reassuring smile, indicating that she didn't need to worry. Kindness. Su Miaoshua smiled and nodded, then took Xiao Yang's arm and left. Looking at Xiao Yang's departing back, Lu Yao's eyes revealed a strange look, as if she had discovered some new world. On the way back, Su Miaoshua said apologetically while driving, "My dear, I'm sorry. Yao Yao definitely didn't mean it, please don't be angry with her, okay? How could I be mad at her? She just wanted to see if your boyfriend was reliable. This is all for your own good." Xiao Yan replied with a nonchalant smile. Of course, he would not care about such things. After all, Lu Yao was Su Miaoshua's best friend. He did this today just to see if he could protect Su Miaoshua. This was actually all for Su Miaoshua's own good, it's just that the method was a bit excessive, and there was really no bad intention. DD. Su Miaoshua received a message on her phone. After reading it, she said to Xiao Yang, "Yao Yao said she would treat us to dinner tonight and wanted to apologize to you in person." There was a questioning look in his eyes. He wanted to see what Xiao Yang thought and whether he would decide the matter on his own. "We have to go if they invite us with good intentions. It's a good opportunity for you to catch up with your bestie." Xiao Yang knew that he had to go for this kind of thing, otherwise he would appear petty. "Well, I'll tell her we'll be there on time." Su Miaoshua smiled and nodded, knowing that Xiao Yan was really not angry with her best friend, and she was very happy. 9 p.m. Lu Bo Hotel. "Xiao Yang, I'm really sorry for what happened today. I just want to know if Xiao Shui has found a reliable boyfriend so that I can rest assured. I really don't have any other thoughts." Lu Yao raised her red wine glass and expressed her apology to Xiao Yang. "It's okay. Thank you for creating this opportunity today. I was able to help Miaoshua drive away a fly." Xiao Yang raised his red wine glass in return, indicating that he didn't take it to heart. "Then you have to work hard. There are more than one fly that is obsessed with Xiaoxue. You will probably see the most annoying one the day after tomorrow." Lu Yao took a sip of red wine and said meaningfully, "Yao Yao, why are you telling Xiao Yang about this kind of thing? Su Miaoshua obviously didn't want to talk about this matter, and a little dissatisfaction appeared on her face. What are you afraid of? Your Xiaoyang is so handsome and a good fighter, Tong Jun will have no choice but to admit defeat. Lu Yao looked nonchalant, thinking that there was nothing to hide about such things. Tong Jun? Xiaoyang secretly memorized the name of this love rival. Su Miaoshue showed some helplessness on her face and said with some worry. The day after tomorrow is Grandpa's 80th birthday. I'm really worried that this guy will take advantage of the opportunity to cause trouble. Thinking of Tong Jun's character, Su Miaoshua was really afraid that something might happen the day after tomorrow, which would put her in an embarrassing situation. Don't worry. I've already asked someone about it. Tong Jun hasn't made any moves. He probably won't do anything weird. Lu Yao had obviously already found out the news for her best friend in advance, and she spoke with confidence. That's good. As long as he doesn't affect Grandpa's birthday celebration. Su Miaoshue trusts her best friend 100%, so if she says this, then there must be no problem. Xiao Yang was confused, so he asked curiously. Who the hell is this guy? Why does it sound to me like he's always causing trouble? As the saying goes, knowing yourself and your enemy ensures victory in every battle. He felt it necessary to understand this kind of love rival and take precautions in advance. It's not that he was afraid of being targeted, but he was afraid that this guy would affect Su Miaoshue's mood. Him? After thinking for a few seconds, Lu Yao said to Xiao Yang. In fact, he is Xiaoshue's childhood sweetheart and also her most crazy pursuer. As long as he knows where Xiaoshue is, he will definitely rush there as soon as possible and then show his love in various ways. He is like a psychopath. He and I are not childhood sweethearts. Su Miaoshue immediately retorted, and then explained to Xiao Yang. Don't misunderstand me, my enemy. My family is in the maritime transport business, and theirs is in the cross-border trade business. It just so happens that our elders are old friends, so we have always cooperated in business. Although he and I grew up together, I have always treated him as a friend and never had that kind of thought. It was just his wishful thinking. She felt that it was better to explain this kind of thing clearly. After all, the term childhood sweethearts could easily lead to associations, and she didn't want Xiao Yang to misunderstand her because of it. You don't have to explain to me, I'm just curious, I don't have any other intentions, don't worry. Xiao Yang smiled and nodded, signaling the other party not to think too much about it, and he would not think too much about it either. My enemy, you are so kind. Su Miaoshua originally planned to give one a kiss, but her best friend was here, so she had to resist the urge. Ahem. Lu Yao coughed twice and said with dissatisfaction. Please pay attention to me and don't treat me like air, okay? Otherwise I will be angry. Although she said this, she was happy for her best friend in her heart because she really found a man she could rely on. If you're jealous, just go find one. Then show off your affection in front of us. I won't mind. Su Miaoshua said this with a smug look on her face, clearly mocking Lu Yao. It's not that I don't want to, but I have no choice. I haven't met someone I really like yet, so I can only stay single for now. Lu Yao did not avoid this matter and said helplessly. Chapter 42, At worst, we two best friends can share the same husband. You are too picky. I think it's good that there are several people pursuing you. You can think about it carefully. Su Miaoshue persuaded her with a concerned look on her face, saying that she also hoped her best friend would find true love soon. Don't even mention those guys. They can't even beat me. They are so weak. Lu Yao suddenly glanced at Xiao Yang and said to Su Miaoshue with a hint of amusement. In fact, I think your Xiao Yang is quite good. He is handsome and good at fighting. It's a pity that he is your boyfriend now. I can only watch helplessly. After saying this, he looked pitiful, as if he had encountered something he loved but could only look at it. Have you been single for so long that you're even considering hitting on my boyfriend? Su Miaoshue joked with a look of surprise, but she didn't seem angry. Have you forgotten that we agreed before that if one of us really can't find a husband, the other will give up her husband to share? Don't you want to keep your promise? After Lu Yao finished speaking, she threw a coquettish glance at Xiao Yang, as if she really liked Xiao Yang. I don't have any. As long as Xiao Yang is willing to accept you, I definitely have no objection. At worst, we two best friends can share the same husband. Su Miaoshue knew that her best friend was joking, and immediately responded with confidence. What are these two women talking about? Why does it feel like it's getting more and more outrageous? Xiao Yang really couldn't listen any longer, so he interrupted. Why don't we talk about something else? The more I listen to this topic, the more it seems wrong. If, while they were talking, the two of them suddenly asked for his opinion and asked him whether he was willing, it would be difficult for him to answer at that time. If I say I don't want to, I'll feel like I can't take a joke. If he said yes, Su Miaoxue would probably think that he was interested in Lu Yao. Xiao Yang naturally would not put himself in such a situation, and felt it necessary to step forward to end this topic. Hey! I was just joking with Xiaoxue, but you took it seriously. Do you really want to take both of our best friends in? Lu Yao obviously didn't want to let Xiao Yang go, so she asked directly. Xiao Yang quickly shook his head and denied. How could I possibly think of such a thing? I'm not greedy. I'm already content with just Miaoxue. Although Lu Yao was indeed very beautiful, he really didn't have that idea. TSK. That's so boring. You can't even take a joke. Lu Yao rolled her eyes at Xiao Yang and said with dissatisfaction. I'm not ugly, am I? Why do I feel like I'm being taken advantage of by you? Xiao Yang really didn't know how to respond for a moment. What Lu Yao said was simply impossible to respond to. No matter how he responded, he felt that he would offend people. Okay, stop making things difficult for Xiao Yang. Su Miaoxue quickly spoke out to dissuade them, fearing that Xiao Yang would be embarrassed if they continued like this. Okay. Let's not talk about this anymore. It's really not fair to forget about your best friend just because you have a boyfriend. Lu Yao suddenly looked like she was abandoned. Su Miaoxue smiled helplessly. Fortunately, she knew her best friend's character and knew that she was not really angry. My enemy, you couldn't have guessed that Yao Yao was a soldier, right? She quickly changed the subject. I really didn't expect this. Xiao Yang's eyes flashed with surprise for a moment. He didn't expect Lu Yao to be a soldier. No wonder he had such good skills. Yao Yao entered the military academy at the age of 18. She has been in the military for 12 years now, and she has even won a fighting championship. There was pride in Su Miaoxue's tone, as if she felt honored to have such a best friend. It's true that you can't judge a person by his appearance. Xiao Yang was somewhat impressed. He had never imagined that Lu Yao was a soldier, and he did not expect that he had been in the army for 12 years. Besides, in a place like the army where there are many experts, it is quite difficult to get the title of fighting champion. Not to mention a woman. What's so strange about this? If my old man hadn't forced me to stay in the army, I would have wanted to live a freer life. Lu Yao waved her hand nonchalantly, her tone revealing helplessness. This is already amazing. Unlike me, I once thought about joining the army to serve the country, but I just didn't have such an opportunity. Xiao Yang complimented with pretended regret. If you're willing, I can ask for you. You're so capable, so you should have a chance. Lu Yao acted as if she was happy to help. Forget it. You can't break the rules because of me. I think I'm doing pretty well now. Xiao Yang shook his head and refused. He was just pretending and he didn't expect the other party to be serious. After all, he is a wealthy man now, so he must think about how to enjoy life and not be so pessimistic. How could I allow myself to be bound by the rules and regulations of the army? Then let's not talk about this matter for now. If you want to join the army, you can tell me at any time and I can help you. Lu Yao tactfully ended the topic and then asked curiously. By the way, Xiao Yang, have you been practicing martial arts since you were a child? Otherwise, how could you be so powerful? After seeing Xiao Yang's strength today, she has been curious about this question. For an ordinary person to reach such strength, he must have extraordinary experiences. Well, I started practicing martial arts since I was a child. Xiao Yang answered according to what the other party said, which just happened to give himself a reason to avoid not knowing how to explain it. Then you must have a very powerful master, right? Lu Yao continued to ask, thinking that only a very powerful master could teach such a powerful apprentice like Xiao Yang. Yes, my master is very powerful. It is because of his teachings that I have such strength. Xiao Yang continued to go down the slope, as long as he could explain it. I knew it must be like that, no wonder you were so powerful. Lu Yao said excitedly, as if she had guessed everything. By the way, Yao Yao, how many days will you rest this time? Su Miaoxue quickly stepped in to end the topic, fearing that her best friend would continue asking questions and Xiao Yang would not know how to answer. I will be returning to the army the day after tomorrow. I was thinking of accompanying you to celebrate your grandfather's birthday, but it seems there will be no chance now. Lu Yao's mood instantly dropped a lot, as if she didn't want to go back to the army at all. It's okay. I'll say hello to Grandpa for you. Su Miaoshua quickly tried to comfort her. Okay, let's eat quickly. If we go back too late, my old man will nag us again. Lu Yao glanced at the time and said with a helpless tone. The three of them continued to chat while eating. Xiao Yang heard a lot of embarrassing things about Su Miaoshua, and naturally, he also heard a lot of embarrassing things about Lu Yao. Anyway, these two best friends just won't give in to each other, and neither of them wants to suffer any loss when it comes to revealing the secrets. Chapter 43 Future Father-in-Law and Mother-in-Law. It was almost 12 o'clock when the three of them finished their meal. After Lu Yao said goodbye to the two, she returned to her home in the military compound. It's almost 12 o'clock. Why did you just come back? As soon as I entered the door, I heard the serious voice of my father Lu Tianhao. Lu Tianhao was sitting at the tea table in the living room, looking at his daughter with an unhappy expression. Dad. I found a very powerful person today. Lu Yao looked unconcerned and quickly walked to sit next to her father. Male or female? Lu Tianhao asked this question first. Male. Lu Yao responded immediately. After being stunned for a few seconds, Lu Tianhao asked curiously. What kind of man would my daughter find worth mentioning? He was very clear about his daughter's situation. There were so many capable people in the army who looked down on her, so it felt wrong for her to suddenly mention a man. Let me show you this first. Lu Yao did not answer, but took out her cell phone and played a surveillance video. It was the video of the battle between Xiao Yang and Chen Fei. While watching the video, Lu Tianhao's eyes gradually became surprised, and it seemed that he was also shocked by Xiao Yang's strength. Who is this kid? The strength displayed by Xiao Yang successfully aroused Lu Tianhao's interest. I knew you would be interested. Lu Yao glanced at her father proudly and continued. His name is Xiao Yang, and he's Su Miaoshua's boyfriend whom she met in Jianyun City. Hearing this, Lu Tianhao looked at his daughter strangely and asked in confusion. My girl. Are you trying to steal someone's boyfriend? His daughter suddenly showed him a video of a man, and this man had a girlfriend, which made him have this idea instantly. What are you talking about? Xiao Shui and I are best friends, how could I possibly steal her boyfriend? Lu Yao said this very unhappily, and it was obvious that she was very dissatisfied with her father's idea. So what are you doing? For a moment, Lu Tianhao couldn't understand what his daughter meant by mentioning this man to him. Moreover, I felt a little disappointed. I thought my daughter finally found someone she liked, but I didn't expect it to be like this. After all, Lu Yao is already 30 years old. As a father, Lu Tianhao was very concerned about his daughter's emotional issues and is worried about her. You know, Lu Tianhao introduced all the outstanding soldiers in the army to his daughter, but Lu Yao had no reaction. Now, she has finally met a man who can make her daughter take the initiative to propose. She was a little excited just now, but now her excitement is in vain. Oh. Don't let your imagination run wild. I actually want to ask, do you think Xiao Yang, with his ability, can be specially recruited into the army? Lu Yao quickly told her father her purpose, fearing that her father would continue to misunderstand her. Girl, are you really just thinking about this? Lu Tianhao asked with a look of disbelief, always feeling that his daughter shouldn't just think that simply. Really? I swear I really just thought so, not what you think. Lu Yao replied speechlessly. How old is this kid? 24 years old. So young. Lu Tianhao's eyes were full of surprise. He didn't expect that Xiao Yan was only 24 years old. Yeah. He's so young and has such strength. He must have great potential. He's no worse than those guys. Lu Yao commented with admiration. If that's the case, we can consider this matter, but I don't know if this kid is willing to do it. Lu Tianhao gave his own answer. After all, it was indeed a good thing for the military to have such people joining the army. Don't worry about that. I will go and convince Xiao Yang. He will definitely be willing to serve the country. Lu Yao said with confidence that she felt Xiao Yang had had this idea before, and since she was Su Miaoshua's best friend, it shouldn't be difficult to persuade him. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. The next morning, a hurried doorbell woke Xiao Yang and Su Miaoshua up. Who is it? So annoying. Su Miaoshua said this in a bad mood as she woke up. I'll go and take a look. Xiao Yang got up and put on his clothes. He quickly came to the door and opened it. He saw a middle-aged man and a middle-aged woman standing at the door. "Excuse me, who are you?" Xiao Yang asked with a puzzled look on his face. "Who are you?" the middle-aged man asked with a gloomy face. This made Xiao Yang a little angry. Someone rang the doorbell early in the morning, not only waking up himself and Su Miaoxue, but the other party also had this attitude. Just as he was about to close the door, Su Miaoxue's voice came from behind him. "Enemy, who is it?" "I don't know him, see if you recognize him." Xiao Yang moved aside to let Su Miaoxue look at the two people at the door. "Dad! Mom! Why are you here?" Su Miaoxue looked at the two people at the door with surprise. These two people are Su Miaoxue's father Su Feng'an and mother Liao Choyun. Xiao Yang was a little confused for a moment. He didn't expect that the two people at the door were his future father-in-law and mother-in-law. Su Miaoxue suddenly thought of something and said quickly, "Wait for me for a while. I'm going to change my clothes. Xiao Yang, you stay with my parents first." Then she remembered that she was wearing a loose nightgown. Although she was wearing underwear underneath, she felt that it was still a bit indecent in front of her parents. "Boy, don't you welcome us in?" Su Feng'an's face looked very unhappy, as if he was very dissatisfied with Xiao Yang. "No, no. How could I not welcome you? Uncle and aunt, please come in." Xiao Yang quickly stepped aside and made way for the couple. Snort! Su Feng'an snorted coldly at Xiao Yang, then took his wife to the sofa and sat down. After Xiao Yang smiled awkwardly, he quickly took 2 glasses of water and placed them in front of the two people. "Uncle and aunt, have a drink of water first, Miaoxue will be out soon." Liao Choyun looked at Xiao Yang for a few seconds and asked with a smile. "You are Xiao Yang, right?" Su Miaoxue had already told her parents about Xiao Yang's existence in advance, so Liao Choyun guessed the identity of this young man. He should be her daughter's boyfriend in Jiangyun City. "Hello, uncle and aunt. My name is Xiao Yang." Xiao Yang responded very enthusiastically. "Kindness." Liao Choyun nodded with satisfaction and said with admiration, "He is indeed very handsome, and he looks a good match for my Xiaoxue." "What's the point of being handsome? You need real skills." Su Feng'an retorted with a dissatisfied look on his face, obviously still resenting being stopped at the door just now. Yes. You are right." Xiao Yang quickly nodded in agreement. After all, this was his future father-in-law, so whatever he said was what he should do. He just had to listen. Chapter 44. This guy is only 24 years old, 6 years younger than our daughter. "I heard from Xiaoxue that you opened a 5-star hotel in Jiangyun City?" Su Feng'an was quite satisfied with this attitude and continued to ask. "Yes, uncle." Xiao Yang quickly nodded in response. To have achieved so much at such a young age is very ambitious. Su Feng'an nodded and said, his attitude was much better than before. "You should know what our family situation is like, right?" He continued to ask. "Miaoxue has already told me." Xiao Yang nodded to indicate that he knew and Su Miaoxue had already told him the details. Xianfan Group, with a market value of more than 150 billion yuan, is a well-known company in Beijing. Remember this, boy. A man should work hard on his own and not rely on a woman. Su Feng'an reminded with a serious face. The meaning was very clear, that is, to warn the other party not to think of using his daughter. After all, a 5-star hotel is nothing compared to the Qianfan Group, so Su Feng'an has doubts in this regard. "Uncle, don't worry. I am sincere to Miaoxue and have never thought about getting anything from her," Xiao Yang assured seriously, feeling somewhat helpless. He didn't expect that his father-in-law would treat him as a gigolo. Liao Choyun on the side obviously couldn't stand it anymore and said very dissatisfiedly, "Hey! Why are you telling Xiao Yang all this? Don't you still believe in our daughter's judgment?" Hearing this, Su Feng'an immediately became unhappy and responded with a somewhat ugly expression. "Our daughter is already 30 years old, and this guy is only 24 years old, 6 years younger than our daughter. How can I not have other thoughts? So what? Xiaoxue finally found someone she likes. If you have any opinions, just keep them to yourself. Don't make me deal with you when I get home." Liao Choyun said this very impolitely, instantly revealing her family status. She was already worried about her daughter's love life. Her daughter finally met someone she liked and brought him home, which completely showed her daughter's attitude. This made Liao Qiuyun, as a mother, very happy, for she was afraid that her husband's words and actions would affect the relationship between her daughter and Xiao Yang. What's the matter? As a father, can't I check on my daughter? She is my dearest child. What if she gets wronged in the future? Su Flingan obviously didn't want to lose face at this moment, so he immediately retorted. Xiao Yang is only 24 years old and he can open a 5-star hotel. Will he let our Xiao Shui suffer any grievances in the future? Liao Qiuyun glared at Su Flingan in dissatisfaction and then asked. Don't you ever think about what you were doing when you were 24? Do you really want me to tell you about your shit? Su Flingan immediately felt like someone had caught him by the hair, and said with a frustrated look on his face. Why do you mention those things? Don't I only have my heart set on you now? If I hadn't been on guard every day, you would have found some sisters for me out there. Liao Qiuyun obviously didn't want to let it go and continued to complain. Xiao Yang suddenly felt that he was redundant. His father-in-law and mother-in-law were flirting here, and it seemed a bit inappropriate for him, the future son-in-law, to stay here. But he felt that it was not appropriate for him to just walk away, so he smiled and persuaded. Auntie, I can see that uncle is devoted to you, otherwise he would not have given you this much face. You can't let your future mother-in-law keep criticizing your future father-in-law. Xiao Yang feels that it's not a good idea to do so, so he simply speaks up for his future father-in-law, just in case he wants to improve his favorability. That's right, if I didn't really love you so much, how could I allow myself to be bullied by you like this? Su Flingan said with a look of grievance, and his liking for Xiao Yang increased a lot. He felt that this son-in-law had good emotional intelligence and knew how to help him out of trouble. Mom and Dad. What were you talking about just now? Su Miaoxue changed her clothes and walked out. She saw that the situation at the scene seemed a little strange and was worried that it was Xiao Yang's parents who were trying to make things difficult for him. My girl. I just want to test whether this guy is sincere to you. I'm afraid he wants to use you to get close to our Qianfan group. Your mother thinks I'm making things difficult for this guy. I'm doing this for your own good. Su Flingan quickly complained to his daughter, and he looked as if he had suffered a great injustice. Dad, you are the president of Qianfan group after all, why are you so afraid of my mom? Su Miaoxue asked a little helplessly. No matter what situation her father faced outside, he had never been cowardly, but he was particularly cowardly when facing his daughter-in-law. How could he be afraid of me? He is afraid that I will bring up the past with him. That would be the real humiliation for him. Liao Qiuyun's tone was slightly sarcastic, and it was obvious that she was holding her husband's pigtail in her hand. Aunt, even if this is the case, Uncle really loves you, otherwise he wouldn't have given in to you just because of something like this. Xiao Yang persuaded with a smile, in his heart he admired his future father-in-law very much. Only if he loved his future father-in-law to that extent would he make such concessions. Okay, the two little ones are speaking for you. I will let you go today, but you are not allowed to embarrass Xiao Yang again, okay? Liao Qiuyun waved her hand to show that she didn't care, but still gave a warning. If her husband hadn't made things difficult for her future son-in-law as soon as he arrived, she really didn't want to embarrass her husband in front of Xiao Yang. Dad, you don't have to worry. Xiao Yang is really good to me, and he doesn't need to rely on our Qianfan group at all. Su Miaoxue sat next to her father and said comfortingly. I think what you said makes sense. This kid looks very motivated. Even without our help, he will definitely be able to make a name for himself. Su Flingan nodded in agreement, not understanding what his daughter meant. However, judging from his attitude, it is obvious that he has accepted Xiao Yang as his future son-in-law, which is why he gave such an evaluation. I did not mean that. Su Miaoxue knew that her father didn't understand what she meant, so she quickly explained. In fact, Xiao Yang's real identity is the chairman of Tianyue Group. He invested 100 billion to establish an investment company a few days ago. I am now the legal representative of the company, and I own all the shares. She knew that if she didn't explain it clearly, her parents would definitely not think of such a thing, so she decided not to keep them in suspense and just said it directly. Girl, you can't make up this kind of thing to fool us just to make us think highly of Xiao Yang. Su Flingan immediately expressed his disbelief, thinking that his daughter made up such a story just to enhance Xiao Yang's image in her mind. And it's such an outrageous thing. After all, at Xiao Yang's age, he doesn't look like the chairman of Tianyue Group. This story is too unreliable and his credibility is definitely not high. Chapter 45 Prove My Identity. I really didn't lie to you. You will believe it after you see this. Su Miaoxue had no choice but to take out her cell phone and find the information about Tianyang investment that she had taken. After the couple looked at the photos, Su Fing'an asked in surprise. "Girl, this isn't photoshopped, is it?" He still couldn't believe it. How could someone be willing to give 100 billion to his daughter for free? This is almost equivalent to the result of the Su family's decades of hard work. Xiao Yang smiled helplessly, knowing that the old couple would definitely not believe what Su Miaoxue said alone. It seemed that he had to prove it himself. "Uncle and aunt, please wait for 2 minutes. I will prove this matter now." After saying that, he took out his cell phone and called In Shuyue. "Hello, Mr. Xiao, what can I do for you?" In Shuyue's respectful voice came. "Tell the general manager of the Beijing branch to call the president of Qianfan Group right now." Xiao Yang felt that this could prove his identity. "Mr. Xiao, are you here to discuss cooperation? Is there anything I need to tell you about?" In Shuyue asked immediately, showing her secretary's attentiveness very well. "It's not about discussing cooperation, and there's no need to tell him anything. All he needs to do is make a phone call and prove my identity." Xiao Yang shook his head and said, "Okay. I'll do it now." "Well, tell him to hurry up." Xiao Yang hung up the phone and said to the old couple, "Uncle and aunt, please wait a moment, the phone should be ringing soon." The old couple looked at each other, and their eyes showed their attitude, that is, they began to believe this matter, otherwise Xiao Yang would not do this. If this kind of thing were to be acted out, given Su Fing'an's interpersonal relationships as the president of Qianfan Group, it would definitely be easily exposed. After all, they were both in Beijing. Su Fing'an had met Gu Rinping, the general manager of Tianyue Group's Beijing branch, and they naturally exchanged phone numbers. As long as we wait for the phone call, we will know whether it is true or not, so the credibility of this matter has begun to increase. Ding ling ling. Su Fing'an's phone suddenly rang. After taking a look at the incoming call, he immediately looked at Xiao Yang with shock on his face. Because it was a call from Gu Rinping, general manager of Tianyue Group's Beijing branch. After being stunned for a few seconds, Su Fing'an answered the call and turned on the speakerphone. "Hey! Mr. Gu. Boss Su, our CEO Xiao asked me to call you to prove his identity." Gu Rinping's tone was very indifferent, as if he was just completing a task. "Is the Mr. Xiao you are talking about called Xiao Yang?" Although Su Fing'an already believed it in his heart, he still wanted to confirm this matter. "Su Fing'an, you better pay attention to me. You, the president of Qianfan Group, are not qualified to call our chairman by his name." When Gu Rinping heard the other party calling the chairman by his full name, he immediately became unhappy. Su Fing'an glanced at the phone screen, then at Xiao Yang, and for a moment he didn't know how to respond. Xiao Yang showed a helpless smile. It was obvious that he did not expect his subordinates to defend him like this, so he said to the phone, "I'm Xiao Yang." He felt that at this time he had to clear up the misunderstanding himself, otherwise not only would his future father-in-law be embarrassed, but he himself would be embarrassed too. "What? You said you were Mr. Xiao?" There was doubt in Gu Rinping's surprised tone. After all, In Shuyue just asked him to make a phone call and did not say that the chairman was next to Su Fing'an. "You don't need me to ask In Shuyue to call you, right?" Xiao Yang asked with a smile. No. "Hello, Mr. Xiao, I'm the general manager of the Beijing branch, my name is Gu Rinping." Gu Rinping's tone instantly became respectful, and it was obvious that he had confirmed the matter. "Well, what happened today was just a misunderstanding. It's all right now. Go and get busy." Xiao Yang explained. "Mr. Xiao, are you in Beijing?" Gu Rinping asked cautiously. If the chairman is in Beijing, he will most likely visit the Beijing branch. Gu Rinping feels it necessary to confirm so that he can prepare in advance. "Yes, I'm in the capital." Xiao Yang felt that there was nothing to hide about this matter, so he just said it out loud. "Then would you mind taking some time to visit the Beijing branch?" Gu Rinping quickly added. "I don't mean anything else, I just feel it's an honor to be able to report my work to you in person." Logically speaking, at Gu Rinping's level, except for the chairman's personal inspection, he is not qualified to report directly to Xiao Yang, and must go through He Jin, the general manager of the group. Now that he has the opportunity to report to the chairman in person, he must seize this opportunity to improve his impression in the chairman's mind. After thinking for a few seconds, Xiao Yang said to the phone, "After I finish my work here, I will find time to go there." Everyone knew that he was in Beijing, and Xiao Yang felt that if he didn't go there, it would seem that he, as the chairman, was putting on airs. Okay, Mr. Xiao. All the employees of our Beijing branch are looking forward to your visit. Gu Runping complimented excitedly. Well, go get busy first. After Xiao Yang finished speaking, he hung up the phone and returned the phone to Su Feng'an. Uncle, I'm so sorry. I didn't know Gu Runping would say something like that. Now I've explained it clearly. Xiao Yang said to Su Feng'an with a smile. Resemble. Su Feng'an was embarrassed for a moment and didn't know how to address Xiao Yang. If I call him by his full name, his status is obvious. If I call him Mr. Xiao, he is my future son-in-law, so it would feel awkward no matter how I call him. Uncle, you can just call me Xiao Yang. We're a family from now on, so don't be so formal with me. Xiao Yang said with a smile, feeling somewhat helpless. He didn't expect that such a thing would cause estrangement. Hey! Xiao Yang! Su Feng'an responded quickly, and he understood in his heart that he was indeed being too distant. They were all family in the future, and it was really a bit alienating to be like this. Dad! Do you believe it now? Su Miaoxue pouted unhappily, as if she was angry at her father's distrust. I believe it. Su Feng'an quickly nodded to show his attitude. At the same time, he gradually became excited. The chairman of Tianyue Group turned out to be his son-in-law. It would be awesome if this news got out. Su Feng'an suddenly felt that his love for his daughter was not in vain. Thanks to his daughter for finding a good son-in-law for him, Xianfan Group had the opportunity to move to a higher level. He knew very well that even if he didn't tell Xiao Yang about this matter, the other party would definitely help Xianfan Group for the sake of his daughter. Chapter 46, 550 billion is still okay. Uncle and aunt, no matter who I am, it will not affect my feelings for Miaoxue. Please trust me and leave Miaoxue to me. Xiao Yang expressed his attitude very sincerely. Mom and Dad. I believe Xiao Yang, he will definitely treat me well. Su Miaoxue immediately agreed. We believe. We believe. The old couple nodded and said in unison that they could see that Xiao Yang was sincere to Su Miaoxue and knew that their daughter's choice was not wrong. All right. We're a family, so don't be so formal. Liao Qiuyun quickly tried to smooth things over and prevent the atmosphere from becoming any more awkward. Yes, we are all family, so let's not be so formal. Su Miaoxue followed suit and was very happy because Xiao Yang had gained the approval of his parents. By the way, Xiaoxue, you don't have to worry about the gifts. Your father and I have already prepared them. Liao Qiuyun reminded her daughter. Thank you, Mom and Dad. Su Miaoxue nodded gratefully. Her parents had never let her worry about such things. Then we should go. Remember not to be late tomorrow. Liao Qiuyun felt that her son-in-law had also seen it, and she and her husband were very satisfied, so there was no need for her to stay here and disturb their world of two. Mom and Dad, you don't have to be so anxious. Just wait until you have dinner before going back. Su Miaoxue quickly tried to persuade him to stay. Yes. Uncle and aunt, please eat first before going back. Xiao Yang followed suit. No need. No need. We still have to go back and prepare for the birthday party. After Liao Qiuyun finished speaking, she pulled her husband up and they left quickly. Well. Standing in the elevator, Su Feng'an suddenly sighed and said to his wife. Wife, it seems that we can't keep our daughter anymore. Su Feng'an originally planned to recruit a son-in-law so that his daughter could take over Qianfan Group smoothly and his brother's family would not get it at a disadvantage. But now it seems that this is obviously impossible. If Xiao Yang was really just the owner of a 5-star hotel, he would really ask Xiao Yang to marry into the Su family, so as to ensure that his daughter could take over the position of president. Now he can only give up this idea. After all, with Xiao Yang's status, it is impossible for him to become a son-in-law of the Su family. Why do you think about that? It's enough for our daughter to live a happy life in the future. Don't worry about other things. Liao Qiuyun rolled her eyes at her husband, thinking that he was just thinking too much. Yes. As long as our daughter is happy. Su Feng'an came to terms with it and realized that his daughter's happiness was more important than anything else. The host has been recognized by Su Miaoxue's parents and has become the perfect son-in-law in their minds. He is rewarded with 100% of the shares of Milton Trading Group. Milton Trading Group? Why haven't I heard of this name? Xiao Yang didn't continue to worry about it. He knew that someone would contact him anyway and he would know then. By the way, system, is this matter difficult today? Xiao Yang was a little confused. This was a completely easy task, so how could he get a reward? This matter is of great significance to the host. It seems to be true. Xiao Yang nodded, thinking it made sense. After all, he had managed to get his future father-in-law and mother-in-law on board, which was indeed of great significance. Ding-ling-ling. Xiao Yang's cell phone suddenly rang. He took a look and saw it was a US number, so he hung up immediately. He has no friends in the United States, let alone American friends, so he thought it was a scam call. Ding-ling-ling. The ringtone rang again, it was the same number. Xiao Yang frowned. He didn't expect the liar to be so persistent, but he hung up anyway. He doesn't have the time to listen to a liar trying to fool him. Ding-ling-ling. The ringtone rang again, it was still the same number. Xiao Yang immediately got angry and said directly after picking up the phone, I am very rich. I won't do fake orders, I don't need to invest in financial management, and I won't go abroad to work. Can you please stop bothering me? He knew that people often received calls from strange numbers, saying they were part-time order placing, investment in financial management, or job introductions, but these were all scams. Dear Chairman, I know you are very rich, so you have the ability to acquire Milton Trading Group. A man's awkward long Mandarin was heard on the phone. Xiao Yang glanced at the phone screen and thought about what the other party had just said, then he realized that it was someone from the Milton Trading Group calling. He also didn't expect that the Milton Trading Group was actually an American company, and he just thought the other party was a telecom fraud scammer. Who are you? Xiao Yang asked with a slightly serious tone. Hello, dear Chairman. I am the president of Milton Trading Group. My name is Stephen. Jerson, you can call me Stephen. There was an immediate reply from the other end of the phone. What does the Milton Trading Group do? Xiao Yang really didn't know what this company did, so he just asked. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds, and then Stephen's slightly excited voice suddenly came. Oh. I see. You are testing my knowledge of the company, right? That must be it. He felt that this should be a test for the new chairman. After all, he had acquired all the shares of Milton Trading Group, so how could he not know the company's situation? There is only one possibility, the new chairman is testing how well he, the president, understands the company. You can think so. Xiao Yang continued talking along this line of reasoning, just in order to avoid the embarrassment of letting the other party know that he knew nothing. Dear Chairman, please listen to me. Our Milton Trading Group was founded in. Wait, just tell me where the company is, what its main business is, and what its current market value is. Xiao Yang didn't have the time to listen to a detailed introduction, which would have taken several hours. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds before Milton continued. Dear Chairman, our Milton Trading Group is headquartered in Washington, D.C., and is mainly engaged in cross-border trade. The current market value is $78 billion US, which should be around $550 billion in Dragon country currency. $550 billion? Yes, our Milton Trade Group is the third largest multinational trade group in the United States. Stephen said very proudly. Well, $550 billion is okay. Xiao Yang felt that it was still a little bit inferior to Tianyue Group. Only the three Milton Trading Groups could compare with Tianyue Group. The other end of the phone fell silent again. Stephen always felt that the new chairman was showing off, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. Chapter 47. Is there any 100 million or more? Okay, I'll go to the company when I have time. You can handle the company's affairs on your own. If there are any special circumstances, contact me. Xiao Yang felt that he would not go to the United States in the near future. He would wait until he wanted to go there and then check out the situation. Anyway, the company would not run away. Yes, sir. Dear Chairman. Xiao Yang hung up the phone directly and had no intention of continuing to talk to this guy. My friend, who were you talking to on the phone just now? Su Miaoxue asked curiously. She heard Xiao Yang talking about the Mi Trade Group and how $550 billion was okay, but she was a little confused and didn't understand what was going on. Nothing, the system just bought me another company, it's called Milton Trading Group, and it's an American company. Xiao Yang said nonchalantly. Are you talking about the Milton Trade Group in Washington, D.C.? Su Miaoxue asked in surprise. You know? Xiao Yang thought that the other party must have heard of this company. Aha! Su Miaoxue nodded and continued. This company is one of the top 3 transnational trading companies in the United States. My family is engaged in maritime transportation, so we have heard of this company, but they do not cooperate with our Longwa shipping company. There was a hint of surprise in Xiao Yang's eyes. He didn't expect that this company was so arrogant. It was obvious that it looked down on Longwa's shipping company. But now the situation is different, the boss has been replaced by a dragon. Xiao Yang called Stephen again. Dear Chairman, what can I do for you? Please contact the Qianfan Group of Longwa. From now on, Milton Trading Group will only cooperate with this company. After all, Xiao Yang is the future son-in-law of the Su family, so he will naturally consider the Su family. Dear Chairman, I am happy to follow your arrangements. Xiao Yang thought for a moment and added. The president of Qianfan Group is my father-in-law. He was really afraid that this guy would give Su Feng'an a hard time regarding the cooperation, and then he, as the son-in-law, would definitely lose face. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds, and then Stephen's voice came. Dear Chairman, I know what to do. Well, that's enough for you to know. Xiao Yang hung up the phone after he finished speaking. My dear, you are so kind. Su Miaoxue kissed him immediately. She knew that it was because of her that Xiao Yang made such a decision. Afternoon. Su Miaoxue brought Xiao Yang to the antique street in Beijing. Xiao Yang felt that it was his first time to visit the Su family, and it was Su Miaoxue's grandfather's birthday party, so it would be a bit unreasonable not to give anything, so he wanted to buy something as a gift. Su Miaoxue said that her grandfather loved antiques the most, so the two of them came here. Let's go. Let's go check out Grandpa Zhang. He and my grandfather are old friends and he's very famous on this street. He won't cheat people like us who don't know much about business. After Su Miaoxue finished speaking, she took Xiao Yang to an antique shop called Fengshutang. Grandpa Zhang. As soon as Su Miaoxue entered the door, she shouted to the old man in his 70s who was sitting at the tea table. Oh. Xiao Xue is here. You haven't come to see an old man like me for a long time. The old man smiled and stood up to greet the two people. Xiao Yang heard from Su Miaoxue that the old man's name was Zhang Kaicheng, and he was an old friend of Su Miaoxue's grandfather. He used to be the president of the Beijing Antiques Association. After retirement, he opened this antique shop and acquired many authentic antiques with his discerning eyes. This antique street is very famous. Many people choose this place as their first choice when buying antiques, as they believe they can definitely buy genuine goods here. I just came back from my trip, so I came to see you. Su Miaoxue said with a smile. You only know how to cheer me up. Are you here to buy a gift for that old man Su Jingxiong? Zhang Kaicheng seemed to see through Su Miaoxue's thoughts, but he was not angry. No way, I came to see you and buy a gift for Grandpa. Su Miaoxue is very good at talking, which made Zhang Kaicheng laugh out loud. Who is this young man? Zhang Kaicheng looked at Xiao Yang on the side and asked with some confusion. Grandpa Zhang, this is my boyfriend Xiao Yang. He came back with me to celebrate Grandpa's birthday. Su Miaoxue introduced with a smile. Zhang Kaicheng looked at Xiao Yang for a few times and nodded with appreciation. Well. Very good, he looks very handsome, and a good match for our Xiaoxue. When you get married, Grandpa will definitely prepare a good gift for you. Thank you, Grandpa Zhang. Xiao Yang thanked him very politely. Grandpa Zhang, can you help me figure out what antiques to give to Grandpa? Su Miaoxue knew that she didn't know what was going on, so she could only ask the other party to help her take a look. I happen to have 2 pieces that are very suitable. They are enough as gifts for that old man Su Jingxiong. But you should know that I dare not put 2 expensive things here. You can only come to my house to see them. Zhang Kaicheng said with a smile. The two nodded in understanding. After all, antique shops generally don't display valuable items, otherwise they would easily be coveted by others. After Zhang Kaicheng finished speaking, he gave his servant a few instructions and then took the 2 of them away. Soon, they arrived at Zhang Kaicheng's large single-family villa in the suburbs of the capital. I put all the stuff in the basement, just follow me. After Zhang Kaicheng finished speaking, he brought the 2 of them to the door of the basement. After opening the heavy security door through iris recognition, the 3 entered the collection room converted from the basement. Looking at the dazzling array of antiques on the dozen or so display cabinets in front of him, Xiao Yang couldn't help but marvel at how rich those in the antique business are. Although I don't know the specific value of the antiques here, I can tell they are worth a lot just by looking at them. Led by Zhang Kaicheng, the two came to a display cabinet. These two pieces are porcelain from the Song dynasty. Each piece is worth more than 5 million. They are enough for you to give as gifts. Zhang Kaicheng pointed to the octagonal porcelain plate and the porcelain vase about 20 centimeters high in front of him and said, "Grandpa Zhang, do you have anything more expensive?" Xiao Yang asked. This thing was only worth about 10 million, it felt a bit difficult to give it away. This. Zhang Kaicheng obviously didn't expect Xiao Yang to say that, and looked at Su Miaoxue with a puzzled look. "Grandpa Zhang, this is Xiao Yang's first visit to my house, so we must buy him a decent gift. So I would like you to show us something more expensive." Su Miaoxue knew what Xiao Yang was thinking, so she cooperated with him. Zhang Kaicheng felt that this was indeed the truth, nodded and said with a smile, "Then I'll take you to see the one worth more than 10 million. He felt that this price should be able to meet Xiao Yang's needs. "Grandpa Zhang, is there anything above 100 million? I think anything below this is cheap." Xiao Yang directly stated his desired price to avoid the other party taking him around and wasting time. Zhang Kaicheng didn't know how to answer for a moment, and looked at Su Miaoxue again, wanting to confirm that Xiao Yang was not pretending. Chapter 48, Twin Blades. "Grandpa Zhang, just follow his instructions. I can guarantee that he is not kidding you. As long as you have the goods, he will definitely be able to afford it." Su Miaoxue quickly made the assurance, fearing that the other party would think Xiao Yang was showing off. "This really stumps me. You should know that antiques worth more than 100 million yuan will definitely be bought and collected by people as soon as they appear. It is difficult to keep them in hand. I don't have such stock here now." Zhang Kaicheng said with an embarrassed look on his face, but he was thinking in his heart, how could he bear to sell an antique of this level? He must keep it for his own collection. Xiao Yang felt somewhat helpless. It seemed that he could only buy two gifts worth tens of millions as gifts. "The system is scanning all the antiques here. The process will take about 10 minutes. Please wait. This system can actually appraise treasures?" Xiao Yang has a new understanding of the functions of the system. "Grandpa Zhang, why don't you take a break first? We'll look around and tell you if we see something we like. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll get tired if you have to introduce antiques to us while you're showing us around." Xiao Yang said with concern. "I can't let the old man stand here with me and wait for 10 minutes, so I might as well walk around by myself. Anyway, I will know everything after the system scan results come out." "Okay, just take a look and tell me if you see anything you like." Zhang Kaicheng did not refuse. He was already in his 70s and felt a little tired, so he sat down at an antique tea table. Xiao Yang started looking around by himself and was soon attracted by something on a shelf. These are two daggers. The handle is about 8 centimeters long and the blade is about 10 centimeters long. The handles of both daggers were embroidered with vine-like patterns, and the patterns were exactly the same. It is impossible to tell what material the blade is made of. It is all black and looks very textured and sharp. Concentric double blades, appeared in the Qin dynasty, made of meteorite iron, can cut iron like mud, and its hardness far exceeds all current materials. The system reported the scan results of the two daggers. Qin dynasty. Doesn't this mean it's been more than 2,000 years? How come it looks like new? Xiao Yang really didn't expect that these two daggers had such a long history. If it weren't for the system, he would not have been able to see it at all. This old guy must be fooling me. He is reluctant to introduce such a good thing. Xiao Yang's first reaction was that Zhang Kaicheng was stingy and was reluctant to sell such a good thing to him. "Grandpa Zhang, how much are these two daggers? Since the system has said how powerful this thing is, we must not miss it. Even if the price is expensive, we still have to get it. I bought these two daggers for 5,000 yuan when I went to the village to shop. I thought they were antiques, so I bought them. I have consulted many experts but none of them can tell me when the item was made and how much it is worth, so I just leave it there for now." Zhang Kaicheng told the origins of the two daggers very honestly, and it seemed that he really didn't know anything about them. "How much do you plan to sell it for?" Xiao Yang asked directly, having already decided in his heart to buy the two daggers. "If you like it, I can just give it to you. It only cost me $5,000 anyway, so I'll just put it there as a gift for you." Zhang Kaicheng acted very generous and had no intention of asking Xiao Yang for money. Xiao Yang smiled helplessly. If the other party knew the specific information of the two daggers, they would probably be reluctant to sell them. He really got a great bargain. After thinking for a few seconds, he felt that he still had to give them some compensation, so he said, Grandpa Zhang, I think these 2 daggers should be good things. Why don't you name a price? I wouldn't dare to take them if they were given for free. Xiao Yang knew the origins of the 2 daggers, so it was naturally impossible for him to accept them for free. He still wanted to purchase the 2 daggers. These words instantly alerted Zhang Kaicheng, and he hurried over. Do you know the origin of this thing? The older people get, the more weird they become. After all, Zhang Kaicheng has been in the antique business for so many years, so he immediately noticed something unusual. Xiao Yang shook his head as if nothing had happened and said with a smile, I just like it very much, and you said it must be an antique, so it must be correct. I don't know much about these things, but I just don't want you to suffer a loss. Forget it. Zhang Kaicheng didn't notice anything unusual, waved his hand, and continued. If you like it, take it. I don't even know how much it's worth, so I certainly won't let a junior like you suffer a loss. As he spoke, his eyes revealed disappointment. He had thought Xiao Yang would know the origins of the 2 daggers, but he did not expect this result. Since receiving these 2 daggers, Zhang Kaicheng has visited many appraisal agencies in order to find out the specific information and value. However, after so many years, I still don't understand it, and I'm somewhat obsessed with it. Then I will be disrespectful to refuse. Xiao Yang didn't plan to be polite anymore, for fear that the other party would notice something unusual and then regret it. At worst, I can buy a few more antiques as compensation. Scan completed. Antiques with a value of over 100 million have been confirmed for the host. There are a total of 23 items. 23 pieces? This old guy really has a secret stash. Xiao Yang finally understood that the other party must be reluctant to sell antiques of this level, so he chose to lie to him. The first item is on the second shelf in the first row of display cabinet number 10. It is called a Ming Dynasty copper red vase. It appeared during the Yanla and Xuanda periods of the Ming Dynasty. The most recent auction price was 110 million Longhua currency. 110 million? Xiao Yang showed a playful expression on his face. It seemed that the old man was going to be distressed today. But before buying these things, Xiao Yang still had one thing to do, so he said to Zhang Kaicheng, Grandpa Zhang, can you give me a box? It's not easy for me to carry these 2 daggers with me. The key point now is to get the dagger first. We can't lose sight of one thing while focusing on another. We have to do things one by one. Okay, I'll put it up for you now. After Zhang Kaicheng took the 2 daggers, he quickly put them in an exquisite box and handed them back to Xiao Yang. Thank you, Grandpa Zhang. After Xiao Yang expressed his gratitude, he said to Su Miaoxua in a normal manner, I think I left my bank card in the car. Can you get it for me? And help me take this box to the car. He felt that it would be safer to send the 2 daggers out first, so that by the time the other party realized something was wrong, it would be too late to regret. If I really find it, the worst that can happen is that I spend a little more money to buy it. Anyway, there is no way I can return it. Okay. Su Miaoxua had no doubts, took the box and left the basement. Chapter 49 is quite kind. Xiao Yang came to the location the system said, and looked at the porcelain bottle in front of him for a few seconds. The bottle was more than 20 centimeters tall and almost covered with red branches and flower patterns. Grandpa Zhang, would you like to sell this vase? He pointed to a Ming Dynasty copper red vase on the display cabinet. This thing is not worth much, it's only worth a few million, it doesn't meet your requirements. Zhang Kaicheng waved his hand and said, but he was very surprised in his heart. He always felt that Xiao Yan was very unusual, otherwise how could he be attracted to this thing at first sight? Yeah. Xiao Yan looked at Zhang Kaicheng suspiciously and continued. I really like this vase. Please name a price. Why did you suddenly lower your requirements? Zhang Kaicheng asked with a puzzled look on his face, but Xiao Yang still noticed the panic in his eyes. The Ming Dynasty copper red vase appeared during the Yanla and Xuanda periods of the Ming Dynasty. The most recent transaction price was 110 million. Xiao Yang didn't intend to play Tai Chi with the other party, so he just said it directly. This kid is really up to something. You must have been pretending with me just now. It is very likely that he is an expert. Zhang Kaicheng walked up to Xiao Yang, looked at him in surprise for a few seconds, and asked with a somewhat ugly expression. Where on earth are you from, kid? Grandpa Zhang, I don't have any bad intentions. I just want to buy a face-saving gift so that I can win face at Grandpa's birthday party. Please help me. Xiao Yang said sincerely. You, ah. Zhang Kaicheng sighed helplessly and continued. Forget it, forget it. I can sell this thing to you, but you have to tell me the origins of those two daggers. It was really hard for him to refuse such a thing, but he didn't want to sell the copper red vase just like that, so he stated the terms of the exchange. Xiao Yang not only knew the information and value of the copper red vase, but also had a keen interest in the two daggers. Zhang Kaicheng felt that he must know some information. Grandpa Zhang, let's make it clear first. After I tell you, you can make an offer, but you can't ask me for it back, or I won't tell you. Xiao Yang didn't intend to continue hiding the secret from the other party, so he decided to confess. However, in order to prevent the other party from going back on his word, he made a statement in advance. I am not so shameless as to give you something back. I just want to know its origins and fulfill a wish. Zhang Kaicheng's eyes gradually showed excitement, as if he was finally going to solve the doubts in his heart. The concentric twin blades appeared during the Qin dynasty. They are made of meteorite iron from outer space. They can cut through iron like mud. Their hardness far exceeds that of all current materials. Xiao Yang knew that the other party was not fooling him, so he said it directly. Zhang Kaicheng almost blurted out national quintessence, this is a priceless treasure, but he was fooled by Xiao Yang. Grandpa Zhang, don't get excited. You can name a price. I won't let you suffer a loss. Xiao Yang hurriedly tried to persuade him, he was really afraid that the old guy would get angry and have an accident. Forget it, forget it. The fact that you can tell the origin of this thing shows that you have a connection with it. I mean what I say and I won't take it back. Although Zhang Kaicheng felt distressed, he also knew that if he kept it with him forever, he would never know its value. It would just be something he bought for 5,000 yuan. Grandpa Zhang, why don't you name a price? I'd feel guilty about it. Xiao Yang always felt that he had taken such a big advantage of the other party, and he felt very uncomfortable. Old man, my words are as good as water spilled on the ground. If I said I would give it to you, then I will give it to you. Zhang Kaicheng said with a slightly unhappy tone, but still chose to keep his promise. Then, thank you, Grandpa Zhang. I, Xiao Yang, will repay you if I have the chance in the future. Xiao Yang saw the old man's stubbornness and decided not to be pretentious. Okay, you've seen enough, let's go. Zhang Kaicheng waved his hand and ordered them to leave. Etc. Xiao Yang obviously didn't want to leave like this, and pointed to the ancient paintings on another shelf and said, Grandpa Zhang, I think that painting is great. Then he pointed to several other antiques and continued. And I think these are very good. Would you like to sell them? Just now, the system did not just tell him about an antique worth hundreds of millions, but told him about all the antiques here worth hundreds of millions. Xiao Yang did have the idea of buying them all, and taking them out at the birthday party, which would definitely make him look very proud. Hurry up and get out of here with the copper red vase. Don't come here again. Zhang Kaicheng was immediately furious. He didn't expect that all his assets had been discovered by this kid, and he wanted to buy them all. Grandpa Zhang, do you want to pay by card or cash? Xiao Yang knew that he definitely couldn't buy these things, and was afraid that he would really make the other party angry and cause some problems, so he planned to pay and leave quickly. There's a card machine on the tea table, just swipe it yourself. Zhang Kaicheng said unhappily, and it seemed that he really didn't want to pay any attention to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang smiled awkwardly, picked up the Ming Dynasty copper red vase, went to the tea table and swiped 300 million yuan, then left the basement. After all, you have taken such a big advantage of others, so you still have to give them compensation, otherwise you will really feel guilty. As soon as I entered the living room, I met Su Miaoxue who had returned. My dear, your bank card is not in the car. Did you forget it at home? Su Miaoxue searched carefully several times but couldn't find the bank card that Xiao Yang mentioned. I remembered it wrongly. Actually, the bank card is with me, but I just forgot about it. I have already bought the things. Let's go back. Xiao Yang made up an excuse to get away with it. What is this thing you bought? Su Miaoxue looked at the vase in Xiao Yang's hand with curiosity. This is called a copper red vase. It is from the Yongle and Xuande periods of the Ming Dynasty. I spent 110 million yuan to buy it. Xiao Yang told Su Miaoxue about the situation and price of the vase. Didn't Grandpa Zhang say that there are no more than 100 million? How could Su Miaoxue guess the old man's thoughts? She just felt that Grandpa Zhang would not lie to her. Grandpa Zhang saw that I was indeed a very filial person and really wanted to buy a good gift for Grandpa, so he sold me the antique that he had hidden away in his closet. Naturally, Xiao Yang couldn't tell Zhang Kaicheng about what had just happened. At least he had to save some face for Zhang Kaicheng. Where's Grandpa Zhang? Didn't he come out with you? Su Miaoxue looked in the direction of the basement. He asked us to leave first, saying that he wanted to take another look at the antiques. Xiao Yang found a reason to explain, you can't say that the old guy is angry in the basement, right? Okay then. Let's go first and not disturb Grandpa Zhang. Su Miaoxue nodded, and then the two of them left. In the basement, Zhang Kaicheng looked at the bank messages on his mobile phone and smiled helplessly. This boy. He's quite honest. He knew that Xiao Yang had deliberately given him a large sum of compensation, and at least there was nothing wrong with him in this regard. Chapter 50. I came back with my boyfriend. Noon. Su Miaoxue brought Xiao Yang to her home and planned to take Xiao Yang to meet his grandfather first. This is a courtyard house decorated in an antique style, where the Su family lives. Xiao Yang and Xiao Shui are back. As soon as they entered the door, they met Su Feng'an and Liao Choyun, who were about to go out. Mom and Dad, we're back. Uncle and Aunt, we are back. The two responded with a smile. My daughter, take Xiao Yang to meet your grandfather first. He really wants to meet his future grandson-in-law. We have to go to the hotel first and confirm the details of the birthday banquet. After Su Feng'an came back yesterday, he immediately told the old man about Xiao Yang, wanting to let him know that Su Miaoxue had found an amazing boyfriend. Okay, you guys go ahead and do your work, I'll take Xiao Yang to see Grandpa now. Su Miaoxue nodded with a smile, then took Xiao Yang to the door of a room in the southeast. In the room, a man who looked to be about 30 years old and wearing gold-rimmed glasses was talking to an old man with gray hair and a kind face. The man was exactly the most annoying fly mentioned by Lu Yao, Tong Jun, the young master of Dashan trading. The old man was Su Miaoxue's grandfather, Su Jingxiong, the founder of Qianfan Group. Grandpa Su, you are so strong, you will definitely live a long life. Tong Jun complimented sincerely. You are really good at talking, kid. Just for what you said, I, an old man, must persist until I am 100 years old, otherwise I will really let you down. Su Jingxiong said with a smile on his face. I specially asked someone to buy 300-year-old wild ginseng this time. If you eat it, you will definitely live 100 years. Tong Jun acted very sensible. You are so thoughtful, you are always thinking about me, an old man. Su Jingxiong responded with a look of relief, but he felt helpless in his heart. He knew Tong Jun's feelings for Su Miaoxue and had always wanted to bring the two of them together. They were old friends, so this would make them even closer. At the same time, it can also consolidate the cooperative relationship between Qianfan Group and Dasang Trading. However, Su Jingxiong did not force this matter. He always took the attitude of letting nature take its course and never thought of letting Su Miaoxue have a business marriage. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Su Miaoxue to still be single at the age of 30. It's a pity that now Su Miaoxue has found Xiao Yang, who is superior to Tong Jun in all aspects, making this matter even more impossible. Whether from the perspective of interests or from the perspective of caring for his granddaughter, Su Jingxiong is more inclined towards Xiao Yang. This is not only for a better future for the Su family, but also for the happiness of her granddaughter. That's as it should be. Our two families are old friends. Xiao Shui and I grew up together as childhood sweethearts. In my heart, I already regard you as my own grandfather. Tong Jun said this sincerely, with a hint of meaning in his words. Grandpa, I brought my boyfriend back to see you. Su Miaoxue didn't want to listen to Tong Jun anymore, so she interrupted their conversation. You guys are back. Su Jingxiong looked at Su Miaoxue and Xiao Yang at the door and said kindly. Xiao Shui, when did you come back? Why didn't you tell me in advance? When Tong Jun saw Su Miaoxue coming, he walked up to her with an excited look on his face. I came back with my boyfriend, why should I inform you? Su Miaoxue didn't give any face at all and directly stated that she had a boyfriend. By the way, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend Xiao Yang. He came back from Jianyun City with me to celebrate Grandpa's birthday. Su Miaoxue introduced Xiao Yang. Hearing this, Tong Jun was stunned for a few seconds, then looked at Xiao Yang, anger gradually rising in his heart. He had always regarded Su Miaoxue as his woman, but he didn't expect that someone else would have gotten there first. Hello? My name is Tong Jun, and I'm Xiao Shui's childhood sweetheart. Tong Jun took into consideration that Su Jingxiong was nearby, so he hid his emotions well and extended his hand towards Xiao Yang in a friendly manner. He also specifically emphasized the relationship of childhood sweethearts. Xiao Yang obviously didn't want to give face to this love rival, so he didn't extend his hand, but just smiled and responded. "Hello, my name is Xiao Yang, and I'm Miashua's boyfriend." Then he said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I accidentally hurt my hand at Miashua's place last night, so it's not convenient for me to shake hands with you." Although these words seem like an apology, they let Tong Jun know one piece of information, that is, Xiao Yang stayed at Su Miashua's place last night. Tong Jun was immediately furious. He didn't expect that Su Miashue had already been overtaken by someone else. How could he accept such a thing? Brother Xiao and Xiaoxue look like a perfect match. "I will definitely give you a big gift when you get married." Although he was furious, Tong Jun still had a polite smile on his face. Xiao Yang was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect this guy to be so cunning that he could still hold back at this time. "Thank you very much for your kindness, but I'm a bit picky and don't like ordinary gifts, so you'll have to worry about it when the time comes." He wanted to see how long this guy could endure. "Of course. My company, Dasang Trading, has a market value of around 200 billion. The gift I can give you will surely satisfy you." Tong Jun showed off his family's strength, trying to suppress Xiao Yang in this regard. "Then I'm relieved. Brother Tong has such strength, and Miao Xue is your childhood sweetheart. I believe you will not be stingy when she marries me." Xiao Yang saw the other party's purpose, but he didn't care much. Instead, he continued to provoke Tong Jun. "It is extremely embarrassing for your childhood sweetheart to become someone else's bride." "That's right. I'm sure you'll be satisfied when the time comes." Tong Jun nodded sincerely, and then asked, "I wonder where Brother Xiao is doing. To be able to win Xiaoshue's heart, I think his achievements must be extraordinary." He planned to turn passivity into initiative, otherwise he would be provoked by this guy all the time and would probably lose his temper. "Let's not talk about it. I can't compare with Brother Tong. I don't have parents like you who are wealthy and powerful, which can give you a higher starting point than others." Xiao Yang shook his head and said, with a hint of sarcasm in his words, that Tong Jun was relying on his family. "Brother Xiao." Before Tong Jun finished speaking, Su Zhengxiong on the side immediately said with a smile, "It's easy to get sleepy when you get older. I want to sleep at this time. You guys should go out first. I want to take a nap. I'm not as energetic as you young people." He saw the game between the two, but Tong Jun was no match for Xiao Yang. If he continued like this, he would only be embarrassed, so he planned to save some face for Tong Jun. After all, the two families are old friends, and he couldn't let Tong Jun lose face in front of him. He would have a hard time explaining to Tong Jun's elders. Chapter 51, Second Uncle Looks Kind. "Grandpa, you take a rest first. I'll take Xiao Yang out for a walk, and we'll celebrate your birthday together in the evening." Su Miaoxue also didn't want Xiao Yang to continue to entangle with Tong Jun in front of her grandfather, so she quickly took Xiao Yang's hand and walked out of the room. "Xiao Jun, you should go back too. I'm going to sleep now," Su Jingxiong said to Tong Jun, who was staring at the backs of Su Miaoxue and Xiao Yang. "Grandpa Su, I won't disturb your rest." Tong Jun said goodbye tactfully with a smile. The moment he stepped out of the room, his eyes gradually became cold. "Su Miaoxue, you forced me to do this, don't blame me." As it got dark, Xiao Yang and Su Miaoxue arrived at Shengchao Hotel, where the birthday banquet would be held in the banquet hall on the 68th floor. Su Miaoxue was wearing a blue strapless evening dress that just reached her ankles. She was wearing a pair of 5-centimeter high heels, showing off her proud figure. Paired with a pigeon egg-sized diamond necklace on her chest and a pair of 3mm diameter diamond earrings, she not only looks beautiful but also very noble. In order to show his respect for the birthday banquet, Xiao Yang specially changed into a suit, which perfectly showed off his slender figure. He looked handsome and steady at the same time. "Mom and Dad, we're here. Uncle and Aunt, we are here." The two greeted Su Feng'an and Liao Choyun, who were welcoming guests at the door. "Our Xiaoxue and Xiao Yan look like a perfect match." Liao Choyun looked at the two of them with admiration. Su Feng'an nodded in agreement and said to the two of them, "You guys go up first, we'll go up later. Uncle, how about we wait with you, and then our family will go up together?" Xiao Yang suggested with a smile that he planned to wait here with the old couple for a while. "That's fine. There shouldn't be many people here. We'll go up together later." Su Feng'an did not refuse and nodded in agreement. Is this Xiao Xue's boyfriend? He looks really handsome and is a perfect match for our Xiao Xue. Su Miaoxue's second uncle Su Fengquan, who was also welcoming guests, walked over with a smile. Second uncle. Su Miaoxue greeted politely. Hello, uncle, my name is Xiao Yang, and I'm Xiao Xue's boyfriend. Xiao Yang greeted with a smile. Yeah. It looks really good. I envy my eldest brother for having such a son-in-law. It's a pity that I have a son and can't experience this feeling. Su Fengquan said with a look of regret. Second brother, stop talking about this. No one should be here now. Let's go up first. Su Fengquan interrupted the conversation. Brother, you guys go up first, I'll wait. Su Fengquan shook his head and said. Okay then, we'll go up first. After Su Fengquan finished speaking, he took his wife, Xiao Yang and Su Miaoxue and walked towards the hotel. As soon as he entered the elevator, Su Fengquan reminded Xiao Yang. Be careful, Xiao Xue's uncle might target you tonight, but don't make it too ugly. He was not afraid that Xiao Yang would be embarrassed tonight, but he was afraid that Su Fengquan would go too far tonight and really piss Xiao Yang off, which would then be a very ugly scene. After all, tonight is Mr. Su's birthday party. If it turns out to be too ugly, everyone will laugh at the Su family and the Su family will lose face. Second uncle looks quite kind, so that shouldn't be the case, right? Xiao Yang said nonchalantly, not taking it seriously at all. My enemy, you don't know what kind of person my second uncle is. He is really the kind of person who hides a knife behind his smile. Just now he was mocking my father for not having a son. Su Miaoxue talked about what had just happened with a dissatisfied look on her face. Xiao Yang really didn't expect that the compliment just now actually had such a meaning, and he really didn't hear it. It's not his fault. The main reason is that Su Miaoxue never told anyone about the open and secret struggles at home, so Xiao Yang was not on guard against Su Fengquan. Also, my second uncle has always wanted me to marry Tong Jun. As long as I get married, my father will not let me take over Qianfan Group. Only then can his son become the next president smoothly and use this opportunity to curry favor with the Tong family. Su Miaoxue continued to complain. But you don't seem to want to take over Qianfan Group. It doesn't seem like it will affect his sons taking over Qianfan Group, right? Xiao Yang was a little confused. Su Miaoxue seemed to be doing nothing all the time and didn't look like someone who would have such thoughts. Actually, I have a master's degree in finance from the University of Washington. In order to allow me to take over Qianfan Group, my father gave me a position as vice president in the company after returning to China. It's just that my dad doesn't care about me much, so I can be so carefree. Su Miaoxue said a little embarrassedly. I didn't expect you to be so well hidden. Xiao Yang really didn't expect that Su Miaoxue had such an identity. I didn't hide it from you on purpose, I'm just embarrassed to tell you this kind of thing, I'm afraid you will laugh at me. Su Miaoxue quickly explained, fearing that her lover would be angry. It's okay, I won't be mad at you. Xiao Yang shook his head with a doting look on his face. He knew how Su Miaoxue felt about him and it was impossible for her to have any objection to such things. My enemy, you are so kind to me. Su Miaoxue looked at Xiao Yang with a happy face. Xiao Yang, actually I originally planned to find a live-in son-in-law, but now I've let it go. As long as my daughter is happy, I'll let him do whatever he wants. Su Fengquan expressed his thoughts. There is one thing I didn't say, mainly because I was afraid Xiao Yang would have other ideas. With Xiao Yang's identity as a guarantee, no one would dare to say anything even if his daughter wanted to take over Qianfan Group after getting married. Uncle, I promise you that one of the children Miaoxue and I will have the surname Su, and will be registered in the Su family. Xiao Yang didn't care much about this kind of thing and immediately expressed his attitude. Su Fengquan was stunned for a few seconds, and said excitedly. Thank you so much. He knew that Xiao Yang had made a concession, which also meant that he would have a grandson with the surname Su in the future, so that his lineage would not be cut off. Bite. At this time, the elevator reached the 68th floor. Several people stopped talking about this topic, walked out of the elevator together, and soon arrived at the banquet hall. Xiao Yang looked around and found that Tong Jun was not there, and he was a little surprised. Could it be that he is really mad at me and doesn't plan to attend the birthday party at all? Xiao Yang thought so in his heart, but quickly rejected this idea. He has seen Tong Jun's cunning before, and he will definitely not refuse to attend the birthday party because of such a thing. He just doesn't know why he hasn't shown up yet. Su Fengquan began to greet the guests, and Su Miaoxue brought Xiao Yang to Mr. Su. Su Jingxiong changed into a red tang suit, looking particularly festive, and was reminiscing about the past with his old friends. Chapter 52 Grandpa Zhang 1T Sell Fake Goods. Hello, Grandpa. My name is Xiao Yang. I'm sorry that I didn't greet you properly at noon. Xiao Yang said to Su Jingxiong with an apologetic look on his face. I was going to say hello to Mr. Su at noon, but I met that guy Tong Jun and failed to complete the task. Now is a good time to make up for it. I, an old man, won't care about this kind of thing. Su Jingxiong waved his hand and said with a smile, in his heart he highly recognized the character of his future granddaughter-in-law. Although he possessed a status unmatched by the Su family, he did not put on that kind of attitude. Instead, he apologized to him for such a small matter. He was indeed a very nice person. Hello, Grandpa Zhang. Xiao Yang looked at Zhang Kaicheng standing aside and greeted him politely. Okay. There was a hint of impatience in Zhang Kaicheng's tone, as if he was still upset with Xiao Yang because of what happened yesterday. Xiao Yang knew that Zhang Kaicheng was still angry with him and could only smile awkwardly. At this time, Su Fing'an came over and said to Su Jingxiong, Father, except for Uncle Tong's family, everyone else is here. It's already the auspicious time. Do you want to wait a little longer? No need, just start normally. We can't waste everyone's time just because of their family. Su Jingxiong waved his hand and said. If he had encountered this kind of thing before, he would definitely continue to wait for the cooperation between the Su and Tong families, but the situation is different now. With the chairman of Tianyue Group as his grandson-in-law, he no longer has such concerns and naturally will not delay his birthday party because of the Tong family. Another point is that Su Jingxiong knows that the relationship between the Su family and the Tong family will definitely change in the future. After all, Su Miaoshue's choice will affect this matter. Therefore, this is a good opportunity to make the Su family's attitude clear, not only to let Xiao Yang see the Su family's attitude towards the Tong family, but also to let the Tong family know the Su family's attitude. Mr. Tong Chao from Dashang Trading has arrived. Hearing the voice, everyone present looked towards the door. An old man who looked about the same age as Su Jingxiong walked in with a cane, leading Tong Jun, his parents, and Su Fengquan's family. Su Jingxiong quickly stood up and greeted him, holding Tong Chao's left hand with both hands, and said enthusiastically, Oh, brother, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you. Now that people are here, we still have to do the necessary superficial work. We can't break the relationship between the Su and Tong families in front of so many people. We have known each other for more than 50 years. How could I forget your birthday? I was just delayed on the way. Fortunately, I didn't miss the auspicious time. Tong Chao responded with a smile. Brother, please. Su Jingxiong immediately made a gesture of invitation. Xiao Jun. Just go and stay with the younger generation of the Su family. We will be a family from now on. I will accompany your grandpa Su to reminisce about the past. Tong Chao looked at where Su Miaoshue was sitting and said meaningfully. Okay, Grandpa. Tong Jun nodded quickly, then glanced at Su Miaoshue who was sitting not far away. After Su Jingxiong and Tong Chao took their seats, Su Fing'an immediately began his opening remarks. Thank you all for taking the time to come to my father's 80th birthday party. On behalf of everyone in the Su family, I would like to express my sincerest gratitude to you. After Su Fing'an finished speaking, he bowed to everyone present. The first part of the birthday banquet is the guests' birthday congratulations. Our Su family will do the congratulations first, and then the guests will do the congratulations. Su Fing'an told the first thing about the birthday party. Uncle. I heard that my sister brought a boyfriend back home. I suggested that my sister's boyfriend be the first to celebrate her birthday. It would be a good opportunity to see what kind of boyfriend my sister has found. Su Miaoshue's cousin Su Junhang stood up and said to everyone. Everyone knows that my sister Su Miaoshue is extremely beautiful, and many talented men in Beijing can only dream of her. I think you should also be curious about what kind of man can capture my sister's heart. Everyone present nodded after hearing this and looked towards Su Miaoshue with curiosity. They all knew that the Su family had a beautiful lady named Su Miaoshue. Some of them even came to propose marriage, but were all rejected by Su Miaoshue. Now that they heard that Su Miaoshue had found a boyfriend, they all wanted to see what kind of man could win Su Miaoshue's favor. Xiao Hang, don't be rude. According to etiquette, Xiao Yang is not yet a member of our Su family. We should wait until our Su family members finish celebrating their birthday before we can celebrate their birthday. Su Fing'an didn't expect his nephew to target Xiao Yang right away, so he stopped him immediately. Brother, Xiao Hang is just concerned about his sister. He is afraid that his sister will find an incompetent boyfriend, so he did this. He has no bad intentions. Just help him. Su Fengquan tried to smooth things over and expressed his support for his son through his words. With his father's support, Su Junhang immediately looked at Xiao Yang with a provocative look. Today I want to see if this person is qualified to be the son-in-law of my Su family, and if he is qualified to be my brother-in-law. The father and son's concerted action made Su Fengquan feel embarrassed. He didn't know whether to agree or disagree. My enemy, my cousin has always been Tong Jun's follower. It must have been Tong Jun's suggestion. Su Miaoxue reminded in a low voice. It's okay, it's just a small scene. Xiao Yang gave Su Miaoxue a comforting smile, then stood up and said to Su Fing'an. Uncle, as an outsider, I am honored to have this opportunity to be the first to wish Grandpa a happy birthday. He knew that if he didn't stand up, not only would his future father-in-law be in a dilemma, but everyone present would also think he was a coward. Well, then, my daughter Su Miaoxue's boyfriend Xiao Yan will be the first to congratulate her. Su Fing'an announced this matter immediately. Xiao Yang took a large packaged box and slowly walked to the table in the middle of the banquet hall where the gifts were placed. The gift I gave to Grandpa today is an antique. This antique is a copper red vase from the Ming dynasty. After saying that, he opened the box and displayed the copper red vase in front of everyone. You said it was from the Ming dynasty. How do you prove it? I know that antiques are very forged nowadays. Don't buy a high-quality imitation to fool people. Su Junhang said with a look of doubt. I don't allow you to say that. You are insulting the character of Grandpa Zhang and Zhang Kaicheng, because Grandpa Zhang would never sell fake goods. Xiao Yang instantly showed an unhappy look, not only moving out of Zhangkai City, but also helping Su Junhang to attract some hatred. This kid is really. Zhang Kaicheng was somewhat surprised. He did not expect Xiao Yang to move himself out directly. He originally thought that there would be some wonderful explanation about the antiques. Even so, he had no intention of standing up to speak for Xiao Yang. He wanted Xiao Yang to solve the problem himself and he would just be a spectator. Chapter 53, 1 billion is dowry. Who is this Grandpa Zhang you're talking about? Is he a liar selling high-end imitations? Su Junhang only knew how to follow Tong Jun every day and had no idea about Zhang Kaicheng's reputation. Just shut up. Su Fengquan shouted, and quickly stood up and said to Zhang Kaicheng. Uncle Zhang, Xiao Hang doesn't know much about the antique industry, so I don't know your name. What I said just now was unintentional. Please don't bother with a junior. He knew Zhang Kaicheng's reputation. Looking at the entire Beijing antique circle, no one had ever dared to say that Zhang Kaicheng was a liar. He. Zhang Kaicheng sneered and responded to Su Fengquan. I, Zhang Kaicheng, never thought that I would be branded as a liar at an age where I have 1 foot halfway into the coffin. It seems that I have been in vain in this antique circle in Beijing. Although he did have some opinions about Xiao Yang in his heart and didn't want to speak for this guy, he valued his reputation very much and would not allow anyone to slander him. Uncle Zhang, Xiaohan's behavior was unintentional. Please be magnanimous and don't take it personally. After Su Fengquan finished speaking, he immediately scolded his son. Why don't you apologize to your Grandpa Zhang right now? He was very clear about Zhang Kaicheng's influence in the capital. Many dignitaries in the capital were Zhang Kaicheng's guests. If he really offended them, he and his son would be finished. Grandpa Zhang, I really didn't know that the person this guy was talking about was you. Please forgive me for my unintentional behavior. Su Junhang was not a fool. He saw the seriousness of the matter from his father's attitude and quickly apologized. Forget it. Let's just give this old fellow Su Jingxiong some face today. Zhang Kaicheng knew who was playing at home tonight, so he naturally wouldn't offend Su Jingxiong. Thank you, Uncle Zhang, for your generosity. Su Fengquan heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that everything was fine now. He then scolded his son. Why don't you thank Grandpa Zhang quickly? Thank you, Grandpa Zhang. Thank you, Grandpa Zhang. Su Junhang immediately followed his father's instructions. Those present who were familiar with the antique circle naturally knew Zhang Kaicheng's reputation, and they also believed that what Xiao Yang sent was indeed a genuine item. I don't know if the people in Zhang Kaicheng have already made a judgment in their hearts after seeing the appearance of Su Fengquan and his son. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yang nodded with satisfaction and said to everyone, Since everyone knows Grandpa Zhang's reputation, then if I say this antique is worth 110 million, you should have no objection, right? What the hell? 110 million? This is probably impossible, right? Everyone present couldn't believe that Su Miaoshua's boyfriend actually had the financial resources to buy such an expensive antique as a gift. Su Fengquan and his son were stunned. The man who could easily take out 110 million to buy antiques as gifts must be very powerful. Ahem. Tong Jun on the side coughed twice, which brought the two men back to their senses from their shock. The father and son understood each other's intentions from Tong Jun's eyes, and Su Junhang immediately questioned. Don't think that just because this is a genuine product, you can inflate the price. You must be trying to use Grandpa Zhang's reputation to fool people like us. Everyone present thought that this was very possible. Maybe what happened just now was just a smokescreen released by Xiao Yang to make them believe it. Xiao Yang showed a sneer on his face. He didn't expect that this guy still wouldn't give up. He was really looking for trouble. Grandpa Zhang, why don't you prove it yourself? Otherwise, people will think I'm using your reputation to cheat people. This guy really bought this antique from me yesterday for 110 million. Zhang Kaicheng said helplessly. He didn't expect that this guy would always use him as a gun, but he had no choice but to come forward to testify. This is a matter concerning his reputation, so he naturally cannot turn a blind eye to it. Hearing this, Su Fengquan and his son suddenly started to wonder who was more powerful between Xiao Yang and Tong Jun. Now everyone present didn't dare to doubt it. After all, since Zhang Kaicheng had said so, it must be true. But I began to speculate about Xiao Yang's identity and wonder how rich his family must be to support such willful spending. Xiao Yang showed a satisfied smile. This was his plan. He could directly use Zhang Kaicheng to save himself a lot of trouble. Am I qualified to be your brother-in-law now? Xiao Yang looked at Su Junhang and said with a smile on his face. Su Junhang didn't know how to respond for a moment, so he could only look at Tong Jun on the side to see what the other party meant. What's so great about an antique worth hundreds of millions? Tong Jun stood up and looked at Xiao Yang with disdain. Yes, an antique worth hundreds of millions is nothing special. My brother Jun has prepared a great gift. Su Junhang immediately agreed. I, Tong Jun, am sending you a check for 1 billion today. Tong Jun took out a check and said to Su Jingxiong. Today I will use 1 billion as a betrothal gift, just to ask Grandpa Su to do one thing. Hearing this, everyone present could hardly believe their ears. They didn't expect Tong Jun to give so much money. This is more real than the 110 million antique that Xiao Yang just bought. At the same time, I also understood what Tong Jun was thinking tonight. Everyone wanted to see how Mr. Su would respond to this matter. There was a hint of surprise in Xiao Yang's eyes, and he was somewhat impressed by this guy's courage. Spending 1 billion to propose marriage is something not everyone would dare to do. Of course, let us not talk about Xiao Yang, the cheater. After all, he directly gave Su Miaoshua an investment company worth 100 billion. Xiao Jun, what do you mean? Su Jingxiong knew what Tong Jun was thinking, but still pretended to be surprised. Jingxiong. Xiao Jun has always liked Xiaoshui. I have never asked you for anything in my life, but today I am shamelessly asking you for a favor. I hope you can let Xiaoshui marry Xiao Jun. Tong Chao answered for his grandson and looked pleading. Grandpa Su, please fulfill my long-cherished wish and agree to my marriage with Xiaoshui. I promise you that I will treat Xiaoshui well in the future and will not let her suffer any grievances. Tong Jun quickly agreed, thinking that with the 1 billion in betrothal gifts in his grandfather's face, this matter would definitely be accomplished today. Although Su Miaoshua had been taken over by someone else, Tong Jun didn't care much because he had always wanted not only Su Miaoshua but also the Su family's property. Compared with the Su family's assets, these 1 billion yuan are nothing. The Tong family had already calculated the accounts clearly in the afternoon. At worst, after marrying Su Miaoshua, he would just keep her there and play with her when he wanted to, and go out and find another woman when he didn't want to. As long as the Tong family can get the Su family's assets, they can integrate the two families' assets and take the Tong family's strength and Longwei to a higher level. Chapter 54 I have already decided on Xiao Yang as my son-in-law. This. Su Jingxiong really didn't expect that the grandfather and grandson of the Tong family would give him such a difficult problem, and he really didn't know how to respond. Grandpa Su, please rest assured. After Xiaoshui marries me, I will definitely treat her well and will not let her suffer any grievances. From now on, the Tong family and the Su family are one family. We will share life and death together. Tong Jun made another sincere assurance. Zheng Xiong. You see, Xiao Jun really loves Xiao Xue. Just consider that our Tong family has helped your Su family before, so please agree to this marriage. Tong Chao directly used the favor that the Su family owed the Tong family as an excuse to force Su Jingxiong to agree to this matter. Brother, you're making it really difficult for me. How about we listen to Xiao Xue's opinion? Su Jingxiong knew that his granddaughter would definitely not agree, so he could use this opportunity to reject the matter. In this case, it was not that he, the grandfather, disagreed, but that Su Maoxue, the granddaughter, was unwilling, and the grandfather was just following his granddaughter's opinion. This will prevent people from accusing the Su family of being ungrateful. Father, Xiao Xue has been so willful until she is 30 years old. You can't let her continue to be so willful. Su Fengquan stood up and expressed his opposition to this practice, and then continued. Xiao Xue is my eldest brother's only daughter, and the apple of our Su family's eye. We must help her screen her future husband, so as to ensure Xiao Xue's future happiness. Only Jun is qualified to be my brother-in-law. I believe Jun will make me happy. Su Junhang immediately followed suit and stated his position. Nonsense! Su Feng'an immediately shouted, and said with a gloomy face. Second brother, as Xiao Xue's uncle, you should consider Xiao Xue's feelings. How can you team up with outsiders to force her to get married? He knew very well what his brother was thinking. On the surface, he said that he was doing it for the good of his daughter, but secretly he had colluded with the Tong family and wanted to use his daughter to gain benefits. As a father, how can I tolerate such a thing? I don't intend to show any mercy anymore. He, outsider? Tong Jun's father, Tong Libiao, stood up. Su Feng'an, you ungrateful thing, don't forget that it is our Tong family's help that has enabled your Su family to be in the situation it is today. The Su family will always remember the Tong family's kindness, but if I were asked to repay them with my daughter, I would never be able to do that. Su Feng'an showed no sign of weakness and would never make concessions because of such a thing. Very good. Now I'm giving you two choices. Either let your daughter marry my son, or the Tong family and the Su family break up. Tong Libiao used this method to force the marriage directly, in order to let the Su family know the Tong family's attitude. Then he added. By the way, there is something I want to tell you. Our Tong family has signed a strategic contract with Milton Trading Group. From now on, the Tong family will be Milton Trading Group's only partner in Longhua. The whole audience was in an uproar when these words were spoken. Most of the people present were in this industry and naturally knew the status of Milton Trading Group in the U.S. trade industry. The Tong family has become the only partner of the Milton Trading Group in Longhua, which means that in the future the Tong family will become a leading enterprise in the cross-border trade industry in Longhua. Immediately, some people silently took sides in their hearts, thinking that they must have a good relationship with the Tong family in the future in order to have a job in the cross-border trade industry. Ha ha! Is the Milton Trade Group so awesome? Xiao Yang stood up with a look of disdain. He didn't expect that the Tong family would dare to use their company to show off. If he hadn't heard the Tong family talk about this matter tonight, he really wouldn't have known about this situation. If he had known earlier, he would have cancelled the cooperation directly to avoid seeing this guy showing off. You don't even know about the Milton Group, yet you're still trying to be my brother-in-law. I think you'd better get out of here as soon as possible and stop embarrassing yourself here. Su Junhang immediately made sarcastic remarks, taking the opportunity to flatter the Tong family. Young man, I advise you to be more conscious and not let the entire Su family be banned from the industry because of you. Tong Libiao's words were full of threats, not only threatening Xiao Yang, but also threatening the Su family. Ha ha! I want to see if you can ban the Su family. Xiao Yang smiled nonchalantly. Would he be afraid of such a threat? Obviously not. If he didn't want to steal the Su family's limelight, how could he have been so tolerant? You are young and ignorant. You have no right to talk to me. Tong Libiao looked at Su Feng'an after he finished speaking. Su Feng'an, either let your daughter marry my son, or the Tong family and the Su family break up. I want to see who dares to cooperate with the Su family after today. Then he looked at everyone present, showing an attitude of looking down on the world. In his eyes, the Tong family is now the leader of Longhua's trade industry. Anyone who wants to make a living in this industry must listen to him. I have already decided on Xiao Yang as my son-in-law. If the Tong family wants to ban my Su family, just come and see who will be destroyed first, your Tong family or my Su family. Su Feng'an looked fearless, knowing that things had now reached a breaking point. With such an awesome son-in-law, there is nothing to be afraid of. Very good. Since the Su family is so ungrateful, then don't blame my Tong family for not remembering our friendship. Tong Li Biao looked at Su Feng'an with a gloomy face, knowing that the other party would not change his attitude. Today is my old man's birthday party, but your Tong family is so aggressive and overbearing. If my Su family gives in, people will think that our Su family is afraid of your Tong family. Su Jingxiong looked fearless. Under the current circumstances, he no longer intended to continue putting on surface efforts. With such an awesome grandson-in-law, there is nothing to be afraid of. Father, think twice. We can't let Xiao Shui implicate our entire Su family. When Su Fengquan saw his father's attitude, he was immediately shocked and hurried to persuade him. Now the strength and status of the Tong family have completely surpassed that of the Su family by more than one level. Of course, he wants to continue to cling to the Tong family. But he was still hoping that after Su Miaoshui married into the Tong family, he could rely on the Tong family to allow his son to smoothly control the Qianfan group. He couldn't let this go on like this. As a member of the Su family, you are actually betraying your own family. I will kick you out of the Su family now. You will have nothing to do with the Su family anymore. Su Jingxiong looked at his son angrily. At this time, his son not only did not stand with the Su family, but also stood with the Tong family, which made him very disappointed. At this tense moment, a waiter ran up to Mr. Su and said respectfully, "Mr. Su, the foreigner at the door said he is here to attend your birthday party." I saw a foreign man in his 40s with blonde hair and gold-rimmed glasses standing at the door looking around. Chapter 55 Chairman of Milton Trading Group. President Stephen, why are you here? Tong Li Biao asked in surprise. He naturally knew the identity of this man. He was Stephen Gerson, the president of Milton Trading Group. May I ask who you are? Stephen looked at Tong Li Biao with confusion, obviously not knowing who this person was. Tong Li Biao immediately walked quickly to Stephen and said in a flattering manner, "I'm Tong Li Biao from Longhua Dasang Trading. I shook hands with you when I went to the Milton Trading Group headquarters to sign the contract." At this moment, he no longer had the arrogance he had just had, and only wanted to establish a good relationship with the president of the Milton Trading Group. "Hello. Since we are working together, we are friends." Stephen extended his hand in a friendly manner, thinking that anyone who could be here must be the chairman's friend and he should not neglect him. Tong Li Biao immediately felt flattered and quickly stretched out his hand and shook hands with the other party, feeling like a servant trying to please his master. "Let me introduce you to everyone. This is President Stephen of Milton Trading Group, and he is also the backer of our Tong family in this industry." Tong Li Biao deliberately elevated Stephen's status in order to flatter him. "Tong family?" Stephen asked with a puzzled look. "Isn't this the birthday party for Mr. Su?" This confused Tong Li Biao, and he quickly asked with a puzzled look, "President Stephen, are you here to attend Mr. Su's banquet?" He suddenly had a bad feeling. He didn't expect that Stephen actually knew the old man of the Su family, and that he even came from the United States to attend the birthday party in person. "Yes, Mr. Su is the grandfather of our chairman's wife. I came all the way from the United States to attend the birthday party." Stephen explained with a smile that he learned about this matter when he was talking to Su Feng'an on the phone yesterday afternoon, and felt it necessary to come in person to celebrate the birthday. Therefore, after finishing his work at the company, he immediately booked a flight to Jiangyun City last night, intending to personally attend the event to celebrate Mr. Su's birthday. "This is a good opportunity to show off my social skills in front of the chairman." "You said that Mr. Su is the grandfather of your chairman's wife?" "You must be mistaken. The granddaughter of the Su family is not married yet." Tong Li Biao immediately felt relieved. It seemed that the other party must have made a mistake. How could such a coincidence happen? No. Stephen immediately shook his head and continued. "Our chairman said that the president of Qianfan Group is his father-in-law, so Mr. Su is the grandfather of our chairman's wife." While speaking, I was somewhat confused. Did I misunderstand this relationship? May I ask who your chairman is? Tong Li Biao was completely confused now. Everyone present was from Long Country, so how could one of them be the chairman of the Milton Group? "I'm sorry, I can't address our chairman by his first name. This is disrespectful to him." Stephen looked very well behaved. "Brother Stephen, I didn't expect you to really come. I thought you were joking with me." Su Feng'an walked up to Stephen with a familiar look on his face. Actually, he was just being polite yesterday, saying that his father was going to celebrate his 80th birthday, and if the other party had time to come and show his support, he would also take him to experience the customs and culture of Longwa. I didn't expect that this guy actually came from the United States. Hiss. What is going on? Why would Su Feng'an call Stephen brother? Not only were all the people present confused, but everyone in the Tong family was even more confused and couldn't figure out the situation for a moment. Are you brother Su? Stephen looked at Su Feng'an in front of him for a few seconds, wanting to make sure that he had not recognized the wrong person. After all, he had only spoken to Su Feng'an on the phone and had never met him, so he would not be able to recognize him even if he was standing in front of him. I am Su Feng'an, the president of Qianfan Group. Su Feng'an introduced himself with a smile. Oh. Brother Su, I've heard of your great name for a long time. Seeing you today, I'm sure you're as famous as I've heard. Stephen immediately became polite and gave Su Feng'an a big hug. How about we go meet my future son-in-law first? Su Feng'an knew who was the protagonist at this time, and he couldn't let himself steal the limelight. Yes. I would like to say hello to the respected chairman first. Stephen nodded quickly, and then, under the leadership of Su Feng'an, came in front of Xiao Yang. Dear Chairman, I am Stephen Gerson, the president of Milton Trading Group. I am honored to be your subordinate. Stephen immediately bowed to Xiao Yang. You are thoughtful enough to come all the way from the United States. Xiao Yang really didn't expect that this guy would come to celebrate Grandpa Su's birthday. Brother Su is my brother, and his father is my father. I must come to our father's birthday party. Stephen said sincerely, feeling very proud that he actually became a brother with the chairman's father-in-law yesterday, which was a great honor. Xiao Yang's mouth twitched suddenly. He didn't know how to respond. He always felt that this guy was taking advantage of him. Everyone in the Tong family was filled with disbelief at this moment. They did not expect that the future son-in-law of the Su family would be the chairman of the Milton Trading Group. Thinking about what he had just done, he couldn't help but start to worry, fearing that the Su family would retaliate against the Tong family, causing the Tong family to be targeted by the Milton Trading Group. Although it will not lead to the destruction of the Tong family, it will still cause serious damage to the Tong family, and both their strength and status will be greatly reduced. Feng'an, what's going on? Su Jingxiong was a little confused. When did Xiao Yang become the chairman of the Milton Trading Group? Father, Xiao Yang acquired Milton Trading Group yesterday. I forgot to tell you because I was busy with the birthday banquet yesterday afternoon. Su Feng'an immediately explained, and then said. Now, all the cross-border shipping orders of Milton Trading Group will be handed over to our Qianfan Group. Even though Su Jingxiong was an experienced businessman, he felt like his brain was freezing at this moment, as if he suddenly couldn't accept this fact. I originally thought that Xiao Yang was just the chairman of Tianyue Group and the behind-the-scenes boss of Tianyang Investment, but I never thought that he also had the identity of the chairman of Milton Trading Group. Such an awesome grandson-in-law actually fell into the Su family's hands. Su Jingxiong suddenly felt it was a bit unreal. Ha ha ha. Su Jingxiong came back to his senses, laughed very happily, and praised Xiao Yang. Our Su family has really found an incredible son-in-law. God is really blessing our Su family. This is to ensure that our Su family will last forever. After saying this, he glanced coldly at the people from the Tong family. Seeing how frustrated they looked, he suddenly felt very happy. Chapter 56. My uncle is the vice president of Tianyue Group's Beijing branch. Zhenxiong, can you please consider our friendship over the years and pretend that what happened today never happened? Our Tong family will not bother your Su family anymore. Tong Chao said helplessly, knowing very well that he had no choice but to give in now. At least the Tong family would not be targeted by the Milton Group. Humph. You should ask my grandson-in-law about this. Su Jingxiong looked at Tong Chao coldly, intending to leave the matter to Xiao Yang to decide. Tong Chao sighed helplessly in his heart, looked at Xiao Yang, and smiled reluctantly. My dear friend, it is my Tong family that has offended us tonight. Please show some mercy and let us off. Just now I seem to hear Grandpa say that your Tong family and the Su family should apologize. Xiao Yang said coldly, and he had no intention of letting the Tong family off just like that. After all, what these guys did tonight had already sentenced them to death in his heart. He just wanted to help the Su family vent their anger first, and then deal with the Tong family tomorrow. Zhenxiong, on behalf of the Tong family, I apologize to your Su family. I hope the Su family can forgive the Tong family for what they did today. Tong Chao planned to lower his head so that the others could save some face. He he. Xiao Yang sneered and said to Tong Chao. You are just one of the Tong family members. In my eyes, you cannot represent the Tong family. The meaning is very clear, that is, everyone in the Tong family must apologize and no one will be let off. You are simply dreaming if you want everyone in my Tong family to bow down. Let me tell you, my uncle is the vice president of the Beijing branch of Tianyue Group. Don't think that our Tong family is finished just like this. Tong Jun looked at Xiao Yang with a gloomy face. It was obvious that he didn't want to give in because the Tong family still had a backer. Although they have lost the support of Milton Trading Group, they still have the support of Tianyue Group. It is impossible for the Tong family to perish. Everyone present was surprised. They never expected that the Tong family had such a backer. Doesn't that mean that the Su family still can't do anything to the Tong family? There was a hint of surprise in Xiao Yang's eyes. He didn't expect that the Tong family had such a relationship. It really caught him off guard. Tong Jun looked at the expressions of everyone present and said with a smug look on his face. I'm telling you, my uncle has already said that Tianyue Group is now going global and will help our Tong family to achieve full cooperation with Tianyue Group. Our Tong family is still above you. Then he looked at Su Feng'an and others and sneered. Don't think you have won just because you have the support of Milton Trade Group. This is Longhua, and Tianyue Group is the king of Longhua Enterprises. Our Tong family can still block your Su family. Just when he wanted to see these people being humiliated, he found that they didn't seem worried at all, and no one showed any panic on their face. Xiao Yang smiled helplessly. He didn't expect that the Tong family would use his company to show off twice today. He, as the chairman, was really a failure. It seems that the investigation is still not enough and a new investigation must be conducted. We cannot allow people to use the name of Tianyue Group to bully others and damage the reputation of Tianyue Group. Xiao Yang took out his cell phone and called in Shuiwe. Mr. Xiao, what can I do for you? I'll send you a location. Ask Gu Renping to call all the vice presidents of Tianyue Group's Beijing branch here as quickly as possible. Xiao Yang now wants to let Tong Jun know what despair is and let him see who he has offended. Okay, I'll contact them now. In Shuiwe immediately agreed to the task. After Xiao Yang hung up the phone, he sent the specific location to In Shuiwe. Grandpa, I have something to do today that will affect your birthday party. Please forgive me. Xiao Yang looked at Su Jingxiong and said with an apologetic tone. He had originally planned to deal with the Tong family after tonight. After all, it was Mr. Su's birthday party, and he didn't want to make the scene too ugly. But Tong Jun is looking for death, so he will completely destroy the Tong family today and rub Tong Jun's self-esteem to the ground. It's okay. You've already suffered a lot of grievances today to save the Su family's reputation. Just do whatever you want. Grandpa won't blame you. Su Jingxiong knew very well that Xiao Yang had been tolerating today just because he didn't want to steal the Su family's limelight. Thank you for your help, Grandpa. Xiao Yang said with gratitude that now he could deal with the Tong family without any worries. I have been kind enough to your Tong family today, but you have challenged my bottom line again and again. So today, the Tong family will be destroyed. Xiao Yang looked at the people from the Tong family and said coldly. Don't think I'm scared. I asked all the vice presidents of Tianyue Group's Beijing branch to gather here. Why don't you say that you are the chairman of Tianyue Group? Don't bluff here. Tong Jun looked at Xiao Yang with dissatisfaction, not realizing that the Tong family had exposed Longhua's secret today. Ding ling ling. Just as Tong Jun finished speaking, his cell phone suddenly rang. Seeing that it was his uncle Hong Zaiqian calling, he immediately said to everyone. My uncle called. I will tell him everything that happened tonight and let him vent his anger for our Tong family. After saying that, he picked up the phone and turned on the speakerphone, wanting everyone to hear the call. Uncle, our Tong family was targeted tonight, and they want everyone in our Tong family to apologize. Tong Jun immediately spoke into the phone with a look of grievance on his face. There was a momentary silence on the other end of the phone. Uncle, what's wrong with you? Why aren't you talking? Is the signal bad? Tong Jun asked quickly. Xiao Jun, are you in the banquet hall on the 68th floor of Shengqiao Hotel? Hong Zaiqian suddenly asked. Yes. Didn't I tell you that I would come to the Su family's birthday party tonight? Tong Jun answered with a puzzled look on his face, not understanding why his uncle suddenly asked about this matter. What on earth were you doing there, you bastards? Why did our chairman ask all our vice presidents to gather there? Hong Zaiqian asked angrily. He originally wanted to find out what was going on, but his nephew's first words gave him a bad feeling. The chairman called them here, it must be related to my brother-in-law's family. Uncle, I don't understand what you are talking about. How could your chairman be here? As soon as Tong Jun finished speaking, he immediately thought of the phone call Xiao Yang had just made. Then he looked at Xiao Yang with an incredible expression who was sneering at him. Uncle, is your chairman called Xiao Yang? He still wanted to confirm this matter, thinking that he might have overthought it. Xiao Yang was so young, how could he be the chairman of Tianyue Group? Are you looking for death? You dare to call our chairman by his name. Hong Zaiqian scolded angrily, feeling even more panicked. It seemed that his brother-in-law and his family had indeed offended the chairman. Chapter 57. Tell me about the bad things you have done. Tong Jun was stunned for a moment. His uncle's words had proved his guess, and he couldn't accept this fact for a while. Not only him, but the rest of the Tong family is like this. I didn't expect that Su Miashua's boyfriend could easily crush the Tong family. UF King fellows, wait there for me. If I get fired by the chairman, I'm going to kill everyone in your Tong family. Hong Zaiqian's roar was heard again, and then he hung up the phone. Everyone present was immersed in shock. They didn't expect that events tonight would take a turn for the worse. I originally thought that Xiao Yang's identity as the chairman of Milton Trading Group was impressive enough, but I didn't expect that he had an even more impressive identity. Chairman of Tianyue Group. The Dragon Kingdom stands at the top of the pyramid. My dear friend, I will let everyone in the Tong family apologize to you and the Su family now. Tong Chao, as expected of the founder of Dasang Trading, was the first to come to his senses and express his attitude. He knew very well that the Tong family would most likely be doomed tonight, and only by getting forgiveness from this person and the Su family could such an outcome be avoided. Oh! Xiao Yang sneered and shook his head at Tong Chao. To tell you the truth, even if I let your Tong family go tonight, I will still destroy your Tong family tomorrow, because you have touched my reverse scale. After saying that, he turned around and looked at Su Miaoshua beside him with a doting look, his eyes full of tenderness. The dragon has a reverse scale, whoever touches it will die. Su Miaoshua is Xiao Yang's Achilles heel. When the Tong family forced him to get married, the ending was already determined and could not be changed at all. Enemy. Su Miaoshua looked at Xiao Yang with tender eyes. She knew that her lover had suffered a lot for the Su family tonight, and she felt very sorry for her lover. Anyone who has wronged you will be made to pay the heaviest price. Xiao Yang made the promise in the most gentle tone. No matter who it is, no one can stop me from being with you. I will never marry anyone but you in this life. Su Miaoshua responded affectionately with a promise. I'm going to kill you. Tong Jun was obviously stimulated by this scene. He didn't expect that Xiao Yang not only put the Tong family into this situation, but also showed his affection with Su Miaoshua in front of him. He immediately smashed a plate and rushed towards the two of them with the sharpest piece. Hypnosis. Xiao Yang silently gave the hypnosis instructions in his heart. Tong Jun suddenly froze in place, looking at Xiao Yang with a dull look. Tell me about the bad things you have done. Xiao Yang silently issued an order in his heart, intending to completely humiliate Tong Jun. After receiving the order, Tong Jun immediately told all the immoral things he had done. Not only did he take advantage of his power to bully others, but he also did things among the women. Even the fact that women were forced to have abortions was mentioned. There was an uproar at the scene. No one expected that this guy who seemed to be deeply in love with Su Miaoshua was actually a complete beast behind the scenes. Xiao Jun, what are you talking about? When Tong Libiao heard what his son said, he immediately tried to stop him, otherwise his son would definitely lose face tonight. However, he had no idea that Tong Jun had been hypnotized by Xiao Yang and would not respond to anyone except what Xiao Yang said. Why do you keep pestering Su Miaoshua? Xiao Yang continued to ask silently in his heart. He always felt that this guy pretended to be infatuated with Su Miaoshua not only because he coveted Su Miaoshua's beauty, but there might be other reasons. In fact, I have always loved Su Miaoshua in my heart. I not only want to get Su Miaoshua, but also want to get the Su family's assets to strengthen our Tong family's strength and status in Longhua. Tong Jun also told the Tong family about their plans for the Su family's assets. You, the Tong family, are so bold that you actually want to use my granddaughter to gain the Su family's assets. This is simply wishful thinking. Su Zhengxiong scolded angrily, saying that he didn't expect that the Tong family had always coveted the Su family's property. Today, they chose to force a marriage because they were afraid that Su Miaoxue would marry Xiao Yang and the Tong family's plan would fail. Xiao Jun, what are you talking about? Tong Chao looked at his grandson angrily, unable to understand why he would tell him all these things. Now not only will the Tong family be destroyed, but they will also be completely disgraced and won't even be able to keep their last bit of dignity. Tong Chao, for what your Tong family has done, our Su family will make you pay with the most painful price. Su Zhengxiong called his old friend by his name, and it was obvious how angry he was inside. Zhengxiong, this is all a misunderstanding. Our Tong family has no such idea. We just want to form a lasting friendship with your Su family and strengthen our relationship. We really have no other ideas. Tong Chao still planned to defend himself, otherwise he would not be forgiven today. Huh, is that so? Su Jingxian looked at Tong Chao with a gloomy face and continued. Even after your precious grandson said that, you're still trying to argue with me. It seems like you're getting more shameless as you get older. This kid is just talking nonsense. He must have been possessed by a demon just now, that's why he's talking nonsense. Tong Chao continued to defend himself, and then scolded Tong Jun. You rebellious son, why don't you quickly explain what happened just now and let your grandpa Su know that you were talking nonsense? Remove hypnosis. Xiao Yang silently gave the order to lift the hypnosis. Tong Jun came to his senses instantly and looked at Xiao Yang with horror. What on earth did you do to me? He could hear what Xiao Yang said to him just now, but even though he knew that he couldn't say those things, he couldn't control himself and said them all out. After Xiao Yang's research on the hypnotic eye for some time, he has been able to completely control the degree of hypnosis, so he did not completely hypnotize Tong Jun just now. In order to let Tong Jun hear what he said with his own ears, Xiao Yang left Tong Jun with some consciousness, but it still did not affect the effect of hypnosis. I'm going to kill you. Tong Jun rushed towards Xiao Yang with the fragment in his hand. He already regarded the other party as a devil in his heart and wanted to kill this devil who had humiliated him. Xiao Jun, no. When Tong Li Biao saw his son's impulsive behavior, he quickly stepped forward to stop him. Even if the Tong family's business is gone, at least the people are still there, and with the experience accumulated from previous business, they can still guarantee the family's livelihood. But if his son did something impulsive that led to irreversible consequences, the Tong family would completely lose hope. Dad! Don't stop me. I want to kill this guy. He is a devil. He made me say those words just now. I am out of control at all. Tong Jun struggled desperately and roared with a ferocious look on his face. Chapter 58 Murder. Xiao Jun, calm down. How could Tong Li Biao believe such words? After all, Xiao Yang didn't say anything just now. He just thought that his son was so angry that he was talking nonsense here. However, just after he finished persuading his son, Tong Li Biao suddenly felt a chill in his throat and looked at his son in disbelief. Unexpectedly, Tong Jun accidentally cut his father's throat while struggling. Ah! Murder! With a loud shout, the scene suddenly became chaotic. Little. Tong Li Biao covered his throat, which was bleeding, and tried to persuade his son, but he could no longer utter a complete sentence. Dad! Tong Jun was startled and rushed forward to hug his father, repeating. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. He was completely panicked. He didn't expect that he would kill his father with his own hands. He felt extremely regretful at the moment and shouldn't have been so impulsive. You rebellious son, I. When Tong Chao saw his grandson killing his son, he suddenly became furious, his eyes turned black and he fell to the ground. Everyone's eyes were on the three people from the Tong family. No one noticed Tong Jun's mother, who took advantage of the chaos to quietly run out of the banquet hall. It seemed that she had no intention of intervening in her family's affairs. Xiao Yang really didn't expect that Tong Jun's impulsiveness would lead to such a situation tonight. Grandpa, why don't you go back first? I'll stay here to clean up the mess. Xiao Yang was really afraid that this scene would irritate Grandpa Su, and if something unexpected happened then, that would be bad. No need, we are a family, how can we leave you here alone? If anything happens, we will face it together. Old Master Su shook his head and said that this was the time when family unity could be demonstrated, so how could they possibly leave Xiao Yang alone? Seeing that Su Miaoxue and his future father-in-law and mother-in-law had the same idea, Xiao Yang simply stopped talking and called the police directly, intending to let the police handle it. The next day at noon, Su Miaoxue lay on Xiao Yang's chest and said with emotion, My enemy, I never thought the Tong family would become like this. Last night, Tong Libiao was killed by his son Tong Jun. Tong Chao died of a sudden heart attack on the spot due to severe shock. Although Tong Jun killed his father accidentally, he still faces legal sanctions. Up to now, only Tong Jun's mother is still alive and well in the Tong family, but she has already run back to her parents' home with the savings. Due to what happened suddenly last night, Xiao Yang could only ask those vice presidents to return halfway, but he still directly asked He Yujin to fire the vice president Hong Zaiqian. Just take it as a warning to all senior executives, letting them know what the consequences will be if this situation happens again. Boom boom boom. Xiao Yang, Xiao Shui, get up and eat. Liao Qiuyun's voice came from outside the door. Okay. Su Miaoxue responded quickly, and then the two of them quickly washed up, changed their clothes, and walked out of the room. As soon as they arrived in the yard, they saw Su Fengquan and his family kneeling in the middle of the yard. Brother-in-law, we were wrong, please forgive us. As long as you forgive us, Grandpa will not kick us out. When Su Junhang saw Xiao Yang coming, he quickly said in a pleading tone. Xiao Yang really didn't know how to deal with this matter. After all, this was the Su family's affair, and it would be inappropriate for him, the future son-in-law, to get involved. Seeing that he didn't speak, Su Junhang immediately pleaded with Su Miaoxue. Sister, our family is really wrong. Please go and beg Grandpa for mercy. We will never dare to do it again. We will definitely work for you honestly in the future and help you manage Qianfan Group. This matter was decided by Grandpa, and there is nothing we can do about it. You should go and ask Grandpa for mercy. Su Miaoxue felt a little bit reluctant, but she didn't want to speak for this family because their behavior last night was really too much. The two men ignored the family and soon came to the living room. Xiao Yang was somewhat surprised to see Stephen was still here. He thought this guy would return to the United States early. Dear Chairman, Qianfan Group is our Milton Trade Group's permanent partner. I plan to stay here and get familiar with our partners. Stephen knew that if he had a good relationship with the Su family, he could gain the chairman's approval, so he simply decided to stay for a while longer and found a reason that no one could refute. You can make the arrangements yourself, but nothing can go wrong with the company in the United States. Xiao Yang felt that there seemed to be nothing wrong with this, so he agreed to it, as long as it did not interfere with his normal work. Don't worry, my assistant will send me an email every morning, so I can handle company matters remotely without affecting my work. Stephen immediately assured and told how he would handle the company's affairs next. As the food was served, everyone started to eat. Stephen didn't consider himself an outsider at all and was very conscious throughout the whole process. What is unexpected is that this foreigner can actually use chopsticks. Xiao Yang, I've thought about it. Now that Qianfan Group's business has expanded many times, we plan to purchase another batch of ships so that we can keep up with the progress. Su Feng'an told Xiao Yang about his ideas. Now, there are not only all the orders from Milton Trading Group, but also all the orders from Tianyue Group. Qianfan Group as current scale is really unable to handle it all. Only by expanding the scale of transportation can we ensure that the progress of these two companies will not be delayed in future business and ensure the normal development of business. Uncle, you can make the decision yourself. If you need any support, just tell Yujin, Shoshan, and Stephen. There's no need to be so formal. We're all family. Xiao Yang doesn't want his identity to influence his future father-in-law's decision in the company. Due to the special circumstances last night, rewards are now being reissued. The host shines at the birthday banquet, the Su family's status rises, and they are rewarded with 100% of the shares of Tonga Aviation Manufacturing Group. Aviation Manufacturing Group? Isn't that what makes airplanes? This reward comes at the perfect time. After thinking for a few seconds, Xiao Yang said to Su Feng'an, Uncle, have you ever thought about expanding air transportation? Air transport? You mean the air transport business line? Su Feng'an instantly understood what Xiao Yang meant. Yes, it's air transportation. I happen to own an aviation manufacturing group. You can just contact them directly and start Qianfan Group's air transportation business. Xiao Yang nodded and said, That's great. This way, Qianfan Group can conduct business on both sea and airlines, which can greatly increase the efficiency of transportation. Su Feng'an was very excited. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Qianfan Group. At the same time, I am becoming more and more curious about this son-in-law. What kind of business does this guy have? But I didn't ask because I knew I shouldn't ask too much and would wait for others to tell me what they wanted to say. Chapter 59 Who is your leader? Xiao Yang, what do you think should be done with the family outside? Su Zhengxiong thought of Su Fuquan's family outside. This family had been targeting Xiaoyang last night and was planning to give the decision-making power to Xiaoyang. Grandpa, you can make the decision on this matter. No matter what you decide, I will have no objection. Xiaoyang knew that Grandpa Su couldn't bear to see his son's family suffer, which was why he gave them the opportunity to go home and admit their mistakes today. Otherwise, I would have been kicked out of the Su family last night. Why don't you see if there's anything you can do with them, and let them work like slaves for you in the future? Su Jingxiong knew that Xiaoyang was not going to make a fuss about it, so he expressed his thoughts. After thinking for a moment, Xiaoyang said with a smile, "Let them go to Africa. Tianyue Group needs people in Africa. Sending them to that place can be considered a punishment for them." He knew that if he didn't punish the family, Mr. Su would definitely not agree, so he thought of sending the family to Africa. After what happened last night, this family definitely wouldn't dare to do anything weird, and keeping it there might not be of much use in the future. After all, Qianfan Group's current achievements are not only due to Su Feng'an alone, Su Fengquan has also made a lot of contributions. That's great. We can let them go there and hone their skills. After Su Jingxiong finished speaking, he turned to the door and said with full energy, "Get in here." After hearing this, Su Fengquan's family in the yard immediately ran in and stood in front of the few people with their heads lowered. "Fengquan, Xiaoyang wants you to go to Africa to help Tianyue Group. Are you willing to accept this?" Su Jingxiong asked seriously. Su Fengquan was stunned for a moment, then quickly said excitedly, "We are willing to go to Africa to atone our sins." Then he immediately expressed his gratitude to Xiaoyang. "Thank you, nephew, for giving us the opportunity to atone for our sins. In the past, our family was blinded by greed. Thank you for your magnanimity." He knew this was the best outcome. Although the conditions in Africa were difficult, it gave him an opportunity. An opportunity to prove that I am as capable as my big brother. After all, he had never been convinced that his elder brother had taken over as president, and he had always wanted to prove his ability. When you get there, remember not to expose your relationship with Xiaoyang, and don't use this relationship to bully others. Do you remember? In order to prevent this family from taking advantage of their power to bully others, Su Jingxiong gave them special instructions. Please rest assured, father. We will keep a low profile and will not cause any trouble to our nephew-in-law. Su Fengquan quickly made a promise. Then pack up and set off. Su Jingxiong waved his hand and said. Su Fengquan did not leave immediately, but suddenly knelt in front of his father and said reluctantly, "Father, please take care of yourself while I'm not around. Grandpa, I will pray every day in Africa. I hope you will live a long life." Su Junhang then knelt on the ground and said with red eyes, "Go! Go!" Su Jingxiong suddenly felt a pang of sadness. Although he was reluctant, he still waved his hand to signal them to leave. The father and son kowtowed 3 times, and then the family left. Xiaoyang stayed with Su Miaoxue in Beijing for a week before planning to return to Jiangyun City. "Xiaoxue, are you planning to move?" When Liao Qiuyun saw the dozen or so bags in front of her daughter, she was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. It seemed like her daughter was in a hurry to get married. "Mom, I'll be staying in Jiangyun City often in the future, so I can use all these things. I don't need to waste money buying new ones." Su Miao looks like a thrifty person. "So you don't plan to go home anymore?" Liao Qiuyun felt very sad. It was true that girls cannot be kept at home when they grow up. Her daughter was kidnapped by someone. "Hey, I didn't move all my stuff away, I just need to have a place to sleep when I come back." Su Miaoxue responded impatiently. Liao Qiuyun didn't know what to say for a moment. People say that a married daughter is like spilled water, but how come my daughter is already irreversible even though she hasn't even gotten married yet? After Xiaoyang and Su Miaoxue said goodbye to their families, they arrived at the airport, checked in their luggage and planned to go to the boarding gate. At this moment, 5 soldiers suddenly blocked the 2 men's way. "Hello, Mr. Xiao. We have been ordered to invite you to meet the chief." A soldier saluted and said, "Who is your leader?" Xiaoyang couldn't understand why people from the military would come to find him, since he clearly had no connection with the military. "It's not convenient to disclose this matter. You will know it when you arrive." The soldier looked very secretive and obviously would not reveal the leader's information. After thinking for a few seconds, Xiaoyang said to Su Miaoxue, "You should go back to Jiangyun City first. I will come back to you as soon as I have dealt with this matter." Since the military is looking for him, he must give them face, so he plans to go and see what the military wants to talk to him about. How about I wait for you at home, and then we can go back together after you've dealt with it? Su Miaoxue had no idea what the military wanted to see her lover about, and she was a little worried, not wanting to leave her lover alone and go back. That's okay too. Xiao Yang turned to look at the soldier who had just spoken and asked, "Can you help me take her back first?" He was worried about Su Miaoxue taking a taxi back alone, so he wanted to send her home personally so that he could feel at ease. Can. The soldier did not refuse. The two men left the airport with 5 soldiers, got on a military vehicle and took Su Miaoxue to her residence outside. The main thing is that he is afraid that if he returns home suddenly, the Su family will learn that Xiao Yang has been taken away by the military and they will be very worried. The military vehicle quickly arrived at the gate of the military compound. After the soldier driving the vehicle explained the situation to the guards, it was immediately allowed to pass. Xiao Yang looked around the military compound curiously, a place he had never been qualified to enter before. Military vehicles were driving slowly in the military compound, and soldiers could be seen standing guard every 50 meters. It seems that the person who meets me this time is of high status. Xiao Yang was guessing silently in his heart. After a while, the military vehicle arrived in front of the innermost yard. The commander is inside, just go in directly. After the soldier parked the car, he opened the door for Xiao Yang, saluted and said, "Thanks." After expressing his gratitude, Xiao Yang walked towards the gate of the yard. "Please cooperate with our routine inspection." The soldier standing guard at the door saluted Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang did not refuse and cooperated with the other party in allowing the body search. "You may come in now." After the soldier on guard confirmed that there was no danger, he opened the gate of the yard. Chapter 60, With a clear mind, you will be fearless. Xiao Yang nodded and walked in, curious about what level of person could live in such a heavily guarded place. "I saw a man in his 50s, wearing a white vest, light brown shorts and black slippers, lying on a rocking chair in the middle of the yard with a comfortable look on his face. This person is Lu Tianhao." Lu Tianhao didn't expect at first that the person recommended by his daughter would be the new chairman of Tianyue Group that Longhua had been paying attention to. As the chairman of Tianyue Group and with such incredible strength, Lu Tianhao felt it was necessary to meet this young man in person. So someone brought Xiao Yang here. Could this be a leader? Xiao Yang couldn't help but feel suspicious. This man looked no different from the uncles in Huqing village. "Sit anywhere." Lu Tianhao pointed to the stone bench beside him and motioned Xiao Yang to sit down. After hesitating for a few seconds, Xiao Yang walked over and sat on the stone bench, waiting for the other party to explain why he came to see him. "I didn't expect that the chairman of Tianyue Group would become a 24-year-old young man. It's true that the younger generation pushes the older generation forward." After Lu Tianhao glanced at Xiao Yang, he said with a little emotion. Xiao Yang was not surprised that the other party knew his identity. After all, if the military wanted to investigate, his identity could not be hidden at all. "I just don't know why the other party suddenly came to me today. We have actually been keeping an eye on you, because Tianyue Group has a great influence on Longhua's economy. The chairman of Tianyue Group will naturally attract the attention of Longhua." After Lu Tianhao glanced at Xiao Yang, he continued. "I just didn't expect that the current chairman of Tianyue Group is not only very young, but also very ambitious." Xiao Yang's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he felt that the other party's words were suggestive. Could it be that his plan to control Dragon Country's economy had been discovered? Xiao Yang smiled helplessly. It seemed that he couldn't hide it, so he said, "Just say what you want to say. I don't think you came to me just to play Tai Chi with me." He really doesn't like this way of communication and prefers a more direct approach, otherwise he always feels like he's being led by the nose. It's normal for young people to be ambitious, but there are some bottom lines that cannot be crossed. Lu Tianhao reminded meaningfully. He. Xiao Yang sneered and said to Lu Tianhao, "What is the bottom line? What is the meaning of the bottom line? If it is set only by the state to control the economy, then it is too overbearing." In his opinion, he was only trying to ensure the safety of Tianyue Group and ensure that he would not be restricted by the country, which was absolutely correct. If a man who has a system is restricted in every way, what's the point of this? The bottom line of the country is to ensure that the economy will not be manipulated by capital, the people will not become slaves of capital, and the people can live and work in peace. Lu Tianhao's expression turned a little ugly, and his tone became a little serious. "Yeah?" Xiao Yang shook his head, disagreeing with this statement, and then retorted. Do you know how many people can't afford to eat right now? Do you know how many people are struggling to survive tomorrow? Do you know how many people are still in dire straits? You are so high up, but you can't see the real situation of the people. Do you think you are qualified to talk to me about the bottom line? He simply did not agree with this high-sounding excuse. Those in power could never see the real situation and their eyes would always be blocked by the fog. Lu Tianhao looked at Xiao Yang in surprise and asked in a serious tone. Do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like that? Don't you consider the consequences? No matter who you are, no matter what the consequences are, you cannot deny the facts that I saw with my own eyes. Xiao Yang said in a cold voice, not caring about such threats at all. Then do you know that I can have you arrested just based on what you just said? Lu Tianhao's expression suddenly became stern, as if he was really angry. If I get arrested for telling the truth, then I don't support such a country. Xiao Yang said fearlessly. After Lu Tianhao was stunned for a few seconds, he suddenly burst into laughter and said to Xiao Yang. As expected, you are the one who dares to plan the economy of Dragon Country. Your courage really impresses me. I have no guilt in my heart, so I am naturally fearless. Xiao Yang said righteously. If you have no guilt in your heart, you will naturally be fearless. Lu Tianhao nodded with appreciation and said with a smile. I have met many powerful people, but no one is as open-minded as you. I admit that I am also a capitalist, but as long as I don't do anything that harms the country and don't cheat people's money like some people do, then I have a clear conscience. Xiao Yang has his own principles and will act in accordance with them. But you are doing something that threatens the country. Lu Tianhao shook his head and said that it was impossible for Longwei to allow someone to control the entire country's economy. I am just moving towards my goal and never thought of endangering the country. Indeed, Xiao Yang's goal all along was not to do anything to Longwei from an economic level, but to ensure that he would not be controlled by others. Do you think the country will believe you just by saying it? Lu Tianhao asked seriously. I don't care whether the country believes in me or not, I just need to know what I want and how to do it. Xiao Yang doesn't care what the country thinks of him and just sticks to what he thinks. Why are you so stubborn, kid? Lu Tianhao scolded with a smile. It was obvious that he really had no way to deal with Xiao Yang, but in his heart he admired this young man more and more. Having been in a high position for many years, he had already developed a keen eye and could see that Xiao Yang was indeed a person who would not harm the country. He is also a person who will never betray his country. If that's all you really want to talk to me about, then you're really wasting my time today. Xiao Yang knew that the country had already investigated him thoroughly, and if they really had any ideas, they would have taken action long ago. I didn't expect you to be so smart. I won't beat around the bush. I can give you an identity that will make Longwei feel completely at ease with you. Lu Tianhao directly stated the purpose of today. What is your identity? Xiao Yang asked with some curiosity. Give you a soldier's identity, and the country will be completely assured of you. Lu Tianhao's words really surprised Xiao Yang, but he still shook his head and said, not interested. Xiao Yang didn't think he was such a pessimistic person as to give up his job as a wealthy man and become a soldier. With this identity, not only can the country trust you, but it can also provide you with many conveniences. Lu Tianhao looked very disappointed. Chapter 61. Do you still have any shame? Not interested. Xiao Yang still didn't have this idea. His current strength and identity were already convenient enough. He didn't need a soldier's identity to provide convenience. You. Lu Tianhao was obviously speechless because of Xiao Yang and didn't know how to persuade him. I like freedom and don't like being bound by rules and regulations, so let's just forget about this matter. Xiao Yang felt it was necessary to stop the other party from thinking about him, otherwise he would always be remembered in the future. Go away, I don't want to see you now. Lu Tianhao looked like he didn't want to bother with Xiao Yang anymore and directly ordered him to leave. Then bye-bye. Xiao Yang turned around and walked towards the door without hesitation. At this moment, 10 sturdy men wearing black vests and camouflage military pants suddenly rushed in from the door and surrounded Xiao Yang in a short while. Old man, you are playing dirty tricks on me. Xiao Yang immediately became unhappy. He didn't expect that this guy didn't want to let him go easily. You can leave if you defeat these 10 people. Lu Tianhao's eyes revealed pride and anticipation, and he really wanted to see Xiao Yang's next performance. You are the commander-in-chief of the Dragon Nation's military, but you actually plotted against a junior like me. Do you have any shame? In fact, Xiao Yang had recognized this man a long time ago. He was the commander-in-chief of the Long Kingdom's military, Lu Tianhao. He had been pretending not to know just to ensure that he would not be at a disadvantage when talking to Lu Tianhao. I didn't expect you to be so cunning. Lu Tianhao was very surprised. After recognizing his identity, not only did she not show it at all, she even dared to speak to him like that. Such shrewdness and courage are truly rare. Same here. Aren't you also very shrewd? Xiao Yang's tone was slightly sarcastic, and he didn't give any face to the other party because of his identity. One reason was that he didn't sense any ill will from the other party, and he knew that nothing would happen even if he said that. Otherwise he would have been arrested long ago. The second reason is because of my own invincible strength. If I really want to leave here safely, it will be like playing. There is no psychological pressure at all. But I don't want to force my way out unless it's absolutely necessary. I won't argue with you. As long as you defeat these 10 people, I will keep my promise and let you go. After Lu Tianhao finished speaking, he put on an expression as if he was waiting to watch a show. Ha, do you think I will still believe you? Xiao Yang had just been tricked once, so how could he possibly trust the other party again? Lu Tianhao ignored them and just waved at the 10 men and gave the order to attack. After receiving the order, the 10 men immediately attacked Xiao Yang and blocked all chances for Xiao Yang to escape. Damn, these guys have no moral principles. Xiao Yang cursed inwardly, bent his knees slightly, and then suddenly exerted force with his legs. In an instant, he appeared at a height of 2 meters, avoiding the siege of these people. Really? There was a hint of surprise in Lu Tianhao's eyes, and it seemed that he had guessed this situation. He saw that Xiao Yang looked very relaxed when he defeated Chen Fei, and concluded that Xiao Yang must not have used his full strength, and wanted to use this method to verify his guess. Snort! Since you don't follow the moral code of martial arts, you can't blame me. Xiao Yang was not the kind of person who would just accept things passively, so he immediately planned to get back at the enemy. At the moment of falling, he suddenly exerted force from his waist, and his whole body began to spin while his right leg kicked out, kicking those 10 men in the face. Bang! 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 The 10 men were all kicked away in an instant, falling heavily to the ground 2 meters away, with blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. After landing, Xiao Yan looked at the 10 people with pride, thinking that these guys really overestimated their own abilities and wanted to block his way. Etc. Why do I feel something is wrong? Xiao Yang suddenly realized something and looked at Lu Tianhao in surprise. Are you testing me? He finally understood that he had been tricked by this old guy again. His actions just now were obviously intended to test his strength. After all, how could an ordinary person possibly defeat 10 soldiers? He would only do such a thing if he was sure that he would be fine. You have such strength. If you don't join the military, the country will regard you as a threat. Lu Tianhao looked at Xiao Yan with a serious expression. Those 10 soldiers were the elites in the army, but they were no match for Xiao Yang. I originally thought that Xiao Yang would fight back and forth with these 10 soldiers, and even if he won it would not be easy. I didn't expect it to be so easy. Lu Tianhao had a feeling that Xiao Yang definitely didn't use his full strength just now, otherwise he wouldn't have appeared so relaxed. The identity of the chairman of Longuias No. 1 Enterprise, coupled with such absolute strength, made Lu Tianhao feel deeply wary of Xiao Yang. If such people cannot be recruited by the country, then they are a time bomb in the eyes of the country. Once out of control, the damage caused is unimaginable. I've said it before, I won't do anything that will harm the country. There was a hint of coldness in Xiao Yang's tone, and he looked a little angry. What if you do it? The country will never allow such an unstable factor to exist. As the commander-in-chief of the Dragon Kingdom's military, Lu Tianhao must consider the stability of the country and will not let go of anyone who poses a threat to the country. Either recruit them or find a way to destroy them, these are the only 2 solutions now. I'm telling you, if the country really pushes me to the limit, I'll change my nationality and become a permanent threat in your hearts. Xiao Yang was too lazy to talk nonsense and directly told Lu Tianhao the consequences. He doesn't care whether the country trusts him or not. He only cares about what he thinks and does, as long as he has a clear conscience. Then I can't let you leave here. You only have 2 choices today, either join the military, or... Lu Tianhao didn't continue talking, knowing that Xiao Yang would definitely understand what he meant. Then he waved his hand, and suddenly more than 50 soldiers with guns rushed in from the door. These people not only surrounded Xiao Yang, but also pointed their guns at Xiao Yang. Snap! The more than 50 soldiers loaded their bullets at the same time, and everyone's eyes were full of vigilance. It was like he would shoot immediately if Xiao Yang made any movement. Well, Xiao Yang suddenly felt disappointed. He didn't expect that the country he loved was like this. The people in power would do anything for their own selfish ends. Young man, I advise you to think about the people around you and not. Before Lu Tianhao could finish his words, he was interrupted by Xiao Yang. You can try. Those eyes filled with murderous intent made Lu Tianhao's heart tremble. Even though he had seen countless storms, he still felt a chill on his back at this moment. Chapter 62 Family. Xiao Yang has made preparations for a fight to the death. If he wants, he can kidnap Lu Tianhao before these people open fire. He himself could easily leave here or even leave Dragon Country, but the people around him could not, because they did not have as strong strength as him. As long as Lu Tianhao is in his hands, he can safely leave Longhua with his family and start a new life in another place. It's better not to love such a country. After all, he is a man with a system. No matter where he goes, he can still be the top. Just go. Lu Tianhao waved his hands helplessly, and the more than 50 soldiers immediately put away their guns and made way for Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang didn't hesitate at all. He turned around and walked out the door without any intention of staying. Ah! This kid is really stubborn and won't respond to any persuasion. Lu Tianhao really didn't expect that this method couldn't force Xiao Yang to surrender. It seemed that he had to think of other ways. He not only felt fear, but also had a love for talent. He could see that Xiao Yang was not a wicked person, and was even a patriotic person. What's more, Xiao Yang is a man with absolute strength. How could Lu Tianhao possibly erase the patriotic heart of such a person? Xiao Yang quickly arrived at the gate of the military compound. When he was wondering how to go back, a military vehicle drove in front of him. Hello, Major Xiao, the commander asked me to take you back. The soldier driving the car quickly got out and saluted Xiao Yang. Major? Xiao Yang was a little confused for a moment, because he had not agreed to join the military. Yes, the commander asked me to tell you that from now on, you are a major in the Dragon Country military. Whether you are willing to join the military or not, this identity is permanent. After the soldier finished speaking, he took out a red box from the cab. Here is your ID, please accept it. Xiao Yang understood what Lu Tianhao meant. He was planning to force the sale. The other party wanted to use this method to tie him to the military and at the same time do him a favor. However, Xiao Yang naturally would not refuse such a benefit that was delivered to his door. Anyway, he didn't have to take any responsibility, so he might as well take it. After receiving the documents, Xiao Yang got on the military vehicle and quickly returned to the house where Su Miaoxue lived. My enemy, are you okay? Su Miaoxue asked with a worried tone. Nothing, I was just called by an old guy to chat for a while, and by the way, I got the rank of major. Xiao Yang shook his head, gave a comforting smile, and then took out the certificate he had just obtained. My dear, won't you have to live in the army from now on? Su Miaoxue suddenly felt very reluctant. If Xiao Yang went to the army, she would not be able to see her lover every day. No, I'm just a figurehead. Sometimes it's more convenient to get things done. Xiao Yang saw Su Miaoxue's reluctance, and quickly comforted her with a smile. Really? Su Miaoxue asked excitedly. Of course, how could I lie to you? Xiao Yang nodded lovingly. That's great. Su Miaoxue said happily that she was very happy that she didn't have to be separated from her lover. Let's go back to Jiangyun City. After talking, the two headed to the airport. The next evening. The sun showed half of its face over the mountain, and was about to end a day's work. The sunset illuminated the entire sky. There was laughter and joy in the Hongmei orphanage, and the children were happily playing games with Wu Xianyu and Li Zhu. Grandma Lu was sitting in the corner of the yard, holding a book and a pen in her hands, and next to her was a little girl in a black dress. Family. Grandma Lu wrote these 2 words on the book and taught the little girl next to her to read. She has taken the little girl to the hospital for a checkup, and the doctor said that the girl is in very good health, without any defects, and her intelligence is far above average. As for why the girl didn't speak, even the doctor couldn't figure it out. I just suggest taking him to see a psychologist to see if there is any psychological problem. Grandma Lu took the girl to see a psychologist again, but still no problems were found. She could only take the girl back to the orphanage and see if she could teach her to read and make her speak. The girl looked at Grandma Lu blankly, her eyes full of doubts. Family. Grandma Lu patiently taught the girl to read again. Family. The girl stammered and followed. Hey, you finally spoke. Grandma Lu was very happy. She didn't expect that her method was so effective. Come on, read it again to Grandma. Grandma Lu pointed to the words in the book and continued teaching. Family. Family. The girl read along fluently, but her eyes were still confused, and she didn't know the meaning of the two words. We are a family. Grandma Lu pointed to the children who were playing games, then pointed to herself and the girl, and explained her family's intention in this way. We are a family. The girl stammered and followed. We are a family. Grandma Lu patiently taught again. We are a family. The girl said this fluently. Oh, this girl is really smart. Grandma Lu praised happily, saying that she didn't expect the girl to learn so quickly. Grandma! Grandma! There are a lot of people outside, and they look so fierce. A little boy ran up to Grandma Lu. Grandma Lu quickly stood up and walked quickly to the door. I saw a man in a suit, with a dozen ruffian-looking men, blocking the entrance of the orphanage. Grandma, let me introduce myself. I am the demolition manager of Haoyun Real Estate. My name is Guan Shua. I have no ill intentions coming here today. I just want to talk to you about the demolition. The man in the suit looked very kind and introduced himself and the purpose of his visit today. I won't demolish it here. Grandma Lu expressed her attitude firmly. At the same time, he was very confused. Xiao Yang had already said that he would buy the land here and rebuild the Hongmei orphanage on the old site. Why were these people here? She immediately concluded that these people had nothing to do with her grandson, and if the house was really going to be demolished, Xiao Yang would definitely have told her in advance. Grandma, we can give you a satisfactory price. Just tell us a number and we can discuss it. Guan Shua acted very sincere. No matter how much money you give me, I won't demolish it. Tianyue Group has already said that it will buy this place. You guys should leave now, or I will let someone from Tianyue Group come and talk to you. Grandma Lu thought of Xiao Yang, and she immediately felt confident. Chapter 63 Family, we are a family. Even if you really call people from Tianyue Group here, it won't affect our Haoyun Real Estate's demolition of this place. The Jianyun municipal government has already negotiated cooperation with our Haoyun Real Estate in advance and will jointly develop this place. Tianyue Group is nothing in front of the government. Guan Shua's tone was a little disdainful, and it seemed that he didn't take Tianyue Group seriously at all. I'll call the people at Tianyue Group right now. After saying this, Grandma Lu took out her cell phone and planned to call Lin Shuiwei to ask her to help deal with the matter. However, as soon as she pressed a number, her phone was snatched away by a gangster. You old woman, don't think I don't know what you're doing. I'm telling you, it's useless even if you call the police. We're not afraid of the police at all. You'd better be smart and don't let the brothers get violent. The gangster thought that Grandma Lu was going to take the opportunity to call the police, so he quickly snatched the phone away to avoid unnecessary trouble. Give me back my phone. Grandma Lu immediately reached out to grab her phone back. Don't be so ungrateful. The gangster pushed Grandma Lu to the ground. You guys are really going too far. How can you fight with an old man? Wu Xianyu said to the gangster angrily. Grandma Lu, are you okay? Then he quickly helped Grandma Lu, who had fallen to the ground. This place is funded by Tianyue Group. If you don't leave, Tianyue Group will not let you have an easy time. Li Zhu also stepped forward and together with Grandma Lu and Wu Xianyu, protected the children behind them. I tell you, even if the chairman of Tianyue Group comes today, he has to kneel on the ground. The gangster said very arrogantly. Grandma, even if you don't consider yourself, you still have to consider the little ones behind you, right? Just cooperate with us, it will be good for everyone. Guan Shua persuaded Grandma Lu with a smile on his face, but his words were full of threats. Don't even think about it. This is my home and the children's home. No one can drive us away from here. Grandma Lu was resolute and not afraid of the other party's threats at all. Just now when Wu Xinyu helped her up, he took the opportunity to quietly tell her that he had sent a message to Xiao Yang for help. Grandma Lu believed that as long as Xiao Yang knew what happened here, he would rush over immediately, and she just needed to delay time. You old woman, I think you're not going to accept my toast and drink the wine for punishment. The gangster raised his hand and slapped Grandma Lu in the face, intending to teach her a lesson. Seeing this, Wu Xianyu and Li Zhu tried to block the gangster's hand to prevent him from hurting Grandma Lu. Bang! Ah! The gangster suddenly felt a sharp pain in his stomach and flew 4 or 5 meters away. He fell to the ground with blood flowing from his mouth. Everyone present was looking at the girl in the black dress in front of Grandma Lu in disbelief. Because it was this girl who suddenly rushed out from the crowd and kicked the gangster directly in the stomach, kicking him so far away. Family, we are a family. The little girl said this with murderous eyes, as if she was protecting her family. That murderous look made Guan Shua and the gang of hooligans tremble in their hearts. How could a little girl of 12 or 13 have such eyes? And he has such powerful strength. Kid, what happened to you just now? Grandma Lu's eyes were full of surprise. She didn't expect this girl to be so powerful. Family, we are a family. The girl repeated this sentence again, showing her attitude of wanting to protect her family. She's just a little kid. Come on, I don't believe she can do anything. Guan Shua immediately gave the order to take action. The gangsters hesitated for a few seconds and felt that what Guan Shua said made sense. He was just a child and there was nothing to be afraid of. So he walked towards the girl. Bang! A small figure suddenly rushed towards one of them, kicked him hard in the stomach with his knee, and kicked him away. The moment the girl landed, she jumped up again and kicked the other person in the face. Bang! The man vomited blood and screamed, flew backwards 4 or 5 meters and fainted. After the girl landed, she punched a gangster in the chest, easily knocking him away again. Those hooligans realized that they had hit a wall today. This girl was really too powerful, and they immediately began to think of retreating. But the girl didn't give them any chance and continued with her performance. Soon she knocked all the thugs to the ground. Guan Shua was immediately frightened and turned around to escape. But the moment he turned around, someone suddenly grabbed the belt at the back of his waist and dragged him in front of Grandma Lu. I was wrong, please let me go, I will never dare to come here again. Guan Shua knelt in front of Grandma Lu and pleaded anxiously. The next second, he was suddenly grabbed by the girl's neck and lifted up. The girl turned her head and looked at Grandma Lu, her eyes revealing a questioning look, as if she was asking for Grandma Lu's opinion. It seemed that as long as Grandma Lu nodded, she would kill this guy immediately. Child, let him go. Grandma Lu shook her head, not wanting the girl to do anything irreparable. Bang! When the girl saw Grandma Lu shaking her head, she threw Guan Shua 4 or 5 meters away without killing him. Sister is awesome. Sister is awesome. Sister is awesome. The children shouted excitedly, knowing in their hearts that it was this sister who protected them today. Family, we are a family. The girl said this to Grandma Lu again, and the murderous intent in her eyes gradually dissipated. Good boy, you are awesome. Grandma Lu understood what the girl meant, that is, she wanted to protect her family, so she smiled and praised her. Although I don't know why the girl has such strength, she did protect everyone here today and I don't have any grudges against her. Joy appeared in the girl's eyes, as if she knew she had done the right thing. Old woman, do you know who my elder brother is? Let me tell you. The gangster wanted to threaten Grandma Lu, but was frightened by the murderous look in the girl's eyes and swallowed his words. Just wait for me. After saying this, the gangster quickly called his companions to get on the business car that was arriving. The 2 business cars quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. After they left, Grandma Lu smiled and said to the children, Okay, let's go back. When your brother Xiao Yang comes, he will help us solve this matter. Chapter 64 30 times physical function. At this time, a rapid roar of an engine was heard, and a black Rolls-Royce Cullinan approached here quickly, and soon arrived in front of everyone. After receiving the news, Xiao Yang rushed over immediately, fearing that his grandmother and children would be harmed. He drove at full speed all the way, ignoring the traffic lights. A journey of more than half an hour was completed in only 17 minutes. Xiao Yang got off the car in a hurry, and when he saw the situation in front of him, he was a little confused. Didn't they say someone was here to cause trouble? Where are the people? Grandma, where are those people? Xiao Yang knew that Wu Xianyu would definitely not play such a joke on him, so something must have happened that he didn't know about. Yang, it was this kid who beat those guys away and protected us. Grandma Lu looked at the girl in front of her with a loving face. Xiao Yang then noticed the bloodstains on the ground. After taking a look at the people in the orphanage, he felt relieved. It must be the bloodstains of that group of people. Then he looked at the girl with surprise. He didn't expect that a little girl of 12 or 13 years old could knock down more than a dozen adults. And it looks like these adults have suffered serious injuries. The girl met Xiao Yang's gaze, and fear suddenly appeared in her eyes. She quickly hid behind Grandma Lu, as if she was very afraid of Xiao Yang. This made Xiao Yang very confused. He couldn't understand why the girl seemed so scared every time she saw him. Kid, he is also our family, we are a family. Grandma Lu pointed at Xiao Yang and then at the children, indicating that Xiao Yang was a family member and signaling the girl not to be afraid. We are a family? The girl asked with a puzzled look on her face. Yes, we are a family. Grandma Lu nodded quickly and gave an affirmative answer. The girl looked at Xiao Yang again. The fear in her eyes had faded a lot, but she still looked very scared. Xiao Yang decided not to worry about the girl for the time being and said to Wu Xianyu, "Tell me everything that just happened." Wu Xianyu immediately talked about what had just happened. When Xiao Yang heard that Grandma Lu was pushed to the ground by the gangsters, he quickly asked, "Grandma, are you okay? How about I take you to the hospital to see if you are injured?" After all, Grandma Lu is 62 years old. It would be bad if something happened to her body because of the push from the gangster. I'm fine. These old bones won't fall apart. Grandma Lu shook her head and gave a comforting smile. No, I have to take you to the hospital, otherwise I won't be at ease. Xiao Yang was afraid that his grandmother was comforting him in this way because she didn't want him to worry. I'm really fine. Grandma Lu shook her head and continued to ask. Yang, why are people from Haoyun Real Estate here? Did something unexpected happen? She knew that Xiao Yang would never go back on his word, so something unknown must have happened. Grandma, don't worry, I will keep my word and buy this land. Xiao Yang made a promise with a firm look in his eyes, and then said to Wu Xianyu, Go on. Wu Xianyu quickly told Xiao Yang what happened next. Damn it! He actually let those people run away. Xiao Yang then remembered that he met 2 business cars when he came here, and they should be that group of guys. If I had known this earlier, I would have stopped them immediately. No one could escape. After Xiao Yang comforted everyone in the orphanage for a while, he made another promise. I am not only the chairman of Tianyue Group, but also a member of Hongmei Orphanage. I will definitely let Tianyue Group buy this land and will not let anyone drive us out of our home. Please rest assured. Then I plan to check the surveillance footage to find out who had assaulted Grandma Lu. Grandma is his relative and also his Achilles heel. Anyone who dares to attack her is tantamount to seeking death. Wu Xianyu and Li Zhu never expected that Xiao Yan was actually their boss, the chairman of Tianyue Group. This made the two of them feel incredible. They didn't expect that the chairman was not only so young, but also so approachable. It's totally different from what I imagined. Wu Xianyu felt even more self-deprecating. She had actually had fantasies about such a man before. She was really overestimating herself. While checking the surveillance footage, Xiao Yang took a picture of the gangster and immediately sent it to Scarface, asking him to find out the gangster's identity within 10 minutes. When he finished watching the surveillance video, his eyes were full of surprise, because the strength displayed by the girl had already surpassed the scope of ordinary people. System, what's going on with this girl? He already knew that he was the only one in this world who possessed the system, and the girl must have acquired such strength for other reasons. Host, please come to the girl, the system will test her. Xiao Yang stood up and walked out of the monitoring room, and soon came in front of the girl. Although there was still timidity in the girl's eyes this time, she did not appear as scared as before. The system is detecting the girl's body, please wait. May I have your name? Xiao Yang asked the girl with a smile on his face. The girl shook her head in confusion, as if she didn't know how to answer. Yang, this child probably has never learned to speak, so he doesn't understand what you are asking. Grandma Lu told Xiao Yang all the results of the examination she took the girl to the hospital, and also about how she taught the girl to read. Xiao Yang finally understood. No wonder hypnosis didn't work. It turned out that the other person couldn't understand what he was saying at all. Test completed, the girl's strength, speed, and reaction are 30 times that of an ordinary person. 30 times that of an ordinary person? Xiao Yang once saw on the internet that some people's unilateral strength can be increased to 10 times that of ordinary people after special training. But such people are rare, and can be said to be extremely rare. The girl's comprehensive strength is obviously abnormal. It is a bit like him, her body functions have been comprehensively improved. Xiao Yang suddenly thought of himself, so he asked, "System, how many times have my body functions been enhanced?" He only knew that he was invincible, but had no idea of his exact strength, and wanted to figure this out. 100 times. Can I stop the bullet? Xiao Yang is very concerned about this matter. He is afraid that he will run into someone's gun and be shot to death one day. The host's pattern is small, you can withstand nuclear bomb level damage and be immune to any substances that are harmful to the body. Good job. This thing is absolutely invulnerable to swords and guns, and immune to all poisons. Doesn't that mean that I don't have to be afraid of anything now? I can do whatever I want to whoever I want, I can fight against a country by myself, even the whole world is no problem. Xiao Yang is very satisfied with his own strength, which is why he can be called invincible. System, can this girl block nuclear bombs and be immune to all poisons? Xiao Yang wanted to see how powerful his body functions could be with 30 times the power. Chapter 65. What kind of a mess is your eldest brother? No, her body is not as abnormal as the host's. Thermal weapons will still cause damage to her, but the degree of damage will be less severe. And it only has a certain resistance to harmful substances, but cannot achieve immunity. Xiao Yang nodded, having a clear understanding of the girl's strength, and then asked, "Are her bodily functions natural?" He was very curious about this matter. Was the girl the gifted one as the legend said? The system cannot detect whether it is innate. Xiao Yang smiled helplessly. It seemed that he would have to wait until the girl learned to speak completely before he could find out about this matter. Ding ling ling. Xiao Yang's cell phone rang. He took a look and saw that it was Scarface calling, so he picked up the phone immediately. "Brother, the person you showed me is Wu Tian's subordinate, named Chen Shunkai." "Who is Wu Tian?" Xiao Yang asked a little confused, as if he had never heard of this name. "He is the boss of Dongqing District. He has the final say on all the underworld matters in Dongqing District." Scar explained immediately. Xiao Yang glanced at the sky, which was gradually darkening, and said to Scar Master, "Go and arrest that guy named Qin Shunkai, and then find out where Wu Tian is. I have a score to settle with him. Now that we have found this gangster and the person behind him, we have to take them down in one fell swoop." Although those people told us to wait when they left, this kind of sit and wait approach was obviously not Xiao Yang's style. Besides, it's been more than an hour and no one has come yet. If he doesn't come, it would be a waste of time. "Brother, did that bastard Wu Tian offend you? You don't have to do anything. I'll take people to chop him up right now." Scar's tone was very angry and he was very excited. This was a good opportunity. He could take advantage of it to start unifying the underworld in Jianyun City. With such an awesome brother, there is nothing to be afraid of. "Do you think I need you to help me with this?" Xiao Yang's tone suddenly turned cold. He felt that it would be safer for him to take action himself. After all, his strength was there and there wouldn't be any accidents. "No, no. How dare I doubt your ability? As your little brother, I hope to serve you wholeheartedly." Scar hurriedly explained and took the opportunity to flatter his elder brother, fearing that he would make him angry. After thinking for a few seconds, Xiao Yang said to the phone, "Since you are so enthusiastic, let's arrange for some people to come to the Hongmei orphanage at the entrance of Huqing village to temporarily ensure its safety." He felt that this would not only avoid any accidents, but also give his younger brothers a chance to perform, thus demonstrating that he, as the eldest brother, was not an unkind person. "Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Fun You Entertainment Club. Are you damn sure you're not kidding me?" Wu Tian said angrily to the gangster sent to Hongmei orphanage. He was taking a bath with his lover when he learned that the people who went to Hongmei orphanage were beaten back, so he rushed here immediately. "Brother, everything I said is true." The gangster hastened to assure that what he said was true. Wu Tian looked at his younger brother and fell into deep thought. It seemed that his younger brother was indeed not lying, but this was too unbelievable. It seems impossible that a little girl of 12 or 13 years old could beat more than a dozen adults. What an awesome kid must be to have such strength. Ding ling ling. Wu Tian's cell phone suddenly rang. After taking a look at the incoming call, he hesitated for a few seconds before answering the call. "Boss Wu, you need to give me an explanation for what happened today. I spent 1 million to hire you." The person who called was Li Lingcheng, chairman of Haoyun Real Estate. "What the hell do I need to explain to you? It was you who didn't understand the situation and caused my people to suffer a great loss. It's good enough that I don't ask you for compensation. How dare you ask me for an explanation? Wu Tian was already unhappy, and now he was even more angry, blaming all the mistakes on the other party. Wu Tian, you should speak with conscience. Your subordinates are not doing their job well, and you forced my subordinates to make up that kind of story to fool me. You think I'm easy to fool, right? Li Lingqing obviously didn't believe what Guan Shuo said when he returned. My people would never do such a thing. Wu Tian said angrily. So what you're saying is that your people can't even beat a little girl? Li Lingqing immediately started questioning. Wu Tian suddenly didn't know how to answer. No matter whether he answered yes or no, he would be in the wrong. I will take care of this matter. You don't have to worry about it. I will definitely do what I promised you. He could only use these words to avoid the question just now. Well, you better keep your word. After Li Lingqing finished speaking, he hung up the phone without giving this gangster boss any face. Wu Tian looked at the phone with a gloomy face, and then said to the younger brother beside him. Except for the people who are in charge of watching the place tonight, call everyone here. I don't believe that an orphanage can be that powerful. After all, he is the big brother of the Dongqing district underworld. After being slapped in the face today, he is determined to get back at the rim. An hour later, more than 300 brothers gathered at the entrance of Fengyu Entertainment Club. Everyone bring your weapons. I'm going to see who dares to stand against us in Dongqing district tonight. Wu Tian said to the younger brothers standing in front of him. Immediately, a group of young men took out their weapons and quickly distributed them to everyone present. Soon everyone had a machete in their hands. Suddenly, bursts of engine sounds were heard, and one van after another came in front of the crowd. The car door opened quickly, and more than 200 thugs holding machetes soon stood in front of everyone. When Wu Tian saw the leader, he was surprised and asked gloomily. Shi Tao, what the hell do you mean by this? The person who came was Scarface. When Scarmaster learned that Qin Shunkai and Wu Tian were here, he first rushed over with more than 200 brothers, and then notified Xiao Yang. He just wanted to show off his performance in front of the big brother and take over the territory of Dongqing district. Wu Tian, I'm telling you, you and your little brother have offended my big brother, and tonight is the day you will die. Scar's disdainful eyes revealed pride, because after tonight, he would be the one calling the shots in the Dongqing district underworld. Are you going to break our agreement? Wu Tian really didn't expect that Scarhead would bring people to block him. What a bullshit agreement. I only know that you have offended my eldest brother, so you have to pay the price. Scar said with disdain, not taking the previous agreements seriously at all. What kind of chicken is your eldest brother? Wu Tian had no idea that Scar's elder brother was his worshipper, let alone how awesome Scar's elder brother was. Chapter 66 You despicable villain, you actually took advantage of someone else's misfortune. Fuck your mother, how dare you say that about my eldest brother? You must be tired of living. Scar looked at Wu Tian angrily, and then said to the younger brother behind him. Brothers, these bastards dared to insult our eldest brother. Kill them. After saying that, he rushed forward with a machete first, and his younger brothers also rushed forward with machetes. Kill these bastards. South City will be ours after tonight. In Wu Tian's opinion, Scarface was simply overestimating his own capabilities. He dared to come and cause trouble with more than 200 people. This was a good opportunity for Wu Tian to take over the South City district. Scarface was a gangster boss after all, and he wielded his machete with great force, each time with great force, and soon he had chopped down several of his opponents. Seeing how fierce their big brother was, the younger brothers in Nanchang district became as energetic as ever, and were not afraid at all that the other side had more than 100 people than them. Wu Tian picked up a machete and rushed towards Scarlet, intending to carry out a decapitation operation. As long as he killed Scarlet, the opponent's morale would be completely destroyed. Wu Tian, you son of a bitch, give me your life. When Scar saw Wu Tian rushing towards him, he went straight to meet him. Clang! The two machetes collided with each other, and sparks flashed on the blades. Ah! Go to hell! Scar didn't hesitate. He held the machete in both hands and chopped at Wu Tian's head with all his strength, intending to kill him with one blow. Wu Tian quickly took a few steps back, obviously not daring to take the blow head-on. Before Wu Tian could stand firm, Scarface held the knife with both hands and chopped at Wu Tian's face with all his strength. Wu Tian retreated quickly again and began to fall into a passive situation. Although the two men are similar in height and age, Scarlet is more muscular and has an advantage in strength. If Wu Tian fights him head-on, he will only suffer a loss. Chi Tao, you son of a bitch, I have no grudge against you, why are you here to destroy my place? Wu Tian knew very well that he was no match for Scarface in a one-on-one fight, so he retreated while talking nonsense, trying to distract Scarface's attention and find the right opportunity to counterattack. Snort! Scar snorted in his heart and was not affected at all. He continued to swing the machete in his hand and slash towards Wu Tian. Now that we have the upper hand, we must not give the other party any chance to breathe. At this time, a younger brother from Dongqing district suddenly retreated in front of Wu Tian, and he immediately pushed the younger brother towards Scarmaster. Ah! The little brother let out a scream instantly, and his left hand was chopped off by Scarface and fell to the ground. Wu Tian took the opportunity to kick Scarface in the stomach. Scarface felt pain in his stomach and could only step back quickly. Seeing this, Wu Tian quickly rushed towards Scarface, holding the knife in both hands and chopped at the opponent's head with all his strength. Clang! Scar swung his knife with all his strength in his right hand and chopped upwards to block Wu Tian's knife. But his knuckles were hurt by the knife and the knife in his hand almost slipped out. Go to hell! Wu Tian swung his knife at Scarface again, not intending to give him any chance to breathe. Scar could only hastily grab the knife and rush forward, otherwise he would definitely be killed with one blow. Clang! The moment the two knives collided, Scar's knife flew out. Wu Tian took the opportunity to kick Scarface in the abdomen, knocking him to the ground. You didn't want to stay in Nanchang district, but came to Dongqing district to die. So I will grant your wish now. Wu Tian raised the machete again and chopped at Scarface's face. Scarface quickly rolled to the left and dodged Wu Tian's knife a second before being hit. Seeing that the knife failed, Wu Tian held the knife high with both hands, ready to chop at Scarface again. However, before he could swing the knife down, he suddenly felt a chill in his abdomen, followed by a sharp pain. While Scar dodged the knife, he picked up a machete on the ground and cut Wu Tian's abdomen while he held the knife with both hands. Scar took advantage of Wu Tian's daze, stood up quickly, and chopped Wu Tian on the head with a knife. The East District Underworld boss died. Wu Tian is dead. Anyone who continues to resist will never leave alive tonight. Scar held up the machete in his hand and shouted to the people at the scene. When the younger brothers from Dongqing district saw that their boss had been hacked to death by Scarface, they immediately lost their fighting spirit and all stood there in a daze. As long as you submit to me, we are brothers from now on. Scar said to his younger brothers in Dongqing district. He. A sneer suddenly came from behind the left wall of Fingyu Entertainment Club, and a figure slowly walked out. Chi Tao, you broke the agreement tonight, so I won't be polite tonight. The person who came was Ma Ji, the underworld boss of Xiqing district. Then more than 500 younger brothers from Xiqing district rushed out and surrounded Scarface and his men. Ma Ji, you are such a despicable person, you actually took advantage of others' misfortune. Scar's face looked very ugly. He didn't expect that this guy had been peeking in the dark just now, intending to take advantage of the situation when both sides were injured to reap the benefits. After the battle just now, more than half of the people in Dongqing district and Nanchang district were killed or injured. Now even if the brothers from Dongqing district and Nanchang district were added together, there are only more than 300 of them, and some of them are already injured. There is no way they can be a match for those from Xiqing district. Ma Ji ignored Scar and said to the younger brothers in Dongqing district, "Do you want to avenge your eldest brother?" Hearing this, the younger brothers from East City district all looked towards the people from South City district, their eyes gradually revealing murderous intent, and it seemed that they didn't want to let it go. Scar saw that Ma Ji wanted to instigate the younger brothers in East City district and continue to attack the people in South City district so that the casualties in West City district could be reduced. However, he didn't care much about this matter, but said with disdain, "Ma Ji, since you are here to die, I, Scar, will help you today. Don't forget, Scar has a powerful backup, that is Xiao Yang, who possesses absolute strength. He estimates in his heart that his big brother should be here soon. I want to see what you can do to me tonight." Ma Ji smiled nonchalantly and said to his brothers in Dongqing district, "Whoever kills Chi Tao will be the boss of Dongqing district." The younger brothers in Dongqing district gradually became excited, and everyone looked at Scar, seeming to be very tempted by such a proposal. After all, who doesn't want to be the boss when you are in the business? Even if you have to listen to Ma Ji in the future, at least you are the boss of Dongqing district. Such conditions are very tempting. At this time, a burst of engine sound came from far away, and a black Rolls-Royce Cullinan soon came in front of everyone. "Brothers from South City, our big brother is here to support us. We will be the final winners tonight." Scar knew that it was his big brother who had arrived, and he immediately began to boost morale. Chapter 67 Where are the people? Ma Ji looked at the Rolls-Royce Cullinan with a puzzled look, wondering who the person was and why Scar called this person Big Brother. And this Big Brother seems to be very awesome. The car door opened quickly and Xiao Yang got out of the car. After seeing the situation at the scene, he was a little confused. Why is Scar here? Why did the scene look like a gunfight? Didn't I say I would handle this matter personally? What's going on? Xiao Yang asked with a frown. Brother! I originally brought my brothers to catch that fellow Chen Shunkai, but I didn't expect to meet Wu Tian gathering his men. I was afraid that he was going to cause trouble for the orphanage, so I just started fighting him. Scar had already thought of a reason. Anyway, his elder brother asked him to catch the man, so there was nothing wrong with this explanation. Xiao Yang was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that Scarface would be so brave and would fight Wu Tian directly. Where are the people? After all, he came to find Chen Shunkai and Wu Tian tonight, so naturally he had to deal with these two guys personally. Brother, during the gunfight just now, I hacked Wu Tian to death. I wonder if Chen Shunkai was hacked to death. There was a sense of pride in Scar's tone, as if he was taking credit for it from his elder brother. There was a hint of surprise in Xiao Yang's eyes. How could this guy have done all his work? If Chen Shunkai was also hacked to death, then his trip tonight would have been in vain. You two are treating me like I don't exist, right? Ma Ji immediately became unhappy. He was the final winner, but he was ignored like this. He felt very upset. This is? Xiao Yang looked at Ma Ji with confusion. Brother, this guy is Ma Ji, the gangster boss of Xiqing district. He is here to take advantage of others. Scar said hurriedly. Xiao Yang finally understood that someone was planning to take advantage of the fight between Scarface and Wu Tian to reap the benefits. Boy, I tell you, tonight you either surrender to me, or... Before Ma Ji could finish his words, he was suddenly so scared that he swallowed his saliva. Because Xiao Yang came in front of him in an instant, looking at him with murderous eyes. What about that? Xiao Yang asked in a cold tone, not taking the more than 500 followers behind the other party seriously at all. Fuck you, you're looking for death, right? Ma Ji is the boss after all, how could he be frightened like this? Bang! Ah! But just as he finished speaking, he was suddenly kicked away by Xiao Yang, knocking down a dozen of his younger brothers behind him. If you can't speak, let me teach you. Xiao Yan looked coldly at Ma Ji, who was lying on the ground spitting blood. The cold light in his eyes made Ma Ji's heart tremble. Fuck me, fuck me. Bang! As soon as Ma Ji finished speaking, Xiao Yang came in front of him in an instant, raised his hand and slapped him in the face, knocking him unconscious instantly. Bang! 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 Xiao Yang had no intention of being polite and slapped Ma Ji repeatedly, shocking everyone present. Scar suddenly felt a palpitation in his heart. Fortunately, when he first met the eldest brother, he was not pinned to the ground and beaten like this, otherwise he would have been beaten to death. The younger brothers in Xiqing district watched their boss being beaten, but no one dared to step forward to help, and fear gradually appeared in their eyes. The crisp slapping sounds not only slapped Ma Ji on the face, but also slapped them in their hearts. They were afraid that they would suffer the same treatment if they took action. After all, this is a real ruthless guy. Not only is he powerful, but he also has such courage that he dares to beat up the big brother in front of more than 500 younger brothers. This is deterrence, no one dares to get into trouble at this time. Xiao Yang couldn't remember how many slaps he had given. Only when he saw that Ma Ji's face had been slapped beyond recognition and he couldn't even make a sound did he choose to stop. Chi Tao, find Chen Shunkai for me. I want him alive or dead. Naturally, he would not forget the main business. He had to make sure whether this guy was hacked to death. If not, he would not mind letting the other party know what it meant to live a life worse than death. Brother, I'll find it now. Scar immediately ordered his brothers from South City District to start searching, and did not take the brothers from East City District and West City District standing aside seriously at all. With such an awesome big brother here to keep order, he has nothing to be afraid of. At this moment, a man suddenly stood up from the crowd of people who had fallen to the ground, and ran away quickly with blood all over his body. Fuck! That bastard is Chen Shunkai. This guy is actually pretending to be dead. Scar rushed out immediately, wanting to catch the guy with his own hands. The next second, he suddenly felt a flash before his eyes, and Xiaoyang instantly appeared in front of Qin Shunkai. Damn it! Brother, is this still a human being? When Scar saw the speed displayed by Xiaoyang, he immediately felt that this was not a human being at all. How could a normal person have such speed? Xiaoyang grabbed Qin Shuansai's throat, lifted him up high, and said in a cold tone, "Did I let you go? Mercy, mercy my life." Chen Shunkai struggled and begged for mercy with great difficulty. "If you dare to do something to my grandma, you must be prepared to pay the price." After Xiaoyang finished speaking, he threw Chen Shunkai out. Bang! Bang! Chen Shun was immediately thrown 4 or 5 meters away, first hitting a tree on the roadside, and then falling heavily to the ground. Ahem, puff. After coughing twice, a large amount of blood suddenly spurted out of his mouth. It seemed that he had suffered serious internal injuries. Scar Uncle immediately took people to bring Chen Shunkai to Xiaoyang. "Please, ahem, spare." Ah! Before Chen Shunkai could finish his words, Xiaoyang kicked him in the mouth with the sole of his foot, obviously not giving him a chance to beg for mercy. This kick caused Chen Shunkai to spit out a large mouthful of blood again, and also spit out more than a dozen teeth. "You guys, check to see how many teeth this guy has left. Pull them all out," Xiaoyang said to several younger brothers standing beside him. "Don't worry, bro. We won't leave any for this guy." The younger brothers immediately started working on Chen Shuansai's teeth and soon pulled out all the remaining teeth. Chen Shunkai also fainted from the pain during this process. "Oh!" Xiaoyang sneered and kicked the guy in the nose again. It was obvious that he didn't want to let him go. After all, this guy attacked his grandmother, so he must bear the most serious consequences and suffer a torture worse than death. Snap! Ah! As the sound of his nose breaking was heard, Chen Shunkai instantly woke up from his fainting and let out a scream. Ah! 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 Then screams echoed all around. Xiaoyang not only broke this guy's limbs, but also made him completely lose his qualifications as a man. Chapter 68. Who are you? Those screams frightened everyone present, and everyone's eyes revealed fear. After the younger brothers in South City came to their senses, excitement gradually emerged in their eyes, because this was their big brother, their backer. The younger brothers in Dongcheng District and Xiqing District immediately made a decision in their hearts, which was to surrender. They knew very well that with such a powerful boss in Nancheng District, they would soon be able to unify the underworld in Jianyun City. Instead of going against Nancheng District, it is better to join as soon as possible. Besides, such an awesome big brother is indeed worthy of their following. As the saying goes, he who knows the times is a hero. Xiaoyang glanced at Chen Shunkai, who was in a coma, and said to Scarmaster, "Throw this guy over the hill. There are many animals in the mountains of Jianyun City." Chen Shunkai has now lost his ability to move, and the smell of blood on his body will definitely attract the attention of animals. At that time, they will become food in the mouths of those animals. Not only will they experience the pain of being torn apart by animals, but they will also end up dying without a complete body. "I'll have someone send it over right now." Scar Uncle quickly agreed. Thinking about his elder brother's methods, even he felt ashamed of himself. He was so cruel. Then he ordered 4 younger brothers to take Chen Shunkai away. Soon, Chen Shunkai was taken away from here, ready to endure the torture of the last moments of his life. Just as Xiaoyang was about to leave, a siren sounded suddenly and red and blue lights flashed not far away. "Brother, the police are here, please leave quickly, I will take care of this matter." Scar Uncle urged Xiaoyang, obviously wanting to prevent his elder brother from being arrested by the police. Xiaoyang shook his head and had no intention of leaving. He had already thought of a plan to deal with the situation. After a while, more than 30 special police cars appeared in front of the crowd. After the car door opened, fully armed special police officers quickly ran out of the car one after another. Soon, more than 300 special police officers confronted Xiaoyang and others with guns. "You have been surrounded. Please put down your weapons and accept the punishment of the law. Otherwise, we will shoot you to death for endangering public security." Xin Juxian, director of the Jianyun City Public Security Bureau, spoke loudly with a loudspeaker. "Who are you?" Xiaoyang asked calmly, not taking these policemen seriously at all. "I am Xin Juxian, the director of the Jianyun City Public Security Bureau. You dangerous elements who are destroying social harmony, I will catch you all in one fell swoop today and bring peace back to Jianyun City." Xin Juxian said this with great righteousness, but he was very confused in his heart. These guys had been behaved well before, so why did they start fighting tonight? However, this is an opportunity. As long as he can catch these guys, he can add another political achievement, and a job change is just around the corner. Xiao Yang directly threw a certificate over and said to Shin Juxiang, "The military will handle this matter, you can go back." What he threw out was the major certificate that Lu Tianhao gave him, intending to settle the matter in the name of the military. Shin Juxiang took a look at the certificate, threw it on the ground, and said gloomily, "How dare you pretend to be a military man? Capture this guy." He had never heard of such a young major in manhwa, and immediately thought that Xiao Yang had forged the certificate and wanted to impersonate a military officer to scare him. Besides, how could the military possibly intervene in such matters? Even if the military really takes such action, they will definitely inform the police in advance to avoid misunderstandings between the two sides. You can contact the military right now to verify my identity. Xiao Yang glanced at Shin Juxiang and said, "After all, the certificate and identity given by Lu Tianhao must be true, and you will know after contacting them." When Shin Juxiang saw Xiao Yang's fearless look, he began to have doubts in his heart. Could it be that this guy is really from the military? Otherwise, how dare he let me check it out? If not, then he would be exposed. At this time, a burst of engine sound came from far away, and a military vehicle soon came in front of everyone. The car door opened, and a middle-aged man in military uniform walked quickly to Xiao Yang. "Major Xiao, I'm Xiao Guotao from the Dragon Nation's troops station in Jianyun City. I'm here to assist you on the orders of Commander Lu." Xiao Guotao saluted and said, then turned and looked at Shin Juxiang. Because the Jianyun City police have not been able to effectively manage public security in Jianyun City, and there have been cases of gang members affecting the lives of the people, Commander Lu has specially dispatched Major Xiao to rectify the public security in Jianyun City. After saying that, he took out a document and showed it to Shin Juxiang. "This is the document signed by Commander Lu, you can check and verify it." Commander Lu. Shin Juxiang's eyes were full of shock. He didn't expect this person to show up. He naturally knew who Commander Lu was, and he never expected that this young man was not only a major, but also a special dispatcher of Commander Lu. Shin Juxiang came to his senses, hurriedly picked up the certificate he had thrown on the ground, walked quickly to Xiao Yang, and handed it to him with both hands. "Major Xiao, I was blind just now, please don't take it to heart." Then he said sincerely, "If you need any cooperation from our police, we, the Jianyun City Police, will fully cooperate." Although he realized that what happened tonight was not normal, after all, you can't maintain public order by using a knife, but he pretended to be ignorant. After all, he is the police chief, so he definitely knows what to do at a time like this. Shin Juxiang knew very well that not only could he not point it out now, but he also had to behave very cooperatively, otherwise his position as Public Security Bureau Chief would be over. After receiving the certificate, Xiao Yang smiled helplessly. He didn't expect that he would owe Lu Tianhao a favor this time. It seemed that the other party was determined to tie him to the military. "Chi Tao is my undercover in the Jianyun City underworld. He is specifically here to help me improve the public security in Jianyun City. Next, he will work with you police to improve public security. You can discuss and implement the specifics among yourselves." Xiao Yang pointed at Scar Grandpa and said to Shin Juxiang. He planned to take this opportunity to give Scar a legitimate identity, so that at least he could save himself a lot of trouble when he worked for him in the future. Xiao Yang believed that Scar Yi was a smart man and would not do something that even he himself could not bear to see. As long as you don't go too far, the police will definitely not target you for their own sake. Scar was completely confused. He didn't expect that his elder brother was actually a military man. He really didn't expect such a background. Moreover, he, a gangster boss, suddenly became a police helper. This is really dreamy and I can't believe it is true. Chapter 69 Chi Tao, you are so lucky. Chi Tao. Xiao Yang called out to Scar, which made Scar come back to his senses from the shock, and he quickly responded. "Here. Leader, please give me your orders. At least now I'm a person with a respectable status. In such occasions, I can't always call you big brother all the time. I have to behave formally. From now on, you must lead your subordinates to maintain the law and order of Jianyun City. Do you understand?" Xiao Yang ordered seriously that at times like this, you have to perform the whole act. "Please rest assured, leader. As long as I, Chi Tao, am here, there will be no more gangsters in Jianyun City who will affect the lives of the people." Scar saluted in a proper manner and made the promise with a serious look on his face. Major Xiao, there is something I need to report to you. Shin Jushan came up to Xiao Yang and continued. The person who called the police this time was a gang member from Beiqing district. I suspect it was Lu Hailong, the gang boss from Beiqing district, who ordered him to do so. You mean to say that Lu Hailong wants to hinder our efforts to improve public order? Xiao Yang asked thoughtfully. I think this is very likely, so I suggest that the next target of rectification is Lu Hailong. Shin Jushan continued speaking according to Xiao Yang's meaning. After thinking for a few seconds, Xiao Yang said to Scarmaster. Did you hear that? The underworld forces in the North City district are trying to stop our law and order rectification operation this time. You should know what to do. Please rest assured, I will cooperate with the police to rectify the law and order in North City and will not let the people of North City be influenced by the underworld forces. Scar saluted again in a proper manner and made a promise. Xiao Yang nodded, turned to look at Shin Jushan, and continued. Director Shun, the rest of the matter is up to you. I will report this matter to the higher-ups, and they will definitely see your contribution. Anyway, it's just polite talk and he doesn't have to be responsible for it. Whether the higher-ups can see it or not is their business and has nothing to do with him. Yes. Shin Jushan quickly saluted and continued. Please rest assured, Major Xiao, I will definitely follow your request and improve the public security in Jianyun City. He was very excited, thinking that if his superiors knew how cooperative he was tonight, they would definitely think that he, as the Public Security Bureau chief, was very sensible, and might even give him a chance to move up a level. It's a pity that he didn't know that Xiao Yang's words were just for show and were completely irresponsible. Okay, you guys just handle the rest, I'll be going back first. Xiao Yang felt that things were almost done and there was no need for him to stay here any longer. Leader, take care. Major Xiao, walk slowly. After the two finished talking, Xiao Yan drove away from the scene in a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. After seeing Xiao Yan leave, Xiao Guotao got on a military vehicle and left. After all, the order Lu Tianhao gave him was only to ensure that Xiao Yang would not conflict with the police, which would make the situation difficult to clean up in the end. As for other things, Xiao Guotao didn't care at all and naturally wouldn't meddle in their affairs. Shi Tao, you are so lucky. Shin Jushan glanced at Scarface and couldn't help but sigh. Not only did Scar successfully clear his name from the underworld boss, he also got such a powerful backer. Even Shin Jushan was a little envious of such luck. You know, he has been in the position of director for 5 years and has never had the opportunity for promotion. If he had such luck, he would have changed it long ago. Director Shin, thank you for your compliment. I will definitely follow your instructions in the future, maintain the public security of Jianyun City, and contribute to your achievements. Scar has been in the underworld for so long that he naturally knows how to flatter. Alright, let the police handle Lu Hailong's case. You clean up the mess here, and I'll leave with my men first. Shin Jushan planned to personally lead people to deal with Lu Hailong, the big brother of North City District. He couldn't let Scarface do everything. Wait, Chief Shin, some of these people are not my subordinates. Scar uncle quickly stopped Shin Jushan who was about to leave. Oh? Shin Jushan immediately became interested. He had thought that there would be no gain tonight, but it seemed that he could make another contribution. Scar pointed at the younger brothers in Dongcheng district and said to Shin Jushan. Director Shin, these are Wu Tian's men, and they were the ones who resisted the most fiercely just now. He naturally knew that he couldn't let them go back empty-handed. After all, the people from Dongcheng district had just killed quite a few of his men, so it wouldn't be a big deal to throw them out to take the blame. Just consider it as revenge for those lost brothers. Catch all these people. Shin Jushan immediately gave the order and all the special police rushed forward. What the hell? We are all planning to surrender. How can you play like this? The younger brother in Dongcheng district suddenly panicked and quickly expressed his willingness to surrender to Scar Master in order to avoid being arrested by the police. Don't tell me about surrendering. I'm here to restore law and order, not to steal your territory or recruit your followers. Scar looked at the younger brothers in East City with righteous words, and then said to the younger brothers in West City. You guys, clean this place up. After hearing this, the guys in Xiqing district were stunned for a few seconds, and then immediately started to act. No one dared to be lazy. They knew very well what this meant. Either they obeyed or were arrested by the police. At this time, you must choose to be obedient. The special police quickly took control of the younger brothers from Dongcheng district and gave each of them a pair of silver bracelets. I'll leave the rest to you. After I bring the people back, I'll have to restore law and order in the North City. Shin Jushan knew that he had to get everything done tonight, so that he could demonstrate his hard work in leading the team and it would look better to the higher-ups. Don't worry, Director Shin. I will take care of it. Take care. If you need anything, just let me know. Scarface said farewell with a very attentive look on his face. The next morning. Jiangdong Garden Villa District. Li Lingcheng, chairman of Haoyun Real Estate, came to the living room after washing up. He was shocked to see a stranger sitting there, drinking tea as if nothing had happened. Boss Li, I didn't expect you to get up so early. Xiao Yang glanced at the time, it was exactly 8:30. Who are you? Li Lingcheng looked at Xiao Yang warily, then looked outside and found that his bodyguards and servants were all gone. I knocked those people out and threw them into the garage, but don't worry, I'm here to find you, I won't kill them. Xiao Yang smiled nonchalantly, picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. What do you want from me? I don't seem to know you. Li Lingcheng recalled in his mind and found that he did not know this young man. At the same time, he also knew that this was an expert, otherwise how could he have eliminated all the people in his villa without any noise? But he seemed to have never offended such a person before, and he didn't know what the other party's purpose was in suddenly looking for him. Chapter 70, So what if it's the mayor? It's not a big deal, I just want to ask you, which leaders of Haoyun Real Estate and Jianyun City are colluding with each other? Xiao Yang knew that Haoyun Real Estate must have close contacts with many people in Jianyun municipal government. Otherwise, how could the Jianyun municipal government not give face to Tianyue Group and choose to develop the land in the eastern suburbs together with Haoyun Real Estate? After all, Tianyue Group had made known in advance that it wanted to buy the land in Huching Village. Xiao Yang planned to take this opportunity to wipe out Haoyun Real Estate and those people in the government in one fell swoop to avoid any trouble in the future. I don't understand what you are talking about. Haoyun Real Estate has always relied on its reputation and strength to achieve this point. We would never resort to such despicable means. Li Lingcheng immediately denied the incident. Hypnosis. Xiao Yang didn't want to waste time with this guy, so he directly gave the hypnosis order. Since the other party is unwilling to cooperate, you have to ask what you want to know on your own. Tell me about it. Xiao Yang gave instructions to Li Lingcheng, who had been hypnotized. Li Lingcheng immediately confessed all the immoral things that Haoyun Real Estate had done, as well as which officials of the Jianyun municipal government had accepted bribes. Xiao Yang nodded with satisfaction, left with a recorder, and planned to leave the rest of the work to EU. Make a real name report directly in the name of Tianyue Group. This is just the right time to earn a good reputation for Tianyue Group. In the next half-month, a major earthquake occurred in the Jianyun political arena, and nearly half of the government employees were found to have various problems. Among these people, from the mayor to an ordinary government worker, all were dealt with by the special investigation team sent by Longhua. Haoyun Real Estate was naturally not spared. Not only did it have serious bribery problems, but at the government's call, the public also exposed one illegal act after another. Many people reported Li Lingcheng and his wife and children, exposing all the illegal activities committed by this family. The whole family was successfully sent in. The government also issued a special statement praising Tianyue Group, and gave high praise to Tianyue Group for its courage to report in real name. Tianyue Group Chairman's Office. Mr. Xiao, the new mayor of Jianyun City, Du Ko, is here to visit. Yin Yu asked respectfully. After thinking for a few seconds, Xiao Yang shook his head and said, If you don't want to see him, just say I'm dealing with important matters and don't have time to entertain him. What about the mayor? If you don't give face, then you don't give face. If you have to receive an official, then the chairman of Tianyue Group seems a bit cheap. Okay, I'll convey it now. Yin Shuyue left the office after saying this. The host successfully protected the Hongmei orphanage, cleared the cancer of Jiang Yunshi's political arena, and was rewarded with language speed learning. Speedy language learning? Xiao Yang was just about to ask what this thing was when he suddenly felt the languages of various countries emerging in his mind. Not only that, he could understand the languages and scripts of all these countries. After understanding all the words, Xiao Yang quickly picked up an English book on the bookshelf and started reading. I was pleasantly surprised to find that I could not only understand it, but also read it fluently. System, am I proficient in the language? Xiao Yang asked curiously. The host has learned all the languages in the world and can communicate without any obstacles around the world. This reward is really awesome. Xiao Yang knew that this was knowledge that could not be bought with money. If he did not have the system, how could he learn the language of each country so quickly? You know, the most powerful people in the world today can only master a dozen languages in their entire lives. No one can be proficient in all languages. Seeing that the time was almost up, Xiao Yang left the office and planned to go to Tianyang Investment to pick up Su Miaoxue and go back to the orphanage for dinner together. Since returning from the birthday celebration, Su Miaoxue immediately changed her idle state and went to work seriously at Tianyang Investment every day. She said she didn't want to be a vase and hoped to help Xiao Yang in his career. Xiao Yang had no objection to this. He just wanted to find something for Su Miaoxue to do to kill some boring time. What Xiao Yang did not expect was that during this period, Su Miaoxue used the investment knowledge and concepts she learned abroad to facilitate many very promising investments. Even the general manager Qiu Shan sincerely praised the chairman's wife's talent and investment, which was rare in his career. Xiao Yang had just arrived in the hall when a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a white shirt, black trousers, and leather shoes, walked quickly up to him. "Hello, Mr. Xiao, I am the newly appointed mayor of Jiangyun City. My name is Du Ke, and I came to visit you today." Du Ke knew very well that the changes in Jiang Yunshi's political arena this time were all caused by the real name report from Tianyue Group. This made him realize that if he wanted to stay safe in Jiangyun City, he had to establish a good relationship with Tianyue Group. Therefore, even though Shuyue said that the chairman did not have time, Du Ke chose to wait patiently on the first floor, wanting to express his sincerity in this way. "I have something important to deal with right now, let's talk another day." Xiao Yang didn't give any face at all. After he finished speaking, he walked towards the parking lot, leaving the new mayor behind. "Well, looks like we still need to work hard to improve the relationship." Du Ke sighed silently. Although the other party didn't give him any face, he didn't dare to have any thoughts in his heart. "I just want to create more opportunities to build good relationships so that I can sit safely in the position of mayor." Xiao Yang quickly arrived at Chengfeng Building. After parking his car, he took the elevator to the office area of Tianyang Investment. "Hello, Mr. Xiao." The two receptionists quickly stood up and bowed. "I'm just taking a look, you guys just focus on your own things, there's no need to be so reserved." Xiao Yang nodded, spoke to the two of them in a casual manner, and then walked into Tianyang Investment. "Our CEO Xiao is really approachable. I really envy CEO Su for being able to find such a handsome and wealthy man," a front desk lady said with envy on her face. "Who isn't? If it weren't for President Su's ability and appearance, which made me feel deeply inferior, I would have dared to strike up a conversation with President Xiao," another receptionist said helplessly. You have to know that the receptionists at Tianyang Investment have been strictly screened for appearance, figure and academic qualifications. Even so, they pale in comparison to Su Miaoxue. This is the difference between top beauties and ordinary beauties. Xiao Yang came to the door of the president's office, gently pushed it open and walked in. Su Miaoxue was looking at the documents seriously and didn't notice his arrival at all. Xiao Yang showed a hint of amusement on his lips, and walked behind Su Miaoxue without making any noise. "What are you doing?" He quietly leaned over to the other person's ear and asked.